Xue Jiayu was originally a carefree little fairy of the modern age, but upon opening her eyes, she found herself transmigrated into a story from a bygone era, destined to be sold. As the true daughter of a wealthy family, this unfortunate soul had been switched at birth, grew up only to be trafficked, and ultimately met her end in childbirth after being sold to a lonely old bachelor. The swapped fake daughter turned out to be a treacherous ingrate, leading the once prosperous family to ruin. In summary, it was a tale of misfortune for the entire family. Xue Jiayu, amidst her infantile confusion, instinctively protested, but as a mere one-month-old infant, she was powerless to resist. To her surprise, her domineering father descended like a savior. It seemed that heaven had bestowed upon Xue Jiayu a golden finger, allowing her family to hear her innermost thoughts. No longer would she endure the machinations of a heartless stepmother or a vicious grandmother. The white-eyed wolf of a stepdaughter was to be sidelined, as the entire family showered affection solely upon her. Chapter 1. The Transmigration Little Treasure. Oh dear my precious, today we celebrate your first month. When we hold the banquet later, I want everyone to see just how beautiful and adorable our little princess from the Xue family is. Xue Jiayu, still dazed, opened her eyes to see a young man clad in a leather jacket, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of Aaron Kwok, leaning in to kiss her. What a rogue! In a reflexive response, she attempted to kick him, only to find her plump little foot flailing helplessly in the air, accomplishing nothing. Our little treasure can lift her legs, now how impressive, kicking so high. The man, with a look of indulgence, held her close, planting a kiss on her tiny foot and rubbing his stubble against her delicate skin. Xue Jiayu was left bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Her large, dark eyes blinked in confusion as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was in a spacious and tidy room. A ceiling fan painted in military green whirred above, the walls merely coated in a layer of whitewash, adorned with a poster of a swimsuit model. She lay in a wooden crib, surrounded by cans of formula. The floor was covered in dark red tiles, and across from her stood a large, worn-out color television, with a VCD player beside it. Who even uses those anymore? Xue Jiayu distinctly remembered being in her dormitory, engrossed in a novel about the true and false daughters of a wealthy family. Yet here she was transformed into a mere infant. Xue boss, your wife's car is stuck in a muddy pit at the village entrance and cannot be moved. A knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. The man cleared his throat, his tone shifting from playful to cold and serious. I'll go check on it now. Little treasure, Daddy is going to fetch Mommy. We shall see each other soon. He wrapped her snugly in her swaddling blanket, planted a kiss on her cheek, and left the room. Staring at his departing figure, Xue Jiayu felt even more lost. The television was playing Black Cat Sheriff, but the picture quality was far from clear. A stack of invitation cards lay beside it, proclaiming, "We cordially invite esteemed guests to the full-month banquet of our daughter, Xue Jiayu father, Xue Wangjun, mother, Jiang Qiui." This weren't those the names of the protagonist's adoptive parents from the novel she had been reading? Panic washed over Xue Jiayu as her complexion paled. Her chubby little hands clenched the blanket tightly, her grape-like eyes darting in alarm. A full-month banquet, it's over. I really am the true daughter of the Xue family, who was switched at birth. As the door clicked shut, she burst into tears. Xue Wangjun, don't leave. If you go, you'll never see your little treasure again. Little treasure will be sold to the mountains to marry an old bachelor and suffer. Why can't I speak? I'm just a baby. Help! In the distance, Xue Wangjun paused, vaguely sensing a soft voice calling his name. He glanced back, only to find emptiness. Why is that little girl crying so pitifully? Is something wrong? Li Minxue, go check inside. You just had a daughter, right? Perhaps the child is hungry, and you could help feed her. The Xue family's wife said the car is stuck at the village entrance and won't be here for a while. A timid came from inside. Then, the door creaked open, revealing a woman clad in a floral top, wearing a pink plastic headband. Her complexion was sallow and weary as she approached, glancing at the wailing Xue Jiayu, and then at the imported formula cans with envy. Her own daughter didn't even know who her father was and was destined for a life of hardship. As she neared Xue Jiayu, her gaze revealed jealousy and resentment. Driven by some inexplicable force, she reached out and scooped up Xue Jiayu, peeking furtively at the door. No one outside noticed the commotion. If she could switch this girl with her own daughter, her child would no longer suffer, and she could seek out that man. Seeing the calculating glint in her eyes, Xue Jiayu cried even louder, her tiny feet futilely kicking against the blanket as she glared at Li Minxue, desperately trying to push her away, but her arms wouldn't cooperate. It's over. Yu's mother wants to swap me. Stop looking at me like that. It's your own fault for getting pregnant after a one-night stand and insisting on having the child. Raising the protagonist alone is not my fault. Dad, Mom, come quickly. The wicked woman wants to swap me. Don't cry. Baby Annie will take you to find Mommy. Exhausted from crying, Xue Jiayu felt her strength wane, while Li Minxue comforted her, tiptoeing toward the door. It was truly over. Xue Jiayu's small face flushed red, longing to call for help, but all she could manage were hopeless sobs. Just as Li Minxue was about to step outside with her, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Where do you think you're taking my little treasure? Xue Jiayu opened her swollen eyes to see Xue Wangjun striding over, frowning deeply, and promptly snatched her from Li Minxue's arms. Xue Jiayu buried her head in Xue Wangjun's chest, finally feeling a sense of relief as her cry subsided, her dark eyes fixed on Li Minxue with defiance. Li Minxue, flustered, took a few steps back, lowering her head. I just heard the child crying and thought to hold her and comfort her. Xue Jiayu scoffed inwardly. Wicked woman, liar, you clearly wanted to steal me away and sell me to traffickers. This entire family is filled with black-heart individuals. Huanyu is a thankless ingrate. Tiansheng is a foolish, greasy man. And you, a foolish and wicked love-struck fool. You caused little treasure to marry an old bachelor and die in childbirth at 13, leading the Xue family to ruin. How tragic, she muttered to herself, her rosy lips moving, oblivious to the deep furrow in Xue Wangjun's brow as he stared in astonishment at his daughter blowing bubbles. Is little treasure really speaking? But she is only a month old. How could she possibly talk? This woman, Li Minxue, seemed to be unaware of the voice. His fists clenched, he stepped forward, grabbing Li Minxue. Enough of your sweet talk. We're going to the police station to clarify this. Li Minxue panicked, struggling to escape, but her floral dress tore with a rip, revealing her pale arms. Xue Wangjun froze, instinctively wanting to let go, when a sharp voice echoed from the staircase behind him. Oh dear. Xue Laosan, how can you bully my daughter? Chapter 2. I see you need a good retort. Xue Jiayu instinctively turned to look and saw a middle-aged woman, sharp-faced and stout, rushing toward them in worn plastic slippers, cradling a similarly sized baby in her arms, ready to pounce on Xue Wangjun. The baby was clad in a filthy diaper, reeking of urine, dressed in a makeshift outfit tailored from adult-wear clothes that had chafed the skin raw. Xue Wangjun was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events, forgetting to dodge, and received a solid slap across the face. Xue Jiayu, cradled in his arms, nearly felt the impact, trembling in fear as she buried her little head deeper into the blanket. Oh my, Li Minxue's mother is truly a shrew. How terrifying originally. Li Minxue intended to leave Xiao Bao with her mother after the swap, but her mother, knowing full well that Xiao Bao belonged to the Xue family, deemed the child a burden and urged Li Minxue to sell her. What a wretched family they were. Upon hearing this, Xue Wangjun clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Li Minxue's mother, Zhou Aifeng, was notoriously unscrupulous in the village, always scheming against others and throwing tantrums when caught. Thus, both mother and daughter wished to sell his precious girl. He was too enraged to ponder why this mere infant had such knowledge, and with a swift motion he pushed her aside, exclaiming, "Cease your baseless accusations. It is your daughter who seeks to swap my Xiao Bao with your own child. You two are nothing but vile beings. Let us clarify this at the police station." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Aifeng, noticing her daughter's guilty demeanor, understood immediately. With a crafty glint in her eyes, she dropped to the ground, throwing a tantrum. Ah, money has corrupted your conscience. Xue Laosan, you are despicable. You've torn my daughter's clothes and intend to tarnish her reputation, accusing us of stealing your child. How utterly beastly. You impotent scoundrel. Her shrill voice and repugnant words soon brought the villagers, who were gathered downstairs for a feast, rushing up to see what was amiss. Seeing Li Minxue's torn clothing and hearing Zhou Aifeng's tirade, The crowd instinctively assumed that Xue Wangjun had committed a wrongdoing. Xue Laosan, how could you do such a thing? You shameless wretch. Indeed, not only did you bully Li Minxue, but you also slander her? You are utterly heartless. Although these villagers had come to enjoy a meal at the Xue household, they could not bear to see them prospering, and seizing any opportunity to humiliate Xue Wangjun was a delight. Xue Wangjun, at a loss for words, could only repeat, I did not. How could I do such a thing? This was truly not his father. Why could they not discern right from wrong and wrongly accuse him? Frustration surged within him. Why was there no surveillance at this moment? Xue Jiayu, seeing her father's plight, flailed her little hands in an attempt to assist him, but only managed to emit cries of distress. Upon witnessing her tears, someone in the crowd exclaimed, Look, your child is crying clearly. You've done something terrible to frighten her. Xue Jiayu, Xue Wangjun, if only you could hear my daughter speak, you would not utter such nonsense. He gritted his teeth, ready to retort, when a voice suddenly rang out outside. Ah, the third wife has arrived. Xue Wangjun turned to see his wife approaching, a frown adorning her face. The nearby relatives had already embellished the tale, and Jiang Qiui's expression mirrored that of a withered liver. Xue Wangjun's hand trembled as he hurriedly approached her. Wife, please let me explain. Jiang Qiui, her teeth clenched, looked at her husband's distressed demeanor, then at Li Minxue, who was wiping away tears from her tattered clothing, and raised her hand, ready to slap him. Yet at that moment, a sweet, childlike voice pierced the air. Mommy, you must not be deceived and misunderstand Daddy. No wonder Mommy might misunderstand. Li Minxue has always been envious of her beauty, good grades, and loving parents. She often made snide remarks about men becoming corrupted by wealth. Perhaps it was just a mishap when Daddy accidentally tore her clothing. It was likely this woman's cunning. Jiang Qiui halted, bewildered. Was that a little girl speaking, calling her mommy? Her gaze fell upon the delicate little bundle in her husband's arms, and she blinked in confusion. Her daughter was barely a month old. How could she possibly speak? Was it her daughter's implication that Li Minxue and her mother were scheming against her family? How audacious! At that moment, Xue Wangjun, eager to appease his wife, was taken aback when she gently caressed him. Were you frightened, dear? Do not be afraid. I believe you would not do such a thing. You have me. So how could you possibly stray? Xue Wangjun stood in shock, questioning if his wife had lost her senses. As those words escaped her lips, the villagers were left speechless, while Li Minxue and her mother gaped in disbelief. Zhou Aifeng, hands on her hips, retorted, Who are you calling a loose woman? You cannot even manage your own husband, yet dare to speak of my daughter. Li Minxue desperately attempted to distance herself, feigning sorrow as she sighed. Qiui, we grew up as sisters, yet your husband bullies me, and you do not discern right from wrong. How have you changed so? After hearing her words, the villagers' gazes shifted towards Jiang Qiui, their expressions altered, pointing fingers at the Xue family, while some spat in disdain. Jiang Qiui scoffed, Have I erred? You are capable of consorting with a man and becoming pregnant out of wedlock. Are you not a loose woman? My husband is far above such a person. She lifted her chin, coldly regarding both mother and daughter. Though my husband may be somewhat dull, his eyes are not blind. You are both poor and ugly, with not an ounce of flesh. Take a look in the mirror and see if you are worthy. Upon her declaration, the villagers instinctively scrutinized the two women. Jiang Qiui and Li Minxue were the same age, both 22. However, Jiang Qiui lived as a wealthy lady in the city, residing in a villa and employing a maid, free from worry. Her skin was fair and supple, resembling that of a young girl, and coupled with her striking beauty, one could hardly tell she had given birth. Today, she wore a silk polka-dot dress, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and white wedge shoes, exuding elegance and beauty. In stark contrast, Li Minxue had not cared for herself post-childbirth, her skin resembling that of a weary woman, clad in a dowdy floral top, appearing to be over 40. Even a blind person could discern the choice. Xue Wangjun was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his wife would strike so close to the bone in her insults. Xue Jiayu clenched her little fists, babbling with delight, her eyes squinting with laughter as her hands reached out in the air. Wow, my mom's retort skills. I want to cheer for her. She has voiced my thoughts. Truly my mother. Such White Lotus and green tea bitches deserve to be confronted. I never imagined my mother so astute, instantly recognizing that daddy was wronged and would defend him. She is truly remarkable. A domineering female CEO with a tender husband. Li Minxiu dared not approach the police station, her face paling as she grasped her mother's hand, crying, "You bully us, a mother and daughter alone. I cannot contend with you. I will evade." "Stop. You cannot run without clarifying your words. You smear my husband's name and think to flee?" Jiang Xiui attempted to pursue them, but the duo fled swiftly, disappearing in no time. If Xue Wangjun had truly wronged them, why did Li Minxiu not dare to report him to the authorities and instead chose flight? Chapter 3. Malicious thoughts. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present became somewhat awkward. However, Jiang Xiui casually tossed her hair, her demeanor composed. "Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks. Do not dwell on such trivial misfortunes." Truly, the third daughter-in-law displayed remarkable grace, a testament to her education. The two women had undoubtedly been tempted by Xue Laosan's prospects and wealth. TSK, Li Minxiu had previously caused a scandal by bearing a child out of wedlock. And now she had the audacity to stir up trouble again. Xue Jiayu listened to their remarks, subtly pouting her lips. These individuals had just bullied my father. How fickle they are, swaying with the wind. Xue Wangjun felt warmth in his heart. His little cotton-padded jacket was both intelligent and empathetic towards him. Jiang Xiui found amusement in the situation. How perceptive her daughter was. How could such a small child know so much? Had she just spoken in English and mentioned a call? But the phone was right in front of her. What was there to call about? Yet, with such cleverness. What if her daughter learned foul language from her? It seemed she must refrain from cursing in front of her daughter in the future. Noticing her husband still dawdling with their daughter, she swiftly gathered Xue Jiayu into her arms. "What are you lingering for? Go greet the guests." Xue Wangjun scratched his head, his mind still trying to catch up, and he dumbly mumbled an acknowledgement as he headed downstairs. Jiang Xiui carried her daughter inside and planted a kiss on her cheek. "Little treasure, I am your mother." "Ahem, it was wrong for mommy to curse just now. You must not learn that, okay? Our little treasure will grow up to be a princess, a refined young lady, understood?" Xue Jiayu gazed at her mother's slightly flushed face, breaking into a grin. She had always admired Jiang Xiui's character in her books. She appeared gentle, yet was undeniably strong and decisive. "Ah, mommy is so adorable. How could a fairy be wrong? It is they who are wicked." Thinking of how daddy was driven to jump off a building by the Ying family, and how mommy single-handedly supported this family while seeking revenge, only to perish in a car accident, breaks my heart. I must grow up quickly to protect them. Jiang Xiui furrowed her brow. Her husband had been driven to jump off a building by the Ying family? She would be involved in a car accident? Jiang Xiui's eyes darkened momentarily. Her anger concealed as she gently kissed her daughter's forehead. "Dear, mommy will protect you for a lifetime, allowing you to be a carefree little princess." Xue Jiayu blinked, not dwelling on it, as she made an effort to tilt her head back and planted a kiss on her mother's face. Jiang Xiui smiled with her eyes narrowed, carrying her daughter downstairs. The full-month banquet was bustling with excitement. The banquet was lavish, with meat and seafood seemingly without limit. The dishes were served in enamel basins, lacking any elaborate presentation, as the head chef piled the food high with a ladle, emphasizing practicality. The cold dish of pig's head meat was a feast for the senses, and the chicken soup with mountain mushrooms wafted a tantalizing aroma, leaving Xue Jiayu salivating. In those days, there were no beverages, and Coca-Cola was a rarity. Only the village folk brewed their own hawthorn syrup. Yet, that hawthorn syrup looked incredibly refreshing. The bright red hawthorn simmered into a thick liquid with sugar, chilled with cold well water. One could smell the fragrance of hawthorn from a distance. Why can't I eat at my own full-month banquet while watching them enjoy such delicious food? Hoo-hoo. Jiang Xiui, noticing her daughter's mouth watering, could not help but find her utterly adorable, helplessly wiping her mouth. "Little treasure is still young. You can only eat when you grow up. When you are older, mommy will make you delicious food. You can have whatever you desire." Xue Jiayu nodded in agreement, but suddenly found it odd. How did mommy know what she wanted to eat? However, seeing that her drool had soaked a patch, she could understand why her mother thought she was craving food. Children tire easily. After a short while, she nestled into Jiang Xiui's chest and fell asleep. To avoid waking her, Jiang Xiui carefully carried her to their newly bought Santana. Xue Wangjun scratched his head, recounting the earlier events to her, but he did not mention hearing his daughter's voice. He merely stated that he had seen Li Minxue sneaking down the stairs holding their daughter, which had raised his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui instinctively tightened her hold on the little bundle in her arms. That crazy woman. She must be plotting to swap her child for the one she bore. What a wicked woman. The mere thought of someone wanting to harm her daughter made Jiang Qiui want to leave this dreadful place immediately. However, Jiang Qiui was also in a predicament. Her mother-in-law was already displeased that she had given birth to a daughter. She had insisted on hosting a week-long banquet to boost the Xue family's reputation. Now, on the very first day, she wanted to take her daughter away. Her mother-in-law would surely be unhappy. Yet, for the sake of her daughter, she could not stay any longer. Who knew what those two women might do next? Looking at the bundle in her arms, she steeled her resolve. I must leave. I will say that little treasure is too young and not accustomed to this environment. Su Zhen, you are truly fortunate. Your son is dutiful and can earn a living, and your daughter-in-law is capable. You have a car and even have your home renovated. No one in our village enjoys such fortune as you. Madame Xue Su Zhen was chatting animatedly with her friends at the banquet, her face aglow with delight. As she listened to the flattery around her, she could hardly contain her smile, basking in the moment. However, someone interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, dear sister, you are making us all envious. You host a week-long banquet just for a daughter. What would you do for a son? Wouldn't you have to invite the entire county? The smile on the elderly lady's face suddenly froze. Was she being subtly mocked for having a daughter and being proud of it? Chapter 4. Returning to the city, there were too many people nearby, and the speaker's jest was light-hearted enough that the underlying sarcasm went unnoticed. She had never cared much for grandchildren. Wasn't it said that women could hold up half the sky? Su Zhen's expression turned cold. She clenched her fists, forcing a smile. One is hardly enough. My son has such a vast estate. We must have more grandsons. Once my daughter-in-law recovers, she will have more. Speaking of which, your family has several grandsons who spend their days causing trouble on the streets instead of attending school. How does that help? If children are not properly nurtured, it matters not if they are boys or girls. They're all destined for failure. The woman was left speechless by the elderly lady's retort. At that moment, the elder lifted her gaze and caught sight of her son, daughter-in-law, and eldest granddaughter. She frowned. What are you doing? Why aren't you eating? Xue Wangjun cleared his throat. Mom, I have something to discuss with you. As soon as he spoke, the elderly lady's expression darkened with anger. Oh, so you two can't stand being around your old mother anymore, huh? You find me bothersome, do you? You promised to host a week-long banquet, and after just one meal, you want to leave? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Xue Wangjun hurriedly spoke up. Qiui has just given birth, and little treasure is still small. There are many germs in the countryside. You unfilial child, now that you have a wife, you no longer need your old mother. Do you? Jiang Qiui's hands trembled as she held her daughter. Xue Wangjun found himself caught between his wife and mother, feeling utterly torn. Mom, do you resent me for having a daughter, believing I have severed the Xue family lineage? Jiang Qiui's voice choked with emotion. Xue Wangjun has worked tirelessly from poverty to where he is now. I have managed the household, assisted him in business dealings, and every penny I spent was earned by me. When she was pregnant, her belly was round, and others remarked that she was having a girl, saying that the old Xue family had made so much money that it would benefit her future husband. Her mother-in-law's expression had soured then, but now, hearing her mother-in-law speak like this, she felt deeply wronged. She was not entirely satisfied with her daughter-in-law. Other daughters-in-law stayed home to care for their husbands, while she had to venture out and work alongside her son, even hiring a nanny. Could a nanny ever be as caring as a mother? Jiang Qiui holding her child, prepared to leave. Xue Wangjun gritted his teeth, determined to follow. Mom, you are being unreasonable. Jis. I am unreasonable. Who am I to be a bother to you two? Hurry and get out. As the couple was about to leave, Xue Jiayu, nestled in Jiang Qiui's arms, finally stirred awake, gazing at her parents in confusion. She seemed to have just heard someone arguing. Upon seeing Su Zhen behind her, her face adorned with a cold fury. She was startled and cautiously tightened her fingers. This couldn't possibly be my grandmother Su Zhen, known for her ironclad tongue and sharp retorts, could it? How pitiful my grandmother is. Despite her tough exterior, her heart is kind. When my father encountered trouble, She refrained from contacting my parents, sold the house behind their backs, and even took up a job as a nanny to save money to send them anonymously. Xue Jiayu was seething inside, and suddenly hearing that tender voice left her momentarily stunned. Who was speaking? Calling her grandmother? It couldn't be her eldest granddaughter, could it? Besides, what happened to her son that she was unaware of? Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu and his wife were equally taken aback by the revelation. This truly seemed like something the old lady would do. An eerie silence fell over the atmosphere, broken only by Xue Jiayu, who was oblivious as she mused to herself about the difficulties in their mother-daughter-in-law relationship. It was only natural. Both were strong-willed women, unwilling to concede. Hadn't my grandmother struggled to raise my father? Xue Jiayu thought to himself, is my little cotton-padded jacket leaking air? The expressions of the two women were somewhat awkward. Xue Jiayu's eyes were reddening, while Jiang Qiui felt a bit at a loss. She had been out when the incident occurred and was unaware of the child abduction. When Xue Jiayu recounted the events, the elderly lady furiously hurled the enamel cup beside her. How shameless they are! Stealing my eldest granddaughter and slandering my son. Are they courting death? I will tear that old woman's skin off. She glared at her son and daughter-in-law. And you thought you could hide this from me? Do you consider me an outsider, believing I am not part of your family? Jiang Qiui, witnessing her mother-in-law in such a state, understood that her mother-in-law was tough on the outside but soft-hearted within. Lowering her head, she said, I'm sorry, Mom. I should have clarified things with you earlier. It was our fault, and I shouldn't have contradicted you. Xue Jiayu turned her head away, seemingly a bit embarrassed, and coughed lightly. I am at fault too. I never disliked you for giving birth to a daughter. Boys and girls are the same. Xue Jiayu watched in bewilderment as her family suddenly reconciled, unsure of how their quarrel had dissipated without her involvement. It was true. Why should a family quarrel? They ought to stand united against the world. Xue Jiayu looked at the little girl, feeling that her foolish son was less perceptive than his granddaughter. She reached out to touch the little girl's face, finding it quite remarkable that she could hear the child's thoughts. Everyone believed her to be a bad-tempered old lady. Yet this little one understood her heart. Surely, the heavens must have blessed her with a precious granddaughter after giving her a wooden-headed son, someone who truly cared for her. The more she looked at her granddaughter, the fonder she became, carefully holding her and smiling. What is wrong with having a granddaughter? My granddaughter is beautiful, sweet, and caring. Far better than those mischievous boys outside. Xue Jiayu, inhaling her grandmother's scent, felt a deep affection for her. Her own grandmother had been similarly tough yet tender-hearted but had passed away too early. She nuzzled her little head against her grandmother's hand, smiling sweetly and innocently, inadvertently blowing a bubble. Xue Jiayu's heart melted, reluctant to let the little darling go. However, if she stayed in the village, even if she weren't stolen, how could such a delicate child be well cared for? Xue Jiayu's little face fell. If only Grandma would come with us. Grandma can make tiger head shoes and hats. An osmanthus cake. Xue Jiayu suddenly recalled all those little things she had made for her granddaughter. This child is truly clever. Chapter 5. Love Letters Ahem. I made a few little things for the little darling. You can take them later. I will make more later. This little one has delicate skin, so I need to buy better cotton and thread. Xue Jiayu was taken aback, surprised that her daughter-in-law would take the initiative to mention this. She didn't want to follow her son and daughter-in-law. She was afraid of being a burden to them. Her daughter-in-law had a temper similar to hers, like a ticking time bomb, and she feared it might affect their relationship. However, Xue Jiayu's eyes lit up. Xue Jiayu and his wife, upon hearing this, felt even more hopeful, thinking that only they could hear it, and racked their brains to figure out how to convince their mother. Xue Jiayu clenched her fists. Although she didn't know what might happen, the little girl's words undoubtedly held wisdom. She resolved, let me make it clear, if you find me bothersome, I will move out. I will not endure being treated as a nuisance in my old age. The couple hurriedly reassured the elderly lady, that cannot happen. You are our matriarch. We will certainly not let you suffer. There had been misunderstandings before, but the little one's words made them realize that the old lady was merely proud and stubborn. Little darling truly was a blessing. She thought more thoughtfully than the adults and resolved their inner conflicts. The elderly lady had few belongings. After a quick tidy-up, she got in the car with her son and daughter-in-law. As the family of four exited the courtyard, curious neighbors inquired, Su Typo, where are you headed? Xue Jiayu replied with a feigned grievance. My son and daughter-in-law are worried about me and insist I go to the city. At my age, I have to endure this hustle and bustle with them. I can no longer tend to the fields. I will just lay at home being waited on by a nanny. At this rate, my old bones will rust. Though she spoke with disdain, her eyes gleamed with pride. Xue Jiayu suppressed a giggle. Thinking her grandmother was the epitome of pride, relishing the attention. The neighbors expressed envy, praising the couple for their filial piety. The old lady, with her head held high, boarded the car, while Xue Wangjun handed his daughter over to Jiang Xiui and climbed in to start the vehicle. However, as they reached the village entrance, a figure rushed out, clutching a child, heading straight for the car. Xue Wangjun felt a chill run down his spine and slammed on the brakes just in time to avoid a collision. Jiang Xiui and Su Suzhen were jolted, instinctively shielding Xue Jiayu. What happened? Xue Wangjun's hands trembled as he focused on the person, only to realize it was Li Minxue. This woman again. His chest heaved as he opened the car door and shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Do you want to die? We all want to live." To his surprise, Li Minxue knelt down, hugging his leg. "Whether you raise one daughter or two, it's still raising. She can be a companion for your little darling." Xue Wangjun attempted to break free, but couldn't bring himself to harm a woman. With a stern face, he commanded, "Let go." "What connection do we have from back then? Stop talking nonsense." Li Minxue looked pitiful as she replied, "Back in school, didn't T write me love letters? I was afraid it would hinder my studies, so I didn't T respond. I truly can't afford to raise a child anymore. Please help us, or I will have no choice but to jump into the river with her." "What love letters?" Xue Wangjun was utterly bewildered. Jiang Xiui and Su Suzhen, who had just gotten out of the car, frowned at her words. What did she mean? Xue Wangjun was drenched in sweat. "I don't know." "Wangjun, why are you so ungrateful?" Li Minxue said with a sorrowful smile. "It's true. Now that you have a wife and child, you dare not mention those things. Forget it. Just forget me. I will take our daughter and die cleanly." After saying this, she prepared to jump while holding the infant. Xue Wangjun's heart raced. Despite his disdain for her, he couldn't let someone die before his eyes. He grabbed Li Minxue, but unexpectedly, she leaned into his embrace. "Wangjun, you still have feelings for me." Jiang Xiui's face darkened, and Su Suzhen was in disbelief. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu widened her eyes in disbelief, thinking, "No way. Could it be that Xue Wangjun really regarded this woman as his first love? I thought this was too absurd." Xue Wangjun exclaimed, "No, you don't even call me dad anymore?" Jiang Xiui heard this, and her expression soured further. "Xue Wangjun, you need to clarify this." Chapter 6. Clarification. Xue Wangjun lamented his misfortune. He had no idea he would encounter such a situation and quickly attempted to explain. "Li Minxue, clarify when I ever pursued you? At that time, you were the recipient of the school's financial aid, surrounded by many classmates who bullied you. As the class monitor, I felt compelled to write you an anonymous letter of comfort," Xue Wangjun declared, raising his hand in an oath. "Wife, heaven bears witness, you are my only first love." Throughout his speech, he did not cast a glance at Li Minxue. Instead, he sought to ingratiate himself with Jiang Xiui and Xue Jiayu, particularly with Xue Jiayu. His words were primarily directed toward his cherished daughter. After all, possessing foresight and understanding everyone's past, Xue Jiayu was currently the most significant presence in Xue Wangjun's heart. Amidst the crowd, onlookers at the village's entrance whispered among themselves, finding Xue Jiyu's confession truly moving. Upon hearing the explanation, Xue Jiayu could not help but chuckle softly. Hearing those words, Xue Wangjun sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had asserted that with his character, he could never abandon his wife and daughter. Jiang Xiui, having overheard his heartfelt declaration, softened her expression somewhat. However, she cast a displeased glance at Li Minxue, who was still clinging to Xue Wangjun. She approached him and firmly pulled him away, stating, "We shall settle your matters later." Jiang Xiui shot Xue Wangjun a cold glare, prompting him to obediently lower his head and move behind her. The bond of affection and trust between the couple was evident in a single glance, leaving Li Minxue feeling envious and sour. How could such an outstanding and handsome man not belong to her? Jiang Xiui addressed Li Minxue. "Minxue, we are old classmates. Today is a joyous occasion, and we are heading to the city. Are you going to stand here for the whole village to see us as a laughingstock?" Li Minxue, tearfully wiping her eyes, replied, "Xiui, how can you say that? Since we are old classmates, you should help me. My husband left because I gave birth to a daughter, leaving me alone in the village. Please, help me take care of my daughter. The Xue family is so wealthy, Her words made Xue Jiayu laugh. Help you raise your daughter? On what grounds? From the moment she arrived, this woman had sought to swap children. Now that her scheme was exposed, she shamelessly clung on. What moral coercion? So what if you have money? It's not as if my father earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. Why should I help you raise your child? It's truly foolish and selfish. This sentiment delighted both Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun. Well said. Such a relief. Though they were unfamiliar with the term moral coercion. Ever since Xue Wangjun prospered through his entrepreneurial ventures, villagers had attempted to ingratiate themselves in hopes of gaining something from him. Having grown up in the village, Xue Wangjun found it difficult to refuse the debts of social obligations, yet he was not foolish. Helping one person out of kindness was one thing. Subsidizing hundreds of families in the village was another. This was precisely why the couple was determined to move to the provincial capital with their parents, seeking to distance themselves from the villagers. Their wealth was not a result of the windfall. They should not be compelled to give away their hard-earned money merely due to their favorable circumstances. Xue Jiyu's words gave Jiang Qiui courage. Born in the provincial capital and having a better family background and appearance, she often faced ridicule for marrying Xue Wangjun. As a member of a prosperous family, she had lived in the city for generations, and her composed demeanor led others to perceive her as easy prey. In the rural setting where gossip thrived, she typically concealed her emotions for Xue Wangjun's sake. However, today, Jiang Qiui boldly approached Xue Jiayu and delivered a sharp slap. The villagers at the entrance gasped, astonished that Xue Wangjun had married such a fierce woman. Only the rural folk dared to strike their husbands. It was said that the ladies in the city were gentle and demure. What are you doing? Li Minxue was stunned, covering her face in disbelief. What am I doing? Just a few days ago, you secretly came to my house to try to steal my daughter, and I haven't settled that with you yet. Now you're trying to entice my husband. The entire village is here today. Let us have a fair judgment. Nonsense. I did no such thing. Li Minxue raturta defiantly. You did not? I have surveillance footage that can prove it. I could have you arrested. The police can use the footage to convict you. The mention of imprisonment frightened Li Minxue, who, coming from a rural background, had never encountered such advanced technology as surveillance cameras. The uneducated villagers, inherently trusting of Jiang Qiui's background, did not doubt her words. Naturally, rural homes could not install surveillance cameras. In this era, only Xue Wangjun's clothing factory had managed to procure a few, and even that required government approval. Xue Wangjun quickly grasped what his wife was implying, and with a swift glance, he chimed in, yes, it's the surveillance. I purchased many when I started my factory. Those cameras can record everyone who enters my house. The police will know who has visited. In this legal society, breaking into someone's home and attempting to abduct a child could result in at least a decade in prison. Li Minxue faltered, stammering as she lowered her head. Qiui, please calm down. I never intended to harm your little treasure. I just wanted to see her. Li Minxue bota, feigning innocenza. Ever since you came to the village, who doesn't know the name Jiayu? Your precious child is like gold, praised by the entire village for her beauty. My daughter is also a girl, born only a few days apart from Jiayu, and she is nearly starving. Li Minxue cried out, unveiling her child as swaddling cloth for all to see the infant's face. This time, she did not lie. The malicious character, Huanyu, appeared emaciated and frail, though she was older than Xue Jiayu and born at full term. The lack of nutrition and milk left her resembling a starving little mouse, lacking the strength to even cry. As parents, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui could not bear to witness such a sight, immediately frowning in concern. Xue Jiayu, too, felt a pang of sympathy. Huanyu is quite pitiful. Although she will grow up to become a wicked character, she is only a month old now. What does she know? Upon hearing her daughter's words, Jiang Qiui exchanged glances with Xue Wangjun. Their daughter was right, given the circumstances. Perhaps they should consider allowing this child to find a better family. However, just as they had this thought, Li Minxue seized the opportunity and snatched the child from Jiang Qiui's arms. Having been publicly slapped, she was understandably furious. If she could not obtain money today, then the Xue family would not have it easy either. Jiang Qiui, a city girl, and Li Minxue, a rural woman, were vastly unequal in strength. Xue Wangjun, momentarily distracted, failed to intervene, allowing the child to be taken. The elderly Su Sujin, who had been waiting in the background, was left dumbfounded, her heart filled with indignation. What are you doing, you shameless wretch? Return my granddaughter. The old lady was also a rural woman, the capable leader of the grain threshing team, and she would not tolerate such humiliation. With the child in her grasp, Li Minxue wore a defiant expression. I haven't done anything. Why are you all so anxious? I just wanted to take a closer look at Jiayu. Xue Jiayu felt a jolt of alarm. I trust you not at all. You wicked old hag. Could it be that I am once again to be ensnared by Li Minxue? The books say that after the true daughter is swapped, the wicked foster mother completely neglects her, abandoning her in the wild to be devoured by wolves and dogs. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui were filled with a murderous rage. What? Allowing their precious daughter to be devoured by beasts? Is this even human? Xue Wangjun had never been so enraged. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Li Minxue, what do you want? I can give you anything. Just return the child to me. Jiang Qiui nearly fainted. Supporting Xue Wangjun. Li Minxue, how can you be so cruel? How could you harm a 1-month-old child? Li Minxue was uninterested in their protests, appearing triumphant. Brother Wangjun, don't say that. I just want to go to the city with you. I have been abandoned by my husband's family and am all alone. Can't you help me out of our past affection? Affection? What a farce. Xue Wangjun cursed inwardly, deeply regretting that he had attended high school with this woman and had even assisted her in a few matters because she was a poor villager from the same community. What a scourge. Jiang Qiui took a deep breath and said, I understand. Get in the car. We will take you to the provincial city. Even in anger, one could not refuse, especially since Xue Jiayu was still very young. A mere fall could prove fatal for a month-old infant. The crowd could not force Li Minxue, who was basking in her triumph, as she comfortably carried her 2 children into the small sedan. However, as she approached the car door, she collided with the elderly woman. Su Zhen. Age had taken its toll, and having heard that her health was deteriorating, Li Minxue dismissed her. Yet, she did not anticipate that as she bent down to enter the back seat, the old woman would strike at her knee with her cane. Take this wicked cane to the police station. Su Zhen commanded, and the driver promptly locked the car doors. Inside, Li Minxue shrieked, let me out. I don't want to go to jail. I haven't done anything wrong. I refuse to be imprisoned. You have done nothing wrong. You attempted murder. Jiang Qiui's face turned pale. Li Gu, take her to the county police station and inform my parents about everything that has transpired in the village. I will no longer tolerate this malicious woman. No. Wangjun Gu, save me. I know I was wrong. I only did it for the children. Please let me go. Xue Wangjun scoffed. Hurry and take her away. I do not wish for her to have another chance to emerge from jail and endanger lives. Yes, sir, madam. The black-wooling Hongwang sped away, leaving the villagers in a state of shock. What has happened? Jiang Qiui, alarmed, clutched the child and wept. Muan, are you all right? I am so sorry. I did not take care of you. Xue Jiayu blinked her grape-like eyes. Wow, how thrilling. This is just like a dramatic novel. Life is indeed like this. Several adults who heard her thoughts held their breaths, thinking how naive this child was, lacking any sense of crisis. Su Zhen wished to educate her, but was instead charmed by Xue Jiayu's praise. Grandma is truly formidable. During those years of conflict, she would have been a heroine. With such skill and spirit, she could easily be compared to Empress Dowager Cixi in ancient times. One remark soothed Su Zhen's temper. You little wastrel. Fine, I shall indulge you. It's not as if I cannot keep a closer eye on you in the future. In the midst of the earlier commotion, Ying Huanyu had unexpectedly fallen out of the car. Faced with this little one, the Xue family found themselves in a dilemma. Had Li Minxue not acted foolishly, they might have shown compassion and taken Ying Huanyu in. Yet, now, with the knowledge that her mother was threatening them in a mad frenzy, they felt no pity for her. The Xue family, carrying Xue Jiayu, prepared to leave, leaving Ying Huanyu on the ground for anyone else to pick up. It was no longer their concern. However, Xue Jiayu waved her arms in the swaddling cloth, babbling her disapproval. Ying Huanyu is a crucial character in this narrative. She cannot perish. I dare not imagine the consequences of altering the future. After all, the antagonist is still young. I believe that if our family adopts her, under the guidance of my parents and myself, she will not stray from the right path. Woe is me. Xue Jiayu pointed at the child on the ground, her expression conveying a resolute demand to be picked up, leaving the Xue family in a quandary. Although Xue Jiayu thought the adults did not comprehend her meaning, they were fully aware of her thoughts and the truth. Since little Bao had declared that this child was important, she should be taken care of. After all, the Xue family could easily provide for another mouth. Yet, Jiang Xiui was aware that Little Bao had warned that adopting someone with the surname Ing would bring misfortune to Xue Wangjun. Such ominous matters. Why would she want to provoke? After a lengthy silence, Xue Wangjun reluctantly picked up Ing Huanyu. Very well, very well. Jiayu is correct. She is still just a month-old infant. We shall guide her along the right path. Surely, nothing ill will come of it. Upon their return to the provincial city, Xue Wangjun, as a wealthy gentleman managing a factory, acquired a 2-story villa in this era. Mother, this is our hired nanny, Gulin. You may call her Sister Lan. Chapter 8. The new nanny Sister Lan was a carefully selected nanny by Xue Wangjun, displaying immense patience with the child and providing attentive care to Xue Jiayu. Su Suzhen wore an expression of skepticism. She disapproved of entrusting her child to outsiders, believing that no one could care for their child like their own family could. Sister Lan was astute, sensing the old lady's discomfort, and quickly addressed her with courtesy. Madam, should you require anything, just instruct me. Besides caring for the young lady, I can handle all household chores. Is that true? Su Suzhen Daobe? Household chores are exhausting. Can you truly manage both the child and the cooking and cleaning? Of course. Since I have accepted the gentleman's payment, it is my duty to work. No matter how arduous, I shall never complain. Sister Lan not only spoke these words but also lived by them, her diligence eventually winning over Su Suzhen. After all, everyone enjoys the comforts of life. After a lifetime of toil, who would not appreciate being carefully cared for in their old age? Thus, in a matter of days, Sister Lan had gained Su Suzhen's trust. Originally, she had been solely focused on the 2 children, but now she alternated shifts with Sister Lan to care for them. However, new issues arose. Sister Lan harbored no grievances against Xue Jiayu, for she was the legitimate daughter of the Xue family deserving of care. Yet, she found fault with Ing Huanyu in every regard. As one ages, one's discretion often wanes, leading to a desire for gossip. Having won over Su Suzhen, Sister Lan would chat with her about various matters, and before long, Su Suzhen divulged information about Li Minxue. She recounted how that wicked person had sought to harm Jiayu and had been imprisoned, while her son and daughter-in-law, with their kind hearts, were willing to adopt the daughter of their enemy and provide her with the same care and provisions as Jiayu. This statement deeply unsettled Sister Lan, who thought, is the Xue family merely a fool? They could adopt any child off the street rather than the daughter of their enemy. Rather than caring for Ing Huanyu, she would prefer to raise her grandson, who was just 3 years old and in need of financial support for schooling. With this thought in mind, Sister Lan's treatment of Ing Huanyu grew increasingly indifferent. She was clever. Her outward demeanor remained impeccable, ensuring the Xue family noticed nothing amiss, but privately. Xue Jiayu observed Sister Lan quietly applying salt to Ing Huanyu's mouth. Infants should not consume salt, and Sister Lan's intent was to induce kidney failure and cause her to perish unnoticed. Xue Jiayu grew anxious, but could not articulate her concerns or find a way to intervene. She could only wait for a weekend when Jiang Xiui would be present, and then she would cry softly. As Sister Lan discreetly finished feeding Ing Huanyu, Xue Jiayu clamored to climb onto her. Jiang Xiui, feeling a pang of jealousy, remarked, I've been away for just a few days, and why is Little Bao closer to you now? Sister Lan, adept at words, soothed Jiang Xiui, who was exceedingly pleased as she noticed Xue Jiyu's increasingly delicate complexion, further endearing Sister Lan to her. Sister Lan, you have cared for Little Bao so well. Wangjun and I are considering giving you a bonus at the end of the month. Would you prefer a large television or a substantial red envelope? Sister Lan's eyes sparkled with delight, overwhelmed by the generosity. Madam, you are too kind. This is all part of my duty. Listening to their flattery, Xue Jiyu silently rolled her eyes and then began nibbling on Sister Lan's fingers. Sister Lan had been secretly feeding Ing Huanyu salt for days. Although Su Suzhen had grown comfortable with her and was willing to leave the child in her care, she frequently checked in to ensure Sister Lan was not slacking. Consequently, Sister Lan had taken to hiding a packet of salt sewn into her sleeve, seizing the right moment to dip her finger into it and smear some on Xue Jiayu's mouth. Thus, a trace of salt should still linger on her fingers. Xue Jiyu planned to feign accidentally consuming the salt and then cry, knowing Jiang Xiui's concern for her would prompt an immediate check, naturally revealing the crystalline particles at the corner of her mouth. What Xue Jiyu did not anticipate was that she would not need to sacrifice herself. Jiang Xiui could hear all her thoughts, and just as she intended to engage Sister Lan politely, Jiang Qiui's expression suddenly turned serious. What is little Bao saying? The nanny has been feeding Ying Hu in Y salt for several consecutive days. As a mother, she is acutely aware of the dangers that salt poses to infants. She feels fortunate that LNSO did not turn her attention to GY. Otherwise, her heart might have been consumed by murderous rage. Yet, she is left questioning why LNSO would engage in such behavior. LNSO's fondness for GY is undeniable. So if she cherishes children, why would she harm Ying Hu and why? This question would soon be answered by Su GY. LNSO, I am sorry. But you are indeed in a difficult situation at home and have shown me kindness. However, I cannot idly stand by and watch another suffer. Ying Hu and Y has done nothing wrong. Even if she is unworthy of being our Su family's adopted daughter, your son cannot replace her. GY's realization dawns upon her, accompanied by a cold smirk. She had misjudged LNSO, who presented a facade of kindness while harboring a duplicitous nature. Like GY, she cannot accept a nanny who harbors such deep-seated malice, regardless of whether the harm is directed at GY or not. The nanny, motivated by self-interest, shows deference to GY while displaying contempt for Ying Hu and Y. If she encounters someone wealthier than the Su family, would she not be capable of similar treachery? Furthermore, her actions are utterly vile. Feeding salt to an infant is life-threatening. Had it not been for the cleverness of the little one, who instinctively avoids danger, the consequences could have been dire. Even if she did not intend to harm GY, the salt on her hands could easily find its way into GY's mouth, thereby endangering her child. In light of these factors, GY feels a tumultuous mix of gratitude and fury towards LNSO. Observing the Na'vi child's intention to reveal the truth by exposing herself to danger, GY swiftly covers GY's face, exclaiming, "Do not bite, LNSO, LNSO." Her mind, preoccupied with dreams of a large television, only realizes the gravity of the situation upon hearing GY's reprimand. She looks down to see GY stubbornly gnawing on her thumb. After a moment, she shifts to a sugary and petulant tone. LNSO, is it not normal for GY to want to chew on something now that she is teething? It is not hurt, so why not let her? Having devised a strategy to expose LNSO's faults and dismiss her, GY proceeds to confront her. As anticipated, LNSO panics at GY's words. "Madam, what do you mean? I am but a simple village woman, tough and resilient. The young lady can chew to her heart's content. However, I did not wash my hands and feared she might ingest something unclean." He smiles fondly, dismissing LNSO's concerns. "You are more meticulous than I am. We washed our hands before meals. GY is not so delicate. She chews on her fingers daily without issue, so chewing on yours will surely be just as harmless." He silently protests. "Nonsense. I do not chew my fingers daily. I am an adult. How could I exhibit such childish behavior? Perhaps on rare occasions, but that is merely an infant's instinct, unrelated to me." Su GY. NSO, with a stiff resolve, continues, "That is not my point. I meant to say the young lady is still small. Typically, children begin teething at 6 or 7 months, and GY is only 2 months old. It is better to continue breastfeeding her." "Oh," GY muses, narrowing her eyes. "I see. NSO thinks my GY is slow to develop teeth compared to other children." "Madam, that is not what I meant." LNSO, now on the verge of tears, realizes GY is deliberately complicating matters. Nevertheless, for the sake of her desires, she refrains from anger, pleading softly, "Madam, I was wrong. I did not care for the young lady properly. I shall wash my hands immediately to cleanly help her with teething." GY, however, is resolute. She walks over, picking up the child, inadvertently tugging at LNSO's sleeve. "No need. I shall take care of this myself." With a sudden ripping sound, GY gasps, looking down to find a pile of white powder scattered on the floor. LNSO's face pales as her legs weaken beneath her. She attempts to conceal the evidence with her stout physique, but the abundance of white salt is unmistakable to GY. "What is this, LNSO?" GY feigns ignorance, crouching to grasp a handful of the white powder. "This size is so familiar. Is it sugar or salt? Let me taste." Horrified, LNSO rushes forward, trembling, "Madam, no." But it is too late. GY has already sampled the granules, grimacing at the saltiness. This is deep well salt, isn't it? Oh, and S.O. bows her head, unable to utter a word. Madam, she stutters. But no explanation can absolve her of the fact that she has hidden salt. With the truth laid bare, GY successfully expels the nanny. Once she is gone, GY assumes that peace will return, yet unresolved issues linger. A new nanny has yet to be found. So GY takes a leave of absence to care for the child alongside SCHN. Under their diligent care, Yinghu-Ny's spirits improve. Though still slender, she exhibits a newfound vigor, akin to a newborn calf, expressing herself through cries and tantrums. Perhaps Yinghu-Ny senses that her revival is thanks to GY, and thus she becomes particularly attached to her. The two infants insist on sharing a cradle for their slumber. If Yinghu-Ny perceives GY's absence, she wails inconsolably. Her attachment to the little one results in GY frequently encountering her. Although GY has a natural inclination toward her daughter, she often desires to secretly embrace GY in the bedroom at night, only to have Yinghu-Ny discover her intentions. The moment GY leaves, Yinghu-Ny cries, unless she is allowed to sleep alongside GY. This behavior perplexes GY, who cannot fathom why the two children cannot simply coexist. It does not equate to treating them as her own. They should not be forced to share the same bed. GY finds this situation exceedingly puzzling and exhausting. GY hopes to alleviate some of the burden for GY, so she gestures to hold Yinghu-Ny, thinking this would calm her cries. However, this only intensifies Yinghu-Ny's distress, as she struggles fiercely for GY's embrace. Neither GY nor GY understands the true emotions of a young child. In hesitating, Yinghu-Ny seizes the opportunity to push GY, attempting to topple her from the crib. GY is taken aback, swiftly catching the little one. Is this an accident or mere coincidence? Seeing GY and GY so close together only deepens Yinghu-Ny's sorrow. She cries and rolls her body, as if wishing to tumble down and into GY's arms. This instinctual behavior enlightens GY. I see now, Yinghu-Ny is vying for affection. Children are perceptive. While she clings to me, she realizes that she has a mother as well, and as her sister, I cannot compete with that bond. If one were to label the little antagonist as inherently malevolent, her actions of pushing GY and attempting to harm herself only signify an unconscious instinctual response. Upon hearing GY's thoughts, GY experiences a moment of clarity. Raising two children is indeed a cumbersome task, especially with one vying for attention. Fearing the chaos of daily life, GY contemplates bringing GY to her workplace. If they are separated, how can there be competition for affection? GY works in the clothing factory owned by Xue Jiayu, managing finances. It is no secret that the couple jointly runs the factory. Thus, upon arriving at the clothing factory, all the employees gather with curiosity. GG, is this your child with Xue Ji? Oh my, she is truly adorable. Resembling a doll from a poster. The factory houses hundreds of employees in a single workshop, and a throng of onlookers gathers, causing GY to become flustered. She pondered whether to take Xiao Bao to Xue Jiayu's independent office, but she was unaware of who had spread the news that the factory director's daughter had arrived, causing an increasing crowd to gather. Hundreds, even thousands of people surged in, and during the push and shove, Jiang Qiui was knocked to the ground. Jiang Qiui cried out in pain, realizing the gravity of the situation. When she raised her hand again, she discovered that the child was gone. Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao. Jiang Qiui hurriedly searched, but there was no sign of the child amidst the throng. Jiang Qiui trembled with rage. Who took my child? I will call the police and check the surveillance. The employees were startled by Jiang Qiui's fury, exchanging glances. What on earth was happening? It was merely a gathering, yet now there were kidnappers involved? Chapter 10. This child is remarkable. Jiang Qiui had not anticipated such an occurrence. She had naively believed that in this era, the people were simple and honest, yet even in the most innocent of environments, darkness could take root. Moreover, Xue Jiayu and Jiang Qiui were both entrepreneurs dedicated to revitalizing rural areas, employing mostly laid-off workers and impoverished farmers who had not received formal education. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu found herself being passed from one person to another, sighing deeply within. It was not only the employees who lacked legal awareness and education. Even her parents, as the owners, were overly approachable. Lost in thought, Xue Jiayu was handed over to a group of rough-looking men in coarse garments. Boss, this is the daughter of the owner of the largest private clothing factory in the city. If you take her, you can extort a considerable sum. How about giving me a cut? Oh, is that true? The rough man was skeptical. He had heard of Xue Wangjun, a prominent figure whose success was widely known, and it was rumored he was making a fortune. Just look at the fabric and its quality. Ordinary families could never afford this. The man scrutinized Xue Jiayu closely and began to believe. All right, if this works, I'll share the profits. I've also snatched a man. If this goes well, we'll never have to worry about food and drink again. If only she were a bit older. But Xue Jiayu was merely a 2-month-old infant who had not yet been weaned, and even with extraordinary abilities, she could not contend with these human traffickers. Xue Jiayu was on the verge of tears as she was locked in a storage room. Wah wah, she cried pitifully, unable to articulate her distress or call for help. Just when she thought her life would end in such a tragic manner, someone approached and poked her cheek. What did you say? In the darkness, Xue Jiayu could not discern who it was, but sensed no malice. She immediately called out again, wah wah wah, help me, save me, save me. Zhang Nanqi was utterly astonished. He could not believe his ears. This infant was truly speaking. The 5-year-old genius Zhang Nanqi had mastered the art of maintaining an icy demeanor. And even after being kidnapped and imprisoned for an entire day, he had not furrowed his brow or spoken a word. Yet, the appearance of Xue Jiayu shattered his composure. How can infants speak? Unable to resist, Zhang Nanqi poked Xue Jiayu's cheek a few more times, finding her skin soft and delightful. Angered, Xue Jiayu bit down on Zhang Nanqi's finger. Unfortunately, she had no teeth, leaving only a wet smear. Wah wah wah, what are you doing? Save me, escape. Why are you poking me? This time, Zhang Nanqi realized that it was not the infant speaking, but rather her thoughts that he could hear, sparking his curiosity. In the quantum materialism text he had read, there was no mention of telepathy. Why was he experiencing such a miraculous phenomenon today? Curiosity dispelled his boredom. Following an accident 2 years prior, he had developed autism, and thus it was more accurate to say he had gone along with the traffickers rather than being forcibly taken. In his silence and solitude, Zhang Nanqi found the world exceedingly dull. Perhaps death, injury, and pain might alleviate his inner emptiness. However, Xue Jiayu was evidently desperate to survive. She repeatedly cried out for escape. Zhang Nanqi picked up the infant and resolved to flee. When Xue Jiayu realized she had finally been lifted, she felt a surge of joy. All right, kind-hearted person, let us escape together. Wait, why are you just a little kid? Once in his arms, Xue Jiayu sensed something was amiss. She was barely a meter off the ground. As she scrutinized him closely, she discerned that the one holding her was indeed a young boy. To her surprise, this boy was extraordinarily handsome, with villagers often saying she resembled a doll from a traditional painting, while this boy looked like a star from television, destined to become a heartthrob in the future. Wait, even if he is a little handsome, it doesn't matter. Our ages combined barely match the chest width of a criminal. How can this little boy possibly help me escape? I, Xue Jiayu, who has always been renowned, am destined to perish at the hands of these kidnappers today. Xue Jiayu lamented loudly, while Zhang Nanqi frowned. She did not trust him. Yet in an instant, Zhang Nanqi's mind could conjure up 100 or more escape plans. Regardless of the dozen or so burly men they faced, they were foolish. Zhang Nanqi felt displeased and retaliated by poking Xue Jiayu's cheek again, leaving a rosy mark on her fair skin. This peculiar little girl did not believe him, and he was determined to prove his worth. Since the accident 2 years ago, he had been like a wooden statue. Zhang Nanqi carried Xue Jiayu to the corner of the warehouse, picked up a stick, and surprisingly discovered a dog hole amid the debris. Xue Jiayu was astonished. This little boy is quite clever. He knows the dog hole is a way out. Why doesn't he escape himself? Zhang Nanqi had no desire to explain. After crawling out, he confidently strode toward the exit with Xue Jiayu on his back. Xue Jiayu, though an adult, felt utterly bewildered by Zhang Nanqi's agility. Little did she know, during his day in the warehouse, Zhang Nanqi had memorized the movements of the rough men solely by sound. He did not escape simply because he did not wish to, and Zhang Nanqi was unaware that Xue Jiayu's rich inner thoughts had sparked his irritation. He felt vexed and desired to prove his capabilities. After all, since the accident, he had been like a lifeless figure. Zhan Nanshi continued carrying Xue Jiayu until they reached the entrance of the hideout. Despite their small stature and frail appearance, they could easily slip through the gap in the locked door. Xue Jiayu was astounded and impressed. Without needing to be told, Zhan Nanshi already understood. The Xue family? It seemed to be a recent business partner of his father S. Nanshi. Chapter 11. Returning home with the young handsome boy, a noble woman clad in a black robe and high heels rushed forward, tightly embracing Zhan Nanshi. Her fair face streaked with tears. Nanshi, we finally found you. You nearly frightened your father and me to death. The noble woman was Zhan Nanshi's mother, Jiang Pero. Shortly thereafter, a man resembling Zhan Nanshi by 50% rushed in, breathless, and enveloped the two in an exuberant embrace. Among them was Xue Jiayu, still cradled in Zhan Nanshi's arms. Finally found you. It's your father's fault for not protecting you. Hey. You're going to suffocate me. I can't breathe. Xue Jiayu was in great distress. Goodness, was she to face such a hasty demise in this life? Hearing her thoughts, Zhan Nanshi gently pushed his parents aside, maintaining the same demeanor as before. Starkly contrasting with the emotional Zhan family, Zhan Aoxiang immediately called for the driver, but as he reached for his mobile phone, he noticed Xue Jiayu in Zhan Nanshi's arms and pointed at her, asking, "Where did this child come from?" Zhan Nanshi instinctively turned to the side, frowning slightly. "Dad, don't move." The driver arrived, and the Zhan family, affluent and influential, drove an exceedingly rare Hongqi. Xue Jiayu waved her arms, resembling lotus roots. While the Xue family Santana was also a commendable vehicle, albeit slightly inferior compared to the Hongqi. However, why did the name Zhan Nanshi sound so familiar? Before she could recall who Zhan Nanshi was, Jiang Perong suddenly apologized while cupping her son's small face. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Jiang Perong's words were filled with emotion, prompting Zhan Aoxiang to feel a lump in his throat as he watched his wife's heartfelt display. Zhan Nanshi lowered his head slightly, initially reluctant to speak, but as he observed Jiang Perong on the verge of fainting from crying, he slowly uttered a few words, just a casual stroll. Xue Jiayu's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him. "You were kidnapped. Aren't you going to tell your parents?" "My goodness, what a charming young lad. I need to reassess my perspective." Zhan Nanshi refrained from informing his parents about the abduction, knowing that they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to track down the kidnappers, a pursuit he deemed unnecessary. He preferred not to waste time on futile matters. After sensing Xue Jiayu's thoughts, he lowered his gaze and raised an eyebrow, signaling her to be quiet. Although Xue Jiayu could not comprehend his expression, she felt an inexplicable sense of intimidation and nestled into his embrace like a well-behaved child. Fatigue washed over her, and within moments, Xue Jiayu fell asleep. "Are you tired? Would you like mommy to hold you?" Jiang Perong was about to take the baby when Zhan Nanshi turned to the side, avoiding her. "No need." Jiang Perong exchanged a surprised glance with her husband. Zhan Nanshi had never so directly expressed his feelings, whether joy or sorrow, fondness or disdain. He always maintained an indifferent facade, which had left them quite worried. It was astonishing that he had just openly conveyed his reluctance and unwillingness. When Xue Jiayu awoke, she found herself in a warm, cozy house. Stretching her limbs, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity with the layout. However, before she could ponder further, a beautiful face suddenly loomed before her. "Son, come here, she's awake." Jiang Perong called for Zhan Nanshi to watch the child while she prepared formula. Having long outgrown the need for milk, Zhan Nanshi had requested the driver to buy this imported formula. As he approached, Xue Jiayu grasped the zipper of his jacket, pouting slightly with a look of grievance. "You scared me just now. I thought this charming young lad had abandoned me. It turned out she was worried about this." A flicker of emotion crossed Zhan Nanshi's eyes, but he did not pull away. Instead, he allowed her to hold on. "Nanshi, the milk is ready. Mommy will feed her, all right?" Jiang Perong suggested. But Zhan Nanshi directly took the bottle and brought it to Xue Jiayu's lips. The adorable little bundle eagerly opened her mouth to drink. Jiang Perong was once again amazed at how kind her son was to this infant. While the Zhan family's wealth could easily support 1,000 babies, Zhan Aoxiang found it difficult to trust this child of unknown origins. He felt it would be best to send her away sooner rather than later, fearing that trouble might arise otherwise. Just as Jiang Perong was about to nod in agreement, she caught sight of Zhan Nanshi abruptly looking up, and she altered her intended words. "Let Nanshi decide whether to send her to the police station." Xue Jiayu blinked, uncertain of her fate, only hoping that Zhang Nanqi would not abandon her. No need to report to the police. I'm the daughter of the Xue family. Zhang Aoxiang's eyes widened. The Xue family? The one that runs the clothing factory? Son, how do you know this? This was also a source of curiosity for Xue Jiayu, and she looked at Zhang Nanqi with wide, watery eyes, eager for an explanation. I saw Madame Xue taking her out to bask in the sun in the community. What? I live next door to this charming young lad. This is surreal. I need a moment to process. Xue Jiayu was so engrossed in her thoughts that saliva dribbled down her chin. Zhang Nanqi, expressionless, handed her a tissue to clean herself and instructed his father to contact Xue Wangjun. All right, got it. Zhang Aoxiang sat by the phone, puzzled. Who was the parent here? And who was the child? Nevertheless, he set aside his confusion and called the Xue family, but no one answered. So, he dialed the Xue clothing factory and, after several transfers, finally reached Xue Wangjun, who was frantic about locating his daughter. Upon hearing this, he immediately exclaimed, "Give me the address. I'll come right over." As they provided the address, Zhang Nanqi placed Xue Jiayu on the sofa and stood up to leave. Just a few steps away, a loud wail erupted behind him. Chapter 12. Clinging to him, Zhang Nanqi turned around, seeing the little bundle of joy with tears and snot streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. "Wah, I only know you in this house. Are you going to leave me?" Zhang Nanqi, disinterested in explaining that he merely needed to use the restroom, picked her up and gently patted her back. Xue Jiayu immediately quieted down, determined to endure until her father arrived. Their interaction amused Jiang Peirong, who had been observing them closely, and she attempted to take Xue Jiayu from Zhang Nanqi. "Come, let mommy hold you for a while." Jiang Peirong, adorned with the latest imported perfume, inadvertently triggered Xue Jiayu's cries, prompting her to quickly set the child down. "Why is this little one crying incessantly?" "It's your perfume that's too strong," Xue Jiayu retorted through her sobs, turning her head to hiccup, feeling extraordinarily indignant. Jiang Peirong felt disheartened. "Do you truly dislike me that much?" "It's not you I dislike." Zhang Nanqi repositioned himself, holding Xue Jiayu further away, and she immediately ceased her cries. "It's your perfume that she dislikes." Both pairs of large eyes focused on him. Xue Jiayu thought, "How does he know?" Jiang Peirong queried, "How do you know?" Zhang Nanqi appeared to ignore them, turning to fetch water for Xue Jiayu. In the following moments, whenever Jiang Peirong attempted to hold Xue Jiayu, the child would unleash a cacophony of wails until Zhang Nanqi took her back into his arms. Not only did Jiang Peirong attempt this, but Zhang Aoxiang also tried to carry Xue Jiayu, only to be met with her cries that sent him scurrying away before he could even pick her up. Seated on the opposite side of the sofa, they whispered to each other as they watched the baby quietly drinking milk in their son's embrace. "Is my vision deceiving me? My son is cradling her in one arm while holding a book in the other. I was just about to ask if I was seeing things too. It looks like he cherishes her like a precious gem. One would think she's a child bride. However, if that were the case, it wouldn't be so bad." Observing the beautiful features and fair skin of the swaddled infant, she would undoubtedly grow into a stunning beauty. Not only did Zhang Aoxiang and his wife struggle to get close to Xue Jiayu, but even Aunt Jiang, the family nanny, was unable to hold her. Aunt Jiang, boasting about her 30 years of childcare experience, volunteered to care for Xue Jiayu. However, the moment she reached out to the baby, a sudden realization struck her. This sounds familiar. Zhang Nanqi was the object of affection for the character in the original story, and Aunt Jiang, being the Zhang family nanny, had not been kind to him during his illness, so she was unlikely to treat Xue Jiayu well either. As Aunt Jiang extended her hand, Xue Jiayu began to cry without warning, her voice clear and resonant, expressing her unwillingness. Jiang Peirong quickly urged Aunt Jiang to step back. "The child may be shy." "It's all right, Aunt Jiang. You go about your business and let her stay with Nanqi." "All right then." Aunt Jiang, not wishing to create an awkward situation, forced a smile in response to Jiang Peirong, but shot a glare at Xue Jiayu as she turned away. Unexpectedly, Xue Jiayu was gazing at her with wide, crystal-clear eyes. Aunt Jiang was taken aback by this gaze, nearly losing her balance. How terrifying! How can a baby of only 2 or 3 months possess such an expression? This cannot be a mere child. Shuddering, Aunt Jiang hastily retreated to the kitchen to prepare food. Although Zhang Nanqi maintained a stable demeanor, he was only 5 years old. Noticing the time nearing 6 o'clock, when he usually retreated to his room to read, he began to fidget with his hands. The moment a woman's fair and slender arms opened, Xue Jiayu burst into tears, clinging desperately to Zhang Nanqi. I want to stay with the charming young lad. I'm not going anywhere. I won't be a bother to you. Why won't you take me along? Her distress was palpable as she let out a tiny milk burp. Zhang Nanqi, feeling helpless, patted her back until she calmed down, then lifted her up as he stood. I will take her with me. Huh? Jiang Peirong hastily intervened, fearing that if she succumbed to tears, it would be impossible to read. Be good, let mommy handle it. I have my methods. Xue Jiayu fervently shook her head, though to outsiders it merely appeared as a slight twist of her neck. I will be good. I promise. She would indeed behave. Zhang Nanqi spoke her thoughts with an air of calm, leaving Xue Jiayu momentarily astonished. Jiang Peirong, finding herself at a loss, could only say, if it becomes unmanageable, call mommy. According to her estimation, it would be less than 10 minutes before Xue Jiayu would start to fuss. However, to her surprise, the next hour in Zhang Nanqi's room remained remarkably tranquil, with the only sounds not being those of an infant's cries. Unable to contain her overwhelming curiosity, Jiang Peirong stealthily opened a crack in the door and peered inside, only to discover Zhang Nanqi teaching Xue Jiayu how to read. She stifled a gasp, knowing that her son typically immersed himself in complex physics texts, difficult even for seasoned graduate students to comprehend, let alone a mere infant. Yet, this child he had taken under his wing was obediently following along. Before her arrival in this world, Xue Jiayu had been a university student, tempered by the rigors of college entrance examinations, and understanding such terminologies was not beyond her grasp. Although the material was tedious, she dared not protest, for simply being in the company of a handsome young man sufficed. However, he reads too swiftly. I scarcely finish a page before he turns to the next. There's not even a hint of gentlemanly demeanor. Little handsome guy, can you not wait for me? Yet, he looks so dashing while reading, with those profound eyes and long lashes. I long to touch them. Yawning, Xue Jiayu felt Zhang Nanqi's page turning slow down noticeably, having completed the content on the page twice. He estimated that Xue Jiayu had also finished before he turned the page. Escape velocity of the universe? What is that? Can it be eaten? Zhang Nanqi smirked, pondering for a moment. Ultimately, he stood up, retrieved a bamboo dragonfly from the bookshelf, and handed it to her. Xue Jiayu looked at him in confusion. What are you doing? Do you think I'm a cat playing with me? Zhang Nanqi set down the bamboo dragonfly, noticing her lips were somewhat dry, and went to pour her a drink. He prepared a mixture of hot and cold water in a 3-to-7 ratio, spooning it for her to sip. Initially resistant, she recalled the amusing image of Wu Dalong taking medicine and opened her mouth, allowing him to feed her a spoonful. Wu Dalong taking medicine, that cracked me up. Xue Jiayu was amused by her own thoughts, completely oblivious to Zhang Nanqi's helpless gaze. Jiang Peirong, on the other hand, was taken aback by the scene before her. Her son was actually caring for someone? Following that incident, Zhang Nanqi had been confirmed to have autism, unable to interact with others like a typical person, living in his own world. Yet today, he had willingly opened his heart to a small child. Chapter 13. Standing up for just as Zhang Nanqi fed her some water, then placed the bamboo dragonfly into her hands, carefully fraying the edges to avoid any sharp edges that might harm her delicate fingers. He resumed his reading, while Xue Jiayu fiddled with the bamboo dragonfly, her thoughts drifting far away. In the original narrative, Zhang Nanqi hailed from a prestigious family, with 3 generations involved in business. The family enterprise once flourishing to the extent of rivaling nations. His parents, preoccupied with their affairs, had enlisted Aunt Jiang to care for him, who, while generously compensated, took advantage of the situation. Before Zhang Aoxiang and his wife, Aunt Jiang presented herself impeccably, managing Zhang Nanqi's daily needs with great care, making him appear ever so polished in their eyes. Little did they know that the beautiful garments he donned were changed just 5 minutes before their arrival, and due to their infrequent use, they appeared perpetually pristine. The hot meals were also hastily prepared by Aunt Jiang, who, when alone with Zhang Nanqi, would serve him a bowl of plain rice soaked in water while she indulged in a fine steak purchased by Jiang Peirong. Zhang Nanqi, a privileged young master, had to pour his own hot water, and if he accidentally spilled, Aunt Jiang would push him around, berating him for his clumsiness. The most outrageous part was Aunt Jiang's knowing of Zhang Nanqi's autism, yet locking him in a cramped storage room for amusement, often for 2 hours. Her motive was simple. She resented the Zhang family's wealth. Just one of Jiang Perong's skincare products equated to half a year's living expenses for Aunt Zhang's family. And a car purchased by Zhan Aoxiang would require 10 years of toil from her parents. The most infuriating aspect was this child, who suffered from a condition she had never even heard of, needing hundreds to thousands for a single doctor's visit. Aunt Jiang, filled with disdain at their lavish spending, sought to torment Zhan Nanqi as a means of venting her frustration. She took advantage of his autism, knowing he would not speak out, maintaining a facade of propriety while neglecting even to tidy his wardrobe. Zhan Aoxiang and his wife remained oblivious to Aunt Jiang's deceit, spending exorbitantly to employ someone who mistreated their child. Aunt Jiang is far too cruel to the little handsome guy. I must do something about it. Zhan Nanqi, hearing her words, calmly turned the page, as if he had not heard a thing. The notion of taking revenge did not concern him. Xue Jiayu caught sight of Jiang Perong watching from the doorway, and an idea struck her. She struggled to pry open Zhan Nanqi's wardrobe. The infant could only babble, and Zhan Nanqi stood up with her. Just as she was about to yank open the wardrobe door, she found her strength insufficient, straining hard but achieving no movement. Zhan Nanqi simply held her, not intending to assist, finding her puffed-up face adorably amusing. Just as Xue Jiayu was on the verge of opening the wardrobe, Jiang Perong suddenly rushed in. Be careful. She had barely pulled them apart when a suitcase perched atop the wardrobe toppled to the ground with a thunderous crash. Are you both all right? The woman anxiously checked on the two children, surprised to find them both calm. Xue Jiayu blinked, regretting that she had been so close to unveiling Aunt Zhang's true nature. Nanqi, let mommy see. Did your foot get hit? Zhan Nanqi shook his head. Jiang Perong felt a lump in her throat. Was he still unwilling to speak? She turned to examine Xue Jiayu, further puzzled as the infant showed no signs of fear, her gaze cooler than her own. This was exceedingly strange. What was with this child? Just as Jiang Perong was about to speak, the sound of a car entering the courtyard interrupted her, followed by Zhan Aoxiang calling for her. Dear Boss Hua has arrived. She had no choice but to lead Zhan Nanqi and Xue Jiayu downstairs. Xue Jiayu cast a regretful glance at the wardrobe. So close. I was about to expose Aunt Zhang's true character. What if I leave and Aunt Zhang bullies him again? This is driving me crazy. If he cannot take care of himself properly, he should just come to my house. Zhan Nanqi lowered his head slightly, catching sight of Xue Jiyu's furrowed little face, resembling the folds of a dumpling, and could not help but smile. Jiang Perong intended to remind him to be cautious on the stairs, but upon turning, she was taken aback by her son's rare smile, almost losing her footing. Nanqi, did you just smile? Jiang Perong's voice trembled, incredulous at what she had just witnessed. That smile vanished too swiftly for her to be certain it had not been a figment of her imagination. Zhan Aoxiang, noticing their delay, was about to ascend the stairs to hurry them along, but upon seeing them standing on the staircase, he exclaimed, Come down quickly. What are you standing there for? Aunt Jiang went to open the door, and Xue Wangjun hurried in, appearing disheveled, urgently asking, Where's my daughter? Right here. Jiang Perong gestured for Zhan Nanqi to hand the child back to Xue Wangjun. Yet, as Zhan Nanqi passed Xue Jiayu to him, they both heard a tender cry. No. Xue Wangjun's lips twitched. What was wrong with his little treasure? Pricked by his stubble, Xue Jiayu grimaced and struggled. Stinky daddy, your stubble hurts me. I want the little handsome guy. Xue Wangjun quickly raised his head, glancing at the young man who, despite his youth, possessed striking features and a cool demeanor. Could this boy be the suitor his daughter had chosen? I am profoundly grateful to you, Boss Zhan and Madame Zhan. After my daughter went missing, both my wife and I were on the brink of madness. Without your assistance, we truly would not have known what to do. As he spoke, Xue Wangjun prepared to bow in gratitude. Zhan Aoxiang had heard of Xue's garment factory and was aware of the owner's benevolent nature, often engaging in charitable deeds. Though they had conducted some business together, they were not particularly close, and Zhan Aoxiang held a favorable impression of Xue Wangjun. You are too courteous, Boss Xue. The most important thing is that you have found her. By the way, where did you locate my daughter? How rude of this young man. Just as Xue Wangjun silently chastised, he heard his daughter exclaim, Wow, he's so handsome, so cool. I'm totally in love. Zhan Nanqi awkwardly adjusted his posture. Slightly turning his head, Xue Wangjun chuckled nervously, never anticipating that his daughter would be such a little infatuate. Meanwhile, the oblivious Zhan couple warmly invited Xue Wangjun to join them for a meal. Zhan Aoxiang insisted it was too much, escorting them to the door. Zhang Nanqi turned and ascended the stairs, but just as he stepped onto the first step, he heard a heart-wrenching cry behind him. "I want the handsome guy." Chapter 14. Finding a solution, the Zhang couple only heard the baby's cries, but Xue Wangjun and Zhang Nanqi clearly understood. Xue Wangjun's face flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly cradled his daughter, relieved that others could not comprehend. Yet, he remained unaware of Zhang Nanqi's halted footsteps. This baby truly has a curious mind, with thoughts that know no bounds. The Xue and Zhang families lived in close proximity. The Santana emerged from the Zhang courtyard and took a right turn, traveling 50 meters to reach the Xue residence. As Xue Wangjun shielded his precious daughter's head, they had barely exited the vehicle when Jiang Qiui and Su Suzhen rushed out. "Little treasure, you scared your mother to death. Come here for a hug." Jiang Qiui snatched the baby from her husband's arms, tears streaming down her face from concern. Su Suzhen tiptoed to check if her granddaughter was injured, and upon seeing Xue Jiyu's fair complexion and clean attire, she felt somewhat reassured. Yes, we must express our gratitude to the handsome guy. Perhaps we can even arrange a betrothal." The expressions of Xue Wangjun, Jiang Qiui, and Su Suzhen froze in unison. Their little treasure was indeed quite outgoing. Xue Wangjun wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, sighing gently, worried that she might object. Little did he know, Jiang Qiui was more than willing to entertain the idea. "Well, Aunt Lana's just left, and Mom is getting older. She can't be expected to take care of the little one. I should take care of her myself, so everyone can rest easy." The operations of the garment factory had already fallen into a routine. Although Jiang Qiui managed the accounts and finances, her primary responsibility was to settle the suppliers' payments and workers' wages at the end of the month. Upon learning that her daughter-in-law would be at home caring for their granddaughter, Su Suzhen immediately offered to help, vowing not to clash with her daughter-in-law. Thus, the three of them settled the matter, unaware that Xue Jiayu had her own plans. She needed to devise a way to assist the handsome guy. Otherwise, given his reticence, what if that nanny mistreated him? She had to find a method to alert the Zhang couple and unveil the nanny's true nature. Yet, she was still an infant who required someone to carry her wherever she went. Xue Jiayu stared at the pristine ceiling, pondering how to help Zhang Nanqi. The following morning, after Xue Wangjun left for the factory, only Jiang Qiui, Su Suzhen, and the two children remained at home. When Xue Jiayu opened her eyes, Huanyu was still fast asleep. Upon seeing that her little treasure had awakened, Jiang Qiui immediately prepared milk powder, cradling her in her arms to feed her. Watching the little one happily suckle the bottle, Jiang Qiui's heart brimmed with love. Just as she leaned down to kiss her baby, she suddenly heard her sigh deeply. Sigh. She wished to assist the handsome guy, but at this moment, she could not even roll over without help. What could she do? Upon hearing her daughter's lament, Jiang Qiui's heart tightened, recalling the tumultuous events of the past few days. Her little treasure must be feeling down. Today, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze blowing, Jiang Qiui promptly decided to take her little one for a stroll around the neighborhood. She dared not venture far, fearing she might lose her again. Jiang Qiui instructed Su Suzhen to look after Huanyu while she took her little treasure out. Yay, I can go outside. Xue Jiayu imagined whether she might encounter the handsome guy in the neighborhood, giggling with delight. Seeing her daughter smile reassured Jiang Qiui that taking her little one out was indeed the right choice. The community's landscaping was meticulously maintained, featuring a man-made lake among the villas, surrounded by artificial grass. Jiang Qiui settled on the grass with her baby, and Xue Jiayu, upon lifting her gaze, spotted the Zhang family's entrance. Yesterday, when Xue Wangjun took her away, she had glanced outside and remembered it vividly. That was the Zhang residence. Little treasure, look at how wonderful the weather is today. Do you want to crawl on the grass? It will be so pleasant. Xue Jiayu waved her little hands, pointing towards the Zhang family's direction, while Jiang Qiui looked on, perplexed. What's the matter, little treasure? Do you need to relieve yourself? Of course not. Xue Jiayu glared, indignant. Mom is a silly beauty. Can't you see? I want to go to the Zhang family. Jiang Qiui chuckled knowingly. It turned out her little one wished to visit the Zhang family. However, why did she want to go there? Jiang Qiui feigned ignorance, turning in the opposite direction with Xue Jiayu in her arms. It seems my little treasure doesn't want to play here. Let us go check out the scenery over there instead. The little dumpling struggled even more vigorously, her tiny hands nearly striking Jiang Qiui's face. I don't want to go. I want to go. I want to find a handsome guy. Let me go to the Zhan family. Xue Jiayu was so preoccupied with her struggle that she failed to notice Jiang Qiui's subtly curling lips. So, it was to find the handsome guy that she was so eager. How adorable. Yet, Jiang Qiui couldn't help but worry. Her little treasure had just turned 1 month old. Surely, she couldn't be so easily swayed by a man at such a tender age. As they moved farther away from the Zhan residence, Xue Jiayu suddenly twisted, nearly tumbling from Jiang Qiui's grasp. This startled Jiang Qiui, who promptly set aside her playful demeanor and coaxed. All right, little treasure, let us go explore another area. Shall we? Finally, Xue Jiayu ceased her wriggling, resting her head against Jiang Qiui's shoulder to regain her breath. When will I be able to speak? This babbling is so hindering to my expression. Jiang Qiui stifled a laugh, wishing to tell her that though she could not yet speak, it did not impede the bond they shared. Nevertheless, her little treasure was endearing in every way. As they passed the Zhan residence, Xue Jiayu excitedly wriggled in her embrace. Jiang Qiui understood immediately and halted. On the gatepost, the character Zhan gleamed brightly, and Jiang Qiui feigned astonishment. The ones who saved you yesterday must be from the Zhan family, right? Now that we are here, we should properly greet them. Yes, Mom truly understands me. I love you, Mom. Jiang Qiui was both amused and exasperated as she pressed the doorbell to the Zhan residence. Once, twice, thrice. No one answered, and no one came to open the door. Glancing at her exquisite watch, Jiang Qiui murmured, "It's 9:15. Mr. Zhan and Madame Zhan should be at work by now. Could it be that the nanny took the child out to buy groceries, leaving no one at home?" Impossible. Xue Jiayu vehemently refuted in her heart. That nanny from the Zhan family would skim off the top, even when buying groceries. How could she possibly take the handsome guy out? To save trouble, she even locks the handsome guy in the storage room. She might be doing the same now. Chapter 15. Locked in the storage room what? Locked in the storage room? That is utterly outrageous. As a new mother, Jiang Qiui was overflowing with maternal instinct and immediately decided to clarify the matter. She glanced around and promptly made her way toward a nearby security booth. One of the selling points of this upscale villa community was its robust security, with a security booth every 50 meters being a strict requirement. Upon noticing Jiang Qiui approaching, the guard quickly opened the window and saluted her. "Dear esteemed homeowner, is there anything I can assist you with?" Jiang Qiui inquired, pointing towards the Zhan residence. "Have you seen their nanny leave?" The security guard pondered for a moment before solemnly nodding. "Yes, about 10 minutes ago." "Did she leave alone?" The guard nodded again, affirming, "Indeed." Without further ado, it was evident that the nanny had departed, leaving the child unattended at home. Even if the child was not locked in a storeroom, it was still an exceedingly perilous situation to leave a child alone, as any malfunctioning electrical appliance could potentially lead to a catastrophic fire. Xue Jiayu was fuming internally. She truly left Zhan Nanqi alone at home. Was he locked in the storeroom, or confined to his room? This is outrageous. If a fire were to occur, Zhan Nanqi would have no way to escape and would be left to perish. Jiang Qiui was drenched in cold sweat and hastily borrowed the phone from the security booth to call Xue Wangjun. Xue Wangjun, who was busy sorting through newly arrived fabrics at the factory, answered the call with a hint of impatience. "Who is it?" Jiang Qiui, in a state of panic, urged. "Just tell him I saw their child locked on the balcony and unable to enter the room." All right, don't panic. I will contact them immediately," Xue Wangjun replied, hanging up and promptly dialing Zhan Aoxiang. In anticipation of expressing gratitude to the Zhan family in the future, Xue Wangjun had specifically requested Zhan Aoxiang's contact information, not expecting it to be needed so soon. Zhan Aoxiang and his wife were in a meeting with partners when they received Xue Wangjun's call. Although surprised, they answered, "Mr. Xue, what is the matter? Is it urgent?" Zhan Aoxiang was first startled, then suspicious. Surely the nanny is at home. How could he be left alone on the balcony? Could it be that Mrs. Xue misinterpreted? "My wife saw clearly. There is a child on your balcony," Xue Wangjun asserted with conviction, leaving Zhan Aoxiang with no choice but to respond. "All right, I understand. Thank you for informing me. Aunt Jiang has always taken excellent care of Nanqi. She would never make such a grievous mistake. I suspect Mrs. Xue is mistaken." Just as Zhan Aoxiang was about to light a cigarette, Jiang Peirong snatched it from him and tossed it into the trash. Xue Jiayu immediately widened her eyes. Jiang Qiui naturally supported her and felt uneasy leaving without ensuring everything was all right, politely declining the security guard's suggestion. The guard, unable to object, allowed her to occupy a clean spot while he attentively stood his post. Within half an hour, a red car entered their line of sight. Zhang Aoxiang and his wife parked in the yard, and Jiang Peirong promptly leaned forward to glance at the balcony, not spotting Zhang Nanqi. The next moment, she was halted by Jiang Peirong's hand. Wait a moment. Don't you find this a bit strange? Jiang Peirong stepped out of the car to check the front door, her expression growing serious. The tightly shut door suggested Aunt Jiang had gone grocery shopping, yet Nanqi's shoes remained inside. Was Nanqi alone in the house? Zhang Aoxiang, alarmed, immediately exited the car and began calling out for Zhang Nanqi inside the house. So, Nanqi. The couple searched the entirety of the Zhang residence, particularly Zhang Nanqi's room and the study where he frequently spent his time, but found no trace of him. Jiang Peirong's voice had transformed from calm to hoarse, her final calls barely escaping her throat. Son, where are you? Please come out. Don't frighten your parents. Just as Zhang Aoxiang was about to call the police, he suddenly heard a noise at the door. It turned out to be a beautiful woman accompanied by Xue Jiayu, who had just left their home the previous day. Isn't this Mr. Xue's daughter? You are Mrs. Xue. Zhang Aoxiang quickly ushered them inside. Jiang Peirong was solely focused on finding her son and did not bother to greet Jiang Qiui. Observing the anxious expressions on Zhang Aoxiang and his wife, Xue Jiayu thought to herself that they truly loved their son, which made matters easier. Jiang Qiui exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Aoxiang, although she was uncertain about her purpose for entering. However, since her daughter wished to enter, she accompanied her. The little girl's large eyes scanned the room, quickly locking onto the small storage space beneath the stairs, pointing at it with her chubby little finger while uttering baby sounds. Yet, Zhang Aoxiang and his wife were completely oblivious. Jiang Qiui had no choice but to feign curiosity, asking, "Little treasure, are you going there? Mr. Zhang, what room is that?" Zhang Aoxiang casually glanced. That's the storeroom. Wait, Peirong, didn't we forget to check the storeroom earlier? Yes, but it's so small. How could Nanqi possibly be inside? Jiang Peirong shook her head, her intuition insisting it was improbable. Chapter 16. Visiting the Xue residence, Zhang Aoxiang, clinging to a desperate hope, approached the storeroom door, only to find it locked. His expression darkened as a thought surged within him. It was only when he used a spare key to unlock the door that this notion was confirmed. The dim, cramped storeroom was cluttered with items. A moldy mop standing in the corner, emitting a foul odor. And beside the mop stood Zhang Nanqi. The small child wore an expressionless face, seemingly oblivious to the stench. Upon seeing his parents, he displayed no joy or grievance, merely gazing at them calmly. Jiang Peirong immediately embraced her son, her heart aching. Nanqi, why are you alone in the storeroom? Xue Jiayu was infuriated, finding the nanny's actions utterly disgraceful. This is just one of many wrongdoings she has committed. That nanny has not cared for him properly at all. She has prepared food for him, only giving him cold water, nearly causing him to catch a cold. What use is a nanny like this? Jiang Qiui was taken aback, realizing the nanny's true nature, while Xue Jiayu was indignant over the nanny's misdeeds. The subject of their concern, Zhang Nanqi, seemed unfazed as he walked towards the living room. As the only cherished son of the Zhang family, he had been subjected to such harsh treatment. Zhang Aoxiang's anger flared, and he immediately sought to confront the nanny. Jiang Peirong, equally enraged, still retained her composure and restrained her husband from losing control. She offered a polite smile, saying, "Mrs. Xue, thank you for your assistance today." The two mothers exchanged courteous pleasantries, but Xue Jiyu's thoughts were solely fixated on Zhang Nanqi, silently urging herself to sit beside him. Jiang Qiui, feeling helpless, obliged her daughter's wishes and pretended to care for Zhang Nanqi, sitting beside him. "Hello, little friend. Wow, how cool." Jiang Qiui sighed, worried that her precious child would grow up to be captivated by men outside. Yet here she was, already mesmerized by Zhang Nanqi. Nevertheless, with the matter resolved, it was inappropriate for them to linger at the Zhang residence. As Jiang Qiui picked up her daughter, preparing to take their leave, Xue Jiayu quickly grasped the hem of Zhang Nanqi's clothing, refusing to let go. Zhang Nanqi raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Having succeeded, Xue Jiayu chuckled to herself. No one's going to separate me from this handsome boy." Jiang Qiui found the situation amusing, wondering if her daughter was not someone else's child. However, since her little treasure wished to play with Zhang Nanqi, it was not a difficult matter. With a stroke of inspiration, she smiled warmly. "Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, I believe it would be best for you to address the issue with your nanny. Such matters should not be discussed in front of the child. If you don't mind, I can take your son to my home to play for a while. Jiang Peirong felt her suggestion was reasonable. But regarding their son's temperament, she replied, Mrs. Xue, thank you for your kind offer, but Nanchi has a rather unique disposition and may be reluctant to go. To everyone's surprise, Jean Nanchi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. I want to go. Jean Aoxiang and his wife nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. Was this truly their son? It was well known that after their son was diagnosed with autism, he had never visited another home, nor did he wish to remain at home for long. Yet now, he was voluntarily expressing a desire to go to the Xue residence. Jean Aoxiang was left wondering if the sun had risen in the west today. Unlike his parents' excitement, Jean Nanchi did not speak again after making his declaration. Jiang Qiui cast an inquiring glance at the couple, Jean Aoxiang and his wife, seeking their approval. With their son's willingness to partake, they had no grounds for dissent and promptly expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Qiui relayed her address, inviting them to come by at any time to collect him. However, she added a caveat regarding whether her daughter would permit them to take him. The couple exuberantly bid farewell to her, reveling in the joy that their son was eager to visit another family. Jiang Ai spat on the ground in disdain, musing, do they dare to insult me? They still expect me to care for their ailing son. Little did she anticipate the tempestuous wrath of Jean Aoxiang and his wife awaiting her. Upon entering their home, she was greeted with a frosty reception from Jean Aoxiang, causing her to drop the basket of vegetables she was carrying. Are you sure he is in the room? Jiang Peirong inquired, stepping forward. Jiang Ai took 2 steps back, noticing the door to the storage room ajar, hastily concocting an excuse. Sir, it's just that the young master is quite mischievous. He ran around with me, and I had no choice but to confine him in the storage room. Do you truly believe that? Jiang Peirong challenged. Nanchi has been diagnosed with autism. He cannot possibly wander about. Jiang Ai found herself at a loss for words under the weight of Jiang Peirong's interrogation. Though she wished to plead for leniency, Jean Aoxiang was resolute in his decision to involve the authorities. The police arrived swiftly at the Jean residence, escorting Jiang Ai away. In stark contrast to the Jean household, the Xue home exuded warmth and comfort. Upon entering, Jean Nanchi was captivated by the resplendent crystal chandelier. Nanchi, come sit down. Make yourself at home, Jiang Qiui encouraged. She intended to serve him water, but was momentarily flustered as she cradled Xue Jiayu, prompting her to call for Xue Suzhen to assist. Upon descending, Xue Suzhen was instantly taken with the striking young boy. Oh my, where did this child come from? Jiang Qiui succinctly explained Jean Nanchi's situation, eliciting a wave of sympathy from Xue Suzhen. This is outrageous. How could a child be treated in such a manner? Xue Suzhen, who already had a fondness for children, particularly boys, immediately set about preparing a delicious meal for Jean Nanchi. Throughout this, Xue Jiyu's gaze remained fixed on Jean Nanchi. Hee, let him stay in my house. Just look at how well my family treats you. Jean Nanchi twitched at the corner of his mouth. In truth, his parents were not unkind to him. Jiang Qiui and Xue Suzhen, overhearing her thoughts, exchanged knowing smiles, both pleased with the prospective son-in-law. Little Bao has good taste. Finding such a promising match so early on, noble lineage, handsome appearance, albeit a tad serious. Yet, Xue Jiayu was unconcerned by his demeanor, fixating solely on one worry. Just ensure that Huanyu and Jean Nanchi do not cross paths. However, it was unrealistic to prevent their meeting. As long as Huanyu remained in her home, an encounter with Jean Nanchi was inevitable unless she distanced herself from him. A notion that Xue Jiayu was unwilling to entertain. Sitting on the sofa of the Xue residence, Jean Nanchi wore a stony expression, indifferent to the array of treats and toys presented by Jiang Qiui and Xue Suzhen, showing no interest. He found these snacks mundane, as his own home was well stocked with them. Instead, his attention was drawn to the little infant beside him, clutching at his clothing. Xue Jiayu endeavored to lift her head to gaze at him, but her inability to crawl made the effort exhausting, and she soon had to lower her head to catch her breath. Phew, I am utterly exhausted. Handsome boy, can't you just lift me up for a moment? Jean Nanchi remained impassive, his demeanor cool. Despite hearing her plea loud and clear, he had no intention of acquiescing. The next moment, however, Xue Jiayu, straining too hard to look up, nearly toppled off the sofa. Fortunately, Jean Nanchi reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms just in time to prevent her from injury. "Oh my, that scared me to death. I want to nestle in the handsome boy's arms to calm down," she exclaimed, pressing her plump little face against his chest. Jiang Xiaoyi, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, rushed out and was taken aback by the sight of her daughter. "Lil Bao, please exhibit some decorum." "Nanchi, is Jiayu bothering you? Shall I carry her on my back?" Jiang Xiaoyi was about to fetch a strap when Xue Jiayu vehemently refused. "No, I want to stay with the handsome boy. Mom, you must not ruin my chances." Jiang Xiaoyi shook her head in exasperation. "Lil Bao, you truly put me in a difficult position." Yet, despite her predicament, as a mother, she could not allow her daughter to be unhappy. With a sudden inspiration, she exclaimed, "Our strap is broken. Little Jean, could you kindly hold Jiayu for a moment? I'm busy in the kitchen." "Okay," Jean Nanchi replied. Though he had heard Xue Jiyu's thoughts loud and clear, he chose not to shake her off, curious to see what further antics she might attempt. Before Xue Jiayu could devise another ploy, Jean Nanchi's parents arrived. After handling the situation with Jiang Ai, they came to collect their son, gratefully clasping Jiang Xiaoyi's hands. "Had it not been for you, we would still be oblivious," believing Jiang Ai treated Nanchi well. Jiang Peirong was overcome with guilt, wishing to confront Jiang Ai for all the injustices their son had endured. Xue Jiayu, noticing Jiang Peirong's reddened eyes, clenched her tiny fists in indignation. Jiang Ai has done many terrible things. She must not be spared. This is not the first occurrence. A search by the police would yield ample evidence. Jiang Qiui interjected. Both Jiang Peirong and Zhan Aoxiang were taken aback. "Madam Xue, how are you so well informed about our family's affairs?" Jiang Qiui silently lamented her predicament. No matter how she explained, they would not believe her. "Silly mommy, just say you overheard Jiang Ai boasting while shopping." "Little Bao, that's brilliant." Jiang Qiui promptly echoed Xue Jiyu's suggestion, finishing with a benevolent smile that compelled Jiang Peirong to accept her words. "So that is how it is. Jiang Ai has gone too far. I am resolved to see her imprisoned." Jiang Peirong, filled with righteous indignation, gently stroked her son's smiling face. She hastily reached for her son's hand, only for him to subtly evade her grasp. The small figure ambled away from the Xue home, prompting Jiang Peirong to share a wry smile with Jiang Qiui. "Well then, we shall take our leave for now. We will chat again soon." "Certainly. Feel free to call any time," Jiang Qiui replied, watching them depart with Xue Jiayu in her arms, only to notice her daughter sulking. Jiang Qiui began to worry that little Bao might grow up to be infatuated with love, contemplating whether she should procure a love insurance policy for her. In any case, hiring another nanny was out of the question. "I can no longer entrust Nanchi to someone without blood ties. Henceforth, I shall personally care for him," Jiang Peirong declared, holding Zhan Nanchi protectively, as if to say no one would separate them. Zhan Aoxiang shared this sentiment, but their elders were either traveling abroad or had long since passed away, leaving no one to assist them in caring for Zhan Nanchi. Reluctantly, they divided their work duties to take turns looking after the child. Yet, even this arrangement proved challenging, as today illustrated. Both Zhan Aoxiang and Jiang Peirong awoke simultaneously, casting uneasy glances at one another. "I must go out today. You stay home with the child," they exclaimed in unison. Jiang Peirong asserted, rummaging through the wardrobe for clothing. "I need to sign a contract today. You will stay home with Nanchi." "No, a client has flown in from abroad to see samples. I must personally attend to him," Zhan Aoxiang countered, adjusting his tie in front of the mirror. Both prepared to leave, but were still undecided on who would remain to care for their son. Jiang Peirong and Zhan Aoxiang faced off in the living room for 5 minutes, each silently vying for dominance. Ultimately, it was Jiang Peirong who devised a solution. Why not temporarily place Nanchi at the Xue residence? From what I observed, he seemed to enjoy his time there previously. Zhan Aoxiang stroked his chin. Having interacted with the Xue couple several times, he was certain they were genuinely kind-hearted. Such an arrangement should avoid the unfortunate incidents like that of Aunt Jiang. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you forgotten that it was others who reminded us of Aunt Jiang's situation?" Jiang Peirong, incensed, declared, "It is settled then. We will send Nanchi to the Xue family first before heading to the company." Zhan Nanchi was already awake, engrossed in a book about the collapse of the universe. Zhan Aoxiang gently coaxed him. "Today, Mommy and Daddy have some important matters to attend to. Would you mind spending the day, Uncle Xue's? We'll come to fetch you as soon as we can." The child remained silent, but Zhan Aoxiang sensed that his son's lack of refusal signified agreement. He sighed inwardly, pondering when his son would fully overcome his autism. The decision to entrust Zhang Nanqi to the Xue family was rooted in confidence in Xue Wangjun and his wife's commendable character, ensuring they would not discriminate against Zhang Nanqi due to his condition. Chapter 18. The handsome boy comes to my house, as the saying goes. A shorthand is a shorthand. Jiang Peirong had specifically asked Zhang Aoxiang to bring 2 boxes of ginseng to the Xue household. Early in the morning, Xue Wangjun had already left for the factory, and Jiang Xiui was busy preparing supplementary food for Xue Jiayu and Huanyu when the sudden arrival of Zhang Aoxiang and his wife startled her. "Mrs. Xue, we have a favor to ask. Could you please look after Nanqi for us? Both of us have important work today." Jiang Peirong's earnest demeanor left Jiang Xiui somewhat taken aback. "Of course. Nanqi is a quiet child and easy to care for. You both go ahead." Relieved, Jiang Peirong quickly produced the 2 boxes of ginseng. Despite Jiang Xiui's numerous attempts to decline, she ultimately accepted. Zhang Aoxiang and Jiang Peirong offered a few simple instructions to Zhang Nanqi before departing, leaving Jiang Xiui and Zhang Nanqi exchanging glances. "Nanqi, would you like to watch some television?" The newly acquired large television at the Xue residence had excellent reception and a spacious screen, making it quite comfortable to watch. Just as Jiang Xiui was about to turn on the TV, she heard a commotion from upstairs. "Oh no, it's the little one waking up. Nanqi, please wait here. Auntie needs to tend to your sister." Zhang Nanqi silently nodded, but Jiang Xiui, feeling uneasy, closed the door before heading upstairs. Indeed, Xue Jiayu had awakened, babbling and making little bubbles in her cradle. Jiang Xiui affectionately kissed her daughter's cherubic face, changed her diaper, and dressed her in an adorable pink outfit before carrying her downstairs. "Look, who is that?" Following her mother's gaze, Xue Jiayu spotted Zhang Nanqi, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Little handsome boy, mommy is so mean. Why didn't you bring me down sooner?" Jiang Xiui, bewildered being labeled a bad mother, reminded herself that having a more extroverted child was not a bad thing. Xue Jiayu squirmed and wriggled towards Zhang Nanqi, and Jiang Xiui, fearing she might fall, quickly scooped her up. "Mommy, let me down. I want to make friends with the little handsome boy." Zhang Nanqi's usually expressionless face began to show a hint of emotion. He glanced at Xue Jiayu and instinctively reached out his hand. "Ah, you want to hold me? Mommy, hurry and let me down." The little one's insistence gave Jiang Xiui a headache, and she reluctantly placed Xue Jiayu in Zhang Nanqi's arms, cautioning him, "Nanqi, hold her securely by her bottom. Don't let her fall." Once Zhang Nanqi cradled Xue Jiayu, he realized that his concerns were unfounded. The boy was surprisingly adept at holding children, one hand supporting her back and the other cradling her bottom, ensuring she was secure. Observing her daughter, Jiang Xiui decided to prepare some food to avoid the frustration of witnessing her daughter's ungracious behavior. Xue Jiayu clutched Zhang Nanqi's sleeve tightly, her starry eyes fixated on him, drooling uncontrollably onto her freshly changed dress. Seeing a handsome boy this early in the day is such a delight. "But how did you end up at my house?" Zhang Nanqi hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to explain, but then heard Xue Jiayu's next thought and promptly decided against it. Could it be that he came to propose? That wouldn't be so bad. As Jiang Xiui emerged with a bottle, she overheard Xue Jiayu's musings about proposals and nearly lost her grip on the bottle, barely stabilizing herself against the sofa. "Xue Jiayu, come and drink your milk. I want the handsome boy to feed me. Mommy, you go and busy yourself." Jiang Xiui resolved not to indulge her daughter any further. Although Zhang Nanqi could not hear her, she certainly could, and it was mortifying. Perhaps the heavens took note of Xue Jiayu's thoughts, as cries from upstairs signaled that Huanyu had awakened. Jiang Xiui had no choice but to hand the bottle to Zhang Nanqi, asking him to assist in feeding Xue Jiayu while she attended to Huanyu. Once Jiang Xiui left, the spacious living room was left with only Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu, making her thoughts particularly audible to him. "I am starving. Hurry and give me the bottle. But the little handsome boy is so charming that I feel full just looking at him. If I could wake up and see you every day, how wonderful that would be." Zhang Nanqi's expression finally shifted from indifference. He lifted his hand to pinch Xue Jiayu's chubby cheek, feeling her soft skin brighten his mood, and promptly pressed the bottle to her lips. If he didn't stop her mouth, her drool would surely drench his clothes. As Jiang Xiui descended with Huanyu in her arms, she found Xue Jiayu distracted from her milk, wholly absorbed in Zhang Nanqi's presence, taking a few sips of milk while her gaze never strayed from his face. Ying Huanyu initially stared at the suddenly appearing Zhang Nanqi, her brow furrowing in silent disapproval. Who was this? The situation grew more complicated as Jiang Qiui, unable to hold Ying Huanyu while preparing milk, placed her in the playpen in the middle of the living room, asking Zhang Nanqi to keep an eye on her. Nanqi, just let her crawl in there. If anything happens, call for Andy. I'll be back once I finish making the milk. Jiang Qiui hurriedly boiled water for the milk. Unaware of Ying Huanyu's intense gaze, Ying Huanyu struggled to flip over on the foam board, while Zhang Nanqi merely watched, showing no intention of assisting. Ying Huanyu left several scratch marks on the foam board. What are you doing? I want to be with the little handsome boy. Xue Jiayu squirmed in protest, viewing Jiang Qiui as the villain separating her from her beloved companion. Jiang Qiui, exasperated, swatted her daughter's bottom, though her affection tempered the force, rendering it more akin to a gentle pat. Only then did the little girl quiet down, allowing Jiang Qiui to place her beside Ying Huanyu and provide them with some toys. With no suitable nanny available for the time being, Jiang Qiui had to take on some household duties. Thankfully, the heavier chores like laundry and cooking were managed by Su Sujin. However, tasks like folding laundry still fell to Jiang Qiui. Concerned about the impending rain, she allowed the three children to play together in the playpen while she stepped outside to gather the laundry. As soon as Jiang Qiui left, Xue Jiayu picked up a block and handed it to Zhang Nanqi, flashing a smile that also came with a generous helping of drool. Little handsome boy, do you want to play? Zhang Nanqi did not take it, but Xue Jiayu was undeterred, offering him another toy. What about this? This doll is so pretty. Zhang Nanqi remained unmoved, and she continued to present him with another toy, a pig plush. This is my favorite toy. If you don't want it, I will be sad. Zhang Nanqi hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to accept it, a chubby hand snatched it away. Chapter 19. Fairness for all. Ying Huanyu tugged at the pig's tail, yanking it forcefully from Xue Jiayu's grasp. Xue Jiayu blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss. Once she regained her composure, she picked up another toy to offer Zhang Nanqi, which was again seized by Ying Huanyu. What a peculiar situation this is. Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu lay face to face, and from the depths of Ying Huanyu's eyes, a spark of defiance flickered. With her lips pursed in contemplation, she concocted a brilliant idea. Struggling to lift a triangular block, she extended it towards Zhang Nanqi. This time, Zhang Nanqi did not ignore her. Instead, he accepted the block. Just as Ying Huanyu prepared to snatch it back, a round block was suddenly pushed towards her by Xue Jiayu, inching it forward with her hand. Realizing this, Ying Huanyu refrained from seizing the triangular block from Zhang Nanqi. Jiang Qiui entered the room, having tidied up her clothes, and was delighted to see the three little ones in such harmonious spirits. She then proceeded to slice some fruit for them. Although the two infants were still quite young, they could manage some soft and mushy fruit. So, Jiang Qiui prepared 3 kiwis for them to gnaw on. Xue Jiayu grasped one corner of Zhang Nanqi's block with one hand, while pointing at the kiwi with the other, urging him to eat. Ying Huanyu immediately crawled to the edge of the plate, intent on claiming all the kiwis, but was suddenly interrupted by Xue Jiyu's voice. She pushed a piece of kiwi towards Ying Huanyu, who paused momentarily and then picked it up to nibble, no longer vying with Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi sensed the subtle hostility emanating from Ying Huanyu, but chose to disregard it. Nevertheless, he accepted every toy offered by Xue Jiayu, and though he was not fond of the fruit she insisted he eat, he consumed it nonetheless. Zhang Nanqi could not quite articulate why he complied, but he suspected it was merely to avoid the hassle of a child's tantrum. This day unfolded rather peacefully under Xue Jiyu's diligent efforts, and when Su Sujin awoke to find Zhang Nanqi had arrived, she beamed with joy, even preparing 2 extra dishes for lunch. Once Jiang Peirong completed her tasks, she hurried to the Xue residence to collect Zhang Nanqi, fretting along the way about whether his autism would cause any trouble for the Xue family. To her surprise, upon arrival, she discovered Zhang Nanqi thriving in the Xue household. "Mrs. Zhang, you're here." Jiang Qiui gestured towards Zhang Nanqi, who was sleeping in his playpen, signaling for them to converse outside quietly. Seizing the rare moment to relax, Jiang Peirong sighed in relief and engaged in light conversation with Jiang Qiui. Jiang Qiui had long been aware that Zhang Nanqi, the sole heir of the Zhang family, had autism, which was not congenital but rather acquired. The Zhang family had never publicly disclosed this reason, and though Jiang Qiui was curious, she understood the importance of privacy and refrained from prying. Observing the weariness etched on Jiang Perong's face, despite her lavish attire, Jiang Xiui felt compelled to express concern. Mrs. Zhang, have you found a suitable nanny for your family? If you are quite busy with work, you may consider leaving Nanqi at our home. Really? Would that be too much trouble for you? Jiang Perong's eyes brightened at the suggestion. It's impossible for him to cause a ruckus. He has autism. Because of this, we hesitate to send him to preschool and can only tend to him ourselves. Apologies, Jiang Xiui licked her lips. In any case, feel free to bring him to our home whenever you need. My mother-in-law and I can easily look after him together. That would be wonderful, thank you. Zhan Aoxiang wholeheartedly agreed, albeit with concerns about being too burdensome for the Xue family. Thus, they discussed collaborating with the Xue family's clothing factory, securing several lucrative orders worth millions. Su Suzhen genuinely regarded Zhan Nanqi as a grandson, caring for him with utmost attention. The happiest of all was Xue Jiayu, for she could finally be with her beloved little handsome every day. However, a potential troublemaker loomed in the form of Ying Huanyu. Ying Huanyu seemed to be the only one in the Xue household who did not welcome Zhan Nanqi. Each time he visited, she would devise ways to compete for Xue Jiyu's attention. If Xue Jiyu favored Zhan Nanqi over her, she would wail and cause a ruckus, disrupting the peace of the entire family. Jiang Xiui often sensed that Ying Huanyu's cries were somewhat excessive, yet whenever she discussed it with Xue Wangjun, he would dismiss her concerns, asserting that children harbored no ill intentions. Consequently, Xue Jiayu endeavored to maintain a balance, striving to provide equal affection to both. After the incident with Aunt Jiang, Zhan Aoxiang and Jiang Perong had grown wary of outsiders and worried that Zhan Nanqi's autism might hinder his adaptation to preschool. They resolved to send him directly to elementary school once he reached the appropriate age. However, the interim period left them in a state of distress. Jiang Perong insisted on caring for him herself, but with the company flourishing and various projects demanding attention, Zhan Nanqi became a hot potato during meetings. Fortunately, following the previous events, the relationship between the Zhan and Xue families had strengthened. Whenever Zhan Aoxiang and Jiang Perong were busy with work, they would leave Zhan Nanqi at the Xue residence, returning to retrieve him once their tasks were complete. Most often, it was Jiang Perong who came to pick up her child, and Jiang Xiui would invite them to stay for a meal. Over time, Jiang Perong and Jiang Xiui developed a close friendship. Occasionally, Jiang Perong would bring Zhan Nanqi to the Xue residence, while other times, Jiang Xiui would take Xue Jiayu to visit the Zhan family. During such visits, Ying Huanyu would remain at home under Su Suzhen's care. On one particular day, after completing a project, Jiang Perong specifically invited Jiang Xiui over. Upon hearing that her mother was going to the Zhan family, Xue Jiayu immediately looked up at Jiang Xiui with her bright, watery eyes. Mommy, I want to go too. Jiang Xiui, having changed into her outfit, turned around helplessly and extended her hand. Silly girl, how could I not take you along? Let's go. As Jiang Xiui carried Xue Jiayu downstairs, they happened upon Su Suzhen changing Ying Huanyu's diaper. Mom, this isn't snug enough. Jiang Xiui adjusted Ying Huanyu's diaper. Although Su Suzhen did not treat Ying Huanyu with the same affection as her biological granddaughter, she was not overly strict either. This was understandable. As long as it was not excessive, she would turn a blind eye. All right, don't worry about it. Hurry and take the little treasure to the Zhan family. Upon hearing that Xue Jiayu was going to the Zhan family again, Ying Huanyu opened her mouth as if to cry, but Su Suzhen hastily stuffed a bottle into her mouth. Unable to cry out, she could only watch as Xue Jiayu was carried away by Jiang Xiui. Jiang Xiui strolled leisurely towards the Zhan residence, cradling Xue Jiayu, who was eagerly anticipating her reunion with Zhan Nanqi. Jiang Perong had been waiting since early morning, and upon seeing Xue Jiyu's fair, chubby face, she could not help but want to embrace her. Come here, let Annie hold you. Jiang Perong opened her arms and took Xue Jiayu from Jiang Xiui. The little bundle offered no resistance, her large eyes scanning the surroundings, seeking out Zhan Nanqi. Where's my little handsome? Where has my big little handsome gone? Jiang Xiui could not help but chuckle. Fortunately, others could not hear her little one's thoughts, or would have been terribly embarrassing to have her constantly babbling about a little handsome. If I can't see the little handsome, then why am I here? Xue Jiayu pouted, clenching Jiang Perong's clothes, dripping with indignation. Jiang Xiui, unable to bear her little one's disappointment, cleared her throat and inquired, Where is Nanqi? Why haven't we seen him? He's in his room. Follow me, Jiang Peirong replied, carrying Xue Jiayu upstairs with Jiang Qiuyi trailing behind. Although she had only visited once, Xue Jiayu was already quite familiar with Zhang Nanqi's room and confidently pointed in the direction of her little handsome's domain. Wow, Jiayu! You're so clever. Jiang Peirong affectionately referred to Xue Jiayu as little treasure, her words dripping with adoration, secretly wishing that Jiayu could become her daughter-in-law one day. With such charming looks, she would surely grow up to be a remarkable person. However, given Zhang Nanqi's ongoing struggles with autism, she hesitated to entertain the notion of matchmaking, fearing it might burden the Zhang family. As they approached Zhang Nanqi's room, the door stood ajar, and they could hear a voice chattering away. Nanqi, look at this drawing I made in kindergarten. Isn't it beautiful? My mommy says I'm a little artist. And this is the award I got for eating the fastest at school. Our teacher taught us how to make bamboo helicopters. I can teach you too, okay? Clearly, this was not Zhang Nanqi's voice. Xue Jiayu, puzzled, wondered who this person was. Jiang Qiuyi voiced her curiosity. Is that a friend of Nanqi's inside? Yes. It's Nanqi's childhood friend. Today his mother had matters to attend to, so she brought him to our home. Jiang Peirong entered while holding Xue Jiayu, who immediately spotted a chubby little boy sitting next to Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi was engrossed in a book, while the little boy held a toy car. Despite Zhang Nanqi's indifference, the chubby one continued to chatter joyfully, standing up to greet Jiang Peirong as she entered. Hello, Auntie. Gu Yuan, this is our neighbor, Aunt Jiang, and her daughter, Xue Jiayu. Upon hearing Xue Jiyu's name, Zhang Nanqi's gaze momentarily shifted from his book to glance at her. Xue Jiayu eagerly waved her chubby arms, resembling lotus roots, signaling for Zhang Nanqi to hold her. Jiang Qiuyi intended to stop her child, but Zhang Nanqi swiftly embraced her first. Let the children play by themselves. We shall go downstairs for tea. My freshly purchased English black tea has arrived, along with the red swan cake I bought yesterday. Observing her daughter's eyes glued to Zhang Nanqi like superglue, Jiang Qiuyi could only smile helplessly and follow Jiang Peirong downstairs. Gu Yuan was quite curious about this sudden appearance of the little bundle, unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. However, before his hand could reach her, Zhang Nanqi swatted it away. Don't touch her with unwashed hands. Wow, Gu Yuan exclaimed dramatically. You are so protective of her. Oh no, he is no longer my only friend. Xue Jiayu gazed blissfully at Zhang Nanqi's face, entirely oblivious to the conversation between him and Gu Yuan. I haven't seen the little handsome guy for 2 days. He seems even more handsome than before. Who is this chubby one? Why is she so annoying? Oof. The little handsome guy is still better. Zhang Nanqi, noticing her mouth watering, expressionlessly handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth and adjusted her clothes as her little belly protruded. Gu Yuan, at the tender age of 5 and having known Zhang Nanqi for 5 years, had never witnessed such a gentle side of him, not even towards his childhood friend. Gu Yuan's interest in the little bundle intensified. He was eager to uncover the identity of this adorable being. Nanqi, is she your neighbor or a relative? You've never been this nice to me. Of course. I plan to date the little handsome guy in the future. He will certainly treat me well. Xue Jiayu thought proudly. Zhang Nanqi's lips twitched slightly, but neither Gu Yuan nor Xue Jiayu noticed. Sitting on Zhang Nanqi's lap was comfortable yet overly warm. In an era when air conditioning was not widespread, only a fan buzzed, and with 3 people in the room, Xue Jiyu's small face soon glistened with sweat. Moreover, clad in a diaper, she felt increasingly stifled and restless, squirming in discomfort, nearly tumbling off Zhang Nanqi's lap. Fortunately, Zhang Nanqi's quick reflexes saved her from a face-first fall. He playfully swatted her bottom. Be good and sit still. Whoa, that scared me, Xue Jiayu thought, her face flushed. But the little handsome guy just spanked her. How embarrassing. Zhang Nanqi could not quite articulate his feelings toward this little one, as she constantly conjured nonsensical thoughts. Nanqi, put her down. Let's play. And she can crawl by herself. Gu Yuan snatched Xue Jiayu from Zhang Nanqi and placed her on the bed to let her play alone. Can't she only crawl? However, the chubby one's words reminded her that she was almost 6 months old. While other children had long learned to roll over, she was still crawling about. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to practice rolling over. Xue Jiayu encouraged herself inwardly, lifting one arm, ready to exert herself to turn over, when suddenly a cool hand pressed down on her. Don't move. Xue Jiayu clenched her tiny fists, seizing the moment when Gu Yuan diverted Zhang Nanqi's attention to make her move again. But in the next second, Zhang Nanqi restrained her once more. Stay still. His tone held a warning that left Xue Jiayu somewhat irked. I'm a baby. Don't babies love to move about? Umph. Xue Jiayu opened her mouth, babbling, but Zhang Nanqi could not comprehend her words, his eyes reflecting confusion. Gu Yuan, seizing the opportunity to interject, quickly said, Did she wet her diaper? Should we change her? Zhang Nanqi glanced at Xue Jiayu, who was anxiously waving her tiny fists, and it indeed seemed plausible. I'll go call her mother. Gu Yuan volunteered, but was halted by Zhang Nanqi. Wait, let me take a look first. What she has in tea? Xue Jiayu was momentarily taken aback, halting her fist waving. Was the little handsome guy about to remove her pants? Soon, Zhang Nanqi's actions would reveal the answer, though she harbored feelings for him that did not permit him to indiscriminately remove her clothing. Not even a diaper. Chapter 21. Don't take off my pants, Mom. Come save me. Your little treasure is in peril. Xue Jiayu strained with all her might to struggle, mentally screaming for Jiang Xiui to descend from the heavens and rescue her. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiui was downstairs engaging in a delightful conversation about skincare with Jiang Perong. Oh dear, this brand is ineffective. It doesn't hydrate well. You should try this one. Jiang Perong dropped a drop of serum onto Jiang Xiui's hand, who was just about to apply it when she suddenly heard her child's plea, leaping to her feet. I think I heard my baby cry. I'll go check. Jiang Perong stood frozen, serum in hand, bewildered that Xue Jiayu had cried. Jiang Xiui dashed up the stairs in haste, bursting into Zhang Nanqi's room. Little treasure. The moment Xue Jiayu saw her mother, she felt as if a divine being had arrived. Mom, my dear mother. Gasping for breath, Jiang Xiui asked, What are you all doing? Zhang Nanqi remained silent. While Gu Yuan took it upon himself to explain, this little sister seems to have wet her diaper, so Nanqi is helping her change it. Stop spouting nonsense. You are the one who needs a diaper change. Your whole family needs one. I just want to roll over, okay? Jiang Xiui was both amused and exasperated. Suppressing her laughter as she clarified, You misunderstood. Jiayu hasn't wet her diaper. She merely wants to roll over. At this, Zhang Nanqi set aside his book to look at her, and Jiang Xiui continued, Babies at this stage love to move and crawl around, and they enjoy practicing rolling over. Our little treasure is currently honing that skill. Exactly. Mom, give him a proper lesson. Xue Jiayu vigorously nodded in agreement. Zhang Nanqi, appearing contemplative, nodded as well. Only then did Jiang Xiui feel reassured enough to set her daughter down. You all continue to play, and call me if you need anything. Okay, Andy. Despite being first-time acquaintances, Gu Yuan's sweet nature compelled Jiang Xiui to pat his head affectionately. Once Jiang Xiui left, Zhang Nanqi set Xue Jiayu down, no longer paying attention to her restless movements. Gu Yuan mysteriously closed the door and retrieved something from his small backpack to hand to Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi displayed little interest, but Xue Jiayu's eyes sparkled, struggling to crawl over to see. The cover was colorful and resembled a comic book. She had never seen such a comic from this era. Xue Jiayu excitedly waved her little hands. I want to see. Comic books and picture books are the most interesting. Seeing her mouth begin to water again, Zhang Nanqi had no choice but to help her sit up. Although he was not fond of reading, it did not hinder Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu from becoming engrossed in the story. Consequently, Gu Yuan abandoned discussing with Zhang Nanqi and instead conversed with Xue Jiayu. Look, this person just got kicked by the monkey behind him. It's hilarious. Xue Jiayu wanted to laugh heartily, but all she could do was inhale and exhale. Yes, it's so funny that I can't take it anymore. The two, despite their language barrier, managed to engage in delightful conversation, leaving Zhang Nanqi marveling at their incredible bond. As darkness fell, Gu Yuan's mother arrived to take him home. Before departing, Gu Yuan gazed longingly at Zhang Nanqi, urging him to visit her when he had the chance. The scene was so poignant that it could bring tears to anyone's eyes. Xue Jiayu, upon seeing Gu Yuan shed tears, suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, Zhang Nanqi had a childhood friend. This childhood companion was a year younger than Zhang Nanqi and rather unremarkable in appearance during their youth, yet blossomed into a nationwide celebrity in adulthood. Could it possibly be this chubby little one? Xue Jiayu swallowed hard. If Zhang Nanqi had no other childhood friends, it must be him. She never imagined that such an adorable chub would become a household name. Time indeed changes everything. Nonetheless, the little chubby one seemed quite amiable. Before leaving, Gu Yuan gently touched Xue Jiyu's hand and whispered, Next time, let us read the picture books together. I have several at home. Xue Jiyu's eyes lit up, almost compelled to stand up and bid her farewell. As Jiang Qiui noticed that night had fallen, she embraced Xue Jiayu and said her goodbyes. Not only had Xue Jiayu encountered a charming young man today, but she had also seen the picture books, which elevated her spirits immensely. If it weren't for the limitations of the situation, she would have liked to hum a tune. Even Su Sujin could see her good mood, and, while welcoming them with Ing Huanyu, remarked, "What good fortune has befallen our little treasure today to be so cheerful? Seeing a charming young man brings me joy." Hee hee. Su Sujin and Jiang Qiui chuckled in resignation, knowing well how to indulge their little one. The Xue family had an open kitchen, allowing them to see the living room, even while working. Suddenly, Xue Jiayu had a thought. In the original story, Zhang Nanqi had developed autism due to a traumatic car accident, compounded by psychological distortion from abuse by a nanny, leading to a tragic and unsettling fate. She certainly did not wish to see Zhang Nanqi fall into a similar plight. She needed to devise a plan to save him. Ing Huanyu, noticing her sudden stillness and blank stare, circled around her, eager for Xue Jiayu to play with her. Jiang Qiui occasionally glanced over from the kitchen, reassured to see the two children playing together, realizing that having Ing Huanyu around was not such a bad thing after all. Their little treasure now had an additional playmate. Before long, Jiang Perong had to leave for a business trip and dropped Zhang Nanqi off at the Xue household, providing brief instructions before departing. Her directives were simply for Zhang Nanqi to listen to Jiang Qiui and to avoid causing any trouble. Deep down, she understood that Zhang Nanqi was unlikely to cause any disturbances. She would be grateful if he could manage to utter a few more words. However, such formalities had to be observed. Indeed, after hearing her words, Jiang Qiui ushered her out the door. "If Nanqi wishes to cause a ruckus in our home, I would actually welcome it. All right, you go on and attend to your business, and don't worry about the child." "Nanqi, your mother has left." Jiang Perong yearned for Zhang Nanqi to wave goodbye like an ordinary child, but he merely nodded coldly, as if bidding farewell to a stranger. After seeing Jiang Perong off, Jiang Qiui led Zhang Nanqi inside. "Nanqi, you and Xiaobao and Huan, you can play for a while, and he will prepare some fruit for you." As soon as Jiang Qiui stepped away, Xue Jiayu eagerly climbed beside Zhang Nanqi, handing him the building blocks he often played with. "Little handsome, come play." Zhang Nanqi glanced at her and accepted the blocks. Though he was not particularly fond of building blocks, since they were offered by Xue Jiayu, he reluctantly took them. However, before his hands could touch the blocks, a small foot suddenly appeared before him, kicking the blocks away. Xue Jiayu gaped in astonishment. Her mouth agape as drool spilled onto the foam barrier. She looked at Ing Huanyu in confusion, questioning her intentions. Ing Huanyu, however, regarded her innocently, as if it were merely an accident, not even acknowledging Zhang Nanqi. Ing Huanyu used her chubby little hand to tug at Xue Jiayu's, as if to convey, "Don't be upset, it was unintentional." This lifetime, Ing Huanyu had scarcely spent time with her biological mother and likely had not developed any of Min Xue's misguided notions, so Xue Jiayu did not dwell on it, simply retrieving another block to offer Zhang Nanqi. This time, Zhang Nanqi did not accept it. Instead, he began to study a nearby puzzle. Xue Jiayu crawled over, persistently nudging her little head under Zhang Nanqi's arm, insistent on playing with him. Zhang Nanqi, annoyed by her nudging, simply lifted her into his arms. "Oh my, the little handsome has hugged me. Is this any different from being in a relationship? How embarrassing. The little handsome smells so good. Oh man, you are irresistibly charming." These remarks tumbled one after another into Zhang Nanqi's ears, prompting him to gently pat Xue Jiyu's head to deter any further absurd thoughts. Unaware of his intent, Xue Jiyu pouted but did not get angry. "Am I too heavy?" Pressing down on the little handsome's leg. Zhang Nanqi did not expect her to think this way, lifting her slightly higher. "Heavy? It's just a little bit." Ing Huanyu, seeing them not only remain close but draw even nearer, became incensed and hurled a block nearby. The block flew over the barrier and struck Jiang Qiui, who had just emerged from the kitchen, squarely in the face. "Ah!" Jiang Qiui cried out in pain, covering her face and looking incredulously at Ing Huanyu. "What are you doing?" Ing Huanyu, employing the same innocent expression she had shown Xue Jiayu, gazed at Jiang Qiui as if to say, "Mom, are you all right?" Xue Jiayu squirmed in Zhang Nanqi's embrace, prompting him to carry her over to Jiang Qiui. Though the block was plastic, it still hurt upon impact, and Jiang Qiui, seeing how anxious her little treasure was, paid no attention to the pain in her face. "Don't cry, sweetheart. Mommy is fine. It's nothing. Jiang Qiui held Xue Jiayu while casting an annoyed glance at Ing Huanyu, who was frowning at her. Surely, this child could not have done it on purpose. This thought was quickly dismissed by Jiang Qiui, recognizing that Ing Huanyu was merely an infant, incapable of such scheming. All right, it's fine. You both can have some fruit. Jiang Qiui placed the fruit within the barrier, having already mashed the portion for Ing Huanyu and Xue Jiayu, feeding them with a small spoon. Zhan Nanqi, engrossed in the puzzle, was not particularly fond of it, but the cosmic theme intrigued him enough to engage. Feeding two infants single-handedly left Jiang Qiui somewhat flustered, while Su Suzhen was upstairs hanging laundry, unable to assist her. Jiang Qiui fed Xue Jiayu with one hand and Ing Huanyu with the other, nearly poking the spoon down Ing Huanyu's throat. Ing Huanyu wailed loudly, compelling Jiang Qiui to pick her up and soothe her. Although it was not Ing Huanyu's fault, the sound of a child crying inevitably stirred some annoyance within Jiang Qiui, who patted Ing Huanyu's back perfunctorily. Just as she intended to continue feeding Xue Jiayu, a delicate white hand took the spoon from her, scooping up a spoonful of fruit puree to feed Xue Jiayu. Nanqi, are you helping Annie feed Xiao Bao? Upon seeing the little handsome feeding her, Xue Jiayu graciously opened her mouth, eagerly swallowing the food. Delicious, delicious. It's even better when the little handsome feeds me. Jiang Qiui could only chuckle at the irony of the situation. Yet, with Zhan Nanqi's assistance, Jiang Qiui could focus on feeding Ing Huanyu, and together they quickly finished feeding both infants. For the remainder of the time, Xue Jiayu remained glued to Zhan Nanqi, whether wanting to work on the puzzle together or seeking to be held by him. Initially, Jiang Qiui worried that Zhan Nanqi might become impatient, but gradually she realized that he seemed to exhibit extraordinary patience towards their little treasure. In contrast, Ing Huanyu was consistently fussy, determined to be included, particularly wanted to be with Xiao Bao. Jiang Qiui contemplated a test. She deliberately waited for Su Suzhen to finish her chores before asking her to take Ing Huanyu outside to bask in the sun. Why go out to enjoy the sun? Su Laotai was puzzled, but upon catching her daughter-in-law's glance, she promptly changed her tune. Let us go. Was about to lift Yinghu New York when the child burst into tears, clinging tightly to Su Jiwai's sleeve. What are you crying for? I'm taking you out to bask in the sun. How could that possibly harm you? Su could not comprehend the child's distress. Yet Yinghu New York continued to wail, resolutely refusing to leave Su Jiwai's side. Jing Qi confirmed her suspicions and gently nodded to Su Sichin, urging her to set Yinghu New York down. Su Sichin complied, feeling a peculiar sensation but refraining from voicing it in front of the child. Later that evening, when Zich in Oxy Ing came to take away in Q, Jing Qi coaxed both children to sleep before pulling Su Wngjj in aside for a heart-to-heart discussion. Jing Qi recounted her observations, but Su Wngjj remained unconvinced. Isn't it normal for two children who spend so much time together to grow fond of each other? My mother and I are with them daily, yet I don't see her being clingy towards us. As Jing Qi applied an expensive cream to her face, her brow furrowed in contemplation, feeling increasingly uneasy about the situation. Su Wngjj shrugged. Kids are unpredictable. Perhaps she views our little treasure as a sister. Yet, they were not siblings, lacking the bond of blood that might draw them together. I can't shake the feeling that this is not right. Shouldn't we separate the two children? Jing Qi could only console herself, attributing it to Yinghu New York's youth, believing that things would improve with time. Life ambled along until one day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Su household. With both children napping, Jing Qi finally had the leisure to tend to her plants and practice flower arrangements, only to receive a call from the property management. Is this Mrs. Su? There is someone here claiming to be a relative come to visit. Should we let them in? Relatives? All of Su's known relatives resided in the city or maintained contact with Su Wngjn, yet Jing Qi had heard nothing of a visitor. Without hesitation, she replied, "No need. You must have the wrong person." "All right," came the response, followed by commotion on the other end. Then a loud voice boomed. "You must be the third son's wife. Let the third son's mother speak to me." The voice nearly shattered Jing Qi's eardrum, but her upbringing urged her to maintain composure. Taking a deep breath, she replied coolly, "You have the wrong number." "How could that be wrong? I got this address from your second uncle. It must be correct. Have your mother-in-law come to the phone." The caller grew impatient, And just as Jiayu contemplated hanging up, Xue Jiayu approached and casually inquired, "Who is it?" "The third son's mother." "Finally. I've heard your voice. Quick, let your daughter-in-law know I'm here." Xue Jiayu recognized the voice, but couldn't place it immediately. Her silence led the property management to assume familiarity, and they hastily allowed the visitor entry, apologizing profusely. Soon, a rural woman, carrying a burlap sack, was escorted to the front of the Xue villa. The woman gasped in astonishment. "Goodness, I didn't know the third son was making such a fortune in the city." She rushed into the Xue home without changing her shoes, directly stepping into the living room. "I'll come to stay with you." Jiayu frowned at the muddy footprints on the floor, about to express her discontent, when she saw Xue Jiayu momentarily stunned before rushing to greet the newcomer. "Sister Shi, what brings you here?" Shi set down her sack, her eyes darting around as she assessed the luxurious decor of the Xue residence. "Wow, such a big television. They don't even have one in the county. I've come to seek refuge with you. You mustn't turn me away." Xue Jiayu's smile faltered, and she motioned for her to sit while discreetly signaling Jiayu. The two women retreated to the kitchen, where Jiayu hastily asked, "Mother, where did this person come from?" Xue Jiayu deliberately made a commotion to give the impression that water was boiling on the stove, lowering her voice to explain. "She is a distant relative from our hometown. Her husband and WNGJN's father are cousins who used to work together. Once while on the job, something fell, and her husband shielded WNGJN's father, sustaining an injury himself to protect him." Glancing at the living room, Xue Jiayu continued in a hushed tone. "Though not closely related, we owe her a debt of gratitude we cannot ignore. I'll handle this. You needn't concern yourself with her." With that reassurance, Jiayu felt a sense of relief. As the two women spent an extended period in the kitchen, she examined the leather sofa, internally lamenting, "My goodness, how much did this cost?" She glanced at the array of food and drink on the table, most of which she had never seen, and discreetly pocketed a couple of toffees when no one was looking. Before long, Xue Jiayu emerged with a large cup of tea for Shi. "You're not trying to kick me out already, are you?" She protested, but she had already concocted a plan. Xue Jiayu was aware of the impending situation, but, bound by familial ties, could not outright refuse. "Business is tough right now. We can only do our best to assist you." "All right then, I'll stay with you for a while. It'll save me some money," Shi declared, patting her pants and indicating her sack. "These are all local goods I brought for you." "Good stuff." Jiayu glanced at the filthy sack. Its dirt smudged everywhere, causing her a great deal of discomfort. Xue Jiayu, aware of her daughter-in-law's aversion, felt the tension rise. Shi, sensing this, taunted, "What's wrong? Are you going to let your daughter-in-law dictate your actions?" Xue Jiayu's face flushed crimson, at a loss for words. Zinugi, understanding her mother-in-law's need for face, quickly interjected, No, it's just that we currently have 2 children and 3 adults in the house. While the space is ample, it's a bit cramped for accommodating guests." All right. If you look down on me, I won't overstay my welcome. Just let me crash here for a few days until I find a place of my own." She insisted, with her demands made. Xue Jiayu felt compelled to acquiesce, and Jiayu, not wishing to undermine Xue Jiayu's authority, thought it would only be a few days of discomfort. A sudden wail echoed from upstairs, and Jiayu excused herself to attend to the children. As she and Xue Jiayu descended with the babies, Shi seized the opportunity to rummage through the drawers of the coffee table and TV cabinet, finding only a few remotes and cards. Where on earth do they hide their money? Not a dime to be found. Wealthy folks are so stingy. Yet, Shi was unperturbed. She knew this was merely the beginning, and she would have plenty of opportunities to find money in the days to come. As Jiayu and Xue Jiayu, one after the other, carried the children downstairs, Shi hurried to greet Xue Jiayu, pinching and poking her with feigned affection. "Oh, that hurts." Xue Jiayu immediately scrunched her face in protest, prompting Jiayu to step back. "Sister Shi, you need to be gentler. You're hurting the child." Shi stared at her hand in disbelief. "Really? Is your child so delicate? I only pinched her lightly. She is our precious child. What is wrong with being delicate?" Inspecting her closely to ensure that Shi's rough handling had not caused any harm. "Come on, even if she is precious, she is still just a girl. She'll have to marry someday. She muttered quietly before turning her attention back to Wei Yinghu, New York. The village was well aware of the Su family's adoption of Wei Yinghu, New York, and she felt a pang of jealousy towards the child's fortunate circumstances. In a fit of frustration, she pinched Wei Yinghu, New York's face until the child cried, feeling a sense of relief only when she witnessed the tears. Su cautioned her against being too harsh, but Mshi's indifference to Wei Yinghu, New York prevented her from standing up for the child. Chapter 24. Consulting the Zhans, the unexpected presence of an additional person in the household was a trivial matter concerning an extra mouth to feed. However, the unfamiliarity of the situation left Jiang Qiui feeling decidedly uneasy. Unfortunately, Ma Xiao was too familiar, and after they had relented, she boldly entered the guest room without hesitation, filling it with her belongings. To make matters worse, Ma Xiao volunteered to take care of the children, despite Jiang Qiui's numerous refusals. She could not resist Ma Xiao's claims of having raised the neighborhood kids, asserting her ample experience in childcare. Su Sujin, too, let her guard down, allowing Jiang Qiui to prepare dinner while entrusting the children to Ma Xiao, believing that family would not harm Xiaobao. Jiang Qiui remained skeptical, frequently peeking out from the kitchen to observe their activities. Initially, it was merely Su Sujin and Ma Xiao chatting about the village's harvest this year. However, when Su Sujin inquired about Ma Xiao's son, Ma Xiao suddenly picked up Xue Jiayu. "Oh dear, your child has been lying down for too long. He needs to stretch a bit." Ma Xiao paraded Xue Jiayu around the living room and explored every corner, ostensibly entertaining the child while surreptitiously searching for valuables hidden within the Xue household. She could not fathom that in such a large residence, there were few valuable possessions. Who is this woman? How rude! Xue Jiayu gazed around in confusion, unable to recall such a character. Perhaps her limited role in the original narrative left her at a loss? Before she could ponder further, Ma Xiao muttered to herself, after looking around, "There are hardly any valuable items. Only these few vases could be worth something. But how could I steal these vases? Biaozi's debts are piling up, and I don't know if I can sell them in time." Xue Jiayu's eyes widened in surprise. Fortunately, Ma Xiao was preoccupied with her thoughts and paid no heed to the astonished expression on the infant's face. When Jiang Qiui called Ma Xiao to dinner, Xue Jiayu squirmed, wanting her mother to hold her. Jiang Qiui quickly took her precious daughter in her arms, asking, "Little Bao, are you hungry? Mommy will prepare your milk." "Mommy, I don't want milk. This lady is so strange." Jiang Qiui paused, taking her child's words seriously. "This lady wants to sell our things to pay off debts. Mommy, you must be careful and stop cooking for now." Jiang Qiui glanced at the happily feasting Ma Xiao, her feelings complex. Su Sujin, having overheard Xue Jiayu's concerns, clutched her spoon in dismay. She wanted to say something, but this person was someone she had invited in, so she swallowed her words, planning to keep a close watch on Ma Xiao in the coming days to prevent any theft from the Xue family. The uninvited presence of an additional person puzzled Xue Wangjun. Who is this? Before Jiang Qiui could explain, Ma Xiao wiped her mouth with her hand and slapped it against Xue Wangjun's expensive suit. "Aunt?" Xue Wangjun looked bewildered, unsure which aunt he was unaware of. Su Sujin offered a brief explanation and cleared her throat. "In short, your aunt will be staying here for the next few days, so you must show her respect and courtesy." This statement was meant for both Xue Wangjun and Ma Xiao, subtly warning the latter against any mischief. Given that she was a relative from their hometown, Xue Wangjun graciously smiled, saying, "It's nothing grand, just a small factory, barely making ends meet." "Nonsense. I've heard from people in the village that your earnings are quite substantial." Ma Xiao surreptitiously gestured a number, and Xue Wangjun quickly changed the subject, asking what was for dinner, exclaiming, "I'm starving." Jiang Qiui handed him a bowl of rice and initiated a conversation about other topics, such as the current vegetable prices and whether to enroll Xiaobao in a preschool. No one engaged with Ma Xiao. Disheartened, retreated upstairs. "Well done, Mom and Dad. Let us ignore her and let her leave on her own. Her son is drowning in gambling debts, hoping to use your money to pay them off. Our family won't be a victim of such folly." Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged a knowing glance and decided to heed Xiao Bao's advice. Their clever daughter was undoubtedly right, and they needed to devise a dignified plan to send Ma Xiao away. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qiui had a sudden inspiration. Why not consult Mr. and Mrs. Zhang? They surely understand social intricacies better than we do. A splendid idea. We shall go first thing in the morning. The following morning, Jiang Qiui entrusted Huanyu and Ma Xiua to Su Suzhen's watchful eye and, holding Xue Jiayu, made her way to the Zhan household. Although Xue Jiayu was still sleepy, she obediently clung to her mother's neck, her soft demeanor melting Jiang Qiui's heart further. It became even more imperative to rid themselves of Ma Xiua, where she lashed out in anger and harmed Xiaobao. The Zhan couple was enjoying breakfast when they noticed their early visitors and immediately sensed a request for assistance. Jiang Qiui, visibly flustered, was greeted by Jiang Peirong, who settled beside her. Xue Jiayu, with her little head darting around like a radar, eagerly searched for Zhan Yinchi. Noticing this, Jiang Peirong giggled and said, "Yinchi hasn't gotten up yet. Do you miss your brother, Xiaobao?" "Of course. I haven't seen the handsome guy all day." If only she could speak, she would have shouted. Jiang Qiui felt utterly defeated by her infatuated daughter, relieved that outsiders could not hear Xiaobao's thoughts. However, pressing matters took precedence. And after a brief pause, Jiang Qiui recounted the situation with Ma Xiua. In conclusion, she added, "Wang Jun comes from the village, with deep roots there, so we cannot be too harsh in our dealings. I was hoping you might have some suggestions." Zhan Aoxiang listened quietly and, upon finishing, confidently assured her that he would find a solution. Jiang Peirong glanced at her husband and, as if assigning a task, declared, "You will handle this matter. We often rely on their help with Yinchi, so this must be resolved." "No problem. But what about old Xue?" Jiang Qiui replied that Xue Wangjun was at home, and Jiang Peirong leisurely prepared tea, inviting them to stay a while longer. Jiang Qiui could not help but vent her frustrations, complaining about Ma Xiua's unsanitary habits, such as neglecting to flush after using the restroom and picking up food that had fallen on the table. Just as their conversation grew lively, Xue Jiayu suddenly grasped Jiang Qiui's hand tightly. Chapter 25. Requesting money. Xue Jiayu urgently tugged at her mother's hand. Jiang Qiui's expression shifted as she hurriedly bid farewell to the Zhan couple. Sensing something amiss, Jiang Peirong quickly urged her husband to accompany her to the Xue residence. Xue Wangjun had intentionally stayed home from work today, planning to handle the situation before attending to company matters. Early that morning, he encountered Ma Xiua, who was nonchalantly wandering through the Xue garden, tending to flowers and playing in the soil as if she were at home. Upon noticing Xue Wangjun, she cheerfully greeted him. "Oh, you're up, third brother." Xue Wangjun could only awkwardly nod in acknowledgement. "Uh-huh." He turned to leave, but Ma Xiua called after him. "Third brother, wait." Stepping forward, she grasped his collar, cheerfully saying, "Third brother, I have a favor to ask of you." Su Suzhen, observing from the kitchen, quickly shook her head, urging him to find an excuse to escape. Yet Xue Wangjun could only manage a wry smile, realizing that slipping away was not as simple as it seemed. Indeed, Ma Xiua held onto his collar tightly, determined not to let him go without an answer. Reluctantly, Xue Wangjun said, "Aunt, just tell me what you need." "Well, it's nothing much. It's just that our Biaozi lost his job, and I was hoping you could help him find another." Ma Xiua decided to test the waters, knowing that if Xue Wangjun agreed readily, she could present further demands. Compared to other requests, finding a job was relatively simple. Xue Wangjun believed that her request was simple, and he let out a sigh of relief. "How wonderful this is. I always said that among the many children in the village, you, the third child, are the most promising." Ma Xiua, with a pat on Xue Wangjun's shoulder, was about to leave when she spoke again. Before she could finish, the sound of the Xue family's door being banged on suddenly erupted. Xue Wangjun was puzzled as to who could be so aggressive so early in the morning. He went to open the door, unaware of the slight change in Ma Xiua's complexion as she nervously swallowed. When no one came to answer, the person outside began to shout, "Open the door! What are you doing? We are here! Stop knocking!" Xue Wangjun opened the door to find 3 or 5 men outside, each looking fierce and armed. "Where's Ma Xiua? Tell her to come out." Su Suzhen, holding Huanyu and coaxing her to drink milk, saw Ma Xiua rush in and hurriedly asked, "Sister Xiua, what happened?" "Someone is threatening to cut off my hands and feet. You must help me." "The mother of the third child." "Why, you old hag, how dare you deceive us? When will your son pay back the 300,000 he owes us?" Su Suzhen nearly fainted upon hearing this. After all, 300,000 could build 2 large villas in the countryside. What on earth has Biaozi done to owe such a sum? Xue Jiayu frowned slightly. Owing 300,000 should not involve their family. Xue Wangjun signaled Su Sujin with his eyes, urging her to take Huanyu upstairs quickly. None of you are allowed to leave. One of the leading men blocked Su Sujin, saying, "You live in such a nice house while owing me money. If I don't get the 300,000 today, I'll chop off your hands and feet and throw you out to beg on the street, selling your child to traffickers for a few thousand." Upon hearing the threat to sell her child, Su Sujin began to cry in desperation, and Xue Wangjun was consumed with rage. "If you dare to touch my little treasure, I will fight you." But the man kicked Xue Wangjun aside, saying, "Whether you sell the child or not depends on your sincerity. Give me the 300,000, and I'll leave." Ma Xiaoa, trembling and clutching her head in fear of having her limbs severed, hurriedly pointed at Xue Wangjun, saying, "He has money. Their family owns a factory. They have plenty of money." Su Sujin, anxious and furious, dared not approach for fear of striking Ma Xiaoa. She had suspected all along that the two families were not particularly close, so why would Ma Xiaoa suddenly come visiting? It turned out she had harbored the intention of asking them for help in repaying the debt. Ma Xiaoa, still oblivious to her wrongdoings, muttered softly, "Your family is so wealthy. What is wrong with helping our Biaozi pay off some debt? The richer you are, the stingier you become." Xue Wangjun took a deep breath. As there were elders and children present, he refrained from acting rashly, simply stating, "We are not the ones who owe money. This person is merely a distant relative of mine. I will not pay their debts. Get lost. I don't care about any relatives. As long as you are here, you must pay me back. If you don't hand over the 300,000 today, none of you will leave this door alive." Machu secretly laughed to herself, thinking that the Xue family would have to comply and pay up to avoid further trouble. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Huanyu suddenly began to cry without warning, causing the burly men to become irritated. "Fine, I'm not trying to wipe you out completely. If you hand over the 300,000 soon, we'll leave." If they continue to lurk there, what would happen to little treasure? For the sake of little treasure, Xue Wangjun truly considered retrieving 300,000 to avert disaster. Just as he was about to suggest they follow him to the bank, he suddenly heard little treasure's tender voice. "No, Dad, you absolutely cannot yield to these dark forces. If you give them this 300,000, what will happen when someone else comes asking for 3 million or 30 million next time? Will our family even survive?" Xue Wangjun felt a pang in his heart. Indeed, little treasure made a valid point, and he decided to heed her counsel. He quickly moved to shield the mother and daughter, saying, "What are you doing here? Hurry and go hide at the Zhan family. Hide. Everyone sit down." One of the big men pressed down on Jiang Qiuyi's shoulder, attempting to force her to sit, but Zhan Aoxiang pushed him away from behind. "What are you doing? Bullying women and children is not a show of strength." Zhan Aoxiang was fiercer than them, his years of experience in business giving him a commanding presence that intimidated the group of burly men into silence. Zhan Aoxiang scrutinized them and suddenly asked, "Who do you work for?" "We work under Changge. If you've heard of Changge, you better behave and hand over the money." Zhan Aoxiang chuckled. "Lu Xiaoqiang, is it? You dare to directly mention Chang Ji's name?" Chapter 26. Sudden High Fever. Wait a moment. Zhan Aoxiang smiled slightly and stepped out to make a phone call. The man on the other end of the line must have said something alarming, as his expression changed immediately. Yes, Changge. We didn't know you were his friend. All right, I'll leave right away. Rest assured, we will clean up before we go." After hanging up, the previously aggressive men instantly transformed their demeanor. "We sincerely apologize. It was a misunderstanding. We didn't know you were friends of Changge. We will leave immediately, and we're truly sorry. Please convey our apologies to Changge." Xue Wangjun and his wife, holding Xue Jiayu, watched in astonishment as the men changed their attitude, as if performing a magic trick. The group meticulously cleaned the area they had soiled and left with bows and knots. Ma Xiaoa stood up from behind the sofa, her mouth agape. "They just left like that? What else did you want? Do you want to ruin our family completely before you feel satisfied?" Su Sujin placed Huanyu on the sofa and rushed forward to slap Ma Xiaoa. Ma Xiaoa attempted to argue, but was dragged out by Su Sujin by her hair. Don't, my things are still inside." Su Sujin threw the sack that Ma Xiaoa had brought on the ground, forcing her to retreat in embarrassment while clutching her belongings. Xue Jiayu watched the entire scene unfold, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, but she clenched her fist in her heart. These people are dragging down the Xue family. Even immense wealth cannot withstand such exploitation. Jiang Qiuyi and Xue Wangjun exchanged glances. Little treasure was right. They must keep their distance from these people in the future. After driving Ma Xiao away, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Zhan Aoxiang and his wife, shaking their hands repeatedly in thanks. Without your help, we wouldn't know how to resolve this. We are truly grateful. Jiang Peirong smiled gently, saying, it's nothing, just a small effort. It just so happens that old Zhan is acquainted with their elder brother. Zhan Aoxiang waved his hand, saying, after doing business for so many years, if I didn't have a bit of influence, wouldn't that be for naught? After bidding farewell to Zhan Aoxiang and his wife, Jiang Xiui and Xue Wangjun were still shaken, fearing that Xue Jiayu might be frightened by the ordeal. Meanwhile, Su Suzhen felt immense guilt, believing that the incident was entirely her fault for being soft-hearted and allowing Ma Xiao to stay. Had she not done so, this situation would not have arisen. However, her self-reproach was quickly forgotten as Xue Jiayu came down with a fever. Her health had always been frail, and although Xue Wangjun and his wife cherished her, the sudden influx of people and the overwhelming stress took a toll on her. That night, she developed a high fever. Jiang Xiui noticed her pale complexion and that evening brought her into the master bedroom to sleep together. Before long, she realized her daughter was burning with fever. Hurry, quickly take little treasure to the hospital. She has a fever. Xue Wangjun touched her forehead and nearly lost his composure. Why is it so hot? Yes, so hurry, contact Dr. Zhang. We need to go to the hospital now. Dr. Zhang, the chief of the city's People's Hospital, had some connections with the Xue family. Upon learning that their precious daughter was ill, he rushed from home to the hospital. The nurse first took Xue Jiayu's temperature and found it already reached 39 degrees. Jiang Xiui nearly blacked out upon hearing this. 39 degrees. Nurse, please save my daughter. Jiang Xiui looked at the nurse with tear-filled eyes. Xue Jiayu's lips were already dry, and her complexion was pale. Dear, don't worry. The nurse will save little treasure. Xue Wangjun helped Jiang Xiui to her feet, and the couple stood in the corridor, holding hands, their hearts heavy with concern for their daughter. Xue Jiayu felt as though she were engulfed in flames, nearly scorched. In the haze of her distress, she perceived a multitude of faces: Jiang Xiui, Xue Wangjun, Su Suzhen, Jiang Peirong, Zhan Aoxiang, and Zhan Nanqi. As she placed her hand in his palm, a refreshing sensation enveloped her. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Xue Jiayu finally opened her eyes to see the anxious faces of Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui. Tears streamed down Jiang Xiui's face as she exclaimed, Xiao Bao, you are finally awake. You nearly frightened your mother to death. Mom, please don't cry. Xue Jiayu's weak voice prompted Jiang Xiui to weep even more profusely. Xue Wangjun wiped away his own tears, relieved to see their child awake. Doctor, Zhang checked Xue Jiayu's temperature again, confirming that her fever had subsided. Grateful, the couple expressed their heartfelt thanks to Dr. Zhang. The night passed without incident, except for Su Suzhen, who found it difficult to sleep. Despite receiving a phone call from Su Wangjun assuring her that Xue Jiayu was fine, she still felt immense guilt, knowing that the situation stemmed from her own actions. Ying Huanyu was equally worried about Xue Jiayu, crying throughout the night, which only served to irritate Su Suzhen further. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you needing care, I could have gone to the hospital myself. Su Suzhen threat Ying Huanyu, who retaliated by biting her finger hard enough to draw blood. Ouch, you little brat. Su Suzhen fumed, wishing she could hit her to relieve her frustration. But as an elder, she could not bring herself to strike a child, resorting instead to muttering curses. Zhan Aoxiang and his wife decided to visit Xue Jiayu. Concerned about her high fever, Jiang Peirong glanced upstairs and regretfully said, You go ahead. I'll stay home to take care of Nanqi. Why don't you go instead? I'll watch over Nanqi, Zhan Aoxiang suggested, feeling that as a man, he should be more considerate than Jiang Peirong. Just then, Zhan Nanqi descended the stairs. Jiang Peirong's heart skipped a beat. Nanqi, we're going to visit Uncle Xue's daughter. Would you like to join us? She asked excitedly. Oh, it's Uncle Xue's daughter who frequently visits our home. No, dear, I believe you should clarify which daughter, Zhan Aoxiang interjected, gently reminding her to temper her enthusiasm. It's Uncle Xue's biological daughter, Xiao Bao Jiayu. Oh, Zhan Nanqi replied, lowering his gaze and falling silent. Unsure of her son's feelings, Jiang Peirong asked, Will you go? Yes, he replied. All right, then Dad will drive, and we shall visit Jiayu together. Jiang Peirong secretly whispered to Zhan Aoxiang, The sun must be setting in the west. Our son is actually coming with us. Chapter 27. Discharged throughout the journey, Jiang Peirong stole glances at Zhang Nanqi, her excitement evident to the extent that Zhang Aoxiang noticed. He coughed lightly, reminding her to be discreet. Their son was no fool. If she stared at him too long, he might withdraw from this rare opportunity to accompany them. Jiang Peirong struggled to contain her eagerness, recalling how the doctor had been at a loss regarding Zhang Nanqi's autism during their last visit. The doctor had suggested they take him out more often and encourage social interaction. They had tried, but whenever they mentioned going out, Zhang Nanqi remained unresponsive, merely gazing at them with indifference, which was quite frustrating. "Dear, do you think Nanqi is improving?" Jiang Peirong asked hopefully. Zhang Aoxiang, however, doused her optimism with cold water. "You are mistaken. I believe our son is changing solely because of Xue Jiayu, not due to any improvement in his condition. Can't you give me a glimmer of hope?" Jiang Peirong playfully glared at her husband. Zhang Aoxiang chuckled in the Zhang family. The rule is to heed the wife's words for prosperity. Thus, he yielded to Jiang Peirong's wishes, always acquiescing to her requests. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi sat quietly in the back seat, devoid of any extraneous emotions, merely observing the scenery retreating outside the window. When the Zhang family arrived at the hospital, Dr. Zhang had just finished examining Xue Jiayu. "Dr. Zhang, is our little treasure all right?" Jiang Qiui asked anxiously. Even if Dr. Zhang did not provide an update, they would never allow their child to suffer another fright. Had anything happened to her last night, they could not have endured it. "Mr. Xue, Ms. Qiui." Upon seeing the Zhang family arrive unexpectedly, Jiang Qiui was filled with joy. "What brings you here?" "We came to see Jiayu. I was so worried when I heard she was ill," Jiang Peirong said, glancing at the bed where Xue Jiayu lay sleeping. Her once rosy complexion now pale due to illness. Zhang Nanqi quietly maneuvered through the crowd to the other side of the bed to observe Xue Jiayu. This little thing, already so frail, looks even smaller when ill," Zhang Nanqi thought with displeasure. Though still young, he possessed a mature mindset. Yet he did not fully comprehend the extraordinary concern he felt for Xue Jiayu, merely standing by her bedside, watching her peaceful face as she slept. Jiang Peirong, still worried, gazed at Xue Jiayu, who, though not her biological daughter, had endeared herself to Jiang Peirong through their shared experiences. Seeing her sickly, pale face nearly brought her to tears. "Qiui, what did the doctor say?" "Dr. Zhang assured me she is fine now," Jiang Peirong replied, casting a worried glance at the bed. Jiang Qiui was equally troubled. Despite Dr. Zhang's reassurances that Xue Jiyu's fever had broken, her daughter remained unresponsive, driving Jiang Qiui to the brink of despair. Enveloped in a fog, Xue Jiyu felt utterly disoriented, struggling to open her eyes, lacking the strength to do so. Just then, she felt a warm hand grasp hers. Instinctively recognizing it as a lifeline, and she clung to it, summoning her strength to open her eyes and behold Zhang Nanqi's handsome face. "Little handsome guy." Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun were taken aback by Xue Jiyu's thunderous cry, nearly stumbling backward. Fortunately, Zhang Aoxiang supported Xue Wangjun, while Jiang Peirong steadied Jiang Qiui. "What happened? Have you both exhausted yourselves? Little treasure, you are finally awake. You scared your father and mother." Jiang Qiui's tears fell onto Xue Jiyu's face as the little girl extended her tiny finger to touch Jiang Qiui's cheek. "Mom, please don't cry." At that moment, even the formidable businessman Xue Wangjun found himself weeping like a child. "Little treasure, if anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't want to live." Zhang Aoxiang and his wife exchanged bemused glances at the sight of the couple, relieved they had all come. Otherwise, one might have thought Xue Jiayu was gravely ill given their tears. Seeing her precious granddaughter, Su Suzhen was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she called out affectionately. Everyone gathered around Xue Jiayu, while Ying Huanyu, lying behind a foam barrier, yearned for attention but was ignored. Only Zhang Nanqi glanced at her as he passed through the living room, quickly averting his gaze. Witnessing the red eyes of her loved ones made Xue Jiyu's heart ache. However, she felt a twinge of confusion. It was merely a scare. How could it have left her in such a state? Had it not been for the hand that pulled her back from the brink, she might still be in a state of unconsciousness. With this thought, she could not help but glance toward Zhang Nanqi. "Cough, cough, cough." Jiang Qiui quickly patted her darling daughter on the back. "What is the matter, little treasure?" Xue Jiyu indicated that she was fine, allowing Jiang Qiui to relax and resume her conversation with Jiang Peirong. By the time the Zhang family departed, Night had fallen. Su Sujin hurriedly prepared dinner, and the family managed to eat something together. Following these events, Xue Wangjun and his wife became even more meticulous in caring for Xue Jiayu, lavishing her with affection. In stark contrast was Huanyu. Although Su Sujin attended to her needs, she did not shower her with love, merely ensuring the little one did not falter under her care. One day, while Xue Wangjun was busy with orders of the factory, he received a call from his hometown. Without even removing his safety helmet, he answered, "Hello? Who is this?" "What do you mean, which one?" A robust shout echoed from across the room, startling Xue Wangjun so much that he nearly dropped the phone. It was the clan leader. "What do you need from me?" he inquired. "Did you drive off Biaozi's mother and prevent her from residing in your home?" So that was the issue at hand. Just mentioning it filled Xue Wangjun with ire. "Indeed," he replied with a cold smirk. "Clan leader, she only stated one thing and did not elaborate further. Her son is drowning in debts and wishes for my assistance in repaying them. Is that even conceivable?" Chapter 28. Reluctance to host a first birthday celebration. What? Debts? Clearly, the clan leader was unaware of this situation, prompting Xue Wangjun to snort disdainfully. This information had reached them through Xiao Bao, revealing that Biaozi was a hopeless gambler, owing 300,000 at the casino. Unable to repay, Ma Xiao wished to take advantage of the Xue family. Initially, she considered stealing from their home to pay off her debts, but her audacity escalated to the point of bringing her creditors directly to Xue's doorstep, blatantly demanding that he settle the 300,000 on behalf of her and her son. The clan leader was rendered speechless, remaining silent, hesitant to respond. Xue Wangjun continued, "I have 2 small children at home. That group barged in, brazenly declaring their intent to sell my child to traffickers. Do you still believe I should assist them?" He scoffed, "Justice resides in the hearts of the people. If Ma Xiao wishes to confront me, I am unafraid." The clan leader, prioritizing the greater good, "Hope to quell the matter. I will handle this for you. You should focus on earning a living in the city. You are right. Such gamblers do not deserve assistance. I will make sure to clarify this with the other elders in the village." "Thank you, clan leader." Upon returning home, Xue Wangjun recounted this incident to Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin. As Jiang Qiui was ladling soup, her anger led her to throw the ladle into the pot. "What does this mean? Are we at fault for not helping? This is outrageous." "Calm down, my dear," Xue Wangjun consoled, embracing his wife and soothing her for a considerable time before coaxing a smile from her. Had it not been for her fear of scaring Xue Jiayu with her stern expression, Jiang Qiui would have maintained her frown. Xue Jiayu, nestled in her cradle, listened intently to their conversation. Su Sujin furrowed her brow, but the clan leader mentioned that everyone within 10 miles knows about this. It tarnishes our family's reputation. So what if it does? Can reputation feed us? Xue Wangjun replied nonchalantly, glancing at his precious daughter, feeling that having a child was enough to suffice. The mention of a first birthday celebration struck a chord with Xue Jiayu. In the original narrative, she could only watch as Huanyu was lavished with affection, while she, the same age, was burdened by Li Minxue, forced to toil. Whenever Li Minxue was displeased or felt inadequately compensated, she would take out her frustrations on her, leaving bruises on her arms. Even in death, she bore a large, unsightly burn scar on her leg. Thus, she harbored a strong aversion to the idea of a birthday celebration, wishing to forego altogether. "Mom and Dad, I do not wish to have a first birthday celebration. Li Minxue intends to pour hot soup on me at the celebration. Xiao Bao will hurt." Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged glances, their faces filled with fury. "Who dares to bully Xiao Bao? We will ensure they pay dearly. Li Minxue, is it? If she wishes to harm Xiao Bao, she must first step over our corpses." Though they desired to honor Xiao Bao's wishes to skip the celebration or host it in the city, they could not withstand the persistent calls from relatives back home. "Sujin, isn't your daughter's first birthday celebration approaching? Do you not plan to host one?" "Sujin, you are simply unwilling. You want a son." Each cutting remark pierced Su Sujin's heart like daggers, yet she did not wish to add to her son and daughter-in-law as burdens. She resolved to keep her grievances to herself, offering only a laugh when questioned by fellow villagers. Little did she know, Jiang Qiui observed all. Xue Wangjun was perusing a photo of Xue Jiayu when he abruptly dropped it and rushed to his wife's side, embracing her with heartfelt emotion. "My dear, you truly possess such understanding. What merit do I possess to have married someone as wonderful as you?" "Enough of that," Jiang Qiui playfully pushed him away then, with a serious demeanor, added, however, we must heed Xiao Bao's words. We cannot underestimate Min Xue and her mother. Jiang Qiui nodded gently, hoping for the best. Xue Jiayu, busily drinking her milk, paused her sucking motion, her large, dark, grape-like eyes gazing at her mother with curiosity. Jiang Qiui sighed, unable to communicate directly with her, resorting instead to talking to herself. This matter weighs heavily on Grandma's heart. Now others ridicule her because of it. Xiao Bao, let's strive to uphold Grandma's dignity. The tiny infant furrowed her brows. Ah, well, Grandma's desire for face is her one flaw, but she is elderly, so I shall yield to her. Once Xiao Bao consented, Jiang Qiui promptly invited Jiang Peirong to join her in selecting attire for Xue Jiayu's first birthday celebration. Jiang Peirong, resting at home that day, brightened at the suggestion of shopping, though her expression dimmed at the thought of her son upstairs. I have no objections, but I must consult my son first. If Zhang Nanqi refuses to go out, then I shall remain home. Jiang Peirong climbed the stairs with a hopeful heart to find Zhang Nanqi, who was once again engrossed in reading some incomprehensible books. These tomes had been purchased by Zhang Aoxiang to pass the time, yet Zhang Nanqi had nearly finished them. Nanqi, Jiang Peirong said, rubbing her hands together at the study door, Mom has something to discuss with you. As she anticipated, Zhang Nanqi exhibited no reaction, not even lifting his gaze. Jiang Peirong steeled herself to continue. Aunt Jiang has invited us to buy clothes for little Jiayu. Will you join us? Ultimately, she had to relent, turning to leave when she suddenly heard a faint hum. Chapter 29. Almost abducted again, that response was so soft that she nearly doubted her ears. Jiang Peirong swallowed hard and inquired again. Would you like to go out with Mom? Zhang Nanqi, who suffered from autism and exhibited mild obsessive-compulsive behaviors, such as avoiding touching door handles and railings, required her to prepare a substantial supply of disinfectant wipes. As she gathered supplies, Jiang Peirong felt both busy and joyful. Since meeting the Xue family, Zhang Nanqi's condition had improved remarkably. Now he was willing to go out, and recovery seemed imminent. Jiang Qiui meticulously dressed Xue Jiayu, adorning her with a pink bao baby hat and wrapping her in a white chunky knit sweater, even selecting exceptionally soft and comfortable designer shoes. She truly resembled a little princess. Su Sujin gazed at her in admiration, immediately putting Ying Huanyu down to hold Xue Jiayu. Our little Baoer is the most beautiful. Taking her out will surely delight everyone. Ying Huanyu pouted, a flicker of jealousy flashing in her eyes, incongruent with her appearance. Jiang Qiui was equally pleased with her matching skills, proudly asserting, our little Bao is lovely, so a little embellishment makes her even more charming. Be careful when you take her out. Do not let any traffickers snatch her away. Of course, hearing the sound of a horn, Jiang Qiui quickly scooped up Xue Jiayu and stepped outside. Jiang Peirong drove, with Zhang Nanqi seated beside them in the back seat. Jiang Qiui had grown quite familiar with Zhang Nanqi, and upon entering the vehicle, she naturally greeted him. Hello, little Nanqi. No sooner had she spoken than she felt a sudden lightness in her arm, glancing over to see her little treasure leaping into Zhang Nanqi's embrace. Oha, Xiao Bao. Xue Jiayu had lunged into Zhang Nanqi's arms, uncertain if he would catch her, but her instincts guided her actions. It's been several days since I last saw the handsome boy. What's wrong with a little leap? Zhang Nanqi caught the small bundle, lifting her to inspect her. You're quite adorable today. In truth, she was endearing every day. Xue Jiayu's cheeks flushed. Why is the handsome boy staring at me like that? I'm only 11 months old. Jiang Qiui, hearing her thoughts, nearly burst into laughter, biting her lip as she turned her face to the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi remained locked in a tender gaze with Xue Jiayu, though it was a sentiment that only she perceived. They drew increasingly closer, causing Xue Jiayu to blush and her heart to race. What's he trying to do? Surely he isn't going to kiss me? To her surprise, Zhang Nanqi merely reached out to wipe away the drool from the corner of her mouth, and then, without a hint of mercy, returned it to Jiang Qiui. Although Zhang Nanqi said not a single word, Jiang Qiui felt utterly embarrassed. Throughout the remaining journey, she held her daughter tightly, resolutely preventing Xiao Bao from climbing onto others. Finally arriving at the shopping mall, a veritable paradise for women, Jiang Peirong, too, linked arms with her, exclaiming that children's clothes are easily found and suggesting they first explore their own clothing options. However, Jiang Qiui glanced at Xiao Bao and thought to herself that it would be impossible to shop comfortably while holding her, fearing that the drool might stain someone else's clothes. Xue Jiayu displayed an annoyed expression. Mom, don't make it sound like all I do is drool. I can be very well behaved. Though aware that her little one was somewhat unique compared to her peers, she was still a child, and how could a child's assurances hold any weight? Just as Jiang Qiui was about to decline, Xiao Bao piped up, "You could leave me with that handsome guy. He can keep me company while you two shop. That would be wonderful." Zhang Nanqi thought, did this little one even ask for my opinion? Xue Jiayu felt deep down that Zhang Nanqi would not refuse her. Relishing her own cleverness, Jiang Qiui pinched Xue Jiyu's cheek, thinking to herself that she was not oblivious to her daughter's scheming. Ultimately, she bent down to ask Zhang Nanqi, "Xiao Nanqi, could you hold my daughter for a while?" Zhang Nanqi wanted to refuse. Yet upon noticing the little star atop Xue Jiyu's baby cap, he inexplicably extended his hands to take her. Once again nestled in Zhang Nanqi's embrace, Xue Jiayu rubbed her chubby cheeks against his chest, looking utterly satisfied. Although he lacked a muscular physique, she was content. Jiang Qiui, while keeping an eye on Xue Jiayu, dove into one women's clothing store after another, revealing her shopping-addicted nature. Jiang Peirong was equally relentless, not stopping until she had thoroughly perused nearly every women's clothing store in the mall, with Zhang Nanqi dutifully carrying Xue Jiayu in tow. A janitor walked back and forth behind Zhang Nanqi, eyeing him and Xue Jiayu. The two children clearly appeared to be from affluent families. If they were kidnapped, a substantial ransom could be demanded. Xue Jiayu, originally resting on Zhang Nanqi's shoulder, perked up her little head suspiciously upon seeing the shifty-eyed janitor. That person is rather strange. Why does he keep staring at us? He wouldn't be thinking of abducting us, would he? Hearing Xue Jiyu's inner thoughts, Zhang Nanqi utilized the reflection in the glass to see that indeed a janitor was feigning to mop the floor, yet remained stationary. It was evident he had ulterior motives. His gaze turned frosty. As the janitor looked up, Zhang Nanqi abruptly pivoted, startling the janitor into stumbling back a considerable distance, landing on the ground, which drew a crowd of onlookers. The janitor dared not entertain any further thoughts of abducting them, hastily gathering his cleaning tools and leaving in dismay. Zhang Nanqi gently pressed down on Xue Jiyu's little head, allowing her to climb down once more. Xue Jiayu, seeing the janitor flee, thought little of it, assuming she had simply fled the scene, unbeknownst to the two mothers. As Jiang Qiui grew weary from swiping her card, she finally remembered that Zhang Nanqi had been holding Xue Jiayu all along. "Nanqi, please hand Jiayu back to me. You must be exhausted. I'll treat you to ice cream later." Jiang Peirong smiled faintly, noting he rarely indulged in ice cream, only partaking a couple of bites during the hottest days of summer. "Then pick out a toy you like, and I'll gift it to you." "Oh, Jiayu has fallen asleep." Jiang Qiui crouched down to take a look, discovering Xue Jiayu's drool had soaked Zhang Nanqi's shoulder. Heavens, this child! Jiang Qiui felt quite guilty. Wanted to buy Zhang Nanqi new clothes, but he declined. Jiang Peirong quickly produced wet wipes to clean him, fearing her son's cleanliness obsession might flare up. However, Zhang Nanqi displayed no signs of discomfort, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed ahead. This only served to deepen the mother's feelings of guilt, prompting self-reflection. We were so focused on buying clothes that we forgot the purpose of our outing was to shop for Xiao Bao. "Let us go. There's a children's clothing store ahead. Nanqi used to come here often." They indeed soon spotted a beautifully decorated children's clothing store. Jiang Peirong pulled Jiang Qiui inside, and as soon as they entered, the sales staff greeted them warmly. "Mrs. Zhang, it's been ages since we last saw you." "Yes, this is my friend. Please bring out all the clothes suitable for a 1-year-old. Jiang Peirong boisterously led Jiang Qiui to the sofa, and the staff, seeing their arms laden with shopping bags, smiled widely, knowing the day's sales would be promising. "Certainly. Please make yourselves comfortable. I will fetch them immediately." "Xiaozhong, pour water for these two ladies." A cart filled with baby clothes was wheeled in, leaving Jiang Qiui dazzled by the array. It must be said that Jiang Peirong's recommended store was exceptional, with high-quality garments. Jiang Qiui first selected some everyday outfits for Xue Jiayu, then picked a few more formal pieces for Jiang Peirong as consideration. This black and white bao dress is elegant and noble, while this pink and white one is cute and lively. Both are perfect for a little princess. The staff held up the two dresses for them to choose from. But when they turned to ask Xue Jiayu, they found she had fallen asleep in Zhang Nanqi's arms. With no other option, Jiang Qiui sought Zhang Nanqi's opinion. Nanqi, which one do you think Jiayu would look better in? Zhang Nanqi glanced at both dresses and without hesitation pointed to the black and white one. Are you sure? Jiang Perong, holding up the pink and white dress like a salesperson, pressed. Isn't the pink and white one prettier? It's more suitable for a little girl. Jiang Qiui preferred the black and white dress as well. Seeing Zhang Nanqi's affirmation, it was settled. Salesperson, please wrap these up for me. By the time Xue Jiayu awoke, they had returned home. As she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Qiui and Su Sujin examining the clothes they had purchased that day. Mom, this one is for you. For Jiayu's first birthday celebration, you must look presentable. Jiang Qiui's relationship with Su Sujin was neither particularly good nor bad. Especially after they had resolved some misunderstandings following the full-month celebration. She now understood her mother-in-law wasn't as terrible as she had thought. Oh dear, what about my share? Let me see. I absolutely adore this color. As Su Sujin tried on the clothes, Jiang Qiui noticed Xue Jiayu had woken up, quickly lifting her precious daughter into her arms. Little Bao, look at the clothes Mommy bought for you. Do you like them? With new clothes strewn across the floor, Xue Jiayu gnawed on her finger and nodded. Mommy's taste is truly impeccable. Receiving praise from her little one filled Jiang Qiui with immense joy, and she replied, Rest assured, my darling, the clothes Mommy bought are definitely the best and most beautiful. This statement was overheard by Huanyu, who had just awakened. Yet Jiang Qiui remained unfazed, for it was indeed the truth. After all, what does a child know? However, to her surprise, Huanyu crawled over to the pile of clothes and immediately began to tear them apart. But her strength was insufficient, only managing to pull down a few accessories. What are you doing? Jiang Qiui hastily snatched the clothes away, casting an annoyed look at Huanyu. Huanyu gazed back innocently, and while Xue Jiayu harbored doubts about whether Huanyu had done it intentionally, she quickly dismissed the notion. At that moment, Huanyu was likely devoid of any malicious intent, being but an infant. Mommy, don't be angry. She probably didn't mean it. Jiang Qiui cast a deep glance at Huanyu. While she would not strike her, it didn't mean she was unbothered. Qiui, you have chosen such lovely clothes. Su Sujin, having changed into her outfit, noticed the tense atmosphere in the living room and promptly inquired, What is going on here? Nothing, Mom. Jiang Qiui swiftly composed herself, donning a smile. You look splendid in that outfit. Darling, your taste is impeccable. Both the clothes for Mom and for little Bao are beautiful. Jiang Qiui cast a playful glance at him, saying, I bought you one as well. The new suit she purchased for Xue Wangjun was meticulously chosen, as Jiang Qiui took full responsibility for his wardrobe. Whenever he ventured out for business, he was often praised for his impeccable fashion sense. Indeed, after donning the new suit, Xue Wangjun couldn't contain his smugness. My wife's taste is exceptional. This looks so splendid that I hardly want to take it off. Oh, come now. Jiang Qiui replied with a light scoff. This is meant for our little Bao's first birthday celebration. Xue Wangjun casually inquired, What about Huanyu? Did you buy her anything? No, she replied. Darling, I feel that her jealousy is quite potent. Being around our little Bao might affect him. She had mentioned this concern several times, prompting Xue Wangjun to concede that he would consider it. Zhan Aoxiang and his spouse, having grown up in the city and never visited the countryside, were quite excited about their trip to Xue's hometown. Just before their departure, Jiang Perong asked Zhang Nanqi what he wanted to bring, to which he selected a few books. Nanqi, are you sure you want to take books? Why not just relax and leave them behind? Jiang Perong pleaded with her son. However, Zhang Nanqi remained silent, leading Jiang Perong to relent and place the books in the car. This did not dampen their spirits, as the Zhan family's vehicle followed closely behind the Xue family's car, both driving steadily along the road to Xue village. Upon learning that the Zhan family was also going, Xue Jiayu kept glancing back, fidgeting restlessly against Jiang Qiui. Little handsome, we are so close yet so far. Xue Wangjun, who was driving, nearly swerved off the road from his daughter's teasing. Jiang Qiui, having grown accustomed to such antics, simply reminded him, Darling, please drive safely. When they passed a rest stop, both families took the opportunity to use the restroom, and Xue Jiayu immediately clung to Zhang Nanqi's clothing, struggling to be picked up, as she was about to tumble to the ground. Zhang Nanqi had no choice but to extend his arms. I'm so sorry, Nanqi. Our little Bao is quite the handful. Jiang Xiui remarked with a mix of amusement and exasperation. It's one thing for her to be spirited in her heart, but why must her behavior be so boisterous? Jiang Peirong chuckled. Not at all. This is quite endearing. I was worried Nanchi would strain his eyes reading all the time. Why don't we let little Bao ride with us? That won't do. We can't have Nanchi responsible for Bao. Jiang Peirong reassured her. What is the matter? You can join us too. That works, Jiang Xiui agreed, discussing it with Xue Wangjun before lifting Xue Jiayu to board the Zhan family S-car. Suddenly, Ying Huanyu, who had been quiet throughout the journey, burst into tears. Su Sujin patted her back half-heartedly and jostled her slightly, yet the crying persisted. What's wrong? Jiang Peirong, who had limited interaction with Ying Huanyu, spoke cautiously, aware that she was a child adopted by the Xue family. Ying Huanyu's cries were heart-wrenching, drawing a puzzled look from Xue Jiayu. Only when Xue Jiayu regarded her did Ying Huanyu slightly cease her wailing. She doesn't want to be separated from her sister, Jiang Peirong concluded. Then let's have a ride with us. Believing she had made a sound suggestion, Jiang Xiui immediately dismissed it. No, there isn't enough space in the car. Jiayu and I will ride with you. Mom, you take Huanyu with Wangjun. As soon as Jiang Xiui settled in the back seat, the little one in her arms squirmed like a slippery eel, attempting to crawl toward Zhan Nanchi. Little handsome, here I come. With small hands and feet working in tandem, she quickly climbed onto Zhan Nanchi, drawn in by his pleasant scent. Wow, little handsome smells so good. Zhan Nanchi subtly pressed his lips together, creating some distance between them. Xue Jiayu, taken aback, was about to cry when she suddenly felt a tissue pressed against her face as Zhan Nanchi wiped her nose. Nanchi, you take care of your sister so well. You're even more meticulous than Andy. Jiang Xiui beamed. When Jiang Peirong and Jiang Xiui came together, they found an endless array of topics to discuss, ranging from beauty to fashion to investments, while Zhan Aoxiang focused intently on driving, occasionally chiming in. Just as their conversation reached its peak, a glance revealed that Zhan Nanchi had fallen asleep with Xue Jiayu in his arms. This is the first time I've seen Nanchi so relaxed, Jiang Peirong whispered, her eyes misty. Jiang Xiui softly asked, what happened to Nanchi to make him so withdrawn? He witnessed a car accident, Jiang Peirong replied, wiping away her tears with a light touch. Jiang Xiui refrained from probing further, respecting his privacy. 2 hours later, a Santana and a Hongqi entered the village, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Though life had improved significantly, few could afford cars, making these two vehicles quite the spectacle. A throng gathered, showering Xue Wangjun and Zhan Aoxiang with praise. Old Xue, why keep the villagers outside? Ha! We'll feast tomorrow. There will be ample time to chat, Xue Wangjun chuckled, internally musing that these folks were clearly seeking to benefit from Zhan Aoxiang's wealth. The Xue family's new residence stood out with its rustic charm, distinctly different from the urban villas, yet exuding warmth. Zhan Nanchi and Xue Jiayu were roused from their slumber and informed that they had arrived home, both settling in the living room to awaken fully. Jiang Xiui and Su Sujin hurried to prepare the guest rooms. The Xue home had ample space, even accommodating the Zhan family with individual rooms. However, Ying Huanyu was left without anyone to care for her. Jiang Peirong volunteered to hold Ying Huanyu, and Su Sujin entrusted her to her. Hey, this little one may not be as pretty as Jiayu, but she's not unattractive, Jiang Peirong thought, preparing to play with Ying Huanyu, only to be sharply pinched on the back of her hand, eliciting a surprised yelp. Ouch, you little rascal. Jiang Peirong quickly set Ying Huanyu down, her hand now swollen and red. The infant's tiny hands could inflict quite a pinch, rivaling that of an adult. Is this child truly unaware? Jiang Peirong suddenly comprehended why Jiang Xiui often displayed a peculiar expression when discussing Ying Huanyu. Meanwhile, Ying Huanyu fixated on Xue Jiayu and Zhan Nanchi, attempting to crawl toward them. Just as she began to inch forward, Zhan Nanchi abruptly lifted Xue Jiayu off the sofa. Hey, when did the trees outside bloom? I want to see. Xue Jiayu mused dreamily while perched on Zhan Nanchi's shoulder, only to feel herself lifted into the air the next moment. Zhan Nanchi carried her into the courtyard, and Xue Jiayu assumed he merely intended to play outside. She extended her chubby hand, and a flower delicately landed in her palm. The flower, a delightful blend of pink and red, was particularly appealing to a little girl like Xue Jiayu. Ying Huanyu, unable to see Xue Jiayu, became distressed and began crying. Jiang Peirong, mistaking it for a need to change her diaper, hurried to replace her soiled one. However, Upon removing Huanyu's diaper, she realized the cause was not what she expected, receiving a solid kick from Huanyu instead. The kick was aimed squarely at her face, and had Jiang Peirong not dodged in time, she would have been struck in the eye. What a little troublemaker. Huanyu glanced at her, and Jiang Peirong paused, realizing she had perceived a hint of ferocity in the child's gaze. Yet, as she tried to scrutinize further, Huanyu's expression reverted to innocent childishness, leaving Jiang Peirong questioning her own judgment. Jiang Qiui swiftly prepared 2 guest rooms, knowing that Zhang Nanqi preferred to sleep alone. Both rooms were meticulously arranged, with fresh flowers adorning the one for Zhang Aoxiang and his wife, while the light bulb in Zhang Nanqi's room was replaced with a brighter one to facilitate his reading. Su Suzhen prepared a grand feast of authentic local dishes to welcome Zhang Aoxiang and his wife, who found the hearty fare a delightful change from their usual refined meals. The two families enjoyed lively conversation, spending a splendid evening together. The following day marked Xue Jiayu's first birthday celebration. Early in the morning, Xue Jiayu opened her eyes, realizing she was now 1 year old. To her surprise, the first faces she saw were those of Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun, causing her to blink in mild melancholy for reasons she could not comprehend. In the original text, Xue Jiayu never experienced a single day of parental love before her demise. Yet now she finds herself enveloped in the unwavering affection of Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun. Lil Bao, happy birthday. You're 1 year old today. Jiang Qiui, filled with profound emotion, embraced her daughter and tenderly kissed her, presenting a small golden lock to hang around her neck. This is a gift from your parents. Every year on your birthday, we shall gift you a golden lock. When you grow up, you may transform these locks into other golden ornaments or even sell them if you wish. We shall always respect your choices. Xue Wangjun also placed a kiss on Xue Jiayu's forehead, assuring her, you may do as you wish. Your mother and I will always be your support. Your father will earn enough to sustain you for a lifetime, so you need not worry about your livelihood. Chapter 32. The Gift of Jade. These words moved Xue Jiayu to tears. Oh, Mom and Dad, how deeply I love you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui's tears flowed freely, and Xue Wangjun turned away to wipe his own eyes. Jiang Peirong, having risen early, came to inquire about the use of the water heater, only to be met with the sight of the 3 of them weeping together. What is the matter? Isn't today little Jiayu's birthday? Why are there tears? Jiang Qiui quickly wiped her tears, assuring her, it's nothing, nothing at all. Qiui, this is our gift for Jiayu. Jiang Peirong handed a gift bag to Jiang Qiui, who accepted it with surprise. Why didn't I see you with this yesterday? If you had been seen, it would not have been a surprise. Jiang Peirong winked at her. Both Jiang Peirong and Zhang Aoxiang hailed from prominent families, and naturally would not arrive empty-handed for Xue Jiayu's first birthday celebration. The gifts had been thoughtfully selected in advance, a piece of jade and a red envelope. Jiang Qiui promptly adorned Xue Jiayu's neck with the jade, remarking on its exquisite quality and the considerable expense it must have incurred. For a child's gift, it is hardly excessive. This jade serves to ward off disasters and ensure peace. Jiang Peirong smiled as she affectionately ruffled Xue Jiyu's hair, her eyes brimming with love. Xue Jiyu felt deeply touched. Although she was unaware of jade's true value, its transparent hue and lack of impurities indicated its worth. Grandma is truly wonderful. Just moments ago, Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun were emotionally overwhelmed, but upon hearing Jiayu's term of endearment for Jiang Peirong, they nearly dropped her in shock. What is going on with you? Jiang Peirong looked at them in confusion, and Jiang Qiui hurriedly replied, it's nothing, nothing at all. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. After their meal, Jiang Qiui instructed Jiang Peirong on the use of the water heater, and Jiang Peirong proceeded to knock on Zhang Nanqi's door. It was already 9 o'clock, and typically at this hour, Zhang Nanqi would be awake. One of the side effects of autism is that Zhang Nanqi's life follows a strict routine, which cannot be easily disrupted. As expected, Zhang Nanqi was indeed awake. He wished to wear his usual clothing, yet Jiang Peirong presented a small suit. Nanqi, how about wearing this today? Zhang Nanqi did not even glance at it. Jiang Peirong, feeling exasperated, suddenly recalled, today is your sister's full moon banquet. We should dress formally. If she sees you in this suit, it will surely make her very happy. Although Zhang Nanqi was indifferent to the happiness of others, he ultimately changed into the suit after persistent persuasion from Jiang Peirong. The sensation of wearing new clothes felt quite awkward, causing his expression to sour throughout the morning. Normally, Jiang Perong would indulge him and allow him to change out of anything that made him uncomfortable. However, today she felt it was time for Zhang Nanqi to embrace some change. Why must you force him? Zhang Aoxiang offered his wife a glass of water, attempting to persuade her to reconsider, only to receive a sharp glare in return. You don't wish for Nanqi to remain trapped in autism forever, do you? Have you not noticed how particularly tolerant he is towards Jiayu? Perhaps he is willing to change for her. We should take advantage of this to help him overcome his autism. Naturally, both children were still quite young, and Jiang Peirong did not doubt that Zhang Nanqi had feelings for Xue Jiayu. She simply believed that perhaps these two children were inherently compatible, prompting Zhang Nanqi to make adjustments for Xue Jiayu. Or perhaps he merely found it easier to enact changes under the banner of her name. As the three of them descended the stairs, the Xue family had also completed their preparations. To complement Xue Jiayu's black and white dress, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui had chosen matching outfits, the fabric and tailoring exuding luxury. Xue Jiayu was exquisitely dressed. The dress fit her perfectly, revealing her adorable little arms, making one wish to pinch her cheeks. Little Jiayu is simply adorable today. Come here for an embrace, Sandy. Jiang Peirong wished to hold her, but the normally friendly Xue Jiayu suddenly shyly burrowed into her mother's embrace, refusing to lift her head. What is the matter, little one? Xue Wangjun quickly approached, concerned for his precious daughter, fearing she was unwell. Yet, as he drew near, he could hear Xue Jiyu's inner thoughts. That little handsome boy is just too charming. No, today he is a grand handsome young man. Why is he wearing a suit? Does he wish to marry me? I would agree. Oh no, how embarrassing. Yet he is so handsome. Xue Wangjun felt a pang in his heart. Even when he donned a suit, his daughter did not shower him with such praise. Jiang Xiui cast a humorous glance at Xue Wangjun and then at Zhang Nanqi, momentarily taken aback. He truly is quite handsome. Zhang Nanqi, though still young, exhibited the early signs of striking features. Standing out among his peers and clad in a crisp suit, he appeared every bit the little gentleman. Surely, when he grew up, he would captivate countless young hearts. However, even before reaching adulthood, he had already ensnared the affections of Jiang Peirong's precious daughter. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Peirong was unaware that Xue Jiyu was too shy to lift her head from Jiang Qiui's shoulder as she endeavored to coax her. Little Jiayu, Annie does not truly wish to hold you. I merely find you adorable and want to see you. Would you show yourself to Auntie? Jiang Peirong coaxed until Xue Jiayu felt less shy and finally lifted her head, only to once again meet Zhang Nanqi's gaze, causing her to shyly retreat once more. Jiang Peirong was perplexed, wondering what was happening, entirely oblivious to the source of the issue being her own darling son. After Su Suzhen had changed her clothing, the group prepared to depart for the hotel. For Xue Jiayu's full moon banquet, Xue Wangjun had spent a considerable sum to secure a local hotel, inviting the entire village to partake in the celebration. In the past, the finest full moon banquets in the village had merely consisted of simple meals. Yet Xue Wangjun spared no expense for his daughter's celebration, inciting envy among many. At the hotel entrance, several villagers stood with crossed arms, gossiping. What? Just because he has a little money, he feels the need to show off? Having a daughter is not the same as having a son. In the end, she won't carry on the family line. What does it matter? He is simply raising a daughter, and two of them at that. What a waste of resources. Yet the Xue family is truly wealthy. That gurgling Huan Yu is also well taken care of. I should have given my child to their family instead. Oh please, what good is that? Have you seen how thin and dark that little girl is? It's no wonder, considering her motheress looks. Just then, one gossiping villager stumbled over a mop, angrily getting up to find a cleaning person wearing a hat, whom she immediately began to berate. What are you doing? Can't you see? The person offered no explanation and simply walked away. The villagers continued to grumble, but the cleaner removed their hat in a safe passage, revealing a gaunt face. Li Minxue, hearing the disparaging comments about her daughter, sank to the ground in tears. Today, she was determined to see her daughter. She was nearly at her wits' end missing the child. Chapter 33. A Cure for His Illness. The guests arriving for the full moon banquet were unending, and Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui stood at the door, welcoming them with smiles that felt almost frozen. Xue Wangjun, concerned for his wife, urged her to take a break. You should take a little bow to the lounge to rest. I will handle these guests. Jiang Qiui, her face stiff with a forced smile and her back aching, was eager for a moment of respite. Thus, She took Jiang Peirong with her to the lounge, longed for a moment of respite. Yet she found herself tethered to Huanyu. Ah, dear Su Sujin, have you grown fond of this child? Look at how much you care for her. Bah, Su then spot diet's me seen. If it weren't for the fact that I have yet to locate her mother and grandmother, would I be carrying her around like this? I can hardly manage my own little bow. Before heading out, Xue Wangjun had made a special trip to finally meet Xue, but there was no one home. Neighbors mentioned they had seen the mother and daughter a few days prior, but their current whereabouts were a mystery. With no other option, she had to bring the child to the hotel. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter, teasing her for tending to someone else's granddaughter. Su Sujin, still harboring her frustrations, was suddenly jolted by Huanyu's small hand twisting her arm. Ah! Su Sujin cried out, promptly relinquishing the child to someone nearby while inspecting her arm. The area where Huanyu had twisted was red and swollen, a sight most unpleasant. Others gathered around, urging her to let it go, insisting that children are innocent and cannot harbor ill intentions. However, Su Sujin held a different view, having spent ample time with Huanyu. She recognized that this was not the first instance of the child twisting someone. Coincidentally, it always happened after she expressed her thoughts, yet before she could finish, those old friends would whisk Huanyu away to chat with others, leaving her burdened once more. You can hold this little nuisance yourself. Su Sujin glared at the infant in her arms, who gazed back innocently. Thus, Su Sujin began to wonder if she was overreacting, and the matter faded into the background, unbeknownst to another observer present. In the lounge, Jiang Peirong and Jiang Xiui were tending to Xue Jiayu. Jiang Xiui had just changed her diaper, while Jiang Peirong prepared milk. Zhang Nanqi sat nearby, his expression stoic as he watched them work. I truly admire you. The two of us can hardly manage her alone. And you also care for two more, Jiang Peirong remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow. Jiang Xiui's eyes remained fixated on her daughter, a look of fulfillment gracing her face. She is a piece of my heart. I would gladly sacrifice everything for her. Caring for her is hardly a challenge. Xue Jiayu, clutching the bottle, gazed affectionately at Zhang Nanqi on the couch. Nanqi, today is your sister's birthday. Won't you come and wish her a happy birthday? Jiang Peirong beckoned to her son, bracing herself for his inevitable indifference. Yet, to her surprise, he stood without hesitation and approached Xue Jiayu, staring at her intently without uttering a word. Speak up, Jiang Peirong gently urged. What good is merely watching? Before Zhang Nanqi could respond, Xue Jiayu's cheeks flushed. Oh my, the handsome boy is staring at me. How shy I am. Jiang Xiui interjected quickly. It's all right. We understand Nanqi's sentiments. No need for words. That simply won't do. After all, it is her birthday. Jiang Peirong encouraged, patting Zhang Nanqi's shoulder. Just wish her a happy birthday. Go on, just say it. Happy birthday. Those four simple words sparked surprise in the eyes of the three present. Jiang Peirong was elated, embracing Zhang Nanqi, her heart racing with excitement. In the past, Zhang Nanqi had completely shunned interaction with the outside world. He had never opened channels of communication. Yet today, he had spoken at her prompting, leaving Jiang Peirong overjoyed. She even contemplated calling Zhan Aoxiang to share in the celebration. Suddenly, Xue Jiayu, with a flash of insight, thought perhaps changing the handsome boy's fate could begin with treating his condition. In the books, due to his autism, Zhang Nanqi had faced challenges in all significant aspects of life. If he could be cured, perhaps he could lead a stable life. Jiang Peirong inhaled deeply, unable to contain her excitement, and decided to find Zhan Aoxiang to share this joy. Jiang Xiui noticed her eagerness and smiled. Go ahead. Lao Xue is introducing local businessmen to him. Most of them are likely smoking on the balcony. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, yet Jiang Peirong felt content, hastily departing the lounge. Jiang Xiui played with Xue Jiayu for a while until a knock interrupted. A person clad in a chef's uniform and mask rushed in, urgency evident in their demeanor. Madam, there's been an issue with the ingredients. You should come see. What issue? Jiang Xiui glanced at the person's chest. Why aren't you wearing your name tag? I was preparing the ingredients. Wearing a name tag is inconvenient. The final dish, the golden soup abalone, cannot be made. All the abalone has spoiled. Jiang Xiui immediately stood, her expression serious. How could this happen? Is it your mismanagement, or was there a problem with the delivered ingredients? You should see for yourself. If we cannot serve the golden soup abalone, we must replace it with another signature dish. Jiang Xiui felt a headache coming on. She could not take Xue Jiayu into the greasy and hazardous kitchen. Yet, the matter of the dishes was urgent, and reluctantly, she entrusted Xue Jiayu to Zhang Nanqi for the time being. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and though Jiang Qiui was uncertain of his willingness, Xue Jiayu eagerly lunged toward him. She thought if she acted quickly, there would be no mishap. Zhang Nanqi held Xue Jiayu. Their eyes locked. More accurately, Xue Jiayu gazed at him with sparkling eyes. The handsome boy is so charming. Wow, this is our little world. Zhang Nanqi's lips twitched. How did this little girl have such a vast vocabulary? Chapter 34. Li Minxue's arrival unaware of the handsome boy's thoughts. Xue Jiayu clung to him. Zhang Nanqi set her on the couch, but she whimpered a few times, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Reluctantly, Zhang Nanqi picked her up again. Knock, knock. Another knock at the door. Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu exchanged glances. It's definitely not Mom and Dad. They wouldn't knock. Xue Jiayu gripped Zhang Nanqi's shirt tightly, her small fingers straining. Please, handsome boy, don't open the door. Even without Xue Jiayu's plea, Zhang Nanqi had no intention of answering. However, the person outside was persistent. Finding no response, they pushed the door open. A small figure in a hat entered, looking like a cleaner. Zhang Nanqi regarded her coldly, startling her. Li Minxue intended to enter and take Xue Jiayu away, but was taken aback by the presence of a little boy, whose gaze was unsettling. Young friend. My mother asked me to take her. Don't believe her, handsome boy. She's lying. She wants to kidnap me. Xue Jiayu was alarmed, fearing Zhang Nanqi might mistakenly trust Li Minxue and hand her over. Zhang Nanqi tightened his grip on her, soothingly patting her back. Evidence. Li Minxue froze at his words. How could such a young child speak of evidence? She dared not meet Zhang Nanqi's gaze, for though he was small, his eyes were chilling, exuding a gloomy aura. My mother verbally instructed me. There's no evidence, she protested, showing her name tag to prove her reliability, but it was of no use to Zhang Nanqi. I don't believe you. Li Minxue, growing impatient, demanded, what will it take for you to believe me? Your mother is anxious for me to bring the child to her. If this delays things, will you take responsibility? When soft persuasion failed, Li Minxue decided to resort to force, attempting to snatch Xue Jiayu from Zhang Nanqi's arms. She did not anticipate that despite his young age, Zhang Nanqi was agile, slipping away from her grasp. You little brat. Li Minxue had become quite agitated, her expression contorting as she lunged forward, attempting to grasp Zhang Nanqi's arm, only to be violently rebuffed. As Zhang Nanqi approached the door, she was compelled to retreat. Fine. I want to take her away. I just want to see if she needs a diaper change or some milk. Xue Jiayu anxiously furrowed her brow. Enough. You merely wish to seize this opportunity to take her away, Zhang Nanqi coldly declared, shielding Xue Jiyu's head, asserting that she did not require anything. However, Zhang Nanqi proved to be far more obstinate than she had anticipated, steadfastly cradling Xue Jiayu and forbidding her from advancing even a step closer. Gritting her teeth, she found herself harboring animosity not only toward Zhang Nanqi, but also towards the troublesome child who was thwarting her plans. Upon investigation, she discovered that the staff had mistakenly mixed up the abalones. The spoiled ones belonged to a different batch of ordinary goods, while their order of premium items was safely stored in the freezer. Nanqi, what transpired just now? Why do both children appear so tense? Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Xue Jiayu was unable to articulate her confusion, leaving Jiang Qiui baffled as well. Li Minxue? Jiang Qiui's eyes widened in shock. This woman is here today, too? The mere thought of having such a volatile presence nearby rendered her uneasy, prompting her to instruct someone to summon Xue Wangjun immediately. Indeed, we have a Li Minxue working here. She is a cleaner and has only recently joined. The manager promptly reassured Xue Wangjun, the affluent benefactor, and immediately pledged. I will locate her at once. If it is confirmed that she entered earlier, I will escort her to the police station without delay. Let any issues be resolved outside. Do not frighten my precious daughter. Xue Wangjun's face darkened, causing the manager to bow and scrape, afraid to utter a word of dissent. Enough. There is no need for the long face. We are about to commence the banquet, so do not sulk. Jiang Qiui cooed to her daughter while casting a gentle glance at Xue Wangjun. It was no wonder they could not find anyone at their home. They were all waiting for them here. Xue Wangjun, incensed, wished to seize the opportunity to whisk away the child, believing that would compel them to treat his daughter as their own. Not a chance. Jiang Qiui hurriedly placed Xue Jiayu into Zhang Nanqi's arms, patting Xue Wangjun's back to soothe him. Though Jiang Qiui was equally irate, she retained her composure, unlike Xue Wangjun, who exploded at the slightest hint of danger towards his daughter. Xue Wangjun remained furious, showering Xue Jiayu with affection and repeatedly apologizing for his failure to protect her. "Daddy, you have been very good to me," Xue Jiayu said, playfully tugging at his ear and flashing a radiant smile. That smile melted Xue Wangjun's heart. Furthermore, they owed a debt of gratitude to Nanqi. It was he who had kept a watchful eye on Xue Jiayu, preventing the deranged Li Minxue from snatching her away. Wiping his face, Xue Wangjun expressed his gratitude. "Nanqi, thank you, uncle." As expected, Zhang Nanqi remained taciturn, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Before the manager could ascertain Li Minxue's current whereabouts, another person arrived to inform them that it was time to commence the banquet. "We shall not begin until we locate Li Minxue." Xue Wangjun waved his hand dismissively. Yet Jiang Qiui, glancing at the time with a serious expression, insisted, "We should start. There are many guests waiting outside, and we cannot keep them waiting." After several changes in Xue Wangjun's countenance, he reluctantly agreed. The Zhang family also arrived, and upon noticing Xue Wangjun's grim demeanor, they inquired, "Old Xue, what is the matter?" "Nothing, nothing," Xue Wangjun replied, wishing to keep the Zhang family uninvolved. He had ample time to settle matters with Li Minxue later. Chapter 35. Capturing the moment to ensure the success of this first birthday celebration. Xue Wangjun had even hired a host. The host, a local villager, was well-spoken and had an amiable appearance. "Thank you all for attending the first birthday celebration of the Xue family's precious daughter, Xue Jiayu. Let's now invite the Xue couple to the stage." Jiang Qiui, cradling Xue Jiayu, reminded Xue Wangjun to refrain from frowning when they took the stage. With a smile, he assured her, "Of course, today is our daughter's grand day. Nothing is more significant." Jiang Qiui felt satisfied, unaware that Xue Wangjun was secretly plotting to confront Li Minxue before turning her over to the authorities. Having made multiple attempts on their beloved child, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson to quell his rising resentment. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience as Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun ascended the stage with Xue Jiayu, capturing a cherished family photo. The audience gazed upon them with envy. The affluent Xue couple had produced such a delightful child, seemingly lacking nothing. Noticing Su Suzhen's complex expression, Jiang Qiui invited her onto the stage. "Mother, do come up." Naturally, Su Suzhen was thrilled and hurriedly handed Huanyu to Jiang Peirong. Jiang Peirong, caught off guard, found herself suddenly holding a small infant. However, seeing the elderly lady beaming on stage, she felt it inappropriate to voice any objection and simply cradled the child. Yet, whether it was due to shyness or another reason, Huanyu soon began to wail, attracting numerous curious gazes. Concerned that the commotion might disrupt the proceedings, Jiang Peirong carried Huanyu outside. Once outside the banquet hall, the baby continued to cry uncontrollably. Having been raised by a nanny since childhood and later taking care of herself, Zhang Nanqi had seldom shed tears. Thus, Jiang Peirong was at a loss on how to soothe the child. Just as she was growing increasingly flustered, a woman suddenly appeared. "Sister, allow me to help. I'm quite good with children." Jiang Peirong, eyeing Li Minxue as a shrewd expression, was initially inclined to refuse. However, seeing the genuine concern in her eyes and noting her hotel uniform, she hesitantly agreed. "All right, but I need to see your ID badge." "Not a problem." Li Minxue swiftly displayed her badge, which reassured Jiang Peirong. The sounds of applause and cheers echoed from within, igniting Jiang Peirong's curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, Li Minxue suggested, "Sister, you can go inside to watch. Just leave the baby with me. I'll stay outside, neither entering nor leaving. You can come out to find me anytime." "Very well." Jiang Peirong decided to stand at the entrance for a while, promising to return promptly to retrieve the child. Once she entered the banquet hall, Li Minxue took Huanyu into the stairwell, showering the infant's cherubic face with affectionate kisses. "My precious daughter, I've missed you dearly." As if sensing her mother's presence, Huanyu reached out to touch Li Minxue's face, ceasing her cries. Witnessing her daughter's affection only strengthened Li Minxue's resolve to eliminate Xue Jiayu. "Once I deal with your mother, you will become the daughter of the Xue family, and all their riches will be yours." Huanyu gazed at her silently. Yet Li Minxue felt an overwhelming sense of encouragement. Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, Jiang Qiui held the microphone, expressing her hopes for Xue Jiayu. I have no other wishes for my dear child, only that she grows up safely and achieves her dreams. Her father and I will do everything in our power to protect her happiness. Xue Wangjun took the microphone, adding, what my wife wishes to convey is precisely what I wish to express. My words may lack the eloquence of Qiui's, yet they carry the same sentiment. Anyone who dares to harm our precious child shall face my wrath first. Guests in attendance were well aware of the Xue family's unwavering devotion to their daughter. Who would dare provoke Xue Jiayu? The staff had prepared an array of items. Abacuses, books, cosmetics, shoes, everything conceivable was laid out on a soft blanket for Xue Jiayu to choose from. Jiang Qiui held her, gently explaining, little treasure, you may pick anything you like. Anything I want. Then here I come. Xue Jiayu's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to dive in. The host chuckled. It seems our little princess can hardly wait. Now, please, Madame Xue, place our little lady on the ground so she can make her own selection. As soon as Jiang Qiui set Xue Jiayu down, she immediately crawled forward with determination. Everyone held their breath, eagerly watching to see what she would choose. Even Zhang Nanqi turned his gaze toward her as Xue Jiayu crawled purposefully past the array of items, heading straight for the edge of the stage. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun's expressions shifted dramatically as they hurried to catch up, but they could not match the agility of Xue Jiayu, who adeptly maneuvered on all fours. They feared that Xue Jiayu might tumble off the stage, which, while not particularly high, was still elevated to the height of a calf. The closest person to the stage, Zhang Nanqi, promptly rose and positioned himself at the edge to protect her. As anticipated, Xue Jiayu halted right in front of him. Just as Jiang Qiui was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Xue Jiayu gripping Zhang Nanqi's hand. Everyone around was momentarily stunned, and Zhang Nanqi, taken aback, was about to frown when the host's booming voice announced, the young lady of Xue family has chosen this handsome young man. Jiang Peirong, standing by the entrance, couldn't help but chuckle, having never seen her son display such a countenance before. Xue Jiayu continued to climb onto him, prompting Zhang Nanqi to lift her into his arms. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun were at a loss for how to respond. They could only indulge their daughter. Consequently, they invited Zhang Nanqi to join them on stage for a photograph. He ascended with a stoic expression, while some guests, unfamiliar with him, whispered about his perceived rudeness. Whose child is this? He's quite handsome, but why the long face? That's a friend of the Xue family, the son of the man who drove the Hongqi yesterday. Oh dear, that's quite significant. He is a young master. Such remarks naturally reached Zhang Aoxiang's ears, but he chose to disregard them, focusing solely on applauding his son. Even when Xue Wangjun invited him to join for a photograph, he graciously accepted. Jiang Qiui then invited Jiang Peirong to come up for a group picture, marking the first photograph of both families on the occasion of Xue Jiayu's first birthday. In the photo, Zhang Nanqi held Xue Jiayu in his arms, and as Jiang Qiui examined the picture, she couldn't help but exclaim, wow, it looks like a wedding photo. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, while Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged glances. Madam, where's the child I just handed you? Su Sujin asked Jiang Peirong, noticing her empty hands. She's outside. I asked someone to keep an eye on her. Jiang Peirong slapped her forehead and hastily adjusted her skirt, saying, I'll go check. She dashed outside, anxious about the prevalence of human traffickers in these times. What if someone took her child away? To her surprise, Li Minxue was still standing in the same spot, cradling Ying Huanyu and soothing her to sleep. Big sister, is it over inside? Li Minxue asked with a smile. Jiang Peirong let out a sigh of relief, but felt puzzled by the woman's unexpected kindness, especially as Li Minxue's expression seemed reluctant when she handed over Ying Huanyu. Why don't you go back in for a while? I'll keep an eye on the child. Jiang Peirong found her increasingly suspicious and firmly declined. No, I can manage. You are too kind, Li Minxue insisted, but she seems a bit cold. You must ensure she is well dressed. Jiang Peirong's expression changed slightly. Why do you care so much about her? Do you know her? I do not know her personally, but I am acquainted with the Xue family. I heard this child is the Xue family's adopted daughter, which is why I am particularly attentive. Li Minxue chuckled awkwardly and made an excuse to leave. Meanwhile, the festivities for the birthday banquet were nearing completion. Jiang Qiui, cradling Xue Jiayu, was feeding her, and watching the baby suckle vigorously melted her heart. Xue Wangjun pulled Zhang Aoxiang aside to toast with others, intending to introduce him to the local guests. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Jiang Qiui playfully teased Huanyu, who immediately grasped her finger and refused to let go. Let go, Huanyu, Jiang Qiui urged, unable to hold Xue Jiayu due to Huanyu's grip. Reluctantly, Huanyu released her hold, and just as Jiang Peirong was about to offer her finger, she noticed Huanyu had turned to pull Xue Jiayu's hand. As Xue Jiayu was drinking milk, Huanyu's fingers nearly poked the milk bottle, almost causing her to choke. Jiang Qiui, displeased, moved further away with Xue Jiayu. Earlier, while I was holding her, I encountered a rather peculiar woman, Jiang Peirong recounted, mentioning Li Minxue's name. Upon hearing Li Minxue, Jiang Qiui's face paled. Are you certain it was Li Minxue? I am certain. I specifically checked her name badge. Jiang Qiui steadied herself against the table and urgently summoned a waiter to fetch Xue Wangjun. Having had a few drinks, Xue Wangjun was in the midst of extolling the virtues of his daughter when he heard his wife calling him and hurried over. What is it, dear? He reeked of alcohol, and under normal circumstances, Jiang Qiui would have prevented him from approaching Xue Jiayu. But today, she could not afford to care. Li Minxue is outside. Upon hearing the name, Xue Wangjun's anger flared, fueled by the alcohol. I will go out and catch her right now. He stormed out but found no trace of Li Minxue and immediately summoned the manager, demanding to know how they had lost her. She was clearly still in the hotel. How could you not find her? The manager, bowing and scraping, apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Xue, but we truly searched everywhere. Li Minxue is very familiar with the hotel, so we cannot locate her immediately. Perhaps you could dine first, and we will call you when we find her. Enough of that. Xue Wangjun pointed toward the hotel entrance and insisted, I want to search floor by floor. The manager, distressed, realized the significance of this birthday banquet to the hotel's revenue, knowing he could not offend such a prominent client. However, aside from the banquet halls on the first and second floors, there were also guests on the upper levels. How could they justify closing the doors to them? Seizing the opportunity while Xue Wangjun and the manager were entangled, Li Minxue swiftly escaped from the kitchen. In the end, the manager, under pressure, ordered the hotel doors to be closed. Xue Wangjun personally led a search from floor to floor, but still could not find Li Minxue. You see, it's not that we aren't trying hard to find her. It's just Xue Wangjun's expression darkened, but he held his tongue. Nothing. Damn it. Jiang Qiui quickly covered Xue Jiayu's ears, reproaching Xue Wangjun. No foul language. The little one will pick it up. Jiang Peirong chuckled, saying it's not that serious. Is it? How old is she? She won't learn. Oh, she can indeed learn, Jiang Qiui subtly remarked, swiftly changing the subject. Are you certain every corner has been searched? I searched personally. In the original narrative, Li Minxue deliberately separated the parents, then sabotaged Xue Wangjun's car by tampering with the fuel tank, leading to an accident. This was part of the tragedy that befell the Xue family. Thus, she began to struggle fiercely. Xue Wangjun was bewildered, assuming it was merely his precious daughter's reluctance to part with him. However, Xue Jiyu's next words alarmed him. You will have an accident if you leave us. Jiang Qiui's complexion drained of color as she clutched Xue Wangjun's sleeve. Darling, please, let us stick together. All right. A heavy weight pressed upon Xue Wangjun's heart, and sensing his distress, Zhan Aoxiang inquired about the matter. No need, I will handle it. Sui Yang, go to my home and gather our belongings. Xue Wangjun provided detailed instructions, and Shui Yang promptly complied, racing to the Xue residence to collect the luggage for both families and loading it into the car. In their haste to leave, they accidentally left the car keys inside. Li Minxue, waiting for him to move far away, emerged from her hiding spot and gleefully noticed the keys left in the car. Was this not a stroke of luck for her? Su Sujin, unaware of the unfolding drama, was engaged in conversation with her friends when Xue Wangjun approached and gently tapped her shoulder, whispering in her ear, Mom, we need to leave now. Su Zheng, hard of hearing, did not catch his words and asked loudly, What? I'm just asking how life in the city is. Your mother hasn't chatted with us for ages, trying to save on phone bills. You, as her son, shouldn't be so ungrateful. Grandmother, how foolish you are. These individuals do not genuinely consider you as a sister. They have whispered your words to others in private. This Wang Laotai has even spread rumors about your savings amounting to hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, Su Sujin immediately glared at Wang Laotai. Wang Laotai, bewildered, asked Sujin, Why are you staring at me? To which Sujin retorted, Why do you think I'm glaring at you? Xue Jiayu blinked twice and Jiang Qiui shook her head inwardly. Wang Laotai, roused, stood up and pointed her finger at Su Laotai, cursing her. Now that you've moved to the city, you think you are a phoenix and look down upon us old sisters. How snobbish. In a moment of fierce indignation, Su Sujin, hands on her hips, exclaimed, Who is being snobbish? Is it not you all who, seeing my son earning in the city, asked me to have him find jobs for your children? Wang Laotai muttered under her breath, Your family being wealthy is only natural. To which Su Sujin responded vehemently, Why should it be natural that our family is wealthy? We didn't steal the money. It was all earned through my son's hard work. Infuriated, Su Sujin berated Wang Laotai until she could no longer hold her head high. The others nearby dared not speak further. With a cold laugh, Su Sujin declared, From now on, you need not call me. I would rather not hear your idle chatter from my son. Grandmother is so formidable. Xue Jiayu internally transformed into a little fan of Su Sujin, admiring her fierce demeanor. Receiving praise from her little darling, Su Sujin felt a twinge of pride and lifted Xue Jiayu into her arms. However, some others still attempted to ingratiate themselves with Xue Wangjun and Zhan Aoxiang, persistently offering them cigarettes and drinks, making it difficult for them to leave. Finding the crowd bothersome, Zhan Nanqi decided to head to the parking lot. A shadow flashed past, and Zhan Nanqi frowned, walking towards the corner. Today, there were not many cars. Only 5 in the lot, with the Hongqi and Santana parked closely together. The shadow he had seen darted past the Santana, with hands in pockets. He circled the Santana and suddenly noticed something odd about the fuel valve. Normally, the fuel valve will be covered, but now it's slightly protruded. On the ground, Zhan Nanqi crouched down, spotting a droplet of water beneath the exhaust pipe. Just as he was about to investigate further, Xue Wangjun and Zhan Aoxiang had managed to shake off the others and arrived to drive. Old Xue, you seem to have quite the reputation here, Zhan Aoxiang cheerfully remarked. Yet, Xue Wangjun only managed a wry smile. What reputation? These people only want me to do them favors, speaking ill of me behind my back. Oh, is that so? Zhan Aoxiang had not anticipated this. Indeed. Nanqi, what are you doing here? Xue Wangjun looked in astonishment at Zhan Nanqi squatting behind the car, tilting his head to observe him. Zhan Aoxiang assumed his son was having another episode of autism and quickly pulled him up. Nanqi, don't touch your Uncle Xue's car. Zhan Nanqi replied, There's a problem with the car. What problem? Xue Wangjun, having consumed alcohol, was still trying to grasp the situation. I just bought this car less than a year ago. How could there be any problems? Fuel, Zhan Nanqi simply stated. Fuel? The two men exchanged confused glances as Xue Wangjun smacked his lips. Nanqi, let's not play guessing games. Just tell your uncle directly, shall we? Zhan Nanqi frowned, seemingly disapproving of his uncle's lack of understanding. Yet, he stood motionless by the fuel line, refusing to move or speak. What's going on here? Why are you standing there? Jiang Qiui approached, carrying Xue Jiayu, noticing they had not entered the vehicle. Xue Wangjun gestured towards the car, stating, Nanqi says there is an issue with the car, but won't he specify what it is? Jiang Peirong quickly interjected, Our child sometimes has peculiar thoughts. He must just be speaking whimsically. Let us get in the car. Fuel, Zhan Nanqi reiterated. The adults gathered, racking their brains, yet failing to comprehend his meaning. I just filled up with fuel. I specifically chose the best, Xue Wangjun remarked, opening the fuel valve to inspect it, finding nothing amiss. Jiang Peirong felt embarrassed and hurriedly urged Zhan Nanqi to get into the vehicle. Jiang Qiui also intended to carry Xue Jiayu into the car. But Xue Jiayu had a sudden realization. If the little handsome boy says there is a problem, there must be a problem. Xue Wangjun was at a loss for words, thinking, surely we can't just empty the fuel tank? The next moment, Zhan Nanqi executed a bewildering action, leaning down to deeply inhale from the fuel valve, appearing contemplative. Nanqi, what on earth are you doing? Jiang Peirong had never witnessed her son behaving in such a peculiar manner, her mouth agape in surprise. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui were also left speechless, both feeling that Zhan Nanqi's actions were strange, but hesitant to comment for fear of hurting the child's feelings. After a long pause, Zhan Nanqi finally spoke. The smell is different. What smell? Xue Wangjun crouched down, mimicking Zhan Nanqi's action to sniff, yet he detected nothing unusual. He pointed to the droplet on the ground, growing increasingly perplexed, while Zhan Aoxiang too was at a loss. Xue Jiayu, perched on Jiang Qiui's shoulder, caught sight of the mark on the ground. Her mouth widened in surprise. Could it be that the little handsome boy is suggesting that the fuel has been tampered with? Startled, Xue Wangjun sat down, realizing that if the fuel tank had indeed been contaminated with water, it would surely fail while driving, potentially leading to a catastrophic accident on the highway or mountain roads. He broke out in a cold sweat, but dared not jump to conclusions, asking Zhang Aoxiang to help him dismantle the fuel tank for inspection. Old Xue, Nanqi is just speaking off the cuff. You needn't take it seriously. Zhang Aoxiang reassured while he began to assist. He worried that if nothing was found later, Xue Wangjun and the others might think poorly of Zhang Nanqi. However, Xue Wangjun had more faith in his son. Nanqi was a sensible child, and his words must have merit. After much effort, they managed to open the fuel tank, with Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui gathering around to observe. The tank appeared normal from above, and just as Xue Wangjun began to feel relieved, he suddenly noticed that the plastic white tank had two layers when viewed from the side. The lower layer was filled with fuel, while the upper layer held water. Had she not been holding the child, Jiang Qiui would have certainly screamed in shock. However, concerned about startling Xue Jiayu, she merely stammered, "Call the police. We need to call the police right now." The others, taken aback, did not react, prompting Jiang Qiui to push Xue Wangjun, her voice trembling. "Hurry, call the police. Why are you still standing there?" Xue Wangjun finally seemed to come to his senses and called for help, but the police would not arrive quickly, leaving them to wait in the parking lot. Zhang Aoxiang pondered for a moment and suggested, "Old Xue, perhaps we should retrieve the hotel's surveillance footage. I noticed a camera on that wall. The camera's position could potentially capture the act of tampering with Xue Wangjun's vehicle." "All right, but this incident is clearly targeted at the Xue family, so you must remain here," Xue Wangjun insisted, sending Zhang Aoxiang to handle the task. Zhang Aoxiang removed his jacket and draped it over Jiang Peirong, quietly advising, "Take Nanqi and get into the car. It's quite windy in the parking lot. You wouldn't want to catch a chill." Jiang Peirong glanced at Jiang Qiui. "Qiui, you should get into our car for a while. Jiayu might get cold." "All right," Jiang Qiui agreed, settling into the back seat of the Hongqi, with Jiang Peirong joining her, instructing Zhang Nanqi to sit in the front passenger seat. After reminding her son not to touch anything in the driver's seat, Jiang Peirong took hold of Jiang Qiui's hand, surprised to find it icy cold. "Qiui, why are your hands so cold?" She forced a smile. What else could it be? Naturally, em frightened. Observing her mother's worried expression and then glancing at her father smoking in the distance, Xue Jiayu clenched her tiny fists. This must be the work of Li Minxue. She is truly wicked. She wants to cause an accident for my father, that malicious woman. How could we support Huanyu, who is so ungrateful and seeks to destroy us? Jiang Qiui, hearing Xue Jiyu's thoughts, pressed her lips together, internally agreeing that this was indeed the doing of Li Minxue. No one else could harbor such a desire to harm the Xue family. But did Li Minxue not worry? What if her actions endangered her own daughter? Li Minxue has become so deranged that she seems indifferent to the safety of her own daughter's life. It is utterly mad. When Su Sujin rushed over, cradling Huanyu, Xue Wangjun had already consumed nearly half a pack of cigarettes. The elderly lady frowned in disdain at her son, admonishing, "Wangjun, you reek of smoke. Be careful not to suffocate the little one." "Mom, please get in the car," Xue Wangjun said, his voice trembling as he gestured towards the Hongqi. Su Sujin sensed something was amiss. "What is wrong?" "Someone tampered with the car." "I've already called the police," he replied, rubbing his temples, knowing Su Sujin would unleash a torrent of anger. True to his expectations, as soon as he finished speaking, she erupted. Who did this?" "The police are on their way. Let them investigate," he reassured her. Su Sujin, fiercely protective of her son, continued her tirade by the car. "Who dares to endanger my son's life? If I find out who it is, I, Su Sujin, will pursue you for the rest of my life. I won't rest until your family is ruined." Her ferocious expression and piercing voice terrified Huanyu, who burst into tears, further aggravating Su Sujin. "What are you crying for? Perhaps it's you, the little jinx, who brought this misfortune upon us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this predicament." "Mom, please get in the car. Let the police handle this," Xue Wangjun insisted. Reluctantly, Su Sujin climbed into the vehicle, and not long after, the police arrived. "Good day, sir. Did you report the incident?" "Yes," Xue Wangjun replied, massaging his temples. "Someone poured something into my fuel tank." The officer crouched down to inspect, sniffing the contents, but unable to identify them immediately. "Do you know what was added?" "No." "How long do you think it will take to determine?" "At least a week," he said, acknowledging that Due to limited technology at the time, that was the quickest result achievable with the collaboration of city experts. However, Xue Wangjun was clearly dissatisfied. A week? By then, the culprit will be long gone. The police had no alternative, and at that moment, Zhang Nanqi suddenly poked his head out of the car. "It's water." Zhang Nanqi nodded. "That's water," Xue Wangjun exclaimed to the officer. The officer smirked slightly. "Sir, do you really believe what the child says? This ISNTA game. Every step in our investigation is conducted with utmost rigor. I believe him. He is no ordinary child. He noticed the issue with my car." Xue Wangjun's trust in Zhang Nanqi surpassed that in the police, yet the officers still regarded them as foolish. If children could solve cases, what would be the need for us? Xue Jiayu, upon hearing this, was incensed. "Of course, it's your incompetence. You're not even half as clever as this little guy." Jiang Qiui, about to cover the little one's mouth, suddenly realized the police couldn't hear and breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that it? Aren't you going to check the surveillance footage from the parking lot?" Xue Wangjun was skeptical about whether these two could uncover the true culprit. The police officer scowled. "Are you instructing the police on how to do their job? You have no authority here." "That is not what I meant." "It certainly seems that way." The officer sneered. "Either you withdraw your report, or you'll have to follow our procedures." Frustrated, Xue Wangjun was about to argue when Zhang Aoxiang arrived unexpectedly. "Officer, the higher-ups are cracking down hard lately. Are you sure you want to treat the victim this way?" The officer fell silent, awkwardly licking his lips. "What attitude? This is forced upon us." Standing alongside Zhang Aoxiang, Xue Wangjun pressed, "You arrived without first retrieving the surveillance footage, and now you blame the victim. Who is responsible for wasting crucial time in the investigation?" The police officer, looking sheepish, scratched his nose and murmured, "We'll go check the footage now. We don't need your prompting." "You needn't bother." The manager said the surveillance cameras in the parking lot were essentially non-functional. They weren't even turned on. Xue Wangjun clenched his fists, his brows furrowed deeply. Was he to suffer this injustice in silence? Xue Jiayu, drawing upon her limited knowledge of criminal investigation, was mentally shouting, "What sort of incompetent police are these?" At this moment, they should be investigating Xue family's network of relationships to identify enemies. The one who despises the Xue family the most is Li Minxue. Chapter 39. Police delays. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun both felt the little one was spot on. Had the circumstances been more appropriate, they would have wanted to lift him up and praise him. Zhang Aoxiang frowned, noting that even without the test results, an investigation could proceed. The interpersonal relationships here were almost transparent. A slight inquiry would reveal who bore animosity towards the Xue family and who would risk damaging his fuel tank. "Are you unwilling to even investigate?" Xue Wangjun felt an overwhelming urge to punch the officer. The time wasted by these officers has allowed the perpetrator to vanish into thin air. Xue Jiayu was growing increasingly anxious. "We should be heading to the train station to catch them." Su Sujin sat in the car, shaken by the thought that had they not discovered this in time, their entire family might have met their demise. Xue Wangjun drove with a profound gaze and remained silent. For safety, Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu took a ride in Zhang's vehicle. The return journey felt entirely different from their initial one, and Xue Jiayu had no inclination to climb onto Zhang Nanqi again. Her small face was scrunched up in worry. If she were to alter the fate of the Xue family and the little handsome boy, much remained for her to accomplish. Just as Jiang Qiui felt a slight throb in her head, she suddenly sensed warmth on the back of her hand. Looking down, she found that the little handsome boy had unexpectedly grasped her hand. Her face flushed as she glanced at Zhang Nanqi. However, 2 seconds later, he released her hand. What was that about? Xue Jiayu stared in confusion at the little handsome boy, wondering what he was doing. If he wanted to hold her hand, he should do it properly. It's not like she would refuse him. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Nanqi had only gently held her hand to offer a measure of comfort, noticing her face scrunched up like a dumpling. As for why he chose to hold hands, he couldn't quite articulate. Su Sujin scolded them all the way home, finally stopping to rest her eyes due to thirst. Upon sighting the entrance of the Xue residence, she abruptly opened her eyes. "So, could it be Li Minxue who did this?" Xue Wangjun glanced at her through the rearview mirror, not denying that he shared the same suspicion. "Think about it. Although many envy our family, they wouldn't go so far as to wish us dead. But Li Minxue is different." After a moment of contemplation, Xue Wangjun looked back. "But her daughter is still in our hands. If we were to perish, would Huanyu survive?" This was indeed a pressing issue, and Xue Jiayu fell silent. Yet she still felt this matter was connected to Li Minxue. She glanced down at Huanyu, whose innocent expression ignited an unnameable anger within her. If it truly is your mother behind this, I will send you to an orphanage. You consume our food and drink, and yet wish us dead. Xue Jiayu was left speechless. Mom, why are you saying such things to a child? She won't understand. She may not comprehend, but she is Li Minxue's offspring. Perhaps she inherited that family's penchant for harm. Xue Jiayu scratched her head, momentarily unable to recall the term. Xue Jiayu parked the car and offered, "You mean genetics?" "Ah, yes. Genetics. All right, Mom. The police are investigating this matter. Let's await the outcome. You take the child inside, and I will go fetch Xiui." "Xue Jiayu not dead?" And just as Xue Jiayu was about to walk to the Zhang residence, he suddenly spotted the Hongqi parked at the gate of the Xue home. "I sincerely apologize. I regret that you all could not enjoy yourselves this time." Jiang Xiui forced a smile. What was initially meant to be a planned outing for both families had been disrupted by these unforeseen events, rendering it impossible to feign indifference. Jiang Peiron waved her hand. "Don't say that. You're being overly courteous. Distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors. Since we become neighbors, it is fate. Should you need any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." After bidding farewell to the Zhang family, Xue Jiayu and Jiang Qiui stayed indoors for several days, focusing on spending time with Xue Jiayu. The recent events had left them shaken, and after a week of police investigation, the experts concluded, much like Zhang Nanqi, that the impurities found were indeed water. However, due to technological limitations, fingerprint extraction proved impossible, and the absence of surveillance left the identity of the culprit shrouded in mystery. This matter could only be left unresolved. Jiang Qiui observed Xue Jiayu, who was engrossed in a horse-riding game with Xue Jiayu, and felt a pang of headache. Xue Jiayu had entrusted the factory matters to the deputy director, dedicating himself entirely to his family. While this was commendable, Jiang Qiui couldn't help but wonder, "My dear husband, do you truly not need to attend to the factory?" Xue Jiayu paused and turned to her with a pitiful gaze. "Am I a burden at home, my love?" Upon hearing this, Xue Jiayu also looked at her with an innocent expression. The two pairs of eyes, one large and one small, fixed on Jiang Qiui, made her feel as if she were a sinner. With a sigh, she placed her hand on her forehead. "Of course not. However, have you forgotten that we need to purchase a house and a car for Xiao Bao and save for her dowry?" The mention of buying a house and car for Xiao Bao ignited his enthusiasm. "You're absolutely right, my dear. I must earn money swiftly. Even if one day we cannot be by Xiao Bao's side, she must have security." Although the theme was misaligned, the thought process was correct, and Jiang Qiui nodded vigorously. Indeed. So hurry and earn money." After sending Xue Jiayu off, Jiang Qiui took Xue Jiayu upstairs for an afternoon nap. The upcoming first birthday banquet not only startled Xue Jiayu, but also left Jiang Qiui feeling anxious. She resolved to separate the two children. She would sleep with Xue Jiayu, while Huanyu would have to stay with Xue Jiayu. Though Xue Jiayu was not particularly fond of Huanyu, she had never mistreated her. Considering Xue Jiyu's advanced age and limited mobility, Jiang Qiui redecorated the maid's room on the first floor for her to move into. Xue Jiyu, being a woman of simple tastes, happily relocated to the new room, placing a crib beside the bed for Huanyu to sleep in. As older individuals tend to snore, Huanyu, observing the snoring Xue Jiyu, formed a plan in her mind. When Jiang Qiui awoke, it was already past 4, and the sky had darkened. Passing by the maid's room, she heard faint sounds. Chapter 40, beginning to speak. However, the noise was minimal, so she did not pay much attention. After boiling water and preparing fruit puree to feed Xue Jiayu upon her awakening, Jiang Qiui finally felt a bit more at ease. The commotion in the maid's room grew louder, prompting Jiang Qiui to check. Upon opening the door, she found Huanyu hanging precariously off the edge of the bed. Jiang Qiui rushed over to scoop her up, and Huanyu beamed at her, causing Jiang Qiui's heart to soften. The child was indeed pitiable. Having been separated from her biological mother at such a young age, she had done nothing wrong. It was merely her mother, Li Minxue, that rendered her unlovable. Huanyu babbled incoherently, calling out to her. Jiang Qiui was taken aback. "Did you call me Mama?" Huanyu repeated herself softly, and this time Jiang Qiui heard her clearly. Xue Jiayu, sensing someone entering her space, opened her eyes in shock, startled by Jiang Qiui. "Oh dear Qiui, You nearly scared this old woman to death. Jiang Qiui quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. Mom, it's time to get up and help me with dinner. All right, the elderly lady replied, nimbly rising, slightly puzzled to see Jiang Qiui holding Ying Huanyu. Typically, Jiang Qiui doted on Xue Jiayu like a precious gem, while she merely treated Ying Huanyu kindly without excessive affection. It was rare to witness her being so close to Ying Huanyu. Qiui, what's gotten into you today? Mom, sometimes you should pay a bit more attention to Huanyu. Just now, she nearly fell off the bed. Su Suzhen gaped in surprise. Was her daughter-in-law reprimanding her for Ying Huanyu? Wasn't she just as gentle and virtuous? Xue Wangjun glanced at Jiang Qiui feeding their daughter, his eyes filled with tenderness. Su Suzhen tapped him lightly on the head with her chopsticks. I was referring to her attitude toward Huanyu, which seems off. What is wrong with Huanyu? Su Suzhen recounted the afternoon's events, but Xue Wangjun found nothing amiss, simply stating, since Huanyu is now under our care, isn't it only natural for Qiui to treat her well? The elderly lady was swayed by his reasoning and gradually ceased to feel anything was amiss. Since severing ties with her village friends, Su Suzhen felt much more at peace, spending her days either caring for children or practicing Tai Chi in the yard. Jiang Qiui's attitude towards Ying Huanyu had notably improved, and Ying Huanyu seemed to regard her as a mother, displaying great affection toward her. As for Xue Jiayu, she felt no jealousy. As long as Ying Huanyu learned well and harbored no ill intentions, sharing a bit of familial affection was inconsequential. Moreover, she was confident that her parents would love her more. The relationship between the Xue and Zhan families grew even closer. Sometimes, when Zhan Aoxiang and his wife were busy with work, Zhan Nanji spent more time at the Xue residence than at his own home. Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu began to learn to speak, and after the first birthday banquet, Xue Jiayu realized she was gradually learning to articulate words. One day, while Jiang Qiui carried her around the yard, she rested her head on Jiang Qiui's shoulder and inadvertently called out Mama. Little did she know, upon returning home, Jiang Qiui held her tightly and wept. Darling, Xiao Bao called me Mama. Xue Wangjun felt a twinge of jealousy. Why didn't she call me Dad first? Don't worry. I will call you soon. Xue Wangjun, of course, was not genuinely upset. Jiang Qiui wiped her tears and playfully hit him. I spend every day with her. It's only natural she would call me Mama first. What's so surprising about that? Are you going to compete with me? Of course not, my dear. You are deserving of all the accolades. Xue Wangjun coaxed Jiang Qiui into high spirits and thoughtfully encouraged Xue Jiayu to call him Dad, creating a harmonious family atmosphere. Although Ying Huanyu had previously uttered a vague Mama, her first clear word was, "Is it you?" Jiang Qiui mused, wondering if she had called her own name. Su Suzhen scoffed. Most children typically call out Dad or Mama first. Why would she say that? Jiang Qiui, equally puzzled, chuckled and shook her head, glancing at the two children engrossed in playing with building blocks. They had grown so adept that they could crawl, sit, and run, and no foam barriers could contain them, as they frequently climbed over them. Thus, the barriers were removed, and a thick, soft blanket was laid out in the living room for them to play freely. The happiest of all after learning to speak was Xue Jiayu. Heaven knew how many words she had bottled up, eager to express. However, she was cautious not to alarm her parents and grandmother, so she made a conscious effort to speak in a childlike manner. The greatest victim of Xue Jiayu's newfound ability to speak was Zhan Nanji. Whenever he visited the Xue residence, Xue Jiayu would follow him around, incessantly asking questions. Brother Nanji, you arrived 5 minutes late today. Did something hold you up? Zhan Nanji, expressionless, took off his shoes and slipped into the special slippers Jiang Qiui had kindly purchased for him. The slippers bore 2 planetary designs, which Zhan Nanji had never mentioned. But Jiang Qiui knew he liked them immensely. No, then why were you late? Did you oversleep? Like an unshakable shadow, Xue Jiayu trailed Zhan Nanji, chattering away beside him. Jiang Qiui, finding it rather bothersome, quickly intervened. Xiao Bao, come and fetch some yogurt for Nanji. Okay. Xue Jiayu scampered into the kitchen, where Jiang Qiui prepared 3 adorable little bowls, pouring yogurt from the fridge into them, adding cereals and fruits, creating a delightful portion. In this era, yogurt was a rare delicacy, and cereals were expensive imports. Yet, Jiang Qiui was generous with her spending for the children, as long as they enjoyed it. The Xue family could easily provide. Xue Jiayu received her yogurt in a yellow bowl, while Zhan Nanji's was blue, and Ying Huanyu's was purple. Xiao Bao, take your bowl. Xue Jiayu shook her head. No, I want Nanji's. All right. Jiang Xiui chuckled. You little rascal, you certainly have your own ideas. Humph. Xue Jiayu gleefully took the blue bowl, catching sight of chicken wings on the stove, and exclaimed, Mama, I want to eat. You little glutton, Jiang Xiui affectionately observed, wrapping a chicken wing in a paper towel for her to hold and nibble on. Just as Xue Jiayu was about to indulge, a sudden uproar erupted from the living room. Wah wah wah. It was Huanyu. Xue Jiayu was momentarily taken aback, then hastily discarded her chicken wings and rushed outside. There, she found Huanyu's head had collided with the coffee table, and Zhang Nanqi stood nearby. Chapter 41. It was him who pushed me. Before Xue Jiayu and Jiang Xiui could inquire about the situation, Huanyu began to wail inconsolably. He pushed me. Jiang Xiui and Xue Jiayu were evidently skeptical. However, Huanyu's cries were heart-wrenching, almost tearing at the heartstrings, prompting Jiang Xiui to embrace her in an attempt to soothe her. Do not cry, Huanyu. Let Mama take a look at you. To mitigate any potential resentment Huanyu might harbor due to her non-biological status, the Xue family had encouraged her to refer to Xue Jiayu as her sister since she became aware of her surroundings. Mama, my head hurts. Huanyu sobbed, pointing at Zhang Nanqi. Hit him. Hit him. All right. Stop crying for now. You can't even see your injury through the tears. Jiang Xiui quickly called for Xue Jiayu to assist, forcibly applying medicine to Huanyu's foot. There, it's all taken care of now. Please, stop crying. Yet, Huanyu continued to lament. Listening to her cries, Xue Jiayu cast a worried glance at Zhang Nanqi. She was certain that Zhang Nanqi would never resort to violence. If he were capable of harming others, would he have been bullied by the nanny? Thus, she clasped Zhang Nanqi's hand and whispered, Brother Nanqi, I believe you. Initially reluctant to explain, Zhang Nanqi's eyes suddenly held a different glimmer upon hearing Xue Jiayu's words. Just as he was about to speak, Huanyu wailed again. Sister, it hurts. Xue Jiayu had no choice but to approach Huanyu and gently pat her hand. Sister is here. Sister, it hurts so much. It's all his fault. Although Xue Jiayu was not fond of Huanyu, witnessing the child in distress tugged at her heartstrings. Little Nanqi, did you do this? If you did, apologize to your sister. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, neither apologizing nor explaining. This demeanor, perceived by Jiang Xiui and Xue Jiayu as tacit approval, prompted Jiang Xiui to recognize Zhang Nanqi's severe autism and attempt to smooth things over. Nanqi, Annie knows you didn't mean it. How about you apologize to your sister? Once you do, we can consider this matter resolved. Zhang Nanqi continued to remain silent. Jiang Xiui awkwardly glanced at Huanyu, uncertain of how to proceed. A minute later, Zhang Nanqi suddenly stood up and walked towards the door to put on his shoes. Nanqi, where are you going? Jiang Xiui quickly inquired. Brother Nanqi, Xue Jiayu puffed as she chased after him. Zhang Nanqi, tall with long legs, made strides that equaled Xue Jiayu's too, making it a challenge for her to catch up. Brother Nanqi, are you angry? Zhang Nanqi did not respond, and Xue Jiayu, anxious, continued. Mama didn't mean it. She wasn't doubting you. Anyone would be upset under such misunderstandings. However, Zhang Nanqi suddenly halted. It wasn't me. Xue Jiayu blinked in surprise, admiring Zhang Nanqi from below. He remained strikingly handsome, leaving her momentarily entranced. It wasn't until Zhang Nanqi entered the Zhang family home that she realized he had been trying to explain himself to her. Why would he choose to clarify to her when he had not done so with her mother and grandmother? Xue Jiayu hurried to the entrance of the Zhang residence, only to witness Zhang Nanqi closing the door. She rushed to the window, calling out, Brother Nanqi, I believe in you. You must believe in me too. Zhang Nanqi was oblivious to what Xue Jiayu wanted him to believe in, pouring himself a glass of water before turning upstairs to read. Little treasure, you mustn't run outside alone. It's so dangerous. Xue Jiayu pulled out a tissue to wipe her sweat. It's not dangerous. Brother Nanqi's house is right next door. Jiang Xiui's escalating fears led her to say increasingly absurd things. Xue Jiayu proclaimed, Mama, I won't go again next time. All right, you must understand that there are many bad people outside. Mama loves you the most and protects you. Were it feasible, Jiang Xiui would wish to keep her daughter within her embrace at all times. Xue Jiayu quickly glanced at Huanyu, who was gazing at her with teary eyes, just as 2 drops fell when Xue Jiayu looked her way. Sister, Xiaoyu is in so much pain. Xue Jiayu had intended to confront her, but managed to restrain herself. Only after Jiang Xiui confirmed that Huanyu was unharmed did she and Xue Jiayu proceed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. As they entered, Huanyu picked up some blocks from the floor, requesting Xue Jiayu to play with her. Sister, let us play. Xue Jiayu took the blocks, but placed them on the table the next moment. Sister? Huanyu looked at her in confusion, tilting her head in inquiry. Xiaoyu, did you fall down by yourself? Huanyu immediately comprehended what she was implying, her small face turning crimson. No, it wasn't me. Really? Xue Jiayu feigned a stern expression. If I find out you are lying, I will ignore you from now on. Don't. Sister, please don't ignore me. Huanyu grasped her hand in a panic. Xue Jiayu resolutely pulled away. Xiaoyu, if you are dishonest, I will not acknowledge you. I am honest. I am honest. Huanyu wept, tears cascading down like a string of pearls. Hearing the cries, Jiang Qiui hurried out to check. What is it now? It's nothing. I'm just hungry, Mama. As long as it's nothing serious, Mama will prepare the meal shortly. I will ask you one last time. If you do not speak the truth, I will not acknowledge you again. Zhang Nanqi did not push you, did he? You fell down by yourself, didn't you? Huanyu wrestled with her conscience, but eventually nodded. Yes, it was Xiaoyu who fell. Fearing Xue Jiyu's wrath, she burst into tears once more. It's all because of sister. Xue Jiayu shouted, Mama, Grandma, it's fine. This halted their movements. Huanyu sobbed, struggling to catch her breath, and Xue Jiayu reluctantly handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. Speak, do not cry. Huanyu quietly sniffled, accusing, Sister always plays with him, but never with me. You don't play with me or read with me either. I call you, but you don't even look. Sister doesn't love me anymore. It turned out she was merely jealous. All right, I will forgive you this time, but do not let it happen again. Huanyu looked at her timidly. Sister, do you hate me? Xue Jiayu shook her head. I do not hate you, but do not engage in such behavior again. Chapter 42. Preparing for the interview. This incident could not be allowed to tarnish Zhang Nanqi's reputation. Xue Jiayu needed Huanyu to confess to the adults that she had framed Zhang Nanqi. Huanyu pouted, clearly reluctant. It was only through Xue Jiyu's insistence that she eventually clarified the situation to Jiang Qiui after dinner. Mama, please do not refer to me as Xiaoyu. Xue Jiayu pulled Huanyu behind her, aware that she had made a mistake. Jiang Qiui, seeing her daughter's defense, opted not to press further. I must call Aunt Jiang. She is currently reprimanding Nanqi. Xue Jiayu exclaimed in shock. You must clarify the situation with her quickly. Upon hearing Jiang Qiui claim that Zhang Nanqi had pushed Huanyu, Jiang Peirong's initial reaction was disbelief. Despite his autism, he would never harm another. He appeared utterly pitiful. Let it go. No need to inquire further. Zhang Nanqi, however, sensed the scrutinizing gaze from behind and turned to look at her. He remained silent, causing Jiang Peirong to hurriedly lower her head to wipe away her tears, forcing a smile. Come, eat, darling. Mama bought your favorite roast duck today. During the meal, Jiang Peirong tentatively asked, Did you have fun at Aunt Jiang's today? Zhang Nanqi, taking small bites of rice, frowned slightly at the question, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Did something happen? Zhang Nanqi looked up at her, prompting Jiang Peirong to quickly clarify. Mama means no harm. I simply want to know if you enjoyed your day. He shook his head. Jiang Peirong felt a pang of sadness and, not wishing to press her son further, recognized the necessity of guiding him in his growth and felt compelled to continue her education. However, a phone call interrupted her. Peirong, today's events were merely a misunderstanding. It was Xiaoyu who fell by herself. Jiang Peirong felt a mix of exasperation and relief. Fortunately, she did not directly blame her son. Despite his autism, his heart is not wicked. This incident served as a wake-up call for Jiang Peirong. Although the Xue family did not mind, it was high time for Zhang Nanqi to attend school. For quite some time, she and Zhang Aoxiang had been searching for a suitable school for Zhang Nanqi. However, the prevalent prejudice against autism made it quite challenging to find an institution willing to accept children with such conditions. The Zhang family possesses substantial financial resources, and according to Zhang Aoxiang, a donation would make any school eager to accept their child. Yet, Jiang Peirong felt this approach was inappropriate. It merely meant that they accepted their money, not their child. Zhang Aoxiang acknowledged his wife's perspective, and together they began visiting schools during their spare time. One international school expressed willingness to accept Zhang Nanqi, provided he passed an interview. After discussing it with Zhang Aoxiang, Jiang Peirong deemed it a feasible option and sought Zhang Nanqi's opinion. Dear son, you have reached the age for schooling. Your father and I have found a school that requires an English interview. Would you like to start learning a bit of English with me tomorrow? Zhang Nanqi did not respond, as they had grown accustomed to his silence. It was not a rejection, but rather an acquiescence. Thus, in the following days, Zhang Nanqi ceased visiting the Xue residence and instead stayed home to study English with Jiang Peirong. As a rare university graduate, she had spent an additional year abroad for further studies. Zhang Nanqi's absence from the Xue family delighted Yu, who monopolized Xue Jiayu's time from dawn till dusk, even insisting on napping together. Observing the two children's harmonious interaction brought joy to Jiang Xiu, though she occasionally harbored concerns that Xiaoyu was too attached to Xiaobao. Xue Jiayu would often gaze out the window, pondering when Zhang Nanqi would come visit. Could it be that he harbors resentment towards our family due to the previous incident and has decided never to return? Jiang Xiu brought her some fruit, shaking her head helplessly upon hearing her thoughts. What should she do if Xiaobao was so fond of Zhang Nanqi? However, as a mother, she could not bear to see her daughter despondent. She set the fruit aside and gently ruffled Xue Jiayu's hair. Xiaobao, I've baked a cake to deliver to Aunt Jiang. Would you like to accompany me? Yes. Xue Jiayu's eyes lit up as she jumped down from her chair, eagerly putting on her shoes. Mom, I'm ready to go. Silly girl. We haven't even taken the cake yet. Jiang Xiu smiled as she went to fetch the cake, and Yu hurriedly approached her. I want to go too. Xiaoyu, you stay home with Grandma. We're going to Nanqi Guji's house. Upon hearing this, Yu's enthusiasm waned. Then I want to go. Sister, you shouldn't go either. Stay home and play with me. Xue Jiayu shook her head. I just want to take a look. Jiang Xiu arrived with the cake, instructing the two little princesses to step aside to avoid colliding with each other. The mother and daughter set off with the cake, leaving Yu at home with Su Zhan. As they approached the entrance of the Zhan residence, they heard English voices emanating from within. Jiang Xiu rang the doorbell, and Jiang Peirong came to answer. Oh dear, how many times have you come and still ring the bell? Just come in. Jiang Peirong quickly fetched them shoes. Xue Jiayu promptly donned her shoes and rushed inside, spotting Zhang Nanqi, who was dressed like a little prince. He wore a small suit with a bow tie, and even his tiny bangs were styled with gel, revealing a handsome face. Ah, he is so handsome. Mom, I want to marry him. Jiang Xiu nearly stumbled against the wall, forcing a laugh as she pulled Xue Jiayu closer. What are you two doing? Jiang Peirong handed her a flyer. Today, I'm taking Nanqi for an interview at this elementary school, and they require English speaking, so I've been training him. What kind of elementary school needs to speak English? An international elementary school. We're about to leave. Would you like to join us? Jiang Xiu was indeed interested in observing the school to prepare for Xue Jiayu's future enrollment. Thus, Jiang Peirong invited them along. In that era, international elementary schools were rare, and their decor was quite unique. They stopped at the grand entrance of the school, where a security guard promptly came to open the door. Welcome to Hausen International School. Hello. Jiang Xiu had seen many prestigious institutions, but she had never encountered an elementary school so grand. She silently resolved to send Xue Jiayu here one day. However, Xue Jiayu was indifferent to the school's reputation. In her time, international schools were quite commonplace, and her primary concern was Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi was not at all nervous. Rather, he was the first to step forward. Chapter 43. Interview failure. The principal had been waiting in the office, and upon seeing the two children, the attending teacher inquired with a smile. Which of you is here for today's interview? It's my son. Jiang Peirong promptly pointed to Zhang Nanqi. All right, please follow me. The rest of you may wait at the entrance. Zhang Nanqi followed the teacher into the office, and shortly after, the teacher emerged, leaving Zhang Nanqi alone with the principal. Jiang Peirong anxiously paced at the entrance, unable to resist the urge to eavesdrop. Don't be so nervous. Haven't you been training Nanqi for several days? He'll surely be fine. I'm just afraid he won't speak. Jiang Peirong rubbed her forehead. Zhang Nanqi had not been particularly talkative in recent days, only speaking a few words when he was in a good mood, remaining silent otherwise. 10 minutes later, Zhang Nanqi was escorted out. The teacher who had brought him in looked at Jiang Peirong with a helpless expression. He did not qualify. How could that be? Jiang Peirong exclaimed in disbelief. You only spoke for 10 minutes. Is that enough time to understand someone? The teacher adjusted his glasses and regarded her with indifference. However, in those 10 minutes, your son did not utter a single word. How can we understand him? We cannot afford to spend more time on him. Jiang Peirong was at a loss for words. Please give him another chance. He was likely too nervous just now. No, the principal is already upset. Thank you for your effort today. The teacher turned to leave when Xue Jiayu quietly spoke up. The teacher paused, looking at her in confusion. Did she just hear this little girl speaking English? It seemed she even uttered a curse word. Yet, upon observing Xue Jiayu's delicate features, she concluded she must have misheard. How could such a small child know any profanity? The principal, having never encountered such a disrespectful student, soon emerged and began speaking rapidly to them. Jiang Pei-rong struggled to catch every word. After hearing the principal's remarks, Xue Jiayu stood up, visibly upset. The words she blurted out astonished the principal, who immediately crouched down to ask her. The principal was elated and inquired if she would like to come inside to chat. Xue Jiayu shook her head and took Zhang Nanqi's hand, ready to leave. The two English phrases Xue Jiayu had just spoken left Jiang Pei-rong and Jiang Xiu astounded, particularly Jiang Pei-rong, who discreetly asked Jiang Xiu, "Do you usually speak English with Xiao Bao?" Yet, they could not reveal the truth at that moment, opting instead for vague responses. As the two little ones reached the stairway, Zhang Nanqi suddenly halted, staring blankly at a model airplane in the corner. "Nanqi Gugu, what's wrong?" Xue Jiayu waved her hand in front of him. He walked straight to the model and began disassembling and reassembling it. "You've assembled it incorrectly." Just then, a teacher descended the stairs, intrigued, and asked, "Little friend, how did you know this airplane was assembled incorrectly? The turbine cannot be placed there, otherwise it will break the wings." The teacher became even more excited. "How do you know that? Have you assembled this model before?" Zhang Nanqi shot him a disdainful glance and replied, "From a book." "So, you learned this from a book? My heavens, how clever you are." The teacher gave him a thumbs up and asked, "Are you the child who came for the interview today? If you choose an interest class, you must select my physics class. How about I make you the class monitor?" Jiang Pei-rong took Zhang Nanqi's hand in one hand and Xue Jiayu's in the other as they descended the stairs. "We didn't make the cut. It seems we won't have the chance to attend your class." The physics teacher looked at the principal in confusion, questioning why they would not accept him. "He is a physics prodigy. If we admit him, he could bring great honor to our school." Seeing the physics teacher's insistence, the principal could only express that he would consider it. Back in the car, Jiang Pei-rong brushed aside her gloomy mood, eager to treat the children to ice cream. "What should we do now? Should we search for another school?" Jiang Xiu looked at her with concern. She was aware of the Zhang family's search for a suitable school for Zhang Nanqi and had discreetly assisted in gathering information. However, most places had recoiled at the mention, almost all refusing. They had inquired at every local school, and if this continued, they would have no choice but to send him abroad. Yet, the Zhang family's roots were here, and given Zhang Nanqi's young age, sending him abroad would mean Jiang Pei-rong would have to abandon her job to accompany him, resulting in a fragmented family life, which could harm their relationships. Jiang Pei-rong lowered her eyelashes and smiled helplessly. "If it comes to that, then we shall go abroad." Upon hearing those words, Xue Jiayu's eyes widened in alarm. "Abroad? That won't do. If Zhang Nanqi is not under my watchful eye, I won't be able to help him if anything happens. Auntie, please don't let Zhang Nanqi go abroad." Xue Jiayu felt a surge of dissatisfaction. "Of course, I have passed the CET4 and CET6, Jiang Xiu thought, startled that even the little one was aware of such matters. "There is some noodles in the fridge. I'll prepare a bowl for you." Su Sujin attempted to rise to cook, but was gently pushed back down by Jiang Xiu. "All right, you should rest. Jiayu and I have already eaten." Jiang Xiu refrained from mentioning the interview at the international school, as it was not urgent. That evening, upon hearing about Zhang Nanqi's performance during the interview, Zhang Aoxiang silently finished a cigar. Noticing his demeanor, Jiang Pei-rong felt a twinge of displeasure. "What do you mean by that? Do you have some concerns about our son?" "Of course not." Zhang Aoxiang quickly reassured her. "I was just contemplating what to do about his schooling in the future. If no schools accept him, I will hire the best teacher to teach him at home." Jiang Pei-rong slammed her hand on the table. "What a ridiculous school. We want to be attending." Zhang Aoxiang could only smile wryly, bemused by her childlike temper. "Let me tell you from now on, if our son wants to study, he shall. If he does not, then he shall not. I will never force him to conform to this world," Jiang Pei-rong declared assertively. Chapter 44. Enrolling together, realizing his wife was genuinely angry, Zhang Aoxiang quickly sought to appease her. "My dear, you are losing your grace with such demeanor." Jiang Pei-rong shot him a sidelong glance. "I am not consulting you. I am informing you. I will take charge of our son's education. The school he attends must be one that embraces and accepts him." "I share the same sentiment." Zhang Aoxiang began to explain, but their landline suddenly rang. Hello, may I speak to the parent of Jian Nanqi? Yes, I am. This is a teacher from the admissions office of Hausen International School. Congratulations. Jian Nanqi has successfully passed our interview. When would you be available for enrollment? Zhang Aoxiang looked at Jiang Peirong in astonishment and whispered into the receiver, we got accepted. Jiang Peirong snatched the receiver from Zhang Aoxiang, confirming. Is it indeed Jian Nanqi who passed the interview? Yes. There is only one child interviewed today. I am certain we are not mistaken. Jiang Peirong, however, did not feel elated. She hesitated, saying, but the principal seemed dissatisfied with our child's performance. The physics teacher highly recommended him, stating that Jian Nanqi is a rare physics genius. The principal, being fond of talent, decided to admit him. Understanding this, Jiang Peirong's maternal vanity was instantly satisfied. You truly have a discerning eye. A formal enrollment notice will be sent to you shortly. Additionally, the principal would like to know the information of another child present today. Would you be willing to share their name and phone number? Another child? You mean Jiayu? The other party confirmed. Without a second thought, Jiang Peirong provided the phone number and name, concluding the call. The admissions office teacher immediately contacted the Xue family. Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu were playing with tangram puzzles on the living room floor. Xue Jiayu was excelling, while Ying Huanyu, unable to keep up, whined. When the phone rang, the adults in the Xue household were busy in the kitchen, prompting Xue Jiayu to run over to answer it. Hello. Her sweet voice elicited laughter from the other end. Hello, are you Xue Jiayu? Yes. Are you looking for me? The admissions office teacher couldn't help but tease. We are indeed looking for you. Do you remember where you went today? I remember, to a very prestigious school. Oh, you have such a high opinion of our school. If offered the chance to attend, would you be willing? Xue Jiayu clutched the receiver with both hands, but I'm only 3 years old. Could you please ask your mother to come and speak with the teacher? Oh, Xue Jiayu set down the phone and obediently went to fetch her mother. After hanging up, Jiang Qiui looked at Xue Jiayu with a complex expression. Xue Wangjun noticed his wife sitting in a daze by the phone and asked curiously what happened. The person from Hausen International School just called, asking if her little treasure would like to attend their school. Jiang Qiui found it hard to believe, as she had merely accompanied Jian Nanqi for the interview that day. Xue Jiayu was equally startled. Am I going to school? Yes. Xue Jiayu was overjoyed. Since Jian Nanqi was of school age, she wouldn't be able to protect him around the clock. If they had the opportunity to enroll in the same elementary school, wouldn't that be wonderful? However, Jiang Qiui did not seem as pleased. After soothing Xue Jiayu to sleep, she confided her worries to Xue Wangjun. We have cherished our little treasure, afraid she might be hurt, nurturing her with utmost care until now. I cannot bear to send her off to school so early. Xue Wangjun chuckled. What good is just your reluctance? My dear, this is a good thing. It shows our little treasure is smarter than other children. Jiang Qiui retorted. What good is her being smart? What I want is for her to be happy. She may not be unhappy going to school, although she is still young. I've heard there's a skipping grade system now. Perhaps our little treasure could attend university at 15. Before long, Xue Wangjun had coaxed Jiang Qiui into laughter. All right, but whether or not she goes to school should depend on her own wishes. Of course. The next day, Jiang Qiui rubbed her hands and discussed the prospect of school with Xue Jiayu. Little treasure, do you want to go? Yes. This time, she was determined to become the envy of all as a top student. After all, she had already learned all these things. Though Jiang Qiui was apprehensive, seeing her little treasure's enthusiasm, she chose to refrain from further discouragement. Very well, I will help you arrange it. Meanwhile, Ying Huanyu, playing with blocks, crawled over, curiously observing them, seemingly wanting to join the discussion between her sister and mother. Little Rain, sister is going to school now, so I won't be able to play with you every day. Jiang Qiui hugged Ying Huanyu, smiling, cherish the days when you have your sister with you. To her surprise, this remark caused Ying Huanyu to burst into tears. Don't cry, don't cry. Jiang Qiui hurried to console her. Why are you crying? Are you reluctant to part with your sister? Exactly why cry? Jiang Qiui felt both amused and exasperated. And it was only after she promised that Ying Huanyu could accompany Xue Jiayu to school that her tears began to subside. Jian Nanqi was to enroll in the elementary division of Hausen, while Xue Jiayu was to join the kindergarten division. However, due to Jian Nanqi's unique circumstances, the teacher suggested he adapt in the kindergarten division for a few days. Jiang Peirong readily agreed, as she was concerned about Jian Nanqi's adjustment. With Xue Jiayu accompanying him in the kindergarten division, the situation should not be too dire. The enrollment of 2 children became a paramount event for both families. On the morning of the first day of school, Zhan Aoxiang and Xue Wangjun donned formal suits, postponing their work commitments. Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui adorned themselves with exquisite jewelry, having deliberately selected outfits in a harmonious color scheme, exuding an air of solemnity. Furthermore, both families captured a commemorative photograph at their doorstep, with a curious security guard inquiring, "Is today a momentous occasion?" "It is the children's first day of school." The guard raised an eyebrow, bewildered that such an event warranted a keepsake. The world of the affluent was indeed beyond his comprehension. Su then, Huainu watched them depart, yet Huanyu clung desperately to the car door, wailing inconsolably. "Xue Jiayu, step out of the car," she said, grasping the child's hand. "Sister will first inquire at school if you can accompany us. If not, we shall find another way, all right?" Despite her pleas, Huanyu continued to sob heart-wrenchingly, as though enduring a heart-wrenching farewell. "Mother, please let her come with us." Jiang Qiui opened her arms, and Huanyu immediately burrowed into her embrace, refusing to emerge. In fact, Su Suzhen was not pleased about allowing Huanyu to join them, but recognizing that the child's distress could be detrimental, she refrained from voicing further objections. At the entrance of Hausen International School, a line of teachers stood ready to welcome the students, among them an admissions officer who promptly recognized Zhan Nanqi and Xue Jiayu, advancing to greet the families. "Are you the parents of Zhan Nanqi and Xue Jiayu? Please follow me. I will escort you to their classroom." Xue Wangjun surveyed the school environment and nodded in satisfaction. The facilities appeared quite new, and the presence of teachers throughout the campus significantly mitigated safety risks. He felt assured leaving his child here. "This is the classroom for little Zhan Nanqi. You will be learning here for the next few days, so please interact amiably with your classmates." Zhan Nanqi entered with an expressionless demeanor, and the children, initially engaged in playful antics, halted their activities to scrutinize the unfamiliar face, whispering amongst themselves about his identity. "Nanqi, introduce yourself," Jiang Peirong softly urged. Although Zhan Nanqi heard her, he remained unresponsive, casually selecting an empty seat. His aloof expression intimidated the child previously seated there, causing them to vacate their spot. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the classroom. Xue Jiayu clenched her fists, thinking, "Don't they want to sit with the handsome boy? If only I could." Xue Wangjun gently patted his daughter's head, discouraging her fanciful notions. Fortunately, at that moment, the teacher entered the room. "Hello, students. I believe you have noticed we have a new classmate today. Have you all introduced yourselves?" No one spoke, yet all eyes were fixed on Zhan Nanqi. Aware of Zhan Nanqi's unique circumstances, the teacher took it upon themselves to introduce him. "This is Zhan Nanqi. He will be your classmate from now on. He will join us for meals and lessons over the next few days, so please treat him kindly." "Yes, teacher." With the teacher's intervention, the students gradually warmed up to Zhan Nanqi. Jiang Peirong sighed with relief, offering a contented smile at her husband. Receiving the signal from the teacher that they could leave, the group quietly exited through the back door, proceeding to Xue Jiayu's classroom. The minimum enrollment age for the kindergarten's lower classes was 3.5 years, and Xue Jiayu was just shy of that mark. However, due to her intelligence, the principal made an exception, allowing her entry. The children in the lower class generally lacked self-sufficiency and exhibited strong self-awareness, often crying at the slightest provocation. As they approached the lower class's entrance, the sounds of crying echoed from within. Jiang Qiui, apprehensive that Xue Jiayu might also succumb to tears, hesitated. Jiang Qiui was taken aback. How did Jiayu know the line she had prepared? Jiang Peirong was equally astonished. Xue Jiayu seemed entirely unperturbed by the prospect of school, even appearing to relish it. The teacher, encountering such a well-behaved child for the first time, softly reminded Xue Jiayu, "You may enter now, and remember to greet your classmates." Oh, the lower class was filled with tiny children, and as Xue Jiayu stepped inside, she immediately spotted a few sniffling peers, wrinkling her nose in disdain. Unlike Zhan Nanqi's silence, Xue Jiayu energetically introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Xue Jiayu, and today I will be studying in Class 1. I look forward to your guidance." The little ones, bewildered by the phrase "look forward to your guidance," nonetheless perceived Xue Jiayu as reliable and ceased their weeping to observe her. "Where can I sit? Can I choose for myself?" "Yes." Xue Jiayu promptly selected a seat closest to the podium, declaring, "Then I shall sit here." Her desk mate, a chubby boy, blushed deeply upon her arrival, burying his face in his arms and refusing to look up. The admissions officer expressed great approval of Xue Jiayu's demeanor, praising Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui for their parenting. Jiayu certainly knows how to endear herself to others, Jiang Qiui replied with a smile. At that moment, Huanyu began to cry again. Jiang Qiui hurriedly inquired, Teacher, I have another child who is quite clever. Can she enroll as well? Though a bit embarrassed, Jiang Qiui was relieved that the teacher did not respond harshly, instead gently explaining, This child currently has difficulties with normal communication. It is best to first enhance her language abilities. All right, Xiaoyu, did you hear that? Huanyu, of course, heard but refused to accept it. She adamantly wished to remain with Xue Jiayu, and no one could separate them. Huanyu cried so fervently that her sobs prompted the other little ones to join in, resulting in utter chaos. After discussing the matter with the principal, it was decided that Huanyu could enroll, albeit at double the tuition of Xue Jiayu. The Xue family could afford this, and Xue Wangjun discreetly signaled Jiang Qiui, finalizing the arrangement. Xue Jiayu followed her classmates as they moved with the teacher and, upon seeing Jiang Qiui, dashed over. Mom, how was it? Did you enjoy your first day of school? Jiang Qiui's eyes sparkled with affection as she adjusted Jiayu's collar. It was fun and quite enjoyable. The little ones in the class looked up to her, and before the morning concluded, Xue Jiayu had already proven more persuasive than the teacher. She excitedly recounted events from class. This morning, a little friend cried so hard for his mother that he nearly threw up, and I told him, Mom will be here to pick you up soon. What happened next? Then he believed me and finished his lunch with me. We even took a nap. Jiang Qiui's eyes brimmed with love. Such a good girl. Did he cry afterward? No. When it was time to leave, he really saw his mother. He realized I wasn't lying. Jiang Qiui could not help but chuckle, sharing that Huanyu would join her for school the next day. Oh, I'm looking forward to that. From the passenger seat wafted a delightful aroma, prompting Xue Jiayu to lean forward and peek, discovering a box of cake. Mother, did you buy cake again? Yes, to celebrate your first day of school. How strange. Nanchi should have finished school by now. Why hasn't he come out yet? I'll go in to find him. Xue Jiayu volunteered, raising her hand. I will accompany you. Jiang Qiui replied, unbuckling her seatbelt and walking alongside Xue Jiayu into the school. Fortunately, the security staff were accommodating and did not impede their entry. Successfully locating Jean Nanchi's classroom from the morning's memory, they found it empty, save for the cleaning lady tidying up. Excuse me, where are the students from this class? The cleaning lady wiped her brow, regarding them curiously. They have all gone home. The school does not allow students to linger on campus. Jiang Qiui felt uneasy. She had arrived early, and if Jean Nanchi had already left, she would not have overlooked it. Mother, Brother Nanchi might still be in school. Let us search for him. Jiang Qiui nodded. The school was divided into several campuses based on grade levels. They were situated in the kindergarten section, adjacent to the primary school division. After scouring the kindergarten playground and teaching buildings without finding Jean Nanchi, Jiang Qiui's expression shifted to one of concern. Jiayu, accompanied by her mother, went to seek out the security officer to check the surveillance footage. Xue Jiayu initially thought that reviewing the footage was a splendid idea, but as her gaze drifted past the administrative building where the interviews took place, a thought suddenly struck her. Mom, let us go over there and take a look. What are we looking for? Just follow me. Xue Jiayu tugged at Jiang Qiui and dashed towards the administrative building. After climbing 2 flights of stairs, they indeed spotted Jean Nanchi examining model airplanes. Jiang Qiui let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat weak in the knees as she leaned against the wall. Nanchi, you scared me. Why aren't you in class? Jean Nanchi pointed at the model airplanes, clearly indicating that his purpose for being there was to admire the models. Jiang Qiui, he found it amusing yet exasperating. If you like those models, why don't you ask your parents to buy you one? Acquiring a few models was as easy for the Jean family as grocery shopping. He remained silent. The school's models differed from the ones he owned, possessing a certain worn charm from being handled repeatedly, which he cherished most. Xue Jiayu tugged at Jean Nanchi's arm. Brother Nanchi, let us go. Aren't you hungry? To be honest, I'm a bit hungry. Thus, Jean Nanchi did not resist Xue Jiayu's insistence. In unfamiliar surroundings, his appetite was not particularly robust, and aside from an initial glance from the teacher, no one paid him much attention afterward. There were too many students requiring the teacher's focus. Although he had autism, he exhibited better self-management skills than most children. Consequently, no one noticed that he had eaten only half a bowl of rice at noon. Today your parents are coming over for lunch. Our families are celebrating your and Jiayu's enrollment together. Yay! Xue Jiayu bounced around Zhang Nanqi. Nanqi, can we go to school together again tomorrow? Zhang Nanqi, who typically offered little response, surprisingly murmured in agreement, which made Xue Jiayu even more delighted, nearly wagging her tail in excitement. Jiang Xiao Yi and Su Sujin busied themselves in the kitchen preparing a feast, needing to cook several dishes since there were many guests. The three children played in the living room, and Xue Jiayu asked Zhang Nanqi which dish he liked best for lunch. They're all the same. Xue Jiayu blinked her large eyes. The same? Are they all delicious or all not good? They're all not good. Were they really that bad? I thought they were okay. Xue Jiayu scratched her head in embarrassment. Am I a foodie? Ying Huanyu, seeing Xue Jiayu engrossed in conversation with Zhang Nanqi, whimpered in frustration. Sister, play with me. Okay. Xue Jiayu sat beside Ying Huanyu, helping her build with blocks. Taking advantage of Xue Jiayu's momentarily lowered head while searching for blocks, Ying Huanyu shot a victorious glance at Zhang Nanqi. Sister is mine. Zhang Nanqi sensed her hostility and paused momentarily before suddenly saying, Xue Jiayu. What is up? Zhang Nanqi rarely called her by name. And Xue Jiayu felt a surge of excitement. What do you need? Come here. All right. Without hesitation, Xue Jiayu moved to Zhang Nanqi's side, which infuriated Ying Huanyu. She directly threw the blocks in her hands, creating a loud clatter. Su Sujin, startled, rushed out with a kitchen knife. What happened? The three children stared at her, and she belatedly realized that her appearance with the knife was rather intimidating, prompting an awkward smile. You all play nicely and no fighting. Otherwise, no cake for anyone tonight. We know, Grandma, we want to fight. Su Sujin's heart brimmed with affection. Our little treasure is the most sensible and obedient. Although Jiang Xiao, he often advised her not to express such sentiments in front of the children. Su Sujin could not help but show her love for Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu blew a kiss, nearly melting the old lady's heart. Little treasure, Grandma will make your favorite eggplant dish. However, as she moved, Zhang Nanqi pulled out a puzzle, requesting Xue Jiayu to hand him the pieces, leaving her entirely focused on him and oblivious to Ying Huanyu's actions. The two silently competed for Xue Jiayu's attention. Yet the one being sought after remained blissfully unaware, happily engaged in the puzzle. Brother Nanqi, you placed that piece incorrectly. Xue Jiayu quickly pointed out, urging him to fix it. Unable to compete with Zhang Nanqi, Ying Huanyu crossed her arms in frustration on the sofa. Zhang Nanqi subtly smiled, but it vanished too quickly for Xue Jiayu to notice. Brother Nanqi, aren't you playing anymore? Not anymore. Zhang Nanqi headed to wash his hands, and Xue Jiayu, like a little shadow, followed suit. I'm going to wash my hands too. Ying Huanyu threw the remote control heavily onto the sofa, her eyes blazing with anger. On their way, they encountered Xue Wangjun, who scooped up his precious daughter for a kiss, having missed her dearly throughout the day. Jiang Xiao, he covered her mouth, laughing. She's already in kindergarten, and you're still so clingy. What will you do when she goes to college? Wherever our little treasure goes to college, I will accompany her as a student guardian. I'll buy a house next to her school. Chapter 47. In the same class, once everyone had arrived, they prepared to take their seats. Xue Jiayu understood the importance of etiquette and knew to let the guests sit first. Jiang Pei Rong affectionately stroked her face. Our little Jiayu is the best. Don't let those mischievous boys outside fool you. Be a good daughter-in-law for your aunt. Okay? Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiao, he took her words lightly and chuckled in agreement. That sounds wonderful. I would love for such a handsome boy like Nanqi to be my son-in-law. It's settled then. Xue Jiayu stole a glance at Zhang Nanqi, who remained unresponsive, his expression as stoic as ever. She pouted silently, feeling a bit disappointed at his lack of reaction. Climbing onto her chair, Ying Huanyu rushed to the seat next to her, just as someone else claimed it first. That's my seat. Ying Huanyu pouted angrily, but Zhang Nanqi remained unfazed. Don't cry, Xiaoyu. Let us sit like this for now. After we finish eating, I'll play dolls with you upstairs, okay? Only then did Ying Huanyu sniffle and confirm. Just the two of us? Xue Jiayu found amusing. Yes. Yay. Ying Huanyu triumphantly sat opposite Zhang Nanqi, raising an eyebrow at him. Even if you sit next to my sister, it doesn't matter. She promised to play dolls with me. Zhang Nanqi's eyes revealed a hint of disdain that seemed beyond his years. You should try this roast chicken. Mom and I worked on it for 2 hours to perfect it. Jiang Xiao tore off a chicken leg for Xue Jiayu. who promptly handed it to Zhang Nanqi without a second thought. Brother Nanqi, you eat. Previously, Aunt Jiang had hardly offered Zhang Nanqi anything good. While extravagant delicacies piled up, they were all consumed by the old witch. Thinking of this made Xue Jiayu's heart ache. Sister, I want some too. Huanyu glared at Xue Jiayu, her eyes filled with accusation. I'll give you another one. Xue Jiayu hurriedly broke off another chicken leg and placed it in Huanyu's bowl, prompting a smile from her. I knew my sister loves me the most. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, merely pushing the chicken leg aside. Why aren't you eating the chicken leg? Don't you like it? Xue Jiayu asked with wide, curious eyes. Greasy. Xue Jiayu cheerfully responded, It's not greasy. Just tear off the skin. Mom, can you help him peel it? If she weren't so small and unable to move easily, she would have helped Zhang Nanqi herself. Jiang Xiao found it amusing. Her little treasure was quite assertive in commanding her mother for Zhang Nanqi's sake. However, since her little darling had asked, how could she refuse without embarrassing her? Thus, Jiang Xiao complied with Xue Jiayu's request, peeling the skin off the chicken leg and shredding the meat into strips for his bowl. Xue Jiayu watched him expectantly. Hurry and eat. Only then did Zhang Nanqi reluctantly take a bite, and meeting her eager gaze, he offered a faint response. It's good. Yay, Mom. Can you make this again tomorrow? Sure. Jiang Xiao smiled brightly in agreement. As long as her daughter was happy, she would do anything for her. The words you utter may create a sense of estrangement. Henceforth, we shall alternate in picking up and dropping off the children from school. What do you think? Jiang Perong was the first to raise her hand in support, exclaiming, I have no objections. Our family consists of 4 adults, each possessing a vehicle. We can take turns to transport the children, so that no one bears too great a burden. Huanyu, under the influence of the Xue family, found herself in the same class as Xue Jiayu. Although Xue Jiayu had hoped to seize any opportunity to seek out Zhang Nanqi, ever since Huanyu began attending school with her, she found herself being incessantly followed during every recess. Just as Xue Jiayu was about to leave the classroom, Huanyu called out to her immediately. Sister, Xue Jiayu, maintaining her composure, inquired, What is it? My shoelace is untied. Huanyu gazed at her with an air of pitiable innocence, prompting Xue Jiayu to crouch down patiently and assist her. See, it is all untied now. Sister, you are amazing. Huanyu joyfully clapped her hands, to which Xue Jiayu responded with a smile. During each subsequent recess, Huanyu found an excuse to keep Xue Jiayu by her side. Although Xue Jiayu sensed something amiss, upon reflection, she concluded that Huanyu's intentions were not malicious. The only time Xue Jiayu managed to see Zhang Nanqi was during lunchtime, as students in the kindergarten section consumed their meals in the classroom. Aware that Jiang Perong was occupied, Jiang Qiui willingly took on the responsibility of delivering lunch to Zhang Nanqi, as she was already preparing meals for Xue Jiayu and Huanyu. However, Zhang Nanqi had an allergy to peanuts, so Jiang Qiui took extra care to ensure that his portion did not contain any peanuts. Upon opening the delightful lunchbox, Xue Jiayu discovered that the rice balls were devoid of peanuts, instantly realizing that Jiang Qiui had mistakenly switched their lunchboxes. She hastily rushed to deliver the correct meal to Zhang Nanqi before he inadvertently consumed it. As Huanyu approached with her lunchbox, she observed Xue Jiayu darting out of the classroom and called out, Sister, where are you going? Xue Jiayu hurriedly left, tossing the words over her shoulder, while Huanyu, biting her lip and pouting, felt quite displeased. Move aside. A little boy named Huzai, accustomed to being spoiled at home like a little emperor, had a rather poor temper. Frustrated by Xue Jiyu's attempt to find Zhang Nanqi, Huanyu pouted defiantly, I won't let you. Huzai immediately pushed her. You dare? I. Huanyu collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, but this was not home, and no one was there to comfort her. Only a teacher glanced her way, helped her to her feet, and brushed the dust off her clothes, yet did not reprimand Huzai even once. Families that could afford to enter international schools often had some background. Huzai's parents were involved in government positions, making it unwise to offend them, leaving Huanyu with no choice but to endure. Xue Jiayu arrived at the entrance of class, standing on tiptoe to peer inside. Yet she could not spot Zhang Nanqi. Where has Brother Nanqi gone? He hasn't gone to look at the models again, has he? Xue Jiayu anxiously scanned her surroundings. Without a teacher monitoring lunchtime in the big class, she couldn't even seek help. Busy searching for him, Xue Jiayu was completely oblivious to the fact that Zhang Nanqi was right behind her. Observing her head turning incessantly, Zhang Nanqi asked in a calm tone. What are you looking for? Xue Jiayu nearly jumped out of her skin, blinking twice before responding. Brother Nanqi, you startled me. He remained silent. But Xue Jiayu did not take offense. She understood that Zhang Nanqi was rather taciturn. Shaking the lunchbox in her hand, she explained her reason for seeking him. Mom mixed up our lunchboxes. Zhang Nanqi silently entered the class, wordlessly handed her the lunchbox, and appeared as if he were dismissing her. Brother Nanqi, are you settling in well in the class? Xue Jiayu glanced around, noticing that none of the classmates appeared particularly fierce. They seemed amiable enough. Zhang Nanqi remained mute. During his first 2 days, a few students had approached him, but now his classmates generally ignored him. However, this suited him just fine, as he preferred solitude. Are you feeling out of place? Xue Jiayu inquired, tilting her small head. Would you like to join us for lunch in our class? No. Zhang Nanqi slowly articulated the 2 syllables, finding her class filled with noisy little ones. This response was anticipated by Xue Jiayu, who did not press further. Instead, she stood on tiptoe and patted Zhang Nanqi's shoulder, saying, I'll wait for you at the door after school. In a few days, Zhang Nanqi would be transitioning to the elementary section, making Xue Jiayu cherish every opportunity to seek him out during breaks. Yet, Huanyu persistently devised various methods to thwart her attempts to approach Zhang Nanqi. Whether it was feigning the inability to find something or claiming discomfort, she did everything to prevent Xue Jiayu from leaving. This left Xue Jiayu with little choice but to remain in class and accompany her. Unbeknownst to her, Huanyu's actions stemmed from a desire to keep her from Zhang Nanqi while also fearing that Hu Zai would bully her in her absence. Huanyu had sensed Hu Zai's hostility towards her, as he would find excuses to torment her whenever Xue Jiayu was not present in class. Hu Zai was a little tyrant in the class, and when he bullied Huanyu, the other children were too naive to come to her defense. Although the teacher was aware of Hu Zai's bullying, his family background made it difficult for her to intervene, leaving her with no choice but to privately comfort Huanyu. Huanyu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if we were to summon both your parents, it would likely be your parents who would suffer the consequences. The teacher, feeling guilty, helped Huanyu straighten her clothes, believing that she did not understand her words, and continued to mutter for a while. You must not go in. Why not? Huanyu glared at Hu Zai, recalling the teacher's words, and dared not confront him directly. Yet, Hu Zai was evidently unwilling to let her off the hook easily. He raised his chin arrogantly, declaring, No reason. I said you can't go in, so you can't. Most of the children in the class were only 4 years old, lacking discernment, and did not perceive anything wrong with Hu Zai's bullying of Huanyu. They merely sat at their desks, observing the scene. You go out. My mom says you only got in through connections. You don't belong in our class. I do. Huanyu retorted, opting to exit through the back door. Hu Zai immediately shouted to the classmates sitting near the back door, Don't let her in. The students, under his command, swiftly closed the back door. Huanyu kicked the door in frustration, glaring fiercely at Hu Zai. Having always been pampered, Hu Zai had never before been glared at like that. He immediately charged at her, pushing her, and with a single motion, sent Huanyu tumbling to the ground. Huanyu fell hard and was about to red ollie when she caught sight of Xue Jiayu approaching. A flash of emotion crossed her eyes, and she began to sob quietly. Why do you bully me? Why do you bully my sister? Although Hu Zai tormented Huanyu, he had never considered bullying Xue Jiayu. The reason was simple. Xue Jiayu was beautiful. He did not wish to bully the lovely Xue Jiayu, believing that a princess like her should not be subjected to hardship. Yet he held a strong disdain for the earthy Huanyu. I'm not ugly, woo. Huanyu wailed, while Xue Jiayu, filled with indignation, consoled her. You're not ugly at all. Xiaoyu, you're not ugly in the slightest. She glared at Hu Zai, demanding, Apologize to my sister. I won't apologize. What of it? Hu Zai retorted, turning and bolting into the classroom, slamming the front door behind him. Now, they were entirely blocked from entering through both the front and back doors. However, Xue Jiayu paid no heed to this, focusing solely on comforting Huanyu to cease her tears. After much effort, she managed to quiet her down, but Huanyu's small face was still filled with grievance. Sister, let's go find a teacher. Xue Jiayu, oblivious to the helplessness in Huanyu's eyes, resolutely pulled her toward the teacher's office. Teacher Lin, Hu Zai is bullying my sister. Xue Jiayu's tiny frame belied her strong voice, drawing the attention of all the teachers in the office. Hu Zai's mischief was well known in several classes, But even more notorious was his father, who was rumored to be on the verge of a promotion. It was said that his admission to the school had been influenced by his family connections. Teacher Lin scratched her head in embarrassment and led the two children into the conference room. She first checked Xue for any injuries, finding none, before carefully broaching the subject. Jiayu, the teacher, is aware that Xue tends to be mischievous and occasionally bullies his classmates. However, Xue is not a bad person, so shall we be magnanimous and let him be? Xue Jiayu looked at Teacher Lin in confusion, questioning why they should tolerate him. Teacher Lin contemplated the ages of the three children in her mind. Xue is the oldest, and Xue is the youngest, which indeed seems unfair. Before Teacher Lin could formulate a response, Xue Jiayu interjected, "Is it because of his father?" Teacher Lin was taken aback, but quickly realized it might be due to familial influence. She nodded in acknowledgement. Xue Jiayu's expression suddenly darkened. "Teacher, what if we do not allow it?" Teacher Lin was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The children are still too young to understand the complexities of standing up against a bully, and she did not wish to expose the harsh reality. After a prolonged silence, Xue Jiayu took Xue hand and left. Xue looked at her in confusion, but Xue Jiayu paused to embrace her. "Sister will protect you. No one will bully you." Chapter 49. Should we withdraw from school? The classroom was lively as the children shared their snacks, seemingly oblivious to the earlier incident. Xue Jiayu walked to her seat with Xue, maintaining her composure as she switched places with Xue deskmate, eager to see if Xue would dare to bully Xue again. To be honest, Xue felt a sense of trepidation towards Xue Jiayu. She was beautiful and bore a resemblance to his sister, who often scolded him at home. With Xue Jiayu's presence, Xue remained subdued for 2 days, not daring to trouble Xue. During this time, Xue Jiayu refrained from seeking out Zhang Nanqi and stayed close to Xue. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Xue, who found joy in having her sister by her side. When Jiang Xiu came to pick them up after school, she sensed Xue Jiayu's unhappiness and anxiously asked, "What is wrong with our little princess? You seem a bit down." "Mom, someone at school has been bullying us. He hasn't hurt us, but he bullies Xue." Upon hearing that Xue Jiayu was unharmed, Jiang Xiu sighed in relief. "I will discuss this with your teacher. It won't help." Xue Jiayu firmly shook her head. "I have already spoken to the teacher once with Xue, but the teacher suggested we tolerate him." "All right, then I will talk to the teacher." Jiang Xiu felt relieved that her daughter wasn't the target of bullying and only made a phone call to the teacher that evening. Teacher Lin subtly indicated over the phone that Xue came from a powerful background, and there was little she could do. Moreover, why was it that Xue only bullied Xue? Hearing this, Jiang Xiu felt displeased. "You should ask Xue. Does he think it's our child's fault for being bullied?" These words nearly made Jiang Xiu laugh in anger. "Teacher Lin, does that imply it's us parents who are causing the conflict?" "Not at all, but I hope parents can remain rational, as their emotions can influence their children." Jiang Xiu was so infuriated she nearly uttered a curse, ultimately hanging up the phone. Shui Wangjun had not seen his wife so upset in a long time, and after understanding the situation, he fully supported her. "You have every right to be angry. If they dare to bully Huanyu today, they will dare to bully our little Bao tomorrow." Jiang Xiu nestled into her husband's embrace. "Should we withdraw her from school? I never wanted her to start school so early. Withdrawing depends on Bao's own thoughts. If she wants to leave, we will." The next day, at the breakfast table, Jiang Xiu inquired about Xue Jiayu's opinion, to which she resolutely replied, "I do not wish to withdraw." "Why should they withdraw? It would imply they did something wrong. However, little Bao, if you're in the same class, you will inevitably face bullying again. Then I still want to withdraw. We have done nothing wrong." Xue Jiayu took a hearty bite of her bread. "If he dares, let him come. Just watch me beat him until he finds his teeth." The child's fiery words elicited laughter from the adults, and Jiang Xiu even contemplated enrolling Xue Jiayu in a taekwondo class, thinking it might come in handy in the future if she faced bullying. However, that was a discussion for another day. The pressing matter was that today marked Zhang Nanqi's last day in the kindergarten section, as he would transition to the primary section the following day. "Sister, do you really have to find him?" Xue tugged at Xue Jiayu's sleeve. Unwilling to let her go, she dashed to the big class to find Zhang Nanqi, which was merely a matter of going up and down the stairs. But it coincided with recess, making it difficult for Xue Jiayu to navigate through the crowd. Unbeknownst to her, her departure would lead to trouble. Xue, sipping from her water cup, was unaccompanied at that moment, providing Hu Zi with a perfect opportunity to strike. Hu Zi leaped up and intentionally bumped into her, knocking her water cup to the ground. Huanyu was drenched in water, and as the temperature had already dropped, she shivered uncontrollably. So cold. Hu Zi seized the moment, grabbing her collar and preparing to hit her. You bumped into me. You were the one who bumped into me first. Huanyu retorted defiantly, but as she thought of Xue Jiayu going to find Zhang Nanqi, tears streamed down her face in frustration. Hu Zi, irritated by her crying, demanded, "Apologize to me, or I will hit you." "I won't." As soon as Huanyu finished her protest, she received a solid punch. Wah! She fell to the ground, wailing heart-wrenchingly, drawing the attention of not only her classmates, but also those from the neighboring class. Xue Jiayu rushed to the door of Zhang Nanqi's classroom and effortlessly spotted him. Zhang Nanqi towered over his peers, making him easy to identify. Nanqi yi. Xue Jiayu dashed inside and sat beside Zhang Nanqi. The classmates were accustomed to Zhang Nanqi having a little tail following him around, so they made no comments upon seeing Xue Jiayu. Nanqi gugu, tomorrow you will go to the primary section. MHM. Zhang Nanqi packed his books, preparing for lunch. Even though we can still go to school together, you will be in another building. Will you miss me? Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Xue Jiayu did not take offense, reminding him to inform her if anyone bullied him in the primary section. I will come to defend you, Xue Jiayu declared with conviction, but Zhang Nanqi merely glanced at her. His expression seemed to say, "Are you joking? You're so small, and you intend to defend me?" It was rather endearing. Noticing his skeptical gaze, Xue Jiayu felt her cheeks flush. "Do not underestimate me because of my size. I am quite formidable." Zhang Nanqi nodded dismissively, pulling out his lunchbox to eat. Suddenly, there was a commotion downstairs, and many students rushed out. Xue Jiayu, focused solely on Zhang Nanqi, only realized there was a crying child in the lower class when she heard the commotion. "It can't be Huanyu, right? Nanqi gugu? You eat slowly. I will go downstairs first." Chapter 50. Please involve the parents. Zhang Nanqi suspected that something had happened to Huanyu. He glanced at his open lunchbox, hesitated for a couple of seconds, and then closed it. His instincts urged him to follow. "Xue Jia, you helped Huanyu to her feet. Little you, are you hurt?" Huanyu nodded through her tears, pointing to her stomach. "It hurts here, I got hit." Xue Jiayu glared at Hu Zi, who was acting like a little tyrant. "Did you hit my sister?" "Yes." "Who told her to bump into me?" Hu Zi arrogantly raised his chin, as if it were perfectly justified. "Even if she did bump into you, couldn't she just apologize? Why did you have to hit her?" Xue Jiayu stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Hu Zi's nose. Hu Zi, who was treated like a little emperor at home, was adored by his classmates, and the teachers never dared to speak harshly to him due to his father's influence. Xue Jiayu was the first to confront him directly. "I will hit whoever I want. Do you believe I want to hit you too? You dare. I will go find the teacher." Xue Jiayu took a step closer, forcing Hu Zi to retreat, and after several exchanges, Hu Zi found himself cornered against the wall. The crowd at the classroom door grew larger, all eyes fixed on them, particularly on Xue Jiayu. Everyone was aware of the reputation of the small tyrant in Class 1, and the teachers had often advised them to steer clear of that class. Now, witnessing the confrontation between Xue Jiayu and Hu Zi, they were uncertain as to who the true bully was. Hu Zi, feeling humiliated yet unable to match Xue Jiayu's fierceness, decided to charge at her. Just as his fist was about to connect with her face, someone grasped his hand. Turning to see who it was, Hu Zi discovered a tall boy had intervened. "Let go of me." Xue Jiayu looked over and realized it was Zhang Nanqi. "Brother Nanqi, you're here too." Huanyu, seeing Zhang Nanqi, paused for a moment, wiped her tears, and reluctantly joined Xue Jiayu in calling out, "Brother Nanqi." Hu Zi was no match for Zhang Nanqi's strength. With just a slight pressure, he cried out in pain, "Let go of me. I promise I won't bully Huanyu again." Zhang Nanqi was indifferent to Huanyu's plight. His primary concern lay with Xue Jiayu. Hu Zi licked his lips. "I won't bully Xue Jiayu either. I swear." Zhang Nanqi released his grip, causing Hu Zi to tumble to the ground, unable to suppress his tears. Hu Zi felt utterly embarrassed. His classmates usually regarded him as their leader, and this was undeniably his most humiliating moment. Unable to bear the insult, he seized the opportunity to attempt a sneak attack as Zhang Nanqi turned away, but was swiftly caught by someone. "What are you doing? You're still planning to sneak up on him?" Gu Yuan tugged at Hu Zi's shirt. "Nanqi, look. He trying to ambush you. Then he left. Huzi shrugged off Gu Yuan's grip and dashed out of the classroom, with Gu Yuan promptly chasing after Zhang Nanqi. Xue Jiayu remained concerned for Ying Huanyu's injury, noticing her pale face, and quickly took her to the infirmary. Initially, teacher Jiang Qiui had not clarified who was hurt, causing her to panic and rush to the school, fearing it was Xue Jiayu who was injured. Ying Huanyu recounted the entire incident to Jiang Qiui, believing it was over, only to receive a call from the teacher the following day requesting her presence at school. The teacher's tone was exceptionally serious, prompting Jiang Qiui to set aside her tasks and hurry over. Upon arrival, she was surprised to find Jiang Perong there as well, accompanied by a plump woman who was chatting amiably with her. Qiui, you're here too. Jiang Perong eagerly linked arms with Jiang Qiui and introduced. This is my good friend Su Huimei, Gu Yuan's mother. Gu Yuan, do you remember? Of course. Jiang Qiui shook hands with Su Huimei, thus making her acquaintance. By the way, why are you both here at school? Su Huimei ingrate. The teacher notified me, she replied. Jiang Perong nodded. Me too. What about you? Me too. Jiang Qiui suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Sure enough, not long after, Teacher Lin entered with a stern-faced man. Impossible. Jiang Qiui insisted firmly. Our Jiayu could never bully anyone. It's a miracle if your child doesn't bully my Huzi. How could Huzi bully anyone? Jiang Perong concurred. Teacher, you know our Nanqi's situation. He could never bully anyone. And what about our Gu Yuan? Before Su Huimei could finish, Meng Dehai slammed the table, adopting his usual authoritative tone. So, are you implying that our Huzi has wronged your children? 4 of you bullying our Huzi, and you still have the audacity to complain. This matter must be addressed, or I will not rest easy. Su Huimei was momentarily flustered, glancing helplessly at the 2 women. Jiang Qiui, despite her gentle appearance, maintained a resolute stance. She calmly retorted, since you've reviewed the surveillance footage, shouldn't you show it to us? Moreover, the children should be brought in to clarify things. Different individuals will recount events differently. Meng Dehai shot her a scornful look. I and Teacher Lin have seen the footage. The reality is that 4 children bullied one Huzi. Teacher Lin, would you agree? Teacher Lin, suddenly called upon, stood up nervously. From the surveillance, it appears that way. Then the children should be called in first, Jiang Perong added, recovering from her initial shock. At worst, it's just an apology and compensation. But if our child is slandered, this matter will not end here. Fine. Meng Dehai crossed his arms. I support bringing the children in to apologize to our Huzi. Apologies should be a matter for the children themselves. Adults shouldn't interfere. Jiang Qiui directed her gaze at Teacher Lin. Could you please call the children in, but do it gently, so as not to frighten them? Chapter 51. The 4 children. Teacher Lin thought to herself that she was nearly terrified. On one side stood 3 protective mothers, while on the other was the imposing father of Meng, who she sensed her career in education might soon come to an end. She first called in Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu, followed by Meng Hu, then Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi. It turned out that Gu Yuan was in class 3, and due to the proximity to class 1, Zhang Nanqi had been unaware that his friend was in the same school. Gu Yuan was exhilarated. Despite not knowing what had transpired, he was delighted to be with a friend and cheerfully invited Zhang Nanqi to his home to play with his newly acquired toys. Gu Yuan had perfectly inherited his mother's chubby figure and his father's dimples, making him exceptionally adorable when he smiled. My dad brought me the latest comic books from abroad. Come over to my place to read them. We'll see. Weren't you fond of them before? Gu Yuan scratched his head. I thought you liked them, so I had my dad bring me a bunch. Zhang Nanqi didn't mention that it was because Xue Jiayu liked them, and since he wasn't particularly close with Gu Yuan, he had borrowed them through Gu Yuan. Just before they pushed the door open, Gu Yuan was still enthusiastically inviting Zhang Nanqi to his home to look at comic books when they burst through the door, and he leaped around excitedly. Mom, what are you doing here? Gu Yuan dashed to Su Huimei's side, both mother and son sharing an innocent demeanor. The teacher asked me to come, Teacher Lin said, steeling herself. Children, please come over and line up. Gu Yuan, being chubby, ended up at the back, with Zhang Nanqi in front of him, followed by Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu, and at the forefront stood Huzi. In stark contrast to his previous dejection, today Huzi exuded a newfound arrogance. Meng Dehai pulled his son close and asked, Son, did you see clearly who bullied you? It was those 4. Ying Huanyu was about to protest, but was held back by Xue Jiayu. You clearly hit Huanyu first yesterday. We only retaliated later. Meng Dahai, accustomed to this kind of confrontation at work, quickly seized on Xue Jiyu's words for an opening. So you admit you hit my son? Xue Jiayu rolled her eyes internally, realizing that like father, like son. Huzi lowered his head, nervously picking at his fingers. Meng Dahai found himself in a tight spot. He couldn't ignore the injustice, yet he couldn't remain silent either. But this is merely a physical injury. How will you compensate for the psychological trauma your numerous children have inflicted on my son? And who will compensate for our child being wronged? As the parents from both sides prepared to argue, Teacher Lin hurriedly interjected, "Parents, let us not get angry. We should first clarify the children's situation. My stance is that if you want an apology, you must provide evidence. Otherwise, there's no reason to be so aggressive." Jiang Peirong shielded the children behind her, standing firm against Meng Dahai. Meng Dahai raised his chin towards Teacher Lin, adopting an air of superiority. "You are relentless until you reach the Yellow River, Teacher Lin. Let them see." Teacher Lin, known for his good temper, said nothing and proceeded to retrieve the morning surveillance footage. "All right, pause it here," Meng Dahai commanded. And Teacher Lin dare not move. The image froze on the scene where Xue Jiayu had cornered Huzi against the wall, and Meng Dahai's excitement was palpable, as if he had discovered incriminating evidence. "Do you see that? Who initiated the violence?" Jiang Qiui was momentarily taken aback, incredulously gazing at Xiaobao. When did Xiaobao learn to bully others? Jiang Peirong also pulled Zhang Nanqi aside and whispered, "Nanqi, were you involved in this matter as well?" "MHM." Jiang Peirong's heart sank. Xue Jiayu could immediately tell what they were thinking by their expressions and pointed at the surveillance footage, saying, "If you rewind 5 minutes, you'll understand why I cornered him." "Have you seen this?" Meng Dahai's expression shifted dramatically. How many secrets had this little rascal concealed from him, leading him to recklessly seek justice? However, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to proceed. "I haven't seen it." Xue Jiayu crossed her arms. "Then watch now and see who struck first." Despite the irrefutable evidence before them, Meng Hu still attempted to argue, only to be lifted by Meng Dahai with one hand. "Dad, put me down." Meng Dahai intended to leave directly, but was stopped by Jiang Qiui. "Mr. Meng, you demanded our child apologize to your son. And after we rebutted your unreasonable request, you insisted we bring the children. Shouldn't you apologize to our child now?" Meng Dahai's face turned ashen. A man accustomed to authority found it difficult to bow his head in apology. Yet they were patient, displaying a demeanor that suggested he would not leave without offering an apology today. Reluctantly, Meng Dahai managed to utter, "I'm sorry." Jiang Peirong remained at the doorway, refusing to let him pass, insisting, "What are you apologizing for?" "I'm sorry for slandering you." After saying this, Meng Dahai immediately took his son and left, while the children leapt in joy, embracing each other in celebration. To be precise, it was Xue Jiayu, Huanyu, and Gu Yuan who surrounded Zhang Nanqi, cheering exuberantly. Zhang Nanqi's expression remained unchanged throughout. Even when questioned by Meng Dahai, he showed no signs of panic. "Qiui, I never expected that beneath your gentle exterior lies such a formidable presence." Su Huimei couldn't help but applaud her. Jiang Peirong nodded in affirmation of Jiang Qiui. Had she not maintained her composure from the beginning, the children would have been left feeling wronged after offering apologies in confusion. Jiang Qiui raised her chin and gazed at Xue Jiayu, stating, "This confidence stems from Xiaobao. I know he would never bully anyone." The 4 children became closer through this incident, with Huanyu still somewhat resistant toward Zhang Nanqi, yet displaying a friendly attitude towards Gu Yuan. Zhang Nanqi soon transitioned to the primary school division, and Gu Yuan applied to join him, successfully enrolling in the same class. Chapter 52. Reconciling Conflicts. Su Huimei adored children, especially Xue Jiayu. Naturally plump, she favored delicate little girls with slender limbs, and Xue Jiayu's fair complexion made her irresistible. Every encounter left her unable to part with the girl. Conversely, her attitude towards Huanyu was lukewarm. Su Huimei had privately inquired with Jiang Peirong as to why Huanyu, raised in the Xue household, did not bear the Xue surname. Gu Yuan, however, harbored no such thoughts. In his eyes, Xue Jiayu and Huanyu were equal, yet he had always longed for an elder sister, which made him gravitate towards the straightforward Xue Jiayu. The children often played together, engaging in minor skirmishes, with Huanyu and Zhang Nanqi clashing the most frequently, primarily because Huanyu found Zhang Nanqi intolerable. On one occasion, when both Jiang Peirong and Jiang Qiui were away from home. Xue Jiayu voluntarily took on the responsibility of cooking for the children, inviting them to the Gu household for a meal. Gu Yuan's father, Gu Rahai, had studied abroad, and the Gu family possessed the most intriguing novelties, including one of the few devices available at the time. Watching cartoons became the children's favorite pastime. However, disputes often arose regarding which shows to watch. Ying Huanyu preferred Three Orphan Cats, while Zhang Nanqi favored Basketball Vanguard, leading to frequent arguments whenever they visited the Gu residence. Why we have to watch Basketball Vanguard again when we just saw it last time? Ying Huanyu stood in the living room, hands on her hips, indignantly confronting Zhang Nanqi. Xue Jiayu pulled her down onto the sofa, softly advising, Xiaoyu, Aunt Sue is still here. It's not nice to raise your voice. But I already put the Three Orphan Cats disc in the player. He took it out when I wasn't paying attention. Ying Huanyu's frustration grew louder, while Zhang Nanqi seemed unfazed by his actions. You were in the restroom and not paying attention. You little thief. Ying Huanyu turned in exasperation, while Zhang Nanqi displayed an air of indifference. As tensions escalated, Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan found themselves caught in the middle. Xue Jiayu didn't wish to scold Ying Huanyu nor put Zhang Nanqi in a difficult position, while Gu Yuan, with his gentle nature, preferred a peaceful resolution. Yet, given the circumstances, they could not remain passive. After a silent exchange of glances, they decided that Xue Jiayu would comfort Zhang Nanqi, while Gu Yuan would console Ying Huanyu. Huanyu, please don't be upset. Next time you come to my house, I'll let you watch Three Orphan Cats all by yourself for as long as you want. Gu Yuan believed that such an enticing offer would surely placate Ying Huanyu. To his surprise, Ying Huanyu became even more enraged. Why do I only get to watch it next time? He can watch whenever he wants. That's not fair. Xue Jiayu quickly pulled Zhang Nanqi aside and whispered, Brother Nanqi, can you let her have this one time, please? No, Zhang Nanqi firmly replied, leaving Xue Jiayu momentarily speechless, gazing at him in disbelief. You won't budge, even a little? Zhang Nanqi stared at her for 5 seconds. Before he could respond, Xue Jiayu conceded. All right, I'll negotiate with her again. Please don't look at me like that. Xue Jiayu dreaded Zhang Nanqi's penetrating gaze, which, devoid of any turbulence in his eyes, would often reveal a hint of something deeper when directed at her. This made her feel uncomfortable, as if she had let down his trust. Therefore, whenever Zhang Nanqi displayed such an expression, Xue Jiayu would instinctively yield. Exchanging a glance with Gu Yuan, she approached Ying Huanyu, while Gu Yuan turned to Zhang Nanqi. Xiaoyu, please don't be upset. Let him have it this time. And next time we won't bring him along. Xue Jiayu initially believed that Ying Huanyu, who usually listened to her, would comply, but to her surprise, Ying Huanyu threw herself into her arms, sobbing. Sister, you always side with him and not with me. I'm your sister. Seeing Ying Huanyu cry made Xue Jiayu feel distressed as she gently patted her back. It's all right, stop crying. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell, and you won't look pretty. If there's no cartoon to watch, what does it matter if I'm not pretty? Ying Huanyu cried even harder, leaving Xue Jiayu at a loss for words, only able to hold her and soothe her back repeatedly. Gu Yuan sat beside Zhang Nanqi, although they were childhood friends. Zhang Nanqi was often tight-lipped when he didn't feel like talking. Nanqi, just let the girls have their way, Gu Yuan suggested, scratching his head and racking his brain for the right words. Letting her have it this time won't cost you anything. Be a gentleman. Gu Yuan had no idea how else to persuade him. Xue Jiayu had finished frying dumplings and brought them out, noticing that one child was missing. Where did she go? Upon seeing Xue Jiayu's expression, a hint of maternal affection shone through her eyes. Oh, you all start eating the fried dumplings. If it's not enough, Annie will fry more. Gu Yuan raised his hand. Mom, I want to eat fried eggs. Xue Jiayu shot him a stern look. Look at you, so chubby. What more do you want to eat? Just stay put. It's just a fried egg. Why can't I have it? Gu Yuan felt a bit disheartened. He had been craving fried eggs for days, and now his mother had yet to make any for him. Xue Jiayu observed his expression, pondered for a moment, and donned a sweet smile. Annie, I would like to have a fried egg too. Oh, Jiayu wants to eat? Then Annie will fry a few for you. Without further ado, Xue Jiayu proceeded to fry 4 eggs. Zhang Nanqi showed no interest in the fried eggs, leaving Jiayu and Gu Yuan to each enjoy 2. As Xue Jiayu turned to remove her apron, Jiayu swiftly picked up 1 fried egg and tossed it into Gu Yuan's bowl. Hurry and eat. If Auntie Sue sees me giving you the fried egg, she will scold you again. Gu Yuan looked at Jiayu with immense gratitude. Jiayu, will you make me some in the future? Jiayu glanced sideways at him. Make you what? Be my sister, would that be all right? Jiayu burst into laughter. So, you want to be my younger brother? No problem. Xue Jiayu entered from the balcony, holding clothes, and chuckled upon hearing this. Gu Yuan, you're much older than Jiayu, yet you wish to be the younger brother. In chapter 53, Huanyu wished to change her surname. Why not? Gu Yuan was momentarily struck down by Xue Jiayu's remark, rolling on the ground until Jiayu agreed to be his sister before he ceased. After finishing Basketball Vanguard, the sky had darkened. Xue Jiayu cleared the table, and Jiayu departed from the Gu residence alongside John Nanchi. Brother Nanchi, I apologize on behalf of Xiaoyu. She can be a bit headstrong at times, but it's not intentional. So please, do not be angry with her. Jiayu tilted her head and smiled at John Nanchi. He paused, casting a glance at her. Thinking he might refuse, Jiayu intertwined her arm with his and pouted, Brother Nanchi, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold it against Xiaoyu. If you're upset, feel free to vent your frustrations on me. He suddenly raised his hand, startling Jiayu, who took a large step back, her eyes wide in surprise. Brother Nanchi, what are you doing? Jean Nanchi extended his arm and lightly flicked her forehead. Jiayu stood frozen, momentarily unresponsive, while Jean Nanchi turned to head home. It was only after watching him enter the house that Jiayu realized he was merely letting off steam. Brother Nanchi is truly adorable. At that moment, Jiayu suppressed her laughter and approached Huanyu to comfort her. I, Xue Jiayu, am indeed quite full. She shyly lowered her head to pat her belly. Xiaoyu, please do not be upset. I will find you some bread to eat, all right? Bread was a rare delicacy, worth as much as a pound of meat, and the places selling it were few. Xue Wangjun had purchased it twice, and both children adored it immensely. However, of late, Jiayu had not seen Xue Wangjun buy any bread, and Huanyu felt a pang of jealousy. Is Dad keeping it all for himself? I knew it. He hides all the good stuff just for you. Saying this, Jiayu took Huanyu upstairs to search for the little bread. It was only when she carefully retrieved the bread from the cupboard that Huanyu's expression brightened somewhat. Is it fragrant? Jiayu licked her lips, as the aroma of the bread wafted into her nose, enticing her. Huanyu took a bite of the palm-sized bread and nodded. Delicious, sister. You should eat some too. You eat it. I'm not hungry. I just had a large plate of fried dumplings at Aunt Huime's. Oh. Huanyu joyfully finished her bread, feeling happy not only because she had the bread, but also because Jiayu was comforting her. However, this joy did not last long. Once Huanyu finished eating, she resumed, questioning Jiayu about why she hadn't defended her earlier. Sister, why didn't you speak up for me back then? Jiayu bitterly smiled inwardly, realizing that Huanyu was not as easy to appease as Jean Nanchi. One could not simply charm her away with playful antics. Brother Nanchi was unwell, so it is quite normal to be a bit accommodating towards him. You are not just a little accommodating. I feel like you prefer him more than me. Jiayu, feeling guilty, dared not retort. Huanyu seemed to seize this opportunity, excitedly proclaiming, Sister, you really like him more. Huanyu, feeling threatened, incessantly drilled into Jiayu the notion that they were a family, while Jean Nanchi was an outsider who could never be better to her than a sister. After being subjected to a brainwashing session that lasted nearly half an hour, Jiayu was compelled to swear that she would love her sister the most before Huanyu finally relented. I am fine. Huanyu, seizing the moment, eagerly offered to pour them water. Dad, Mom, here has some water. Jiang Qiui accepted the water, repeatedly praising her for being considerate. However, her voice grew softer, evident distress and disappointment creeping in. Huanyu was acutely aware of her status as not being Xue family's biological daughter. During such times, she could only feign ignorance, pretending not to understand. Otherwise, if she seriously pursued the matter, her identity within the Xue household would become exceedingly awkward. Yet classmates had somehow learned of this, and, with innocent bluntness, would often remark that she was not as pretty as Xue Jiayu and that they did not resemble sisters at all. Jiang Qiui casually reassured. Teachers just inquire out of curiosity. They won't concern themselves with such matters. But classmates say, I don't look like sister at all. Huanyu pouted. Xue Wangjun casually remarked. You two don't resemble each other anyway. Jiayu sensed her father was about to slip, quickly interjecting Dad. Oh no, oh no. If Xiaoyu learns of her true identity, it would be a repeat of past mistakes. This matter must be kept secret. Hearing his daughter's thoughts, Xue Wangjun hastily corrected himself. Ah. Understood. Dad will change your name soon, and from now on, you shall be called Xue Huanyu. Great, great. Huanyu eagerly began to massage Xue Jiayu's shoulders, while Jiang Qiui displayed signs of displeasure. We had already agreed that the Xue family could only have one child. If Huanyu changes her surname to Xue, then what do we call our only child? Xue Jiayu scratched his head, realizing he had overlooked this point. But I can't go back on my promise to the child. And besides, Xiao Bao also wishes for us to treat her as family. Doesn't she? Aren't we already treating her like family? She has everything that Xiao Bao has. They go to the same school. What more do you want? Jiang Qiui applied skincare. In any case, I do not agree with her taking the surname Xue. Then how about taking your surname Jiang? Xue Jiayu racked his brain for a compromise. Jiang Qiui was even less inclined. Xiao Bao is also the only child in the Jiang family. Besides, my feelings for Huanyu do not extend to wanting her to share my surname. In Chapter 54, preparations for skipping a grade were underway. Listening to his wife's words, Xue Jiayu found himself both amused and exasperated. This one do, that one do. I cannot tell the child that I must go back on my word. I do not care. You figured out. Jiang Qiui tossed the blanket aside and lay down, pushing her husband away. After contemplating all night, Xue Jiayu decided to discuss it with Huanyu the following morning. While Huanyu was drinking milk, she lost her appetite upon hearing his words, staring at him with wide eyes. But Dad, you promised me yesterday. This matter was my mistake. I will explain it to you later, all right? If your teacher has any issues, just call me, and I will handle it. Xue Jiayu adopted the best attitude, and Huanyu understood she could not press further. So she merely sported a disappointed expression. Do not be upset, Xiaoyu. Regardless of whether you take the surname Xue or not, you will always be my sister. Jiayu gently nudged Huanyu with her elbow and whispered in her ear. This statement brightened Huanyu's mood somewhat. However, once the seed of changing her surname was planted in her heart, it became difficult to uproot. As usual, Xue Jiayu took them to school. There were no academic tasks in the kindergarten, only play. Unlike other children who came to school carefree, Jiayu constantly contemplated how to alter the destinies of Zhang Nanqi and Huanyu. Unfortunately, once Zhang Nanqi ascended to the elementary division, her opportunities to see him at school dwindled significantly, let alone during recess. The kindergarten and elementary school departments are situated in two separate buildings, and the only time one can visit Zhang Nanqi is during lunch. However, each time she makes a move, Huanyu vigilantly pulls her back. Sister, where are you going? I'm going to the elementary school to find Brother Nanqi. Do you want to come? Upon hearing that she was going to see Zhang Nanqi, Huanyu's expression immediately darkened. Sister, why must you always keep an eye on him? Can't you just stay with me? It's not that I can't. I'm just worried that Brother Nanqi might not adapt well to the elementary school. Xue Jiyu's explanation fell on deaf ears as Huanyu sulked, resting her arms on the table while sniffling. Aren't you worried that I won't adapt? This outburst left Xue Jiayu at a loss for words. All right, stop crying. I won't go. Instances like this were numerous. Every time Huanyu noticed her about to leave, she would perk up her ears, making Xue Jiayu reluctant to move freely. However, this could not continue. Xue Jiayu finally found an opportunity to break away from Huanyu and dash to the teacher's office. Teacher Lin, may I transfer directly to the elementary school? Teacher Lin, who was preparing materials for a craft lesson, couldn't help but chuckle at this request. What did you say? You want to go to the elementary school? Yes. Teacher Lin set down the colored paper and, seeing her earnest expression, had to explain, but you are not old enough. Can I skip a grade? Teacher Lin was taken aback and responded, You know about skipping grades? This is a recent notice from above. Capable students can choose to skip grades even if they do not meet the age requirement. However, there were few students capable of doing so. Teacher Lin knew that Xue Jiayu was the brightest in her class, but was not optimistic about her skipping a grade. I know, so can I give it a try? The sincerity in Xue Jiyu's eyes made it hard for Teacher Lin to outright refuse, so she said, But the elementary school is already learning pinyin and addition and subtraction within 10. You must be able to do those. That's a minor issue. Xue Jiayu was confident in her abilities regarding pinyin and arithmetic. You little one, you are quite bold, Teacher Lin laughed. If you're determined to skip a grade, have your parents call me, and I can arrange for a test. If you pass, you can skip. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Xue Jiayu skipped out of the teacher's office, only to see Huanyu standing at the door, clenching her little fists. Xiaoyu, are you here to see the teacher too? What is the matter? Xue Jiayu reached out to holding Huanyu's hand, but she unusually pulled away. Sister, why do you want to go to the elementary school? Huanyu looked pitiful, like an abandoned little animal, which made Xue Jiayu feel a pang of sympathy as she hurried to explain. Because I find it too boring now, I want to learn. Huanyu wiped her tears with the back of her hand. You are lying. You just want to find Zhang Nanqi. Xue Jiayu glanced around, and under Huanyu's gaze, she had no choice but to nod. I do want to see him a little, but it's not entirely because of him. I don't believe you. Huanyu pouted and turned to walk back to class. I don't care. If you go to the elementary school, then I want to go too. Then you can just prepare for the grade skipping exam with me. Xue Jiayu did not feel comfortable leaving Huanyu alone in the kindergarten department. Huanyu brightened up a bit at this. Really? I can go to the elementary school with you? Upon learning that their daughter wanted to skip a grade, Xue Wangjun and his wife were completely opposed. Xiao Bao, you are still young. Play for a couple more years. When you start elementary school, you will have your share of struggles. Xue Wangjun, a high school graduate, understood how arduous studying could be and was reluctant to let his daughter endure any hardship. Jiang Xiaoyi, a proper university graduate, recognized the benefits of education but hoped that Xue Jiayu could lead a carefree life without the pressures of studying so early. However, Xue Jiayu was insistent, listing the various advantages of skipping a grade. Firstly, I find a class very boring. We're just doing crafts every day. Secondly, the knowledge in first grade is very easy for me. I can keep up even if I skip. Thirdly, I don't want to be classmates with Huzi for another 2 years. Fourthly, Brother Nanqi is also in the elementary school. If I go, I can keep him company. Upon hearing the fourth point, Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui exchanged glances, revealing an understanding expression. Xiao Bao, you don't need to say more. You want to go to the elementary school because of him, right? Xue Wangjun said sourly, feeling a twinge of discomfort that his carefully nurtured daughter wanted to skip a grade for another boy. Jiang Qiui chuckled. Xiao Bao, don't get too carried away. What if you go and Nanqi isn't happy? I want to care about him. I want to go to first grade for my own education. Xue Jiayu pulled out Jiang Qiui's notebook from under the coffee table, casually flipped to a page, and confidently wrote her name. Look, I can already write. Xue Wangjun leaned closer and was astonished to see that Xue Jiyu's handwriting was exquisite, meticulous, and strong. Nothing like what one would expect from a child her age. He quietly asked Jiang Qiui, did you teach Xiao Bao how to write? No. After pondering, Xue Wangjun posed a simple arithmetic problem. What is 53 minus 45? Simple. Xue Jiayu turned the notebook around and wrote the answer as 8, leaving her parents speechless. It was important to note that they had never taught her anything related to academics, neither writing nor calculations. Could it be that their little Bao was a prodigy? Xue Jiayu clung to Xue Wangjun's neck. Daddy, please agree to let me go. I really want to attend the elementary school. Xue Wangjun was helpless against his daughter, whom he had always spoiled. Thus, he called Teacher Lin to inquire about the grade-skipping exam. You are quite persistent. I thought this child was merely speaking whimsically. Let's set it for Friday. I will prepare a test, and if she scores above 90, she will be transferred to the elementary school. As Xue Wangjun spoke on the phone, Huanyu stood opposite him, anxiously gesturing to remind him not to forget to mention her desire to take the exam as well. Only then did Xue Wangjun remember her and hurriedly said, please prepare 2 test papers. Huanyu also wants to participate in the grade-skipping exam. The teacher chuckled, realizing that the 2 sisters wished to live and learn together and now also aspired to skip grades together. With 2 days remaining until Friday, Xueju urgently tutored Huanyu, teaching her how to write her name and imparting basic pinyin knowledge and addition and subtraction within 10. To motivate Huanyu to pass the exam, Xue Jiayu assigned her some problems. You can only sleep after completing these questions. Sister, I can do them tomorrow morning. Huanyu complained. No, the exam is tomorrow. You need to hustle now. Xue Jiayu coaxed and threatened her, finally managing to have Huanyu finish the questions with an 80% accuracy rate. She patted Huanyu's head. Well done. If you pass this exam, I will reward you. What kind of reward? Huanyu looked at her expectantly. You will know when the time comes. Xue Jiayu lay down to sleep, and Huanyu crawled into her blanket from the other side. My blanket is so cold. I want to sleep with my sister. What cold? Grandma even told us to go out for fresh air this afternoon. Xue Jiayu laughed, yet she did not push away Huanyu's embrace. Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan knew that the 2 of them had an exam today, and Gu Yuan animatedly cheered them on. Do well on the exam. If you do well, you could be in the same class as us. Then we could go to school together, leave school together, and do homework together. The current homework is too difficult. Nanqi, How late did you stay up doing last night's homework? Gu Yuan excitedly envisioned the future, while Xue Jiayu hesitated to shatter his dreams. Actually, even if we both passed the exam and moved to the elementary school, we might not necessarily be in the same class. What? Gu Yuan was astonished, even losing his appetite for the bun in his hand. Zhang Nanqi's expression remained indifferent. There's more than one class in first grade. Oh right, Gu Yuan realized belatedly, biting into the bun with a worried expression. What should we do then? I really want to be in the same class as you two. Remained silent in class, leaving me feeling suffocated. Huan Yu inquired. Aren't there others who play with you? Gu Yuan felt embarrassed to admit that others shunned him for being overweight. Aware of this, Xue Jiayu patted Gu Yuan's shoulder, reassuring him, it's all right. Even if we are not in the same class, we can still play together during breaks. Yes, indeed, until they parted ways at school. Zhang Nanqi scarcely uttered a word, only solemnly telling Xue Jiayu, do your best. By the time Xue Jiayu processed his words, he had already walked into the primary school building with Gu Yuan. Huan Yu tugged at her, urging, sister, let us hurry. I want to prepare early. Prepare for what? Naturally, for her cheat sheet. Xue Jiayu was unaware of Huan Yu's intentions, assuming her nervousness stemmed from exam anxiety. The examination took place in an empty classroom adjacent to the teacher's office, and there were many activities in the kindergarten department, resulting in ample empty classrooms. Upon entering the classroom, Huan Yu first glanced around, relieved to find no surveillance cameras. Xue Jiayu, on the other hand, took a seat at the front, waiting for Teacher Lin to arrive. When Teacher Lin entered with the exam papers, Huan Yu had just finished writing the initials and phonetics on the desk, hastily stowing her pencil away. All right, we shall commence the examination now. I must remind you not to peek at each other. If caught by the teacher, both will be penalized. Teacher Lin placed the exam papers on their desk, wrote her name in the designated area, and they were free to begin. Xue Jiayu swiftly completed the paper, finding the addition and subtraction trivial, almost an affront to her intellect. Even a moment's reflection seemed inadequate. However, Huan Yu's experience was quite different. Xue Jiayu had insisted she learn to write her name, and last night, they had practiced the strokes over 10 times, tackling several calculation problems together. Yet, when the exam paper was handed to her, Huan Yu found herself at a loss. Noticing their young age, Teacher Lin did not supervise diligently. She either inspected her nails or gazed out the window. Suddenly spotting a familiar teacher passing by, Teacher Lin stepped outside for a chat. At that moment, Huan Yu nudged Xue Jiayu and whispered, sister, I can't solve the first question. Can you show me? Huan Yu's soft plea made Xue Jiayu hesitate, knowing it was inappropriate, yet fearing that speaking too loudly might attract Teacher Lin's attention. Reluctantly, she replied, Xiaoyu, you must do it yourself. But I can't. Xue Jiayu's heart softened, and she pulled the paper closer to allowing Huan Yu a glimpse. Only one question. Xue Jiayu turned sideways, and Huan Yu craned her neck to look. Although Xue Jiayu allowed her to view just one question, Huan Yu scanned the entire page. Fortunately, Teacher Lin was engrossed in conversation, entirely oblivious to the activity at their table. By the time she concluded her chat, Huan Yu had nearly finished copying answers. All right, have you both completed your exams? Teacher Lin glanced at Xue Jiayu's paper, visibly surprised. Not only was her handwriting neat, but the answers she had seen were also correct. Although Huan Yu's writing was not as tidy as Xue Jiayu's, it was still acceptable. Goodbye, teacher. Just as they exited the classroom, Huan Yu intended to grab Xue Jiayu's hand, but Xue Jiayu preemptively pulled her aside. Xiaoyu, what you did just now was wrong. Do you understand? Knowing something is one thing, but cheating is another. The most important quality in a person is honesty, not grades. Huan Yu was taken aback by her sister's rare seriousness. Sister, I didn't mean to. I was just scared. There are many questions I can't answer, and the teacher thinks I'm foolish. Tears welled up in her eyes as she sniffled pitifully. Xue Jia, you felt a mixture of emotions. What you did is considered cheating during an exam, and that is unacceptable. It is one thing to not know the answers, but cheating reflects on one's character. Chapter 56. Perfect score. Once in the car, Gu Yuan eagerly asked, how did you both fare on the exam today? Huan Yu anxiously glanced at Xue Jiayu, fearful that her cheating would be exposed. Fortunately, Xue Jiayu said nothing, merely smiling. Just wait for next week when I join you at school. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nanqi smiled. Gu Yuan clapped excitedly. That is wonderful. Jiayu, do you know how much I look forward to going to school with you? I told my deskmate today that my sister is coming to our class. Gu Yuan did not finish his sentence. As his deskmate questioned why his sister was starting school so late. Gu Yuan proudly puffed out his chest. It's because my sister is still in the kindergarten department. Once she passes her promotion exam, she will join us. This statement was met with derisive laughter from his deskmate. You're already in primary school, and your sister is still in kindergarten? How amusing. Gu Yuan felt awkward, wishing he could disappear into the floor, as he did not expect the reticent Zhang Nanqi to come to his defense. After inquiring about Xue Jiayu, Gu Yuan turned to Huanyu, Xiaoyu. How did you do? Average. Grandma bought groceries today. I wanted meatballs, so she should be cooking them tonight. Yay. Xue Jiayu immediately turned to Zhang Nanqi. Brother Nanqi, come to my house for meatballs. My grandma makes the best meatballs. Not tonight. Aunt Jiang is taking Brother Nanqi to see a doctor. You can invite him another day. Jiang Xiuyi's words piqued Xue Jiayu's interest. What doctor? Brother Nanqi, are you unwell? Had it not been for Jiang Xiuyi's mention, Zhang Nanqi would have been unaware of his upcoming doctor visit. He looked at Jiang Xiuyi, who explained, Your mother has arranged for you to see a psychologist. She noticed you've been improving lately and wants to address your autism more thoroughly. The last 3 words were spoken in a hushed tone, as the 3 families had privately agreed to avoid displaying excessive concern about Zhang Nanqi's autism, fearing it might provoke his aversion. Zhang Nanqi himself was indifferent. Xue Jiayu felt elated to hear that Zhang Nanqi's condition had improved. After all, Zhang Nanqi had developed autism due to mistreatment by a nanny. Although the nanny was dismissed, the damage remained. If he could be fully cured now, it would be splendid. Observing Xue Jiayu's delight for Zhang Nanqi, Huanyu quietly tightened her grip on her backpack, pouting in silence. Gu Yuan was so thrilled that he clapped his hands. I love Grandma Sue's cooking. At home, my mom doesn't let me eat much. Your mom is worried that you'll gain more weight, which is unhealthy. Jiang Xiuyi chuckled as she parked the car, allowing the children to disembark. Gu Yuan grumbled. Aunt Jiang, please don't defend her. I know her well enough. She just thinks I'm too fat. What does she know? I can definitely slim down when I grow up. Indeed, Xue Jiayu chimed in. Not only will you slim down, but you will also become a big star. Gu Yuan and Jiang Xiuyi paused, looking at her incredulously. What did you say? Xue Jiayu licked her lips. I mean, Gu Yuan has such handsome features. If he loses weight, he would look just like a big star. Jiang Xiuyi resumed walking, while Gu Yuan draped his arm over Xue Jiayu's shoulder, exclaiming, Great minds think alike. I believe I could be a star when I grow up. Huanyu scoffed internally, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. The aroma of meatballs wafted through the house, and Xue Jiayu clutched her stomach, exclaiming her hunger as Su Suzhen prepared to serve dinner. Jiang Xiuyi playfully remarked, Mom, they say grandchildren are closer to grandparents. Ever since Jiayu arrived, even your favorite son has been sidelined. Su Suzhen felt a bit bashful, yet justified in her stance. Of course, our little treasure is both beautiful and clever. How could Grandma not dote on her? Gu Yuan, receiving a bowl of rice, bit down on his chopsticks and asked, Then why doesn't Grandma Su dote on Xiao Huanyu? It was Xue Jiayu who reacted first. Gu Yuan, didn't the teacher tell you not to talk while eating? If you keep talking, I won't let you have any meatballs. No, Gu Yuan exclaimed, anxiously guarding his food, when deliciousness was at hand. He had no room to consider Huanyu's feelings. Seeing him devour his meal without a care, Xue Jiayu felt relieved and discreetly glanced at Huanyu. Noticing her disappointment, she reached out to hold her hand, saying, Don't be sad. You're my sister. Huanyu forced a smile, replying, Is being sad even useful? Blood ties cannot be altered. She remains indifferent, for what she yearns for is her sister's affection. Father, Xue Jiayu pounced into Xue Wangjuan's embrace, playfully clinging to his leg, melting his heart. My precious daughter, did you have a delightful day at school? Huanyu wished to emulate Xue Jiayu's charming demeanor. But before she could approach, Xue Wangjun effortlessly lifted Xue Jiayu and whisked past her. It was wonderful. We had an exam today, and it was exceedingly simple. Xue Jiayu proudly shook her little head, while Xue Wangjun feigned astonishment. Is that so? It seems our little treasure is quite confident. Just wait and see. All right, if you successfully advance a grade, Father will buy you a new backpack. Jiang Xiuyi emerged from the kitchen with a dish, feigning reproach. You spoil her. Didn't we just buy that backpack when she started school? It's only been 2 months. However, her tone lacked genuine complaint, and she exchanged knowing glances with Xue Jiayu. Did you not say you liked that princess pattern backpack? Have your father get it for you. A couple of days prior, Jiang Xiui had taken the children grocery shopping, and as they passed a mall, Xue Jiayu had spotted a princess-themed backpack that had captivated her heart. Jiang Xiui had offered to buy it, but she maturely declined, stating that her current backpack was quite satisfactory. Bye. Even if you don't pass the exam, we will purchase whatever our little treasure desires, regardless of its significance. Xue Wangjun gazed at Xue Jiayu with the adoration of a devoted father. However, after the meal, Xue Wangjun received a phone call from teacher Lin. Mr. Xue, I am pleased to inform you that Jiayu and Huanyu have successfully passed their grade advancement examinations. Is that so? Xue Wangjun replied joyfully, inquiring about their scores. Jiayu achieved a perfect score, while Huanyu scored 91. Wonderful, thank you, teacher. After hanging up, Xue Wangjun lifted Xue Jiayu and planted a hearty kiss on her cheek. My little treasure, you truly made your father proud with that perfect score. Huanyu's heart sank, and she timidly asked, what about me? You also passed. With a score of 91. Xue Wangjun smiled at her and offered praise. You did wonderfully as well. Yet, she felt overshadowed. But I'm not as capable as my sister. Huanyu lowered her head, anxiously clutching her clothing. Sister received a perfect score, and I only got 91. 91 was only possible because I copied Jiayu, she murmured, biting her lip before sinking to the floor in tears. Xue Wangjun and his daughter rushed to console her. A score of 91 is still commendable. Passing the exam is what truly matters, regardless of the score. Indeed, many cannot even achieve a score of 91. Jiang Xiui emerged from the kitchen with fruit, adding her reassurances. I heard from Aunt Sue that Gu Yuan scored only 60 on his first exam. He didn't even surpass you. After much comforting, Huanyu finally ceased her tears, but they dared not mention scores again, fearing it would hurt her feelings. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanqi accompanied his parents as they ventured out. Jiang Peirong specifically instructed Zhang Aoxiang to forego his engagements today to accompany them to the doctor. A client is arriving from abroad tonight. You could just take Nanqi with you. Zhang Aoxiang casually complained, only to be met with a barrage of reprimands from Jiang Peirong. Is our son mine alone? Do you not have a share in this? You earn so much money. Go accompany the client and leave us alone. Zhang Aoxiang. I do not care how much you earn outside. At home, our son must come first. Zhang Aoxiang quickly acquiesced. Yes, you are right. I misspoke just now. He even pretended to slap himself, successfully eliciting a laugh from his wife. Enough, you are merely acting. If you have the ability, truly slap yourself. I would if I could. I am merely concerned about your feelings. Jiang Peirong glared at him playfully before softening her tone. You know how long I've been hoping for our son to recover. I trust Dr. Jean will be able to help Nanqi. He certainly will, Zhang Aoxiang reassured, glancing back at Zhang Nanqi, who seemed to sense his gaze and looked up at him. Their eyes silently met in the air. And yet, Zhang Nanqi's expression was no longer merely cold. It's all right, son. Just sit tight. Dad will drive. Zhang Aoxiang and Jiang Peirong engaged in light conversation. Have you noticed that it was after meeting the Xue family that our son began to improve? Of course. Or rather, it is meeting Jiayu that has brought about this change in Nanqi. If only they could date, she would be the perfect choice for my daughter-in-law. Isn't that a bit premature? They're still quite young. Zhang Aoxiang chuckled. They are merely children. How can we discuss romance? Time flies, and I have already envisioned that once they marry, I will purchase 3 houses, so we, they, and our in-laws can all live together conveniently. As they spoke, they arrived at Dr. Jin's clinic. Childhood psychological issues remain a niche field of study, and there are few physicians in this area in the country. Dr. Jin has gained a modest reputation. He personally greeted them at the clinic's entrance, Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang. After a brief pause, he squatted down to greet Zhang Nanqi. Hello, I have heard your mother speak of you. You're Zhang Nanqi, correct? Zhang Nanqi, with his hands in his pockets, though a child, exuded an air that rivaled any adult as he nodded at Dr. Jin. The doctor, undeterred by the boy's aloofness, smiled in response. Nanqi has quite the personality. Dr. Jin led them into his office, and upon entering, he chose not to address Zhang Nanqi's condition immediately, instead recounting his accolades from recent years. This was taken at an overseas conference last year. The professor is on my left, and a leading figure in child psychology is on my right. Dr. Jin instinctively reached for a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, preparing to light one, only for Jiang Peirong to immediately furrow her brow. Dr. Jin, it is not appropriate to smoke with a child present. My apologies. Dr. Jin quickly retracted the cigarettes. I tend to light one when deep in thought. Zhang Aoxiang nodded in understanding, and Dr. Jean swiftly redirected the conversation. How long has your child been diagnosed with autism? Jiang Peirong calculated. It has been nearly 4 years now. That is quite a lengthy history. Let's do this. Parents, please step outside. I will speak with the child alone. Jiang Peirong hesitated, expressing her concerns. Since this is Nanqi's first meeting with you, he may not cooperate. It would be best if we stayed by his side. Dr. Jean regarded her sternly. Autism is inherently a psychological issue. If he does not take the first step, who can assist him? Parents cannot accompany him for a lifetime. However, Jiang Peirong remained unconvinced, leading Zhan Aoxiang to gently pull her up. Let us step outside. We should trust the doctor. Yet, Zhan Aoxiang's words dispelled Jiang Peirong's worries. Isn't Dr. Jean the one you sought? Do you not trust the doctor you selected? Very well. Jiang Peirong reluctantly followed Zhan Aoxiang outside, but remained anxious, pressing her ear against the door to eavesdrop on the conversation within. Unfortunately, the door was exceedingly thick, and she could not discern a single word. Dr. Jean opened the window, lit a cigarette, and scrutinized Zhan Nanqi. This young boy had not met his gaze since their introduction, which irked him. Little friend, please share with me your condition. Zhan Nanqi, disinterested, did not even grant him a glance. I am speaking to you. Dr. Jean tapped the table, attempting to capture Zhan Nanqi's attention, but to no avail. The boy continued to stare straight ahead, ignoring Dr. Jean completely. Dr. Jean took a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette, rummaged through his drawer for a book titled Communicating with Children with Autism Requires Patience. He thought to himself, patience? Nonsense. If it weren't for the fact that this spoiled child's parents were wealthy, I would have already kicked him out. Glancing at the clock, he noted that only 2 minutes had passed. He needed to keep them waiting at least 10 minutes before letting them back in. With a cold sneer, Dr. Jean dismissed any concerns about Zhan Nanqi reporting him to his parents. Treating autism is both arduous and challenging, but one advantage is that they rarely complain. Dr. Jean continued to smoke while assessing Zhan Nanqi, concluding that he had found a long-term patron. Meanwhile, Jiang Peirong paced anxiously in the hallway, causing Zhan Aoxiang to squint from the strain. Please, sit down. I'm beginning to feel dizzy. How can I sit still? It has already been 15 minutes. Zhan Aoxiang smiled softly, remarking that treating an ailment is not akin to shopping. Recovery does not come so swiftly. Their prolonged stay inside indicated a rapport between Nanqi and Dr. Jean, which should be considered a positive development. In the next moment, the door swung open. Dr. Jean emerged, appearing utterly exhausted, and solemnly remarked that their child's condition is challenging to treat. This statement nearly caused Jiang Peirong to faint. Dr. Jean, what do you mean? Chapter 58. Grandmother, please do not be harsh with her. Dr. Jean sighed deeply, feigning mystery as he continued. During our private conversation, he did not utter a single word, regardless of my inquiries or attempts to guide him. Jiang Peirong wished to clarify, but was interrupted by Dr. Jean. Madame Jean, when you sought my assistance, you mentioned he was on the mend. However, his current state seems to indicate a deterioration. Jiang Peirong grasped Zhan Aoxiang's hand anxiously. Dr. Jean, what should we do? Indeed, that is precisely why we have come to consult you. Zhan Aoxiang supported his wife, his gaze resolute. We kindly request your utmost effort. Rest assured, my expertise lies in the treatment of children with autism, Dr. Jean assured them. Entrust Nanqi to me and bring him for therapy every week. Jiang Peirong nodded tremulously, taking Zhan Nanqi's hand, and left with a heavy heart. Before departing, Zhan Nanqi cast a final glance at Dr. Jean, causing the latter's hand, which was lighting a cigarette, to tremble and burn his finger. What kind of gaze was that from the child? How utterly chilling. Doctor. Jean cursed under his breath several times. On the weekend, Jiang Qiui brought Xue Jiayu to visit the Zhan family. Upon hearing they were going to the Zhan residence, Huanyu feigned a stomach ache, wishing to stay home. Jiang Qiui did not press her, allowing her to remain. When Jiang Peirong opened the door, Jiang Qiui and Xue Jiayu entered, beaming with a cake in hand. And Jiang. Upon seeing Xue Jiayu's radiant smile, Jiang Peirong's lips curled slightly. Ah, little treasure, welcome. Please. Come in. Having often visited, Jiang Peirong had prepared a pair of slippers for Xue Jiayu, adorned with adorable little rabbits. Nanqi is upstairs. You may go play with him. Xue Jiayu stuck out her tongue, flashing a playful smile, and dashed upstairs. Jiang Qiui noticed Jiang Peirong seemed distracted and promptly inquired if something was amiss. Jiang Peirong briefly recounted their visit to the doctor, then buried her face in Jiang Qiui's embrace, weeping. Nanqi, Not in the study. Nanqi. Not in his room either. Xue Jiayu curiously turned her head, searching the second floor until she finally found Zhang Nanqi on the balcony. Nanqi, what are you doing here? The villa complex was designed similarly, but Jiang Peirong had customized a large balcony on the second floor for her love of flowers. He remained reticent, yet Xue Jiayu did not mind, bouncing around him. Nanqi, I passed my exam. Xue Jiayu leaned closer, her chubby cheeks squishing together. I will be in the same class as you soon. Are you happy? Zhang Nanqi walked toward his room, replying, we might not be in the same class. I can ask my parents to talk to the teacher. Xue Jiayu chattered like a little sparrow beside him. Indeed, given the extent of Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiuyi's indulgence toward their daughter, it was quite possible for them to request a class change. However, Zhang Nanqi felt that it made little difference. They already attended school together, returned home together, and sometimes even shared dinner in the evenings, creating a bond more profound than that of mere classmates. Yet, that did not dampen Xue Jiayu's spirits. She plopped down on Zhang Nanqi's bed, her legs swinging leisurely. Nanqi, how did it go with the doctor? What did he say? Zhang Nanqi glanced at the spot where she sat, moved his lips, yet ultimately did not ask her to leave the bed. Had Gu Yuan been sitting there, the attitude would have been entirely different. Useless. Xue Jiayu tilted her head, sensing she was missing something but unable to pinpoint what it was. Jiang Qiuyi continued to comfort Jiang Peirong, assuring her that Dr. Jin's words indicated there should be a treatment plan. Zhang Nanqi remained silent. He had never worried about his condition. Jiang Peirong gazed upstairs, tears streaming from her eyes. I truly regret what happened to Nanqi. That car accident 3 years ago would never have occurred if not for the grievances of U.S. adults. All right, you did not wish for it, Jiang Qiuyi consoled. Just as she managed to soothe Jiang Peirong, the two children descended from upstairs. On their way home, Jiang Qiuyi held Xue Jiayu's hand and urged her to look out for Zhang Nanqi at school. Nanqi's autism is quite severe. As his friends, you must support him. Severe? Xue Jiayu thought Zhang Nanqi seemed much better than before. In the past, his eyes revealed no emotion, yet now one could discern his feelings through his gaze. Was this really severe? Indeed, Dr. Jin said it is hard to treat. Jiang Qiuyi sighed deeply. How could such a wonderful child suffer from this condition? Xue Jiayu patted her head, repeating Dr. Jin, Dr. Jin. Before she could recall more about Dr. Jin, Huanyu rushed up, linking arms with her. Sister, you and Mom have been gone for so long. Aren't we supposed to buy new backpacks? Let's hurry. She had no choice but to set aside her worries about Zhang Nanqi. Xue Wangjun agreed to buy the backpacks, but felt it would be unfair to purchase only for Xue Jiayu, so he suggested also buying one for Huanyu. Both girls were ecstatic with their new backpacks. Huanyu also desired new clothes, but hesitated to voice it, instead trying to coax Xue Jiayu into asking, Sister, should we wear new clothes for a new class? As Xue Jiayu fiddled with her new backpack, she replied, No need. They haven't seen us before. Anything we wear will be new, but it's different. We know they're new. Does that really matter? Xue Jiayu blinked her eyes. I think we look great as we are. Huanyu dismissed the thought, feeling a bit down, which made Xue Jiayu feel sympathetic. Do you really want new clothes? You can borrow anything from my wardrobe. Huanyu's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Although they were raised together, Jiang Qiuyi evidently devoted more attention to Xue Jiayu, ensuring her clothes were meticulously selected and stylish. In contrast, Huanyu's garments, while still of good quality, were more ordinary. However, children often compare. Huanyu frequently gazed enviously at Xue Jiayu's beautiful dresses, imagining how she would look in them. Xue Jiayu opened her wardrobe. Choose whatever you like. Huanyu set her sights on a blue satin princess dress and was about to reach for it when Su Sujin entered, clutching clothes and scolding her. Huanyu, what are you doing? Do you know how much that dress costs? Startled, Huanyu took a large step back and fell to the ground. I didn't know. That dress costs 1,000 yuan. Su Sujin closed the door. It is meant for Jiayu. You're not allowed to touch it. Xue Jiayu stepped protectively in front of her. Grandmother, please do not be harsh with her. Chapter 59. Together at school, Su Sujin's stern expression was quite intimidating, causing Huanyu to cower behind Xue Jiayu, shivering. Xue Jiayu also adopted a serious demeanor. Grandmother, she is my sister. What is wrong with her wearing my dress? She is not even my real sister. Su Sujin frowned, pulling Huanyu from behind Xue Jiayu, prompting Xue Jiayu to crouch down and cry. Wah, grandmother, doesn't he love me anymore? Oh dear, my little niece. Su Sujin, feeling distressed, crouched down as well. Where have I not shown my love? You're the one I cherish most. Yet no matter how Su Sujin coaxed, Xue Jiayu continued to weep uncontrollably until Su Sujin promised not to scold Huanyu. Only then did she cease crying. Grandmother, you must also promise that even if my sister wears my clothes, you won't scold her. Xue Jiayu pouted, adding an additional stipulation. Su Sujin could not resist her, so she relented, saying, "All right, I won't say anything. But you must take care of your little skirt. If it gets damaged, your parents will not buy you another one. They will." Xue Jiayu was quite certain of this. Su Sujin helplessly set down the clothes and left, while Huanyu dared not wear her clothes again. Sister, is it because I am not your biological sister that they treat me differently than you? Xue Jiayu patted her back, unsure how to comfort her, and after a long pause said, "No matter what Mom and Dad think, I will always treat you as my real sister. You can depend on me for a lifetime." Really? Huanyu's eyes lit up. "Sister, please don't lie to me. I will take it seriously." Xue Jiayu smiled and assured her, "Of course, you can take anything of mine. Anything? Anything." This made Huanyu happy again. Zhou Tian and Jiang Xiui took the two of them to the bookstore to buy first-grade textbooks and exercise books, and as they packed them into their backpacks, they sighed. "I never expected you two would be starting elementary school so soon. It feels like just yesterday I sent you to kindergarten." Xue Jiayu thought that now starting elementary school seemed simple. If it weren't for Zhang Nanqi still being in first grade, she would have wanted to skip a few grades. On Monday, when school began, Xue Jiayu finally got to walk to the elementary section with Zhang Nanqi. "Brother Nanqi, I'm really in the same class as you." However, the principal agreed to this arrangement, recognizing the affection Zhang Wangjun had for his children. "Am I impressive? I said we would be in the same class, and we are. My words are not to be taken lightly." Zhang Nanqi looked at her helplessly. "I remember it was Xue uncle who made it happen. That was me sending Dad to ask." Xue Jiayu pouted at him, as if to say, "Go ahead, try me." Zhang Nanqi wisely fell silent and patted her head. "The teacher is coming." The teacher was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman, and as she walked into the classroom, Xue Jiayu was mesmerized. This era was filled with naturally beautiful women, without any signs of cosmetic surgery, and she looked stunning. Xue Jiayu immediately bowed to the teacher, exclaiming, "Hello, teacher." The teacher smiled gently and corrected her in impeccable English, saying, "You must speak in English in class." Huanyu, unable to comprehend, quietly tugged at Xue Jiyu's sleeve and asked, "Sister, what did you and the teacher say?" "The teacher said we can only speak English in class," Xue Jiayu whispered. Huanyu's mouth fell open in surprise. "Then what should I do?" Just as Xue Jiayu was about to offer her advice, the teacher called her name. "Xue Jiayu, it's me." Xue Jiayu raised her hand high, feeling immensely proud. "Where'd you like to sit?" Naturally, Xue Jiayu wished to sit next to Zhang Nanqi, but she quickly noticed Gu Yuan raising his chubby little arm. "Jiayu, I'm over here. I'm over here." It was evident that Gu Yuan wanted her to sit beside him. However, since Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi were already desk mates, Xue Jiayu displayed a troubled expression, prompting Gu Yuan to immediately move to a seat at the back. "We can sit together now." Both Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi were tall, thus occupying the second-to-last row in the classroom, while the last row remained empty. Xue Jiayu still hesitated. If he went to the back, wouldn't the seat next to Zhang Nanqi soon be vacant? She could. "Sister, I want to sit with Brother Nanqi," Huanyu whispered. Xue Jiayu was taken aback. "Are you sure?" Huanyu nodded firmly. Xue Jiayu then relayed her request to the teacher, who agreed. Huanyu walked directly to Zhang Nanqi and sat down beside him. Zhang Nanqi revealed a slight displeasure when she sat, but quickly resumed his impassive expression. Both Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu were wide-eyed. Now that they were sitting together, it was only natural for Xue Jiayu to sit beside Gu Yuan. "What is going on?" Gu Yuan whispered urgently to Xue Jiayu. "I don't know either." Huanyu and Zhang Nanqi had always been at odds, particularly Huanyu, who seemed to avoid Zhang Nanqi altogether. Now, she had taken the initiative to sit with him. Had the sun risen from the west? Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu watched them closely, fearing a fight might break out during class. However, nothing happened. On the first day of class, all was quiet. Even during lunch, they sat apart, each eating their own meal, unlike Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan, who initially ate separately, but soon began to compete over food. "Aunt Jiang made you little dried tofu again. It's my favorite. Give me a bite." "Then why don't you trade me a drumstick?" "Here you go. I'm more generous." Xue Jiayu rushed to Zhang Nanqi's side, offering him the drumstick she had snatched. "Brother Nanqi, you eat." Aunt Huimei's drumsticks are the best. Ahem. Ing Huanyu coughed deliberately twice to express her discontent. However, Xue Jiayu had no more drumsticks in her bowl, so she glanced at Gu Yuan, urgently seeking help. Gu Yuan quickly offered his drumstick to Ing Huanyu, saying, Xiaoyu, you eat. I won't eat anymore. You should eat, why not? Fine, since my sister gave it to me, I will eat. Ing Huanyu happily gnawed on the drumstick, often exclaiming how delicious it was, contrasting sharply with Zhang Nanqi, who silently chewed on his own. Is it oily? Very oily? I can rinse the oil off for you. Xue Jiayu opened her water bottle, relieved that she hadn't drunk much in the morning, and quickly washed off the grease from the drumstick. Chapter 60. Falling behind, I won't eat anymore. Ing Huanyu felt the drumstick had lost its appeal, particularly disliking how Zhang Nanqi made Xue Jiayu assist him. Why should my sister help you rinse your drumstick? I didn't ask her to help me, Zhang Nanqi replied coolly. All right, Xiaoyu, it's fine. Hurry up and eat. Xue Jiayu exchanged a glance with Gu Yuan, signaling him to move to the front. Gu Yuan immediately pulled out a chair and sat next to Zhang Nanqi. Nanqi, let me see what Aunt Perron prepared for you. Wait, why is it the same as theirs? Our meals have always been the same. Aunt Jiang didn't have time to make a bento for Brother Nanqi, so my mom makes 3 portions. What? So you guys have been secretly eating the same meals behind my back, isolating me. Gu Yuan angrily bit into his chicken piece, feeling abandoned by his friends. What's wrong with having the same food? Is it something special? Xue Jiayu replied nonchalantly, pushing the shrimp from her bowl toward Ing Huanyu. Xiaoyu, you eat. Finally, there was something that her sister offered her before Zhang Nanqi, making Ing Huanyu very happy as she quickly devoured the shrimp. The dish my sister gave me is so delicious. I love it. As long as you like it, The meal was chaotic, and Xue Jiayu felt she had aged a decade. However, mealtime was relatively manageable. The real challenge was going to the restroom. Whenever Ing Huanyu needed to go, Xue Jiayu had to accompany her. If Ing Huanyu went alone, they could not go to the restroom simultaneously with Zhang Nanqi, or else Ing Huanyu would surely sulk. By the time school was over and Jiang Qiui came to pick them up, Xue Jiayu looked worn out. Seeing this, Jiang Qiui thought her daughter was overwhelmed by academic pressures. All right. No need, Mom. I just overate at lunch and need a moment to rest. Having snatched the drumstick from Gu Yuan, Zhang Nanqi refused to eat it, and she could not let it go to waste, so she reluctantly finished it, only to feel as though she had overindulged. Silly girl, why eat so much? Jiang Qiui chuckled. That evening, while doing homework, Ing Huanyu insisted on sitting close to Xue Jiayu. Sister, let's do it together. Sure, you sit to my left, that way you won't bum my hand. Ing Huanyu obediently followed her instructions, but after sitting down, she hesitated to pick up her pencil. Meanwhile, Xue Jiayu quickly completed her homework. Noticing Ing Huanyu hadn't written a single word, she asked, Why aren't you writing? Sister, Ing Huanyu smiled sheepishly. I can't do it. Can you let me copy yours? Xue Jiayu's face darkened. Did you not listen in class today? I did, but I couldn't comprehend what the teacher was saying. Ing Huanyu pouted, on the verge of tears. Xue Jiayu pointed at her nose and admonished, No crying. First, clarify your thoughts. The teacher speaks in English. How can I possibly understand? Ing Huanyu seemed ready to burst into tears. Xue Jiayu, feeling a headache coming on, covered her mouth and said, It's fine for today that you copy my work, but you can't rely on me for your homework every day. I can't do it. Ing Huanyu sniffled, her little frame trembling pitifully. I just wanted to see today. If I don't understand tomorrow, I will ask the teacher. Yes, that's the right attitude. Xue Jiayu nodded and handed over her homework. Look, it's actually quite simple. We covered just a few letters today. The sight of the two of them engrossed in their studies appeared quite heartwarming to Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun. Xue Wangjun gently grasped Jiang Qiui's shoulder. See, I told you having a companion is better for our daughter. Jiayu is quite happy to have this little sister. If Jiayu hadn't insisted on keeping her, I wouldn't have agreed, Jiang Qiui replied, pursing her lips, feeling an inexplicable unease in her heart, as if something might go awry in the future. Xue Wangjun reassured her, You are worrying unnecessarily. Why fret over things that haven't happened? Our family will only continue to prosper. I have plans to expand the factory. In recent years, the Xue family business had been thriving, and Xue Wangjun intended to capitalize on this momentum by opening additional factories. Since we need to prepare a dowry for the little one, let us aim for a substantial one. Jiang Qiui supported the expansion of the factory. Given the current production scale, they needed to promptly enhance capacity to meet customer demand. While they discussed their plans, Xue Jiayu had already helped Huanyu complete her homework. If you have questions tomorrow, feel free to ask the teacher or me. Huanyu nodded vaguely, though inwardly, she resolved not to approach the teacher. The teacher speaks in English. How can we communicate about the problems? She planned to devise a way to appear pitiful before her sister tomorrow, knowing Jiayu would assist her. She understood Xue Jiayu well. However, this could only mask the issue for a few days before the teacher would discover Huanyu's struggles with English. Huanyu, please read this passage. Huanyu, still resting her head in her hands, seemed oblivious. It was only when the teacher approached and tapped her desk that she jolted awake, realizing the teacher was calling her. Yet, she still didn't comprehend what the teacher wanted her to do. Xue Jiayu quietly reminded her, Huanyu, the teacher wants you to read the passage. Which passage? Although the teacher required English instruction, she understood Chinese well enough to be infuriated by Huanyu's question. You don't know which passage we're discussing? What were you paying attention to in class? Frightened, Huanyu began to cry. I didn't mean to. The teacher, exasperated, decided to take her to the office. Xue Jiayu promptly volunteered, Teacher, I'll take care of my sister. The teacher, having observed Jiayu's good behavior in class, reluctantly agreed, instructing her to comfort the child. Yes. In the teacher's office, Huanyu sobbed uncontrollably, attracting the attention of other teachers. Xue Jiayu remained calm, gently patting her back. Don't choke, just take deep breaths. After what felt like an eternity, Huanyu finally ceased her tears and stood up. Not only was she keeping up, but she also found it quite simple. Then I want to go. Huanyu resolutely clung to her, declaring, wherever you go, I will follow. You can't leave me behind. I'm not leaving you behind, Xue Jiayu replied, bemused. It's just that you can't keep pace with the class. Sitting in the classroom would only leave you daydreaming. Chapter 61. Tutoring Huanyu. At home, Huanyu covered her ears, adamantly refusing to listen. Xue Jiayu recognized that anything she said would fall on deaf ears, so she chose silence, waiting for the teacher to address the situation. The teacher called for Jiang Qiui, who rushed over, abandoning her work. Hello, teacher. Upon seeing the trouble Huanyu had caused, Jiang Qiui felt a flicker of annoyance, but maintained her composure in front of the teacher, merely apologizing. Has my child committed any wrongdoing? The teacher, with a serious demeanor, requested her to sit down. Mrs. Xue, please take a seat. Student Jiayu is doing well academically. The issue lies with student Huanyu. Huanyu kept her head down, biting her lip, too afraid to meet Jiang Qiui's gaze. Hearing the teacher praise Xue Jiayu, Jiang Qiui smiled. Our little one is smart and diligent. The teacher nodded. Indeed, Jiayu is a rare combination of intelligence and hard work. If the conversation continued, it would turn into a praise fest, prompting Xue Jiayu to interrupt, signaling the teacher to address the matter at hand. Teacher, my mother is already aware of my situation. Before Jiang Qiui could respond, Huanyu, with tear-streaked cheeks, shook her head at her mother. But you simply cannot keep up with the primary school curriculum or its standards. Even if you remain in the primary division, you won't learn anything. The teacher spoke earnestly, solely considering Huanyu's best interests, yet she absorbed none of it. No, Irafuza. Huanyu began to cry again, eventually fainting from the emotional turmoil. What is wrong with Huanyu? The drastic fluctuations in her emotions caused her to faint. When Huanyu finally regained consciousness, darkness enveloped the room, awakened by the tantalizing aroma of food. She looked around and spotted Xue Jiayu at the table, engrossed in her book. Sister. Xue Jiayu immediately closed her book and walked over, beaming with a radiant smile. You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? No. Huanyu sat up, a guilty expression crossing her face. Is Mom very angry? Not at all. She just went to the company. I must catch up. Huanyu leaped from the bed and hurried to the table to open her book. In truth, pinyin and numbers weren't difficult. The challenge lay in understanding the teacher's instruction in English. This puzzled Huanyu immensely. They were together constantly. So why could Xue Jiayu comprehend it, while she could not? Sister, have you secretly been studying English without me? What an absurd notion. Xue Jiayu chuckled awkwardly. I spend every day with you, whether I study or not. You should know. Then it's strange. Huanyu furrowed her brow. Why can't I understand a single word? Why you seem to speak English as if you were born to it? Xue Jiayu cleverly diverted the topic. When I visited Brother Nanqi, I overheard Aunt Jiang teaching him some English, so I picked up a few phrases. But you don't often visit Brother Nanqi's house. If you accompany me regularly, you would naturally absorb it. These words convinced Huanyu, although she still hesitated to reconcile with Zhang Nanqi for the sake of English. Then I will study at home. I refuse to believe I can't learn. Xue Jiayu applauded her determination. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask me. I'll always be here to help. I knew you were the best sister. With the excuse of studying, Huanyu clung to Xue Jiayu even more tightly, determined not to let her go to Zhang Nanqi. Throughout the weekend, whenever Xue Jiayu planned to go out, Huanyu would find a question to ask. Even when Gu Yuan invited her to watch cartoons, she would not relent. What are you two doing? Studying at home on a weekend? You're putting in so much effort behind my back. Gu Yuan grumbled. You're already smarter than me, and my mom likes you even more than me. Why do you need to try so hard? Xue Jiayu found this amusing. Stop talking nonsense. Aunt Huimei loves you enough already. If she hears you, you'll be in trouble. That is true. Gu Yuan, feeling wronged, rubbed his nose, his plump frame appearing quite cumbersome on the Xue family sofa. My mom talks about how wonderful you are every day, saying if I were half as sensible as you, she would be overjoyed. During her pregnancy, Su Huimei had longed for a daughter and indulged in sour foods, only to give birth to Gu Yuan, a hefty boy. Later, upon witnessing Xue Jiyu's sensible and clever demeanor, she grew to genuinely adore her. Gu Yuan anxiously inquired, how much longer must I study? If I delay any further, my mother might prohibit me from watching television. Huanyu blinked her eyes at her, while Xue Jiayu could not utter a denial, merely nodding in agreement. Disheartened, Gu Yuan trudged away, her spirits greatly dampened. Unable to bear her disappointment, Xue Jiayu offered a suggestion. Why not seek out Brother Nanqi? But Nanqi is visiting the doctor today. My mother won't allow me to see him. Are you going to find Dr. Jean? Gu Yuan was uncertain and shook her head as she departed, fearing that Su Huimei would come looking for her when she was not at home. Huanyu, displeased, pouted and complained, Sister, what are you thinking about? I'm not thinking of anything. You continue reading. I shall go find Brother Nanqi. Sister. She hurriedly made her way to the Zhang family's entrance, coincidentally encountering Jiang Peirong as she was escorting Zhang Nanqi out. Aunt Jiang. Upon hearing Xue Jiayu's youthful voice, Jiang Peirong promptly halted. Xiao Bao Jiayu, what is it? Do you need something from Annie? Jiang Peirong stopped the car and leaned out, smiling at her. Xue Jiayu obediently greeted her, even bowing slightly. Aunt Jiang, are you going to see the doctor? Indeed. If the hospital were not so unclean, I would have taken you along. Jiang Peirong, well aware of the affection the Xue family held for Xue Jiayu, was hesitant to take her out casually. It's all right, Andy. I merely wish to exchange a few words with Brother Nanqi. He is right behind. Xue Jiayu glanced back and saw Zhang Nanqi lowering the car window. Zhang Nanqi maintained his usual aloof demeanor. Is there something? Nothing at all. Xue Jiayu encouraged him with an uplifting expression. Make sure to heed the doctor's advice. Is that all? How tedious. Zhang Nanqi raised the window. Jiang Peirong immediately admonished him. Your sister came to see you out of kindness. You must not treat her this way. Zhang Nanqi remained silent, and Xue Jiayu hastily defended him. Aunt Jiang, Brother Nanqi, did not mean it. It's fine, it's fine. You two should be on your way. Xue Jiayu watched their car depart. Despite her disapproval of Zhang Nanqi's attitude toward Xue Jiayu, Jiang Peirong refrained from being overly harsh. Dr. Jean awaited them at the entrance and promptly approached as their car arrived. Mrs. Zhang, you have come. Dr. Jean, I entrust my son's health to you. You need not say such things. It is my duty. Now, child, please come with me. Dr. Jean instructed Jiang Peirong to wait outside while he ushered Zhang Nanqi into his office. Dr. Jean, may I not stay and observe? Jiang Peirong expressed her apprehension, fearing any unforeseen incidents. Rest assured, I am a professional. Nothing will go amiss, Dr. Jean assured her, and seeing her resolute expression, she reluctantly acquiesced. Nanqi, Mommy will be right outside. Call for me if you need anything. Dr. Jean repeatedly reassured Jiang Peirong before closing the door. After shutting the door, he did not hasten to treat Zhang Nanqi, but instead asked him to recline on the couch. Now, I will conduct a hypnosis treatment. Focus on this pendant. As Zhang Nanqi gazed at the pendant, Dr. Jean began to sway it back and forth for an extended period. His arm grew weary, yet Zhang Nanqi's expression remained icy. Do your eyes not feel tired? Dr. Jean had never encountered anyone who could remain awake, yet Zhang Nanqi remained silent, showing no signs of drowsiness. I can no longer continue. If your eyes are not weary, mine certainly are. Dr. Jean lowered his arms and opted for a different approach, engaging Zhang Nanqi in casual conversation. Do you have any hobbies at present? Zhang Nanqi pursed his lips and remained mute. And do you have any friends? Zhang Nanqi averted his gaze, fixated on a map hanging on the wall. "Hey, Dr. Jean," frustrated, exclaimed, "why will you not look at me? I am your doctor." Zhang Nanqi continued to stare at the map, causing Dr. Jean, already thinning on top, to lose a few more strands of hair. Yet, mindful of Jiang Peirong waiting outside, he refrained from reprimanding Zhang Nanqi. Eventually, Dr. Jean retrieved an album from his drawer to show Zhang Nanqi, but he displayed no interest and tossed it aside. Unfazed, Dr. Jean plopped into his massage chair, leisurely perusing a magazine. After 2 hours, he finally opened the door, shaking his head in feigned distress. "Mrs. Zhang, your child's condition remains quite severe." "What?" Jiang Peirong nearly fainted upon hearing this. "Dr. Jean, was it not stated that there was improvement? How can it still be so serious?" Observing Zhang Nanqi lounging on the couch, her eyes welled with tears. Dr. Jean, noting her panicked demeanor, seized the opportunity to amplify the situation's gravity. "I employed numerous methods earlier, yet none yielded results. Treatment is a protracted battle, and one must be mentally prepared." Jiang Peirong closed her eyes, expressing her profound gratitude to Dr. Jean, promptly paying his fee and taking Zhang Nanqi home. On the return journey, Jiang Peirong subtly probed Zhang Nanqi regarding Dr. Jin's expertise. "Nanqi, what do you think of Dr. Jean?" Zhang Nanqi furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent, harboring no favorable thoughts about the doctor. Jiang Peirong mistakenly interpreted his silence as a manifestation of his autism, sighing inwardly, yet maintaining an optimistic facade to encourage him. "Fear not, Nanqi, Dr. Jean claims to possess considerable experience. It seems your ailment shall soon improve." Zhang Nanqi moved his lips, as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Subsequently, Jiang Peirong brought Zhang Nanqi to Dr. Jean twice more, each time with the doctor insisting on privacy during the treatment, prohibiting Jiang Peirong from entering. He asserted that a third party would hinder the treatment's efficacy, and for the sake of Zhang Nanqi's recovery, Jiang Peirong complied. Yet, after sporadic visits over the course of a month, with no signs of improvement, Jiang Peirong grew increasingly anxious. Dr. Jean continually deflected her concerns, attributing the slow progress to the psychological nature of autism. Jiang Peirong felt despondent. While the financial burden was manageable, the uncertainty of the path ahead weighed heavily on her. With no outlet for her frustrations, Zhang Aoxiang remained convinced he had found an expert, possessing even more confidence than Dr. Jean, envisioning a swift recovery for Zhang Nanqi. However, as days turned into weeks with no progress, Jiang Peirong felt an accumulation of grievances, only able to confide in Jiang Xiui during their rare moments alone. "Xiui, I have long reconciled myself with the idea that it matters not if Nanqi remains unhealed for life. The Zhang family's fortune is inexhaustible, yet I merely wish for him to lead a radiant existence." Jiang Peirong wept upon Jiang Xiui's shoulder, overwhelmed by guilt at the thought of Zhang Nanqi's vacant gaze. There, do not be so sorrowful. The hearts of parents universally ache. You did not wish for this. Jiang Xiui comforted her, patting her back. Though her efforts only intensified Jiang Peirong's tears. "Your Jiayu is splendid, so adorable and full of life. I often wonder if, had that incident not occurred, would Nanqi be as lively and spirited as she is?" Jiang Xiui smiled, though it felt inappropriate at that moment, and quickly suppressed her mirth. "Nanqi is a boy. Enduring more experiences during childhood will hone his character. Consider this the first hurdle fate has presented him. You must assist him in overcoming it." "Assist? Of course. I shall assist." Jiang Peirong wiped away her tears, recalling Dr. Jin's words regarding an autism specialist who would soon visit for a conference. He intends to take Nanqi to see the specialist. "Really? That is splendid. You must express your gratitude to Dr. Jean." "Certainly. I have prepared red envelopes and gifts of tobacco and alcohol. I await the opportunity to present them to Dr. Jean." Xue Jiayu, hiding at the staircase, overheard their conversation, initially intending to eavesdrop on Zhang Nanqi's condition. But upon hearing this, she could no longer contain herself. She could not recall Zhang Nanqi ever being cured. And the more she listened to Dr. Jin's rhetoric, the more it seemed like a ruse. Was startled by the statement, and hurriedly flipped open her book to diligently copy the letters, fearing she had not mastered them. Made her way directly to the Zhang residence, where Zhang Aoxiang was at home, allowing Jiang Peirong to comfortably seek out Jiang Xiui for a chat. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Zhang household, greeted with a bright and cheerful voice. Zhan Aoxiang was seated on the sofa, reading a newspaper, and upon hearing her voice, turned with a warm smile. Little bow. You're here. Influenced by Jiang Peirong, Zhan Aoxiang also held a fondness for, often expressing a desire to have another daughter to Jiang Peirong, which led to him receiving a few scoldings from her. First, let us cure Nanqi's ailment. Don't worry about anything else. This is for you. That rascal Gu Yuan has been pestering me for ages, and I never gave it to him. Who adored chocolate, hugged the box, and thanked Zhan Aoxiang. Thank you. Uncle Zhan, I'm off to find Brother Nanqi. All right, he's upstairs. She bypassed the robot and approached Zhan Nanqi. Brother Nanqi, how is that Dr. Jiang Ani took you to see? Zhan Nanqi, focused on demonstrating the robot's functions, was too absorbed in the joystick to pay her any heed. After repeating her question, he finally glanced at her. Not good. For reasons unknown, he had grown disinterested in answering Jiang Peirong's probing inquiries. However, S' soft voice prompted him to respond. Zhan Nanqi furrowed his brow, lowering his head to continue fiddling with the robot. In what way is it not good? Share your thoughts with me. Sat down across from Zhan Nanqi, her expression more serious than an adult's. I don't know how to explain. Felt her blood pressure rise at his words. In this day and age, with no pinhole cameras, it was impossible to gather evidence unless caught in the act. She had made a significant decision. This weekend, I want to accompany you to see Dr. Jean. She was certain that Dr. Jean must be a quack. Zhan Nanqi was indifferent, his mind still on the robot, and he absent-mindedly consumed the chocolate offered to him. Only when he felt the sugary residue in his mouth did he realize that it fed him a piece. Also indulged in one, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. Gu Rahai had brought chocolate for the children, but they were filled and did not like them, giving all to. She then devised a plan. Brother Nanqi, may I leave this box of chocolate with you? Please do not let Gu Yuan have any. Zhan Nanqi agreed tacitly and kicked the chocolate box under the bed. Feeling pleased. Now I feel at ease. Gu Yuan is so chubby, he surely won't find it here. A faint smile flickered in Zhan Nanqi's eyes, barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Ani has 2 small gifts for you and Huanyu. Recently, Jiang Peirong had secured the rights to a clothing brand and specifically selected some accessories, including 2 pearl hairpins. S' eyes sparkled at the sight. The vintage handcrafted hairpins exuded quality, with pearls intricately strung together with silver wire. They are beautiful. Thank you, Ani Jiang. You're welcome. Jiang Peirong, fond of, kissed her cheek before departing. Ascended the stairs with the hairpins, intentionally walking lightly to see if was diligently studying after her departure. Before reaching the door, she heard reciting letters, which made her smile. Is it possible? Clasped her hands behind her back. Let me test your learning results first, and if satisfactory, you shall be rewarded. All right. Confidently lifted her chin. You can ask me anything. I will surely succeed. Very well. Then, these 2 hairpins are for you to choose from. Presented the 2 pearl hairpins for her selection. One adorned with black lace and the other with a lace trim. After much deliberation, still could not decide, biting her lower lip in contemplation. Sister, I don't know which one to choose. Is it not simple? Choose whichever you prefer. Then I'll go with the black one. Clasped the black hairpin tightly in her palm. Just as was about to place the lace hairpin in her drawer, she heard someone behind her call out. Wait, what is it? Sister, I think I want the lace hairpin more. Please let me have it. Though reluctant, acquiesced. All right, it's yours. Thank you, sister. Was overjoyed, trying the hairpin on her head before pouting and taking it off. It doesn't look good. I think the black one is prettier. Couldn't help but laugh. You can have both to spare you the dilemma. Gazed at her in astonishment. Really? But then you want to have one. I don't mind. I have plenty of hairpins. Then thank you, sister. Tucked the hairpins away, planning to wear them for the next class meeting. Sister, I've heard the popsicles from the snack bar are delicious. Shall I go buy some? However, was yearning for them but dared not voice it directly. Today, it was Su Sujin who came to pick them up, and if she expressed a desire to eat, Su Sujin would surely be displeased. If brought it up, Su Sujin wouldn't mind buying 10 or 8. Chapter 64. A household with a little treasure unable to resist S' persistent pleas. Eventually approached Su Sujin after school to express her desire for a popsicle from the snack bar. Su Sujin looked troubled. But your mother instructed me not to let you have those things. Grandma, just one, and I can share one. Put on a pitiful expression, softening Su Sujin's resolve. All right, stood straight and saluted, leaving Su Sujin with no choice but to pay for them. Gu Yuan and Zhan Nanqi followed them out of the school gate, and, Upon seeing Su Sujin buying popsicles for them, Gu Yuan waddled over with his plump figure. Grandma Su, I want one too. Su Sujin felt a bit awkward, but still bought one for Gu Yuan and another for Zhang Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi promptly handed his too. It's dirty. Did not mind the dirt, wrapping the stick in a napkin and offering the other two, ensuring they each had one. She knew Zhang Nanqi did not enjoy such treats, so she did not find his gesture inappropriate. Just as Su Sujin was about to buy another popsicle for, she glanced at the one in her hand and paused. Where did that come from? Braised pig's trotters with peanuts, stir-fried broccoli, squirrel fish, and red braised lion's head. However, they did not notice that someone was watching them from a distance at the school gate. What are you doing? Hurry up and sweep. Stop dawdling. The security guard impatiently urged Li Minxue. Li Minxue licked her lips, nodding and bowing in pretense, stealing glances at the retreating figure while pretending to sweep. My little Rain. My darling. After the last birthday celebration, she had gone to great lengths to escape and, after much inquiry, learned that her daughter was attending an elite school. The tuition fees each semester were astronomical for her. Upon hearing about the fees, she realized that Wang Jun and Jiang Qiui had not treated unfairly. Otherwise, she would have stormed into the family to cause a scene. She had eventually managed to secure a job as a cleaner at this school, just to catch a glimpse of her daughter occasionally. Today marked her first opportunity to covertly observe after finding her. To her dismay, she saw her daughter carefully eating a popsicle, wary of Su Laotai's expression. Li Minxue tightened her grip on the broom, needing to devise a plan to make the family perceive as a lifeline, treating her as a precious treasure. Under what circumstances would the family treat her so? Unless their own daughter was absent. Jiang Qiui had spent an entire night accompanying her daughter, unable to sleep, fearing that stomach might hurt again, only feeling at ease when she confirmed her daughter was fine. The next morning, after much questioning, Jiang Qiui finally uncovered the reason for her precious daughter's stomach troubles. Mom. Jiang Qiui rubbed her temples in exasperation. Have I not told you not to let her eat things from outside? She's still young, but they insisted on eating. I had no choice. Su Sujin was about to explain, but Jiang Qiui interrupted her. Indulging them like this will spoil the children. Furrowed her brows and reprimanded, which infuriated. She exclaimed, if anything, I spoil both of you even more. Now you blame me for taking them to have ice pops. As if all the fault lies with me alone. In a fit of anger, turned her head away, refusing to look at as she sat at the dining table. Felt a surge of indignation as well and likewise averted her gaze from. When came downstairs, he found the two of them back to back, both seething with anger, and he felt a sense of despair. He quickly glanced at his precious daughter, who was poking at her steamed egg in her bowl, and shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she was at a loss. Sighing internally, he mustered his courage to intervene. Darling, why are you unhappy so early in the morning? Is there something bothering you? Remained silent, while was even more incensed at the sight of her son trying to placate his wife. Consequently, when approached to comfort her, stood up and walked into the living room. Had no choice but to seek help from, lowering his voice to her ear, little treasure. Please think of a way to reconcile your mother and grandmother. You are the smartest in our family. This remark delighted. Her little mind began to whirl, and she suddenly shouted, Mom, what's wrong? Upon hearing this, jumped up from the sofa, asking, what's wrong? What's wrong? Seeing sitting there perfectly fine and sporting a mischievous expression, she quickly realized she had been played by the little one. Was still puzzled. Little treasure, what game are you playing? Mom, look how much Grandma cares about you. She was so worried just now that she jumped up immediately, exclaimed animatedly, nearly reenacting the scene. Felt a tad embarrassed by this, hurriedly defending herself. I just sat for too long and needed to stretch. Grandma, don't be so insincere. Your mouth is your downfall. Scolded while standing on her chair. You are all adults. Do you need me to teach you how to make up? Just apologize. Remained silent and, unable to maintain her anger any longer due to S antics, took a deep breath 3 times and, suppressing her irritation, proactively apologized to. Mom, I was wrong about what happened earlier. Please forgive me. Let us not hold grudges. With extending an olive branch, naturally acquiesced. I want to take the children to eat those things anymore. Picked up, exclaiming, our little treasure is the best. We can't do without her for a moment. She just scared Grandma to death. S heart brimmed with affection as she kissed little hand. Sat at the dining table, watching the 3 adults fawn over. Feeling an indescribable sensation in her heart. She too longed to be enveloped in the warmth and affection of her elders. But as she looked down at the congee in her bowl, she suddenly lost her appetite. It was time to go to school. But today is Saturday. We don't have to go to school, escaped from Sarm. Immediately helped upstairs, saying, then you should hurry and get some sleep. You didn't rest well last night. But little treasure is still unwell. Quickly jumped twice to prove her recovery. Mom, look how strong I am now. Then went upstairs to rest, unaware that had dashed out like the wind. Chapter 65. A visit to the hospital couldn't hold her back. Seeing that she was heading towards she stopped at the door. Why couldn't she stay at home and insisted on going to had mentioned wanting to accompany to the doctor too and his wife beforehand. Although they doted on, they still needed to seek consent before allowing her to go. Was already waiting for her. Upon seeing her, she immediately got out of the car and opened the door, saying, little princess, please get in. Thank you. Adored the politeness and personality of the little girl, but suddenly caught her son's serious gaze, which seemed to convey the words drive carefully. Buckle up, she added. Tilted her head and asked what? Repeated, and stuck out her tongue before promptly sitting down. Throughout the journey, engaged in conversation with while she occasionally glanced at. Can you say a few words to two? Thought to herself how wonderful it would be if her son could just speak. Getting to engage in conversation was as challenging as reaching for the stars. However, did not share this sentiment. She turned to and asked, after we see the doctor, can we go to the school gate to buy ice pops? No. Why not? They're delicious. Pressed on, leaning closer with her kitten-like eyes fixed on him. They're dirty. Gazed out of the window, his handsome features betraying no emotion. Refused to give up, asking, that's not true. You haven't even tried them. Just as was about to advise not to tease, he unexpectedly turned to her. Aren't you having a stomachache? Was taken aback that he even knew about her discomfort, and her face lit up with joy. So you meant the food might be unsanitary. I thought you were saying eating ice pops was unhygienic. Realizing that getting him to say anything was already a considerable achievement, ceased her teasing. Upon witnessing her son's lively response, resolved that in the future, whenever they took out, they must bring along to elicit more of his speech. Knocked on the door, and Doctor arrived tardily. Doctor, I appreciate your help today. He arrogantly nodded. My teacher will come tomorrow, but he charges a high fee, so you need to think it over. Money is not an issue. Promptly took out a stack of cash, stating, I'll pay first. You just handle the arrangements. Dr. S. eyes lit up. Great, go ahead. He ushered into the office and was about to close the door when piped up, I want to go in too. No, we're treating illness. What is a child like you need to come in for? Doctor looked sternly at, his tone and expression somewhat fierce, which made her flinch. Immediately shielded, saying, Doctor, let us speak nicely and not frighten the child. If she is so easily frightened, why bring her out? Doctor frowned and shut the door. Though was displeased, she still hoped for Doctor to treat, so she comforted, little treasure, don't be upset. Ani will take you to run some errands, okay? Ani, I'm not upset. Glanced at the mahogany door, wishing to see how Doctor treated, but refused to leave her alone there. If you get lost, how will Ani face your mother? Be good and come with Ani to pay. Picked up and headed to the payment desk. At that moment, noticed that the clinic had very few patients, and even the staff were sparse. Don't you think it's strange that there are no patients at this clinic? I arranged this with Doctor in advance. It's best not to receive other patients when comes. Still felt uneasy, but since was handling the paperwork, she remained silent. They had actually prepaid $8,000. What a significant sum. Anxiously grabbed S. shoulder. What if they close down after you pay so much money? The nurse at the payment desk overheard and was displeased. What nonsense are you talking, little girl? We are a legitimate clinic. It's not that easy to shut down. If children can't speak properly, they should keep quiet. Don't you find it strange? They're just taking advantage of your eagerness to get treated, deliberately making you pay more. Felt anxious. No matter how formidable was in her business dealings, at that moment, she was simply a worried mother, easily swayed by others' words. However, upon hearing Xue Jiyu's words, Jiang Peirong hesitated. She quickly stated, Dr. Jean has explained to me that this ailment is a protracted battle, and the treatment will be slow. Slow? How slow? Will it take 1 or 2 years, or perhaps 4 or 5, or even 10? Jiang Peirong was rendered speechless by this question, and after a moment of contemplation, she realized something was amiss. You are right. However, Jiang Peirong found it peculiar that such thoughts and words did not seem to belong to a 4-year-old child. Xiao Bao, who taught you these words? It was then that Xue Jiayu recognized her momentary impatience had caused her to say too much. Fortunately, she closed her mouth and put on a docile expression. I thought of it myself. I learned it from the television. Jiang Peirong, half convinced. stared into her clear eyes for a long while before dismissing her doubts. Television does not teach well. It is unfortunate that children like you have seen it. Jiang Peirong and Xue Jiayu sat on chairs outside Dr. Jin's office, their curiosity about what was happening inside growing. Dr. Jin had yet to show her a specific treatment plan. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Peirong knocked on the door. "Dr. Jin, I wish to come in." "No." Dr. Jin's stern rejection came through the door. "You cannot enter now, as it will affect the treatment's efficacy." "Xiao Bao, perhaps we should wait outside. It is indeed inconvenient to disturb the treatment." Jiang Peirong held Xue Jiayu's shoulder, tried to encourage her to sit down, but Xue Jiayu refused. "Aunt Jiang, if it were a proper treatment, why wouldn't he show us?" Jiang Peirong hesitated. After all, he was her son's attending physician, and if she barged in without reason, it could lead to misunderstanding Dr. Jin. "How about this, Aunt Jiang? I will go in, and you stay out. Is that all right?" Jiang Peirong frowned, unable to make a decision. However, Xue Jiayu deemed it urgent and directly knocked on the door, declaring, "I want to go in. Brother Nanqi, I want to find you. Little brat." Dr. Jin muttered under his breath, spitting on the ground, which was witnessed by Jean Nanqi. "Let her in." Dr. Jin was intimidated by Jean Nanqi's gaze and had no choice but to crack the door open for Xue Jiayu. "You can only watch while I treat him. You must not speak." I don't even want to talk." Xue Jiayu took a seat on another single sofa, her hands resting on her knees, appearing very well behaved. In her heart, Dr. Jin smugly thought that a little girl like her couldn't cause much trouble. However, with Xue Jiayu present, Dr. Jin could not proceed with his usual deceptive practices. He walked around Jean Nanqi a few times under the guise of observation and played several intellectual games with him. Xue Jiayu crossed her arms and remarked, "Is this how you treat Brother Nanqi? You're just playing games with him. Mind your own business. Just sit quietly. Otherwise, you can leave." Xue Jiayu pouted, having never faced such indignity. If her parents found out, they would surely be heartbroken. Just as Xue Jiayu was about to voice her complaints, Jean Nanqi stood in front of her, frowning at Dr. Jin. "You should apologize to her." "Me? Apologize to a child? Are you insane?" Dr. Jin waved his hand, sitting behind his desk, arrogantly lighting a cigarette and glaring at them. "Listen well. You two little brats, after you go out, do not speak nonsense to your parents. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do next time." Dr. Jin's appearance was already cunning, and as he spoke, his eyes held a lewd glint, making Xue Jiayu feel nauseous, prompting her to hide behind Jean Nanqi. "Brother Nanqi, I feel like throwing up." Dr. Jin's expression shifted slightly, realizing that Xue Jiayu's comment stemmed from seeing his face, and he slammed the table in anger. But Xue Jiayu was unfazed and stuck out her tongue at him. "Why are you being so fierce? We were going to leave anyway. I will tell Aunt Jiang that you know nothing. You are a quack." Dr. Jin extinguished the cigarette, feeling quite pleased. "Go ahead, tell her. Let's see if she believes you or a little brat like you. Come on, Brother Nanqi, let's go." Xue Jiayu tugged at Jean Nanqi to leave, and Jiang Peirong quickly remarked, "I was worried sick waiting outside." "Nanqi, did today's treatment yield any results?" Dr. Jin, shedding his previous fierce demeanor in front of the children, sauntered out with a gracious smile. "Children speak without reservation, Mrs. Jean. You need not take their words to heart." Jiang Peirong looked from Xue Jiayu to Dr. Jin and then to Jean Nanqi, utterly perplexed. "Isn't this a medical treatment? Why is it so awkward?" Xue Jiayu snorted. "What can he treat? He's just wasting time and money in there." Just as Jiang Peirong was about to inquire further, Dr. Jin suddenly erupted in fury. "Little friend, how can you be so rude inside? I can tolerate it, but if you disrupt my treatment, I will certainly inform your parents. There is no need for you to lie." Xue Jiayu deeply understood the meaning of being accused unjustly. "You say I am lying? Who are you calling a liar?" "Jiayu," Jiang Peirong exclaimed. "How can you say such things?" "I apologize, Dr. Jin. This child has been spoiled by her parents." Dr. Jin sighed heavily. "This time, I will let it pass, but next time, do not bring her. I cannot handle it." "Absolutely. Xiao Bao, you have always been well behaved. Why are you suddenly at odds with Dr. Jin today? Do you know him from before?" Jiang Peirong inquired curiously. Xue Jiayu made a face at the rearview mirror. "I do not know that kind of unscrupulous doctor. I can't stand him cheating for money, clearly unable to treat ailments yet demanding so much money from you. Although you have wealth, you should not be taken for a fool." This sentiment resonated deeply with Jiang Peirong, and her gaze towards Xue Jiayu grew even more indulgent. "But Xiao Bao, if not seeking Dr. Jin, who else can help treat Nanqi?" The ailment of Nanqi remained a thorn in Jiang Peirong's heart. She wished to extract it as soon as possible to avoid prolonged distress. Isn't Brother Nanchi doing well now? Although he doesn't speak much, he never bullies or scolds anyone. Xue Jiayu lifted her head high, as if not bullying or scolding was an extraordinary virtue. Jiang Peirong couldn't help but laugh. Are you really defending your brother Nanchi? Yes. Seeing that the matter was progressing, Xue Jiayu winked at Zhan Nanchi, conveying a message of reassurance. However, he merely tugged at her hand and settled in his seat. Oh, unfortunately, this era lacked pinhole cameras. Otherwise, if there were cameras, they would capture all of Dr. Jin's misdeeds. While he feigned concern for the children, he simultaneously charged exorbitant fees. Moreover, Xue Jiayu thought, if she spoke out, the adults might not believe her. Thus, she needed to let Dr. Jin expose himself. The international school emphasized the holistic development of its students, and physical education was mandatory for every student. The physical education teacher led a group of small children in exercises on the playground, allowing them to play only after 2 rounds. Xue Jiayu crossed her arms. Teacher, it's too cold. We're going to freeze to death. The biting cold wind howled, making the teacher's expression more fearsome than the chill. You lack exercise. What child is afraid of the cold? Stay on the playground and do not leave without permission. To practice what he preached, the physical education teacher focused on Xue Jiayu and Huanyu, the 2 newly transferred students. You both stand at the front and lead the exercises. We? Lead the exercises? Xue Jiayu thought she had misheard. She felt she was doing a half-hearted job. How could she be chosen to lead? Yet the physical education teacher nodded again. Yes. Step forward and lead the exercises. No slacking, or I will see it. Dejected, Xue Jiayu shuffled to the front of the crowd and shouted, do it with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 4. Midway through, Xue Jiayu felt an urgent need to use the restroom and quickly signaled to the teacher that she needed to go. Go. On the first floor, there is a restroom, but Xue Jiayu finds it too crowded and filthy, so she specifically chooses to ascend several flights online. After swiftly relieving herself, Xue Jiayu lets out a contented sigh, dresses, and prepares to exit, only to discover the door is locked. Is anyone there? She calls out, straining to see outside on her tiptoes, but her petite stature proves inadequate, even when standing on the toilet. Desperate, she shouts to attract attention. Strangely, the usually bustling corridor lies eerily silent today, and no one comes to her aid. Before she can devise an escape plan, she hears the sound of the restroom door closing. Panic grips her heart. Now, no one can rescue her. The physical education teacher is furious, but recalling Xue Jiyu's ordinarily well-behaved demeanor, she merely states with a stern face, tell Xue Jiayu to come see me after school. Once the teacher departs, Huanyu anxiously paces, wondering where her sister is gone. Gu Yuan suggests they search floor by floor. Though this approach seems rather clumsy, it is the only option available. Huanyu huffs, sister treats you so well. When I find her, I will tell her how you wouldn't even look for her. Whatever, Zhan Nanchi replies dismissively, yet his body instinctively moves in the direction Xue Jiayu had taken. Gu Yuan advises Huanyu to locate her sister before arguing further. They ultimately split up into 3 parties. Zhan Nanchi and Gu Yuan search downward, while Huanyu ascends. Classrooms on the 1st and 2nd floors are filled with students. But Huanyu glances around, not spotting Xue Jiayu. Just as she is about to continue to the 3rd floor, she unexpectedly collides with someone around the corner. Huanyu exclaims, exasperated, who are you? She gazes up at a worn, haggard face, ready to vent her frustration, but the eyes of this person leave her speechless. This individual bears a slight resemblance to her. Huanyu feels as though her mouth has been covered, rendering her unable to speak, and just as she intends to leave, the person seizes her arm. Li Minxue gazes at her longed-for daughter with fervor. Xiaoyu, mommy has finally found you. Huanyu jerks her arm away, her face paling as she steps back. What are you talking about? My mother is Jiang Xioi. Hearing her beloved daughter refer to someone else as mother pierces Li Minxue's heart with agony. I am your mother. I gave birth to you. Huanyu scans her surroundings and, noticing no one else is present, breathes a sigh of relief. If anyone were to see her with the school janitor, she would surely be looked down upon. What proof do you have that you are my mother? I am Xue's daughter. My father is Xue Wangjun. My mother is Jiang Xioi, and my sister is Xue Jiayu. We have no connection whatsoever. You should leave. Li Minxue stares incredulously at Huanyu's face, the daughter she had fought so hard to bring into the world. who refuses to acknowledge her. After taking a couple of steps, Yu suddenly recalls something and turns back to ask, "Is my sister's situation related to you?" "Yes." Li Minshua admits straightforwardly. "As long as I am here, you will forever remain the Xue family's adopted daughter. Should I perish, the Xue family will undoubtedly leave all their good fortune to you." For a fleeting moment, a flicker of joy and relief flashes within Yu. Li Minshua's words are indeed enticing. However, she quickly realizes that if Xue Jiayu were to come harm, she would lose the only person in the Xue family who truly cares for her. Yu looks at Li Minshue with the eyes of a devil, frightened, and dashes upstairs. Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan ascend from the opposite staircase, with Gu Yuan, out of breath, struggling to keep up. "Nanqi, wait for me. I'll check upstairs first." Zhang Nanqi speeds ahead, reaching the top floor and calling out, "Xue Jiayu." No response. The upper 2 floors are filled with older students. Yet for some reason, they are absent. After searching 2 more floors, he suddenly spots one of the restrooms locked. Without hesitation, he strides over and knocks on the door. Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu, who had been sitting on the toilet with her knees drawn up and dozing off, awakens at the sound, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother Nanqi, I'm in here." Unsure if her voice can carry through the double doors, she calls out, but despite her soft tone, Zhang Nanqi hears her. Since the door is locked, he must go find a teacher for the key. Thus, he departs. "Are you really leaving just like that? How ungrateful." Though she thinks this, she holds no grudge against Zhang Nanqi. She decides to wait. Surely someone will notice her absence eventually. Zhang Nanqi heads straight to the teacher's office to fetch the key from the head of instruction. Upon hearing his brief account, the principal immediately recognizes the seriousness of the situation and takes the key, accompanying Zhang Nanqi to rescue her. Hearing the sound of the door unlocking, Xue Jiayu wonders if she is mistaken. Hadn't Zhang Nanqi just left? Who is opening the door now? The head of instruction stands at the restroom entrance, inquiring, "Xue Jiayu, are you in there?" "I'm here. I'm in the 3rd stall." The principal then dares to enter, swiftly unlocking the door. Xue Jiayu, sitting on the toilet lid and fiddling with her fingers, jumps up joyfully upon their arrival. "Brother Nanqi, I knew you would find me." As she leaps to the floor, she walks out with the head of instruction and Zhang Nanqi. "Xue Jiayu, the 5th and 6th grades have gone on a spring outing. There should be no students on this floor. How did you end up locked in here?" "I don't know," Xue Jiayu replies, washing her hands and pouting. "I thought this floor was empty, so I came up. Maybe the cleaning lady thought there was no one inside and locked it." Ultimately, they averted a potential disaster. If Xue Jiayu had encountered any misfortune, it would have stirred chaos within the Xue family. As they descend, they encounter a panting Gu Yuan, exhausted from climbing the stairs, dashes a few steps closer upon seeing Xue Jiayu. "I got locked in the restroom by the cleaning lady," Xue Jiayu states, shrugging her shoulders, equally exasperated by the ordeal. Chapter 68. End of term, how could the cleaning lady be so careless? The head of instruction frowns. This should not have happened. This week, the 5th and 6th graders are away for social practice, and there shouldn't be any students on these 2 floors. The cleaning lady should not have come up here. Zhang Nanqi glances at the upper right corner, pointing at the surveillance camera and asking the head of instruction, "Is that functional?" Gu Yuan, oblivious to the tension, pulls Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu toward their classroom. Hearing the commotion from upstairs, Yu rushes up and, upon seeing Xue Jiayu, bursts into tears. "Sister, do you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Xue Jiayu embraces her, gently patting her back in comfort. "Why are you crying? I'm fine, aren't I?" Gu Yuan, confused, adds, "Xiaoyu, why are you crying when Jiayu is all right?" "I was worried about my sister." Yu sniffs, linking her arm through Xue Jiayu's, pleading for her never to leave her side again. Although Xue Jiayu initially intended to keep the incident from their parents, Yu inadvertently reveals it at the dinner table. "Mom and Dad, today my sister was locked in the restroom, and it scared me. I was searching everywhere for her." Yu had intended to express her concern for Xue Jiayu, but instead, she inadvertently exposed the entire situation. Jiang Qiui immediately seized upon the key detail. "What did you say?" "Xiaobao, who locked you in the restroom today?" Observing Jiang Qiui's anxious expression, Xue Jiayu realizes the gravity of the situation and tries to downplay it, recounting the events as mildly as possible. "It was just an accident, Mom. I'm perfectly fine now." Xue Wangjun, although angered, remains less reactive than Jiang Qiui. "Xiaobao, have you offended any classmates at school or had a conflict with anyone?" "No, I can vouch for that." Ing Huanyu interjects, seizing the opportunity to defend her sister, asserting, sister has always gotten along well with her classmates. She never argues with anyone. In addition, due to Xue Jiyu's intelligence and the neatness of her assignments, many classmates admire her. Overall, the school bears some responsibility for this incident. I will speak to your teacher about how they supervise the children. Ing Huanyu gazes earnestly at her mother, asking, what does making a big deal out of a small matter mean? Xue Jiayu inhaled deeply, reorganizing her thoughts. She expressed that before discussing her matters with their parents, Ing Huanyu should first seek her consent. She would indicate when it was appropriate to share. Ing Huanyu gazed at her in bewilderment, questioning the rationale. Xue Jiayu explained with a hint of exasperation, as Ing Huanyu reluctantly began to comprehend. Oh, I will listen to my sister, she replied obediently. Despite Xue Jiayu's numerous attempts to dissuade her, Jiang Qiui nonetheless approached the teacher the following day to discuss the matter. Upon learning of the situation, the teacher expressed regret and assured that such an incident would not recur, prompting Jiang Qiui to relent. Ing Huanyu remained as clingy as ever, rushing to the back of the classroom to converse with Xue Jiayu as soon as class ended, often insisting on swapping seats with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan refused, she would sulk. Gu Yuan, feeling helpless, complied, suggesting, you can sit with Jiayu to avoid us having to swap seats daily. All right, Ing Huanyu readily agreed, leaving Gu Yuan feeling somewhat tricked. Finally, seated next to Xue Jiayu as she had wished, Ing Huanyu was elated, chattering incessantly throughout the day. This was the gravest punishment for Ing Huanyu, who quickly straightened her posture, declaring to the teacher, I will definitely pay attention in class. The teacher announced, I have an important message for you all. After a semester of adaptation, you have all qualified as primary school students. Next semester, we will be reassigning classes, and you will have new classmates. You must treat them with the same kindness you have shown your old classmates. What? Ing Huanyu reacted with the greatest intensity. Leaping to her feet, teacher, I want to be separated from my sister. The teacher soothingly gestured for her to sit, explaining, you need not worry. I am merely giving you a heads up to prepare yourselves mentally. I don't want to. I absolutely don't want to. Ing Huanyu continued to throw a tantrum, but the teacher remained steadfast, proceeding with discussions regarding end-of-term activities. Ing Huanyu opened her assessment results to discover her grades. Gu Yuan's loud voice echoed, I got it. I actually received a grade. I thought I wouldn't. Thank goodness. She laughed. What is there to be grateful about? Ing Huanyu scoffed internally, deliberately turning to Xue Jiayu. Sister, let me see your results. Xue Jiayu, busy packing her bag, pointed to the table with her chin. I haven't opened mine yet. You can check for yourself. Ing Huanyu opened the booklet, revealing a prominent grade. Wow. Gu Yuan leaned over to look, admiring Xue Jiayu. You only studied for half a semester and achieved that. Well, I only got this. After which, Gu Yuan turned to observe Zhang Nanqi's results. Xue Jiayu stretched her neck, curious to know Zhang Nanqi's assessment as well. You both are truly impressive. Gu Yuan admired Zhang Nanqi, who remained unfazed. Pack your things and let us go. Right away. Gu Yuan had brought a plethora of snacks to school, which he had yet to finish before the semester's end, and he needed to consume them quickly since he wouldn't return the following day. He stuffed his mouth continuously, a sight that displeased Ing Huanyu immensely. Sister, don't you think he eats like a pig? Ing Huanyu whispered to Xue Jiayu, intending to joke and draw closer. However, Xue Jiyu's expression immediately hardened. Xiaoyu, it's not right to mock friends like that. Chapter 69. Ing Huanyu goes missing. Ing Huanyu stood frozen, fidgeting with the desk, bewildered by Xue Jiyu's admonition. Sister, are you scolding me? Xue Jiayu recognized her sensitive demeanor and understood that this was a matter of principle, necessitating strict guidance. I'm not scolding you. I am merely imparting wisdom. Ing Huanyu slumped over the desk, unable to absorb anything, consumed by the thought that her sister must despise her. Xiaoyu, sit up straight. Xue Jiayu struggled to maintain her patience, but to no avail as Ing Huanyu began to sob. Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi, unsure of what was transpiring, tacitly chose not to interfere in the girl's affairs. Ing Huanyu pushed past Xue Jiayu and dashed outside, prompting Xue Jiayu to hurriedly follow. Bewildered by Ing Huanyu's sudden burst of speed, during dismissal, students rushed out, and the security personnel were oblivious. Ing Huanyu blended into the throng, resembling a nimble fish. Standing at the entrance, Xue Jiayu scanned the surroundings, her heart racing as she failed to spot Ing Huanyu amidst the crowd, perspiration beading on her forehead. Gu Yuan, carrying their bags, rushed out, with Zhang Nanqi trailing behind. Jiayu, have you found Huanyu? Xue Jiayu shook her head, worry knitting her brow. There were too many people. I couldn't see where she ran off to. We'll help you look, Gu Yuan declared, dragging Zhang Nanqi along as they circled the vicinity. Just then, Jiang Peirong arrived. Having heard that Huanyu had left the school alone, and she was deeply concerned, joining the search. After a prolonged search around the school yielded no results. They were about to report to the authorities when Xue Jiayu heard a familiar sound of weeping. It seemed to be Huanyu's voice. Following the sound, she entered an alley and spotted Huanyu crouching down, hugging her knees and crying. Xiaoyu, Xue Jiayu sighed in relief, squatting beside her with a hint of exasperation. Didn't you hear searching for you nearby? I did something wrong. I'm afraid you'll hate me, Huanyu confessed, leaping into Xue Jiayu's embrace. Sister, please don't ever hate me. I promise I will be good. With such earnestness, Xue Jiayu could hardly bring herself to scold her further, saying only, from now on, don't speak ill of others. I won't dare again. Huanyu nestled in Xue Jiayu's arms, stifling giggles, vowing inwardly to refrain from disparaging Gu Yuan in front of her sister. It's all Gu Yuan's fault. Jiang Peirong, still searching for Huanyu, inadvertently lost track of Xue Jiayu. Just as she was about to head straight to the police station, she spotted Xue Jiayu leading Huanyu back. Auntie Jiang, Jiang Peirong exclaimed joyfully. Where did you find my sister? She was just in that alley up ahead. Upon returning home, Jiang Xiui, having heard from Jiang Peirong about Huanyu's disappearance, became extra attentive to her. Huanyu was taken aback by the sudden attention and relished the care from both Jiang Xiui and Xue Jiayu. The matter concerning Gu Yuan was left unresolved, as Xue Jiayu feared Huanyu might run away again if she broached the subject. However, afterward, Huanyu and Xue Jiayu engaged in a heartfelt conversation, sincerely acknowledging her mistakes. As long as you recognize your errors, that's what matters. Gu Yuan is our good friend. You must not speak of him in such a manner. Understood. Xue Jiayu grew increasingly confident that, under her meticulous guidance, Huanyu would surely grow up right. As winter break commenced, Xue Jiayu and Huanyu stayed at home, supervised by Su Suzhen, while Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui busied themselves with factory affairs. Fortunately, both girls had reached an age where they didn't require constant supervision, allowing Su Suzhen to manage household chores. With no winter assignments from school, Xue Jiayu requested Xue Wangjun to take her shopping. Xue Wangjun glanced toward the bathroom, where Jiang Qiui was bathing. Lowering his voice, he remarked, little bow, why do you want to buy practice books? Your father and I don't expect you to excel in your studies. We just want you to be healthy and happy. This was a consensus he and Jiang Qiui had long agreed upon. If he unilaterally purchased practice books for Xue Jiayu, Jiang Qiui would surely be displeased. But I'm so bored, Xue Jiayu lamented, propping her head with her hands. Spending every day at home watching television with Huanyu was becoming monotonous. Huanyu, however, reveled in it, sitting in front of the television the moment she opened her eyes. Xue Wangjun chuckled, little bow, if your mother finds out, she will scold your father. This is our secret. Xue Jiayu raised her small hand to her lips, mimicking a zipping motion. Xue Wangjun couldn't help but chuckle, feeling helpless against his precious daughter. All right, I'll go buy them for you tomorrow. Just then, Jiang Qiui emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Xue Jiayu immediately sprang back, flashing a sweet smile at Jiang Qiui. Good night, Mom and Dad. Wait, Jiang Qiui grasped Xue Jiayu's small hand, demanding, what are you two conspiring about? Nothing. Xue Jiayu hurriedly waved her hand and skipped away, saying, good night, Mama, love you. Jiang Qiui shook her head with a smile, acknowledging the child's exuberance. No, my dear, you look even more beautiful after your bath, she said. I'm off to find Dad. Xue Jiayu climbed on her bed, pulled up the quilt, and was ready to sleep. Huanyu sat silently at the table, her mind a tempest. Why didn't Xue Jiayu share her concerns with her? Little treasure, hurry and put it away. Xue Jiayu blinked a couple of times before realizing, and then she burst into laughter. Dad, why do you make it seem like you're exchanging contraband? Xue Wangjun pressed his lips together, urging her to hurry, quickly, don't let your mother see. Jiang Qiui complained while putting on her slippers. Xue Wangjun promptly handed her the slippers. I just want to get you a cake. In the following days, after Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui left for work, Xue Jiayu would take out her workbook to practice. Although the current knowledge was simple for her, she aspired to advance to a higher grade, so she needed to do more. Chapter 70. Ruining the Workbook's Sister. Huanyu pushed open the door and found her writing. A complex emotion flashing across her face. "Sister, what are you writing? Why don't you watch TV with me?" Huanyu pouted and walked to Xue Jiyu's side, her eyes widening at the problem she was working on. "Don't we have no homework? This isn't homework. It's practice that I asked Dad to buy for me." Huanyu suppressed her displeasure, asking, "Sister, why are you doing these problems?" "I want to advance to a higher grade." She had also considered that if she could rank well in the math competition, her future schooling would be easier. She was aware that reforms were imminent, with a competition scheduled for the next semester, which could allow her to attend the best middle school in the city. Huanyu nervously fidgeted with the table. "But if you advance, we won TB in the same class." "That doesn't matter. We still live in the same house, don't we?" Xue Jiayu patted her hand reassuringly. "Don't worry, our bond won't change." How could Huanyu not be worried? At night, she lay awake, thinking that after Xue Jiayu advanced, she might make new friends and forget about her. This thought haunted her, disrupting her sleep. When Xue Jiayu opened her workbook again, Huanyu leaned in to watch. "Sister, can you teach me too? You're so smart. I don't want to be foolish." "Of course." Xue Jiayu patiently explained each thought process, but Huanyu hardly listened, merely feigning diligence. After repeating one problem numerous times, Xue Jiayu was parched and finally gave up. "How about we call a night and get some sleep?" "Sound good." In the following 3 days, Huanyu continued this pattern, causing Xue Jiyu's study progress to stagnate. After careful consideration, Xue Jiayu suggested that Huanyu use the holiday to catch up on the knowledge she had missed. Unable to hinder her sister's studies, Huanyu devised another plan. While Xue Jiayu was studying, Huanyu brought a plate of fruit upstairs. "Sister, eat." Engrossed in a math problem, Xue Jiayu replied without looking up, "I'll eat it later." "Sister, this apple is very fresh. You should try it now." Xue Jiayu was too absorbed in calculations to hear her. Seizing her chance, Huanyu placed the fruit plate beside her, and when Xue Jiayu raised her hand, she accidentally knocked it over. Juice immediately spilled onto the workbook, obscuring the words. "I'm so sorry, sister." Huanyu quickly grabbed some tissues to wipe off the workbook, but instead of cleaning it, she only made the small stain larger, ruining the entire workbook. This workbook was now unusable. Huanyu felt guilty, saying, "I'm so clumsy. I can't do anything right." She lowered her head, covering her face, as if unable to face Xue Jiayu. How could Xue Jiayu scold her now? Not only did she need to salvage the workbook, but she also had to comfort her sister. "It's all right, it's just a workbook. I'll ask Dad to buy me a new one." With Huanyu's interference, Xue Jiayu couldn't study anymore and had to watch television with her. Yet, no matter how entertaining the animated show was, watching it for 3 or 4 days became tedious. Xue Jiayu decided to seek out Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi to play. After the holiday began, Jiang Peirong took Zhang Nanqi to Dr. Jin's clinic more frequently, almost every other day. Dr. Jin strictly forbade Jiang Peirong from bringing Xue Jiayu to his clinic. Whenever Xue Jiayu expressed a desire to accompany them, Jiang Peirong could only politely decline. Xue Jiayu could see through this excuse, but she knew Jiang Peirong was not intentionally deceiving her, so she saw no need to confront her. She took a step back and smiled politely at Jiang Peirong, saying, "Please be careful on your way." Jiang Peirong patted Xue Jiyu's head before starting the car. Zhang Nanqi glanced at her through the window and waved goodbye. She pouted, feeling slighted, thinking, after spending so much time together, why do they still not greet me with a smile? As if hearing her thoughts, Zhang Nanqi was about to smile at her when Jiang Peirong stepped on the gas, and Xue Jiayu became a small dot in the rearview mirror. "Nanqi, what's wrong?" Jiang Peirong keenly noticed her son's hesitance and promptly inquired. He shook his head, deciding to wait until next time to show her a smile. Jiayu, enough. I've seen you already." Xue Jiayu crossed her arms in exasperation and looked at Gu Yuan. "Can you please stop pressing the horn? It's so loud." Gu Yuan was already sweating profusely, his round, pale face flushed. "Nanqi went out? I want him to ride with me." Su Huimei, concerned about her son's weight, had devised a weight loss plan for Gu Yuan, which included riding his bicycle for 2 hours in the community every day, promising that if he succeeded in losing weight, she would take him to the amusement park. Gu Yuan readily agreed, but soon realized how challenging it was. The increasingly cold weather was a significant test. Yeah, Xue Jiayu refused to acknowledge Dr. Jin as a true doctor, not wanting to associate that title with him at all. What a pity, Gu Yuan shook his head regretfully. Then I'll continue writing. Wait. An idea struck Xue Jiayu. Although Aunt Jiang couldn't take her, she could go by herself. She scrutinized Gu Yuan's bicycle, which was the latest model, bought at a high price by Aunt Sue to motivate him to lose weight. The hungry wolf-like gaze made Gu Yuan shiver, and he instinctively took a step back, rubbing his arms. Why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of scary. Gu Yuan, do you still want to be my little brother? Xue Jiyu's question made him stand up straight immediately. Of course I do. All right, I'll guide you. You take me to a place. Huh? Where do you want to go? Don't ask. If you want to be my little brother, you must listen to me. Are you coming or not? Coming. Chapter 71. Taking Gu Yuan along, Xue Jiayu remembered the direction to Dr. Jin's clinic, although she had only been there once. She recalled it was near a shopping mall that Jiang Qiui often took her to. However, she didn't expect Gu Yuan to tire quickly, stopping by the roadside and refusing to continue riding. I really can't go on. Gu Yuan panted heavily, suggesting, how about I lend you the bicycle, and you ride there yourself? Gu Yuan glanced at her petite figure, thinking, all right, but how much farther is it? I really can't ride anymore. Just a little further. It's right ahead. Xue Jiayu pointed to a nearby building, saying, just ride towards there, and you'll be there. Really? If it's that building, it doesn't seem too far. Really? Xue Jiayu widened her eyes, her expression clearly saying, do you not trust me? Gu Yuan gritted his teeth. Fine, let us go. Why haven't we arrived yet? Isn't it just ahead? Xue Jiayu pointed again at the building. Look, it's south, just the next street over. Gu Yuan glanced ahead, and indeed it seemed quite close. However, why did it feel as if it were worlds apart when riding? With a surge of determination, he pressed on, urging himself to reach the destination before resting. Quickly, the green light. Under Xue Jiayu's insistence, Gu Yuan had no choice but to continue. Each time he inquired about the distance left, she would reassure him that they were almost there, a phrase he felt he had heard at least 7 or 8 times. Certainly, Xue Jiayu encouraged, patting his shoulder. Just a little further, we are nearly there. The photograph of Dr. Jin hung prominently outside the clinic, resembling a gilded sign. Xue Jiayu scoffed, asserting that Dr. Jin's so-called medical skills were akin to a con artist's tricks. Jiayu, why are we here? Gu Yuan asked. To save Zhang Nachi. She replied without hesitation, jumping off the bike and striding inside. Gu Yuan quickly called after her, what about me? You can either wait here for me or come in with me. Xue Jiayu calculated the time. If they didn't enter soon, Dr. Jin would swindle Jiang Peirong out of more money. I will go in with you. Gu Yuan found a spot to securely hide his bicycle and decisively followed Xue Jiayu into the clinic. The number of people inside was as sparse as when Xue Jiayu had last visited, with only a handful of staff present. A gust of wind swept through the corridor, creating an eerie atmosphere. Gu Yuan grasped her arm, swallowing nervously. What are we going to do now? We are heading to Dr. Jin's office. You need to distract Aunt Jiang while I knock on the door. She had already formulated a plan en route. This time, they must expose Dr. Jin's true character and prevent Jiang Peirong from wasting any more money. Me? Gu Yuan exclaimed incredulously, pointing to himself and repeating his question. Are you sure it's me who needs to distract Aunt Jiang? Absolutely certain. I will give a try. He steeled himself, spotting Jiang Peirong anxiously pacing the corridor. Taking a deep breath, he called out, Aunt Jiang. Gu Yuan. Jiang Peirong was taken aback. What are you doing here? Gu Yuan, feeling jittery, glanced around. Unlike Xue Jiayu, he lacked the audacity and quick wit. He hesitated before saying, I was playing nearby and saw your car, so I came up. Playing nearby? Alone? Jiang Peirong found it strange. Even though it was not far from their residence, it was still a considerable distance. Would Gu Yuan really come as far play? Yes, he stammered, scratching his head. Having already worked up a sweat from riding, he now felt even more flustered under Jiang Peirong's probing gaze. Though puzzled, Jiang Peirong did not dwell on it further. She always treated other people's children with respect and care. Without hesitation, she took out a handkerchief to wipe Gu Yuan's sweat. Look at you, child, all sweaty and not even wiping it off. How about I take you to wash your face? Gu Yuan, relieved to find an excuse to divert Jiang Peirong's attention, immediately agreed. That sounds great. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. As Gu Yuan and Jiang Peirong departed, Xue Jiayu dashed out without wasting a moment. She knocked on Dr. Jin's office door, and a disgruntled voice came from behind it. What is it? Did I not say no one is allowed to disturb me during treatment? Xue Jiayu continued to knock, and soon the door swung open. Do you treat my words as mere nonsense? Upon seeing the small yet determined Xue Jiayu, Dr. Jean attempted to slam the door shut. What are you doing back here? Leave at once. My clinic does not welcome you. Zhang Nanqi, having sensed Xue Jiyu's arrival, looked up and immediately said, "Come in." Brother Nanqi asked me to enter, Xue Jiayu declared triumphantly, squeezing through the gap between Dr. Jean and the doorframe. Upon noticing a set of intellectual games on the table, she realized that Dr. Jean was once again deceiving Zhang Nanqi. The thought of him cheating the Zhang family's money ignited her fury. Dr. Jean peered outside, not seeing Jiang Perong, and reluctantly closed the door, feeling irked by the intelligence reflected in Xue Jiyu's bright eyes. He knew he had to expel her quickly. "Child, who allowed you to come here? Leave immediately, or I will call your parents, and it won't be a joke." With hands on her hips, Xue Jiayu looked up at him defiantly. "Go ahead, call them. If my parents scold me, I will just agree with you." Her words did not intimidate Dr. Jean, but instead elicited laughter from Zhang Nanqi. Indeed, she was just a child, and her threats resembled those she had directed at Gu Yuan. Xue Jiayu tilted her head to glance at him before re-engaging in a verbal duel with Dr. Jean. "I will make sure to inform your parents, so they can teach you a good lesson. You're a child who knows no better." Dr. Jean feigned calling the police, picking up the phone and saying, "Is this 110? I have a naughty child here. Come and take her away." Xue Jiayu laughed uncontrollably, clutching her stomach. "Do you think I am 3 years old? You're not even making a real call. Stop your theatrics." Chapter 72. Exposing Dr. Jean. As Dr. Jin's anger reached its peak due to Xue Jiayu's taunts, his face displayed a fierce demeanor. "What exactly do you want? Don't think I can't handle you just because you are a child. You initiated this." Zhang Nanqi stood protectively in front of Xue Jiayu, frowning at Dr. Jean. "What are you trying to do? None of your business. Step aside." Dr. Jean shoved Zhang Nanqi aside and grabbed Xue Jiayu by her collar. She struggled to breathe, gasping, "Brother Nanqi, I..." Zhang Nanqi coincidentally pushed to the edge of the sofa, reached for the phone receiver, coldly stating, "If you don't let her go, I will call the police." "Go ahead, use the trick you employed to deceive them against me. You're still too naive." Dr. Jean chuckled smugly until he realized Zhang Nanqi was indeed dialing. Panic swept over him, and he hastily released Xue Jiayu, snatching the phone from Zhang Nanqi's hand. Xue Jiayu coughed from the constriction of her collar, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Nanqi gently patted her back to soothe her. Xue Jiayu, indignant, exclaimed, "You are not even a real doctor. No doctor is as vile as you. You are just a fraud." "Fraud? What do you mean by fraud? This is treatment. What do you know, child?" Dr. Jean yanked out the phone line, his face displaying a smug expression. "I told you, this is a treatment method." Xue Jiayu scoffed. "A treatment method? Which book taught you to treat patients like this? Are you looking for trouble, child?" Zhang Nanqi suddenly realized Xue Jiayu was provoking Dr. Jean and quickly stepped in front of her protectively. "Get away, you autistic brat." Dr. Jin's insults penetrated the door, reaching Jiang Perong's ears. Unable to endure it, she pounded on the door. "Open up." Dr. Jean, startled by her fierce demeanor, thought to himself that something was amiss. Hadn't she been outside? Jiang Perong, not allowing him a moment's respite, banged on the door furiously. "If you don't open the door within 3 seconds, I will call the police right now." With no alternative, Dr. Jean had to step out to placate Jiang Perong. After all, she was a wealthy patron. "Madam Jiang, what seems to be the trouble?" Jiang Perong sneered. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you what is wrong? Why did you speak harshly to my child? Are you referring to earlier?" "That was merely a misunderstanding. I was joking with Nanqi." Dr. Jean prepared to charm his way out of the situation, but Xue Jiayu interrupted. "Brother Nanqi, do you find this amusing?" Zhang Nanqi nodded in agreement, shaking his head. "You see, you can joke with Brother Nanqi, but you should also consider whether he finds it funny." Xue Jiayu noticed Jiang Perong's expression shift, feeling emboldened as she prepared to expose Dr. Jin's true nature. "You disdain Brother Nanqi, yet you wish to profit from him." Dr. Jean felt utterly humiliated by Xue Jiyu's accusation, but feared Jiang Perong's belief even more. He hurriedly sought to explain, "Madam Jiang, please listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding." Jiang Perong scoffed. "A misunderstanding? I fear it is anything but what you just said inside. The derogatory remarks about my son, I heard them all. That is absolutely unacceptable, regardless of the reason." Jiang Perong glared at Dr. Jean in anger. "What use is a physician's skill if they lack respect for their patients? I demand a refund. I want all the money I have in my account returned to me. If you refuse, we will pursue legal action." "Please, Mrs. Jean." Dr. Jean was thoroughly flustered. attempting to shield herself from Jiang Peirong, but Jiang Peirong simply pulled out her phone to call the police. Refund. I will process it. Dr. Jean, no longer daring to play tricks, gritted her teeth and personally handled the refund procedures for Jiang Peirong. Dr. Jean, all the cash in our account has been withdrawn. We need to pay the landlord tomorrow. What are we going to do now? The nurse asked cautiously. Dr. Jean raked her fingers through her hair. How would I know? Hurry and think of a way to borrow some money from the bank. As soon as they exited the clinic, Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan applauded Jiang Peirong. Aunt Jiang, you were so cool just now. You left her speechless. Exactly. You were even cooler than the heroines in the dramas. Gu Yuan was so delighted he almost forgot his bicycle, only remembering it when Xue Jiayu reminded him. You two didn't follow us all the way from home, did you? Jiang Peirong calculated the distance. It was quite a journey, and she felt a pang of anxiety about what could have happened along the way. Xue Jiayu quickly shook her head, exchanging a knowing glance with Gu Yuan, urging him to insist it was merely a coincidence. However, Gu Yuan, timid by nature, stuttered under Jiang Peirong's questioning. No, really. Are you sure? Gu Yuan, if you lie, I will tell your mother. And you can forget about having chicken legs for half a month. To Gu Yuan, chicken legs were more precious than gold, and he was flustered, nearly betraying Xue Jiayu. I swear, Aunt Jiang, you must believe me. It wasn't that Jiang Peirong didn't want to trust him. It was just that everything seemed too coincidental. Watching Gu Yuan fumble and sweat profusely, Xue Jiayu couldn't help but scold him in her mind. You fool. If this continues, Aunt Jiang will certainly suspect me. Xue Jiayu bit her lip, contemplating how she would respond if Jiang Peirong continued to probe. However, before Jiang Peirong could dig deeper, Zhan Nanqi suddenly interjected, Mom, I want to eat meatballs for dinner. It was rare for him to express a desire for food, and Jiang Peirong's joy made her forget about the previous incident with Gu Yuan and Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu secretly turned her head to glance at Zhan Nanqi. She had always admired his handsome face, and after witnessing his earlier action, she felt he was even more impressive for effortlessly diffusing her crisis. Suddenly, Zhan Nanqi handed her a tissue. Wipe what? Xue Jiayu looked at him in confusion. Gu Yuan eagerly raised his hand. I know. He wants you to wipe your drool. Chapter 73. Comforting Jiang Peirong, Gu Yuan's enthusiasm did not earn Xue Jiayu's gratitude. Instead, she scolded him after they got out of the car. However, he was typically carefree, unbothered by her glare, and merely asked what she could play with him. No time. Upon arriving at the Zhan residence, Zhan Nanqi got out of the car and walked towards the house. Jiayu, Aunt Jiang. Was she upset because of their unannounced visit to Dr. Jean? Just as Xue Jiayu was about to apologize, Jiang Peirong suddenly choked back tears. Do you think Brother Nanqi's condition is severe? Will he ever recover? Jiang Peirong had always been confident about Zhan Nanqi's health. But the recent incident with Dr. Jean made her acutely aware of society's discrimination against autism. What if he could never be cured? What would happen to him after I and Zhan Aoxiang are gone? Xue Jiayu noticed her concerns and leaned forward, gently patting Jiang Peirong's back to comfort her. Aunt Jiang, actually, Brother Nanqi's condition isn't that serious. He chats with me and Gu Yuan when we're together. Her words offered Jiang Peirong some solace. Is that so? Thankfully, he has friends like you. Otherwise, Nanqi might end up with no friends at all. How could that be? Xue Jiayu quickly transformed into Nanqi's little admirer. Aunt Jiang, look at Brother Nanqi. He is so handsome and intelligent, and he excels in physics. Although he doesn't speak much, he always helps us solve problems. One Brother Nanqi is worth 2 Gu Yuans. Jiang Peirong couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal, Gu Yuan will be sad hearing that. In any case, Aunt Jiang, please don't be upset. Brother Nanqi's autism isn't as serious as you think. Don't you think he's much more lively now than before? He doesn't just stay at home reading all day. He even comes to play at Gu Yuan's house occasionally. That's true, since knowing Xue Jiayu, wherever they go, she always includes Zhan Nanqi, helping him integrate into the group, which is one of the reasons she cherished Xue Jiayu. Jiang Peirong patted her little head. Thank you, Jiayu. Hearing your words makes me feel much better. Hearing this, Xue Jiayu sensed a hint of jealousy, so she patiently explained the entire situation regarding Dr. Jean. However, Huanyu merely regarded her with indifference. What does this have to do with me? Xue Jiayu did not expect Huanyu to be so unyielding, scratching her head in confusion. Xiaoyu, what can I do to earn your forgiveness? I don't want to forgive you anymore. Grandma. Xue Jiayu had no choice but to assist Su Suzhen with household chores. She was now able to fold clothes and sometimes did even better than Xue Jiayu. Good child, why aren't you watching television? Grandma doesn't need your help. The television at home was often monopolized by Jiayu, and although Xue Jiayu didn't voice her displeasure, she felt unhappy. Normally, Jiayu would rush to help upon hearing such comments. But today she had no inclination to move and simply pretended not to hear. Xue Jiayu quickly changed the subject, asking what they would have for dinner. We'll have some black rice porridge. Grandma will prepare some fish to go with the rice. How does that sound? Sounds great. Xue Jiayu readily agreed. And Xue Jiayu went to wash the rice to prepare the porridge. Just as Xue Jiayu left the living room, Jiayu sulked, I don't want black rice porridge. I want noodles. Then you can tell Grandma when she comes back. Jiayu pouted, Grandma doesn't like me. If I tell her, she will definitely scold me for being troublesome. I can help you ask. Jiayu eagerly awaited this offer. So, when Xue Jiayu came out from the kitchen, Xue Jiayu immediately said, Grandma, I suddenly don't want black rice porridge anymore. I want noodles. Xue Jiayu instinctively suspected Jiayu was behind it and immediately looked at her. Xue Jiayu quickly added, Grandma, it's my wish. It has nothing to do with my sister. All right, Grandma understands. I will go make the noodles right now. As long as Xue Jiayu wanted something, Xue Jiayu would make it happen. Xue Jiayu busied herself in the kitchen, and Xue Jiayu whispered, Sister, if you want anything else, just tell me, and I will ask them for you. So please don't stay mad at me, okay? No. Jiayu felt a surge of grievance. You left me at home and went out with Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi for so long without caring if I was bullied. How could you be bullied? You were at home, weren't you? Jiayu was already lost in her own world. Upon hearing Xue Jiayu's rebuttal, she immediately burst into tears. You don't believe anything I say now. All right, I'm sorry, sister. I was wrong this time. I will definitely take you out with me next time. After much coaxing, Jiayu finally smiled. Xue Jiayu brought the noodles to the table, explaining, it was Xiao Bao who wanted noodles. Xiao Bao, haven't you always liked rice? Jiang Qiui handed the first bowl to Xue Jiayu, involuntarily recalling how Li Minxue loved noodles during their school days, often devouring 2 bowls of the cafeteria. Are you trying to change your taste today? Xue Jiayu wrinkled her little face upon taking the first bite. She still preferred rice, as noodles were too chewy. However, Jiayu savored it, eating one bite after another without pause. Deep in thought, suddenly declared Xiao Bao, Jiayu, your father and I have decided to renovate your rooms. Now that you both are in primary school, it is time for you to have separate living spaces. She had long held the notion of having the 2 children reside apart, although the justification she provided was that their belongings were too numerous for one room. I do not wish to be separated from my sister, Jiayu immediately exclaimed, setting down her bowl and embracing Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu was indifferent to the idea of separation, yet seeing Jiayu's reluctance, she echoed her sentiments. Mama, we are not really cramped. In Chapter 74, Renovating a Room, their mother planned to replace their desks with study tables and upgrade their wardrobes to accommodate their clothing. With a gentle yet firm tone, Jiang Qiui explained to Xue Jiayu, though her gaze was directed at Jiayu, who was clearly the one resisting the change. Jiayu felt guilty under her scrutiny, subtly reaching for Xue Jiayu's hand beneath the table, urging her to devise a means to thwart Jiang Qiui's intentions. However, Xue Jiayu believed Jiang Qiui's reasoning was valid. It is indeed a bit cramped, and it is inconvenient for studying. Upon hearing Xiao Bao's thoughts, Jiang Qiui felt a sense of satisfaction, for mother and daughter shared a mutual understanding. As Jiayu noticed Xue Jiayu's silence, she turned to Jiang Qiui with a pitiful expression, saying, Mama, I want to stay with my sister. You will merely be sleeping in separate rooms while still living under the same roof. Together, Jiang Qiui reassured, as she placed a piece of fish in a Jiayu's bowl. Jiayu was delighted by this unexpected gesture, momentarily forgetting about the room change. Jiang Qiui, full of determination, promptly invited a professional designer to their home, intending to transform the guest room into Jiayu's space, while the larger room they currently occupied would become Xue Jiayu's. When the designer arrived, Jiayu hid behind Xue Jiayu, requesting her to convey her desire for a larger wardrobe and desk. Why don't you just tell Uncle Ma directly? Xue Jiayu asked, puzzled, as it seemed a simple matter of speaking up. Yet, with a quivering voice, Jiayu replied, I am afraid. I worry that Mama will think I'm being difficult. All right, I will speak for you. Just don't cry. Xue Jiayu quickly consoled her. For reasons unknown, Xue Jiayu felt that Jiayu rarely cried in front of others, yet she was particularly prone to tears in her presence. "Thank you, sister." When the designer measured the guest room, Xue Jiayu promptly interjected, "Uncle, could you please make a larger wardrobe and desk for my sister?" "Of course," the designer noted, smiling as he praised her. "You truly are a caring sister." "She is my sister, so I must look after her," Xue Jiayu replied. "Mrs. Xue, I will have the blueprints ready before the new year, and we can commence work immediately after the holiday. The scale of the project is manageable, with an estimated completion time of about a month. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Qiui calculated that with the new semester approaching, the workers could be at their home while the children were at school. Perfect timing. "No problem." After experiencing Dr. Jin's situation and Xue Jiayu's comforting words, Jiang Peirong's obsession with curing Zhan Nanqi's autism had lessened. She resolved to let nature take its course, just as Xue Jiayu had suggested. Zhan Nanqi was indeed much improved compared to before. "Nanqi, why not go play with Gu Yuan and Jiayu? The weather is splendid today. Don't you wish to stroll around the community with them?" Zhan Nanqi flipped a page in his book and replied, "No." Jiang Peirong felt this was unacceptable and suddenly had an unprecedented thought, directly snatching the book from his hands. Since his diagnosis, Jiang Peirong had always complied with his wishes. But this was the first time she had said no. After speaking, she anxiously awaited Zhan Nanqi's reaction, fearing he might be displeased. However, Zhan Nanqi merely glanced at Jiang Peirong before silently walking to the entrance to put on his shoes. The cake was small, neatly packed in a 4-inch box, just right for Zhan Nanqi to carry one in each hand. Su Huimei was astonished to see Zhan Nanqi arrive with the cake, exclaiming, "Coming quickly. Jiayu and the others are here too." Upon hearing Zhan Nanqi's voice, Xue Jiayu eagerly dropped her controller. "Brother Nanqi." As Zhan Nanqi removed his shoes, Xue Jiayu directly pulled him to the living room, chattering excitedly. "We are playing a game. Gu Yuan just bought a new game disc. Do you want to play?" "Why would he enjoy such things?" Huan Yu retorted sarcastically. "Isn't he only interested in reading?" Zhan Nanqi ignored her hostility, letting his actions speak louder than words. "How do you play?" "I will teach you." Xue Jiayu explained in detail how to operate the controller. "We are playing Super Mario Bros. It's a 2-player game. Do you want to join me for a round?" "Huh? I still want to play." Gu Yuan frowned. "Then you two can play." Xue Jiayu, unperturbed, handed her controller to Zhan Nanqi. Gu Yuan, draping his arm over Zhan Nanqi's shoulder, remarked, "This is a bit tricky for a beginner. No worries. I will guide you." Zhan Nanqi shrugged off his hand coldly, stating, "Let us begin." Once the game commenced, Gu Yuan attempted to charge ahead and defeat monsters before Zhan Nanqi could, only to be ambushed by a creature that appeared from behind, resulting in a loss within the first 5 minutes. "I made a mistake. Let us restart. I need another try." Xue Jiayu gleefully mocked him. "Didn't you claim to be the gaming king? Is this your level?" Just as Gu Yuan finished speaking, the screen displayed, "Level cleared." He gaped in disbelief. "How do we pass the level?" Of course, it was Brother Nanqi who cleared it. Xue Jiayu jumped up, claiming Gu Yuan's controller. "Brother Nanqi, let us play a round together." Gu Yuan, rubbing his nose, conceded, You play. As the new round began, Xue Jiayu and Zhan Nanqi communicated without words. Yet their cooperation was seamless, one attacking above while the other struck below, clearing the level in just 2 minutes. Gu Yuan watched in astonishment. "Jiayu, why didn't you perform this well when playing with me?" It was evident that the issue lay with the teammate. "I am not weak." Gu Yuan huffed, slamming the table. "You and Nanqi team up? I will team with Huan Yu." "Let's see." Xue Jiayu crossed her arms. "Doesn't that seem a bit unfair?" "Enough. Let the battle commence." Gu Yuan reset the game, and he and Huan Yu started first. Huan Yu was disinterested in the game, resulting in poor performance. Throughout the round, it was only Gu Yuan valiantly battling monsters while she cowered in a corner. Naturally, they lost, and before Gu Yuan could blame her, she complained. "I never intended to play. You insisted on dragging me into it. What is the point of this?" In Chapter 75, Gu Yuan became angry despite her complaints. Huan Yu carelessly threw the game controller onto the ground. The controller, being made of plastic, dented upon impact. Gu Yuan, distressed, picked it up, running his fingers over the dent, and said irritably, "Even if you don't like it, you can't break my things. Do you have any idea how expensive this is? How expensive can it be?" Typically, Xue Jiayu would indulge Huan Yu, which had led to her increasingly spoiled demeanor, causing her to be less courteous even to Gu Yuan, let alone to Zhan Nanqi. Huan Yu puffed out her chest defiantly. "How much? I can have my father compensate you." Upon hearing this, Huan Yu turned to Xue Jiayu, her eyes pleading for help. Sister, what should I do? Please think of a way. Xue Jiayu, feeling helpless, shielded her sister and calmly explained to Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan, Xiaoyu didn't mean it. Could you please forgive her? I can buy you a new one with my pocket money. Seeing Xue Jiayu's sincerity, Gu Yuan's anger diminished significantly. All right. We are friends. I forgive you. Although he verbally forgave her, Gu Yuan was unwilling to lend his controller to Huan Yu again. Huan Yu was relieved by this, nestling into the sofa and refusing to budge, while Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi selected a racing game, preparing for battle. Su Huimei was busy in the kitchen, and Xue Jiayu, noticing this, wanted to pull Huan Yu along to help. Why should we help? Are we truly expected to handle the affairs of adults? Xue Jiayu gestured towards the kitchen. I observed Aunt Su struggling to lift her arms, clearly fatigued. How about we assist her in washing some vegetables? I was reluctant to go. The water was rather chilly. Huan Yu resolutely decided to remain in her spot, and Xue Jiayu did not force the issue, instead walking into the kitchen. Aunt Su, I'm here to help you. Upon seeing her, Su Huimei immediately broke into a radiant smile, her cheeks squishing together. Jiayu, you don't need to help. Go watch some television. They're playing games. I don't wish to participate. Aunt, let me assist you. Xue Jiayu eagerly took the garlic, ginger, and scallions, commencing the peeling process. Wow, your skills are impressive, and your technique is quite adept. Su Huimei lavishly praised her, her admiration rivaling that of the Xue family. Jiayu blushed at the compliment, recalling how Gu Yuancheng became a star, while Su Huimei severed her maternal ties to him due to his various actions. The ending was quite poignant. With that thought, she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Su Huimei, who had just finished washing the vegetables, laughed upon hearing her sigh. Hey, little one, why the long face? Are you troubled? Xue Jiayu quickly shook her head. No, I'm not troubled at all. Just being able to eat Aunt Su's cooking fills me with happiness. How could I be troubled? Oh, you. Su Huimei was delighted by her words, grinning widely. I say, girls are indeed more considerate than boys. Gu Yuan can never utter such sweet words. Xue Jiayu reassured her, but don't worry, Aunt, Gu Yuan will surely achieve great success in the future. He will earn plenty of money for you to spend. He is very filial. Su Huimei laughed heartily at her earnestness. It sounds as if you have witnessed it firsthand. Of course, I have seen it with my own eyes. And how did you see it? Xue Jiayu was momentarily at a loss for words. I saw in my dream. Su Huimei's expression conveyed that she had anticipated this. You just want to say nice things about that boy. These past few days, I've been making him lose weight, and he hasn't been pleased. Filial, indeed. Aunt Su, don't worry about his weight. He will naturally slim down as he grows older. Not only will he slim down, but he will also become immensely popular, a veritable heartthrob. His fans often flood his social media accounts begging him to eat more. Xue Jiayu could not voice this directly and had to imply it. Su Huimei, however, chuckled dismissively. Xue Jiayu found the scene quite amusing and unconsciously moved behind Zhang Nanqi to cheer him on. Brother Nanqi, overtake him on the right. He can't block you on the right. Zhang Nanqi followed her advice and soon left Gu Yuan behind. Gu Yuan, infuriated, flushed red. Xue Jiayu, you are biased. You must not help him. All right, I merely said one thing. Xue Jiayu made a zipping motion across her mouth, but remained behind Zhang Nanqi. Ultimately, Zhang Nanqi emerged victorious. Though he said nothing, the way he set down the controller exuded the aura of a true champion. Gu Yuan tossed aside his controller and made a beeline for Xue Jiayu. It's all your fault. If you hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have one. That is debatable. Brother Nanqi was already ahead of you. He would have one regardless of whether I reminded him. Gu Yuan remained annoyed, punishing Xue Jiayu by making her peel pomegranates for him. Thus, without having soothed one, she had angered another. Xue Jiayu immediately began peeling, but after only a few moments, Gu Yuan shouted for her to stop. Don't peel anymore. I actually don't want to eat. Huan Yu seized the opportunity to speak. I want to eat. Then, I shall continue peeling. Yet Zhang Nanqi suddenly interjected. If you wish to eat, peel it yourself. Xue Jiayu was momentarily taken aback, not immediately comprehending the meaning behind Zhang Nanqi's words, feeling elated by his initiative to speak. However, Huan Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. She believed Zhang Nanqi was intentionally humiliating her. Why else would he remain silent when Gu Yuan had Xue Jiayu peel for him? Yet had much to say when it came to himself. But my sister is willing to peel for me. Right, sister? Yes, I am your sister. and it is only right for me to peel pomegranates for you. It shouldn't be. Zhang Nanqi's words left Xue Jiayu in a quandary, prompting her to divert the conversation. How about we skip the pomegranates and go to our house for some other fruit instead? I want to eat. Sister, aren't you coming with me? With the situation as it was, Xue Jiayu had no choice but to concede. Brother Nanqi, Gu Yuan, Aunt Su, I shall take my leave first. What? You're leaving so soon? Gu Yuan expressed some regret. I still have 2 new games I want to play with you all. Chapter 76. 2 dresses. Once Xue Jiayu departed, Zhang Nanqi followed suit. Upon returning home, as Xue Jiayu had anticipated, Huanyu was once again upset. The moment she stepped inside, she collapsed onto the sofa in tears. Just as Xue Jiayu placed her hand on her shoulder, Huanyu shrugged it off. Sister, she cried, picking up a nearby pillow and hurling it at Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu turned her head. The pillow grazed her shoulder and crashed into a vase in the corner. The vase shattered into countless pieces, with several shards flying towards Xue Jiayu. Huanyu stood frozen in shock. She had not expected the pillow to break the vase. Sister, what should we do? Xue Jiayu was equally bewildered, and before they could react, Su Sujin rushed down from upstairs. My heavens, how did you break the vase? Huanyu stealthily inched behind Xue Jiayu, tugging at her sleeve in a hushed plea. Sister, help me. How could she assist her? Naturally, she would have to take the blame for her. However, Xue Jiayu was unwilling. If you've done something wrong, simply admit it. If I cover for you, what does that make me? An accomplice? Thus, Xue Jiayu remained silent, avoiding Huanyu's gaze and refusing to take the blame. Huanyu, desperate, pinched her several times in secret, causing Xue Jiayu to wince in pain. Seeing the 2 children silent, Su Sujin instinctively pointed at Huanyu, scolding her. Sister, why is everyone gathered here? Xue Wangjun stepped forward and immediately spotted the shattered vase on the floor, his eyes widening in shock. Witnessing Su Sujin's serious demeanor, Xue Jiayu felt a tremor of fear. Clenching her fists, she shouted, It was me who broke it. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui stared at her in astonishment. Little Bao, did you really do it? They found it hard to believe. Their daughter had never been so reckless. Yes. Su Sujin was momentarily speechless, finally responding, Little Bao broke it? Then let it go. What child hasn't broken something? Jiang Qiui chimed in to ease the tension. It's just a vase. ISNT, it's still something for Little Bao in the future? Xue Wangjun exaggeratedly added, Bao, is there anything else you want to break? Daddy just bought a lamp last week. The vase incident was thus swept under the rug. Once the adults dispersed to their own activities, Huanyu quietly thanked Xue Jiayu. After all, she was her biological sister. Li Minxue's face suddenly flashed in her mind. Xue Jiayu gently patted Huanyu's head. This time, sister will help you take the blame, but next time, you must admit your mistakes. Don't be afraid of being scolded by mom and dad. I will help you. MHM. Huanyu believed that Xue Jiayu would surely plead for her, but she doubted that her parents would forgive her as easily as they had Xue Jiayu. Soon, New Year's Eve arrived. Jiang Qiui had prepared new clothes for the 2 children well in advance. 2 identical princess dresses in different colors. Xue Jiayu's was blue, while Huanyu's was pink. She had specifically enlisted the help of a designer friend to craft the designs and had artisans sew them by hand. Knowing that one of the girls was a biological daughter of the Xue family and the other adopted, the designer sought to win Jiang Qiui's favor by adding extra pearls to the blue dress, making it appear even more luxurious. On New Year's Eve, the Xue household was bustling from early in the morning. There were many dishes to prepare for the reunion dinner, and even Jiang Qiui spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen, assisting Su Sujin. She took out 2 exquisite paper bags and handed them to Xue Jiayu and Huanyu, saying, These are the new clothes your mother bought for you. Hurry and change. Huanyu, cradling her new outfit like a treasure, was about to change when she suddenly noticed the pearls adorning Xue Jiyu's dress, and her smile instantly vanished. Sister, why does your dress have pearls while mine does not? Really? Xue Jiyu had not even noticed the pearls. She was indifferent and replied, Perhaps your dress has a different design. It does not. Huanyu suddenly developed a dislike for her new dress, deeming it unattractive, especially compared to Xue Jiyu's. After a careful comparison of the 2 dresses, Xue Jiyu noticed that hers indeed had the added embellishment of pearls. Seeing Huanyu's discontent, she generously offered, Then you should wear mine, and I shall wear yours. Mother would be angry if she found out. Huanyu hesitated, her gaze fixated on the dress in Xue Jiayu's hands. "It's all right. I will tell mother that I wanted to switch," Xue Jiayu said, promptly handing over the blue dress to Ying Huanyu and donning her pink one. "Thank you, sister. I will not be polite then." Once they had changed and descended the stairs, Xue Wangjun, who had just finished placing the couplets at the door, looked at them with delight, exclaiming, "Two little princesses. Sister, let us go show mother." Ying Huanyu tugged at Xue Jiayu, pulling her into the kitchen. Their mother, Jiang Xiui, had just begun to smile upon hearing their voices, but paused for a moment upon seeing their outfits. In her memory, she had given one blue dress and one pink dress. Ying Huanyu immediately showed a timid expression, frequently glancing at Xue Jiayu. "Mother, I want to switch with my sister," Xue Jiayu proactively explained. Jiang Xiui frowned. "Is that so? But when I asked you before, you clearly stated that you wanted the blue dress." Xue Jiayu scratched her head. "I did want the blue one, but Xiaoyu also wanted it." What if I told her? She had initially intended to protest, but seeing Xue Jiayu considering Huanyu's feelings, she did not wish to put her in a difficult position. Ying Huanyu, unwilling to switch, subtly tugged on Xue Jiayu's thumb. "Mother," Xue Jiayu wanted to say more, but Jiang Xiui urged them to go outside. "The kitchen is filled with smoke. You should change your clothes outside so as not to get them dirty." "Oh," Xue Jiayu said, leading the dejected Ying Huanyu out of the kitchen, gently patting her shoulder. "Actually, the pink one looks lovely too. If you like it, I can give you the blue one tomorrow. That way you will have two dresses." She wanted to make their mother happy on this New Year's Eve. Ying Huanyu, sulking, released her grip and spoke stiffly. "No need. Your dress is pearls, and I am afraid to wear it. I fear I might ruin it." "Xiaoyu." Despite Xue Jiayu's persistent knocking, Ying Huanyu refused to open the door. Reluctantly, Xue Jiayu donned the blue dress first, and after much coaxing, Ying Huanyu finally opened the door, albeit begrudgingly. Had it not been nearing dinner time, Ying Huanyu would have delayed further. She wanted Xue Jiayu to coax her a little longer so that Xue Jiayu would feel guilty. When Xue Jiayu appeared downstairs in her custom-made princess dress, Jiang Xiui's eyes brightened. "Little Bao, you look stunning in that dress. Mother has great taste." Xue Jiayu affectionately rubbed her cheek against Jiang Xiui's. The closeness between mother and daughter made Xue Wangjun exceedingly jealous. "It is indeed better to be a mother," he thought. Xue Jiayu then hugged Xue Wangjun around the neck and planted a big kiss on his cheek. "I'm good with daddy too." All right. You are the best." Xue Wangjun, a typical doting father, immediately scooped up both Xue Jiayu and Jiang Xiui. "You two are the most important people in my life." Su Sujin feigned anger. "Having a wife and children. You forget your mother." "Of course not," Xue Wangjun quickly amended. "You're the person I respect the most." Xue Jiayu clung to Su Sujin's arm. "Grandma, I'm daddy's most important person, and you are my most important person." This statement delighted Su Sujin immensely as she cupped Xue Jiayu's small face and stroked it. "Our little Bao is the best." The familial warmth made Ying Huanyu feel out of place. She longed to be like Xue Jiayu, freely expressing affection towards Xue Wangjun and Jiang Xiui. But she felt unable to do so. The emotional distance, due to their different bloodlines, left only politeness between them. Ying Huanyu silently lowered her head and volunteered. "I will go fetch the utensils." She then hurriedly escaped the cozy atmosphere of the living room, straining to reach for the chopsticks. She unexpectedly caught sight of a face behind the kitchen window. Startled, Ying Huanyu fell to the ground, momentarily believing she had encountered a ghost on New Year's Eve. However, when she stood up and looked again, she froze. It was Li Minxue, the woman who claimed to be her mother. Li Minxue exhaled onto the window, writing Happy New Year with her breath. Ying Huanyu's eyes immediately turned red. The figure outside reached out to her, seemingly asking if she wished to join her. She shook her head decisively. Although she felt out of place in the Xue family, she had no desire to follow Li Minxue into a life of poverty. Regardless, living with the Xue family provided her with warmth and sustenance, as well as the opportunity to attend an international school. What could she achieve by following Li Minxue? Li Minxue appeared disappointed, but understood that this was her daughter's best path. Reluctantly, she turned and walked into the night. Xue Jiayu was the first to realize Ying Huanyu was missing and quickly called out, "Xiaoyu, where are you?" "I am in the kitchen." Ying Huanyu quickly composed herself, clutching the chopstick holder and exiting the kitchen. "Can we start eating? I'm so hungry." She swept away the earlier melancholy in the kitchen. Seeing this, Xue Jiayu also exclaimed that she was hungry, and the family promptly sat down to dinner. Tonight's New Year's Eve feast was prepared by Grandma. Let's raise our glasses to thank Grandma first. Jiang Qiui lifted her goblet, and Xue Wangjun hurriedly followed suit. The two children held up their cups of cola, while Su Suzhen shyly lowered her head and smiled. Oh, it is nothing. I make it every year, don't I? As long as you all enjoy it. Xue Jiayu knew what Su Suzhen liked to hear and quickly said, We love it. We enjoy it immensely. Grandma's cooking gets better every year. This was no mere flattery. Su Suzhen's dishes had adapted to Xue Jiyu's tastes, ensuring that every meal was to her liking. Truly, my little treasure knows how to make me happy. Su Suzhen affectionately patted her precious granddaughter's small hand and conveniently took out a red envelope. Here, little Bao, this is your New Year's money from Grandma. I wish you a safe and prosperous New Year. Thank you, Grandma. Xue Jiayu joyfully accepted it, and, noticing Su Suzhen's lack of action, quickly raised her eyebrows and winked, hinting that she should give one to Ying Huanyu as well. Su Suzhen had naturally prepared a share for Ying Huanyu. Although she was not fond of Ying Huanyu, she recognized that she was still a child, and it was New Year's. Huanyu, Grandma has a red envelope for you too. Su Suzhen placed the envelope in front of Ying Huanyu, who happily accepted it. Thank you, Grandma. Xue Jiayu was concerned that Ying Huanyu might feel upset by the differing treatment from Grandma, but fortunately, she did not. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui served drinks to both children simultaneously, handing them red envelopes of equal thickness with identical blessings. Your father and mother wish you both health, peace, and that all your wishes come true in the new year. Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu held hands and bowed to them, clearly articulating, wishing father, mother, and grandma, all your wishes come true, good health and abundant wealth. This was the blessing Xue Jiayu had thought of, having practiced it several times just before. The three adults laughed heartily. Let us eat, let us eat. The atmosphere at the Xue family was lively, and the Zhan family was equally vibrant. The entire Zhan clan congregated in the city, gathering at Zhan Aoxiang's villa for the New Year celebration. Fortunately, the Zhan villa was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people both inside and outside. Zhan Aoxiang, along with his numerous cousins, engaged in tea and conversation, while Jiang Peirong, as the hostess, busied herself with a group of women and maids, and the children all flocked to Zhan Nanqi's room. As soon as Zhan Nanqi's eldest cousin entered the room, he exclaimed, Wow, this is the latest model of an aircraft. I have pleaded with my father for quite some time, yet he has refused to purchase it for me. Chapter 78, Adopting a Child. Zhan Yang is the son of Zhan Aoxiang's cousin, belonging to the collateral branch of the Zhan family. However, due to the scarcity of offspring in this generation, the family dotes on their children excessively. As the only child in his family, Zhan Yang often hears adults speak dismissively of Zhan Nanqi, who suffers from autism and is deemed unfit. Consequently, he looks down upon Zhan Nanqi, believing that the future of the Zhan family will rest upon his shoulders. Cousin, with so many toys, why not give me this model? He declared with a commanding tone, showing no sign of seeking permission. As he spoke, he was already grasping the aircraft model, attempting to stuff it into his bag. Surprisingly, his usually taciturn cousin flatly refused, his words resolute and unyielding. No, cousin, why are you so stingy? Zhan Nanqi was fiddling with a model of gravity and ignored him. Zhan Yang, feeling slighted yet unwilling to concede, secretly resolved to remember this incident. It's just a trivial model. If Zhan Nanqi wants to let me play with it, then no one shall. Accompanied by a group of little ones, Zhan Yang intentionally isolated Zhan Nanqi, playing hide-and-seek in the Zhan family courtyard, deliberately omitting his name from their calls. Jiang Peirong, carrying the prepared dishes to the table, noticed the children frolicking in the breeze and promptly invited them inside. Why isn't Nanqi playing with you? In the presence of adults, Zhan Yang skillfully feigned innocence. Aunt, we invited cousin to join us, but he declined, perhaps thinking we are too young. Jiang Peirong, not suspecting any deceit, affectionately patted Zhan Yang's head. Then you all can play inside. It's too cold outside. We won't play anymore, Aunt. I can help you with some chores. Zhan Yang urged the other children to play while he sidled up to Jiang Peirong, expressing his concern for her well-being. Even at a young age, he articulated his thoughts with remarkable eloquence, leaving Jiang Peirong beaming with joy. Minhua, you've taught Zhan Yang so well. He is both polite and well-behaved. Zhan Yang's mother, Su Minhua, looked over in surprise at her son's demeanor, for at home, he was often a mischievous rascal. Not only was he reluctant to assist, but he also complained at having to walk an extra few steps. Nevertheless, to uphold his reputation in front of outsiders, So Minhua nadie de provingli. Yang Yang is very respectful to his elders. He often tells us how hard you and Uncle Jean work to care for cousin Nanqi. If he were aunt child, he would surely be filial. As Su Minhua spoke, she discreetly observed Jiang Pei Rong's expression. The Zhan family's direct lineage consisted solely of Zhan Nanqi, who, due to his autism, was unable to shoulder the family responsibilities. Rumors circulated that Zhan Ao Xiang and his wife intended to adopt a child from the collateral line as a successor, prompting Su Minhua to consider Zhan Yang for this role, although it pained her to part with her son. The prospect of Zhan Yang inheriting the family business and the astronomical profits it could yield was too enticing to ignore. Thus, they resolved to make Zhan Yang appealing to Jiang Pei Rong and Zhan Ao Xiang. Jiang Pei Rong, touched, wiped her eyes and said, "Good child, especially good. Aunt loves you very much." Hearing this, Su Minhua felt a flicker of hope regarding the adoption. Just then, others emerged from the kitchen with bowls of rice and dishes, leaving only the three of them in the kitchen. Su Minhua quickly leaned closer to Jiang Pei Rong and whispered, "I heard you took Nanqi for treatment. What did the doctor say?" Upon mentioning this, Jiang Pei Rong's expression soured, revealing her irritation. "We encountered a quack." Su Minhua was even more incensed. "What? That's outrageous. Such a person must be imprisoned." Jiang Pei Rong sighed, uncertain when Nanqi's condition might improve. Su Minhua pulled Jiang Pei Rong to a corner, instructing Zhan Yang to watch the kitchen door and call them if anyone approached. "What is wrong? Why the secrecy?" Jiang Pei Rong smiled. "Are you borrowing money?" "Of course not. So Minhua fei nit concern. Aunt, you and uncle have worked hard your entire lives, all for Nanqi, but if his condition never improves, what will happen to you in your old age?" "This is something we haven't considered," Jiang Pei Rong replied, her expression shifting slightly, though she remained unsuspecting, believing Su Minhua was merely looking out for her. "Have you not considered the possibility that Nanqi's condition may never improve? You must make plans early. Waiting until old age to select a successor could lead to disaster. It would be wiser to cultivate one now." Su Minhua spoke with utmost seriousness, as if genuinely concerned for her future. Jiang Pei Rong began to discern an underlying motive, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. "What do you think we should do? Now is the time to adopt a child for training. This way, when they grow up, they can care for Nanqi and support you in your old age." What a wonderful arrangement. Su Minhua was almost convinced by her own persuasive ability. If Jiang Pei Rong could not comprehend this, she would indeed be ungrateful. Jiang Pei Rong's lips curled into a cold smile. "And who do you think we should adopt?" "Someone promising." Su Minhua licked her lips, feigning sincerity. "Of course, it should be an obedient and filial child, like our Zhan Yang." Her ambition was evident on her face, yet Jiang Pei Rong chose not to expose her intentions, finding the situation amusing. "Is that so? But if we were to adopt him, what would you and your cousin do? He is your only child, is he not?" "Su Minhua Saith, we could part with him. We cannot watch you and your cousin remain without hope." Her words were flattering, yet Jiang Pei Rong's demeanor shifted sharply. "So you are willing to sacrifice your only child for this?" Su Minhua felt exposed. "Aunt, please let me explain." Jiang Pei Rong contemplated expressing her anger, but restrained herself upon hearing the men outside chatting over tea. "I do not wish to lose my temper on this festive occasion. You would do well to abandon this line of thought. Dare to utter a word regarding adoption, and you shall never set foot in my home again." With that, Jiang Pei Rong swiftly exited the kitchen, leaving Su Minhua trembling in solitude. Zhan Yang greeted Jiang Pei Rong, but she ignored him, causing him to feel puzzled. He approached his mother, inquiring why Aunt was unresponsive. "Your aunt has said she does not want you." Su Minhua's heart sank, and her gaze towards her son reflected despair. To her surprise, Zhan Yang was not comforted, but rather incensed. "It's all your fault for angering Aunt." Chapter 79. Jiang Pei Rong's Fury. Jiang Pei Rong retreated to the restroom to tidy her appearance and composure. As a refined young lady, she could expertly maintain her expression, concealing her fury from all but her husband. Zhan Ao Xiang engaged in discussions about the Zhan family's investment direction for the upcoming year. Noticed Jiang Pei Rong exiting the kitchen with a serious demeanor. By the time she emerged from the restroom, her expression had returned to normal, yet he could still sense her discontent and immediately abandoned his conversation to seek her out. He led Jiang Pei Rong to their master bedroom, closing the door gently as he inquired with tenderness, "What troubles you?" Jiang Pei Rong leaned against his shoulder, reluctant to share the scheming thoughts of her sister-in-law, and instead asked a singular question. Darling, if Nanqi cannot be cured, let us not have any other children, please? Neither through adoption nor having another of our own. Zhang Xiang was taken aback, clearly unprepared for her sudden declaration, but instinctively agreed. Of course, whatever you say goes. I am serious, Jiang Pei Rong insisted. If you wish for more children, I will divorce you. Now, let us not escalate to divorce. Zhang Xiang tightened his embrace. I could never bear to part with you. Nanqi will be our only child. Only then did Jiang Pei Rong's spirits truly lift. Unbeknownst to them, a small figure was eavesdropping outside. Zhang Yang pressed his ear against the door, faintly catching snippets of their conversation. Realizing he had no hope of inheriting the Zhang family legacy, he attributed all his grievances to Zhang Nanqi. An autistic child daring to monopolize everything? How unjust. Zhang Yang seized the opportunity while Zhang Nanqi was in the study to sneak into his room. After soothing Jiang Pei Rong, the New Year's Eve dinner was just finishing and someone came to call them to eat. Upon seeing Su Minghua and Zhang Yang once again, Jiang Pei Rong felt quite pleased and refrained from showing them any displeasure, although she also dismissed them with indifference. Conversely, Zhang Yang greeted each uncle-aunt, an elder with charming politeness, instantly establishing his image as a well-mannered child. Yang is truly well-behaved. Among these children, he is the most exemplary, showing no signs of mischief. It is said that one can gauge a child's future at 3 and their character at 7. I believe Yang will be the most successful of this generation. Zhang Yang's parents beamed with pride, while Jiang Pei Rong remained silent, not even offering a glance. Once they had finished praising Zhang Yang, they remembered Zhang Nanqi and hurriedly asked, "Where's Nanqi? Call him down to eat with us." Jiang Pei Rong, unwilling to let Zhang Nanqi mingle with such influential figures, smiled and explained, "Nanqi is still tinkering with something in his room. I prepared his favorite dishes. He is happier and more comfortable up there. You spoil this child too much. How can there be a New Year's Eve dinner without sitting with his parents?" Jiang Pei Rong maintained her smile, replying, "That's just how we are. Is there a problem with that?" No one dared to voice an opinion, for it was well known that while Zhang Xiang appeared to hold power in the Zhang family, it was Jiang Pei Rong who truly wielded it. Since there was no issue, they continued their meal, celebrating the auspicious occasion. Implicitly, she warned them not to provoke her, lest they suffer the consequences. Just as everyone was about to dig in, the sound of footsteps announced Zhang Nanqi descending the stairs. He held a broken model airplane, its wings in tatters, with the body barely retaining its form. "Nanqi, what happened to your model?" Jiang Pei Rong immediately sensed something was amiss. It appeared to have been deliberately damaged. The shape of the broken wings suggested they had been forcibly snapped. Zhang Nanqi coldly scrutinized everyone at the table, young and old alike. Recognizing his anger, Jiang Pei Rong swiftly sought to defend her son, who broke Nanqi's model. Apologized to him at once. Zhang Yang's eyes flickered, but being among the crowd, he went unnoticed by Jiang Pei Rong at first. Others attempted to defuse the situation, saying, "It's just a model. What's important is the New Year's Eve dinner. I could buy Nanqi another one tomorrow. Let go." "No." Zhang Nanqi glared icily at the group of children. "It was you. It wasn't me." They all hurriedly denied it, with Zhang Yang echoing, "Not me. I didn't do it." Jiang Pei Rong also felt it unlikely that these children were responsible. "Nanqi, could it be that it wasn't your brother who did this? They're the only ones who have been in my room to see the model." Zhang Nanqi seemed to have an epiphany, navigating through the crowd to confront Zhang Yang. "It was you." Zhang Yang struggled a bit, but could not shake off his grip, ultimately shouting, "Mom, help me." Su Minghua, seeing her precious son being held captive, grew anxious. "Nanqi, let him go. He is your cousin. How can you suspect him?" Zhang Yang forcefully pulled his hand away from Zhang Nanqi's grasp, glaring reproachfully at him. Jiang Pei Rong also shielded her son, directly ushering that pair of mother and daughter out of the dining room. "Nanqi wouldn't suspect someone without reason. You should consider why Zhang Yang is being suspected," a child quietly interjected, "because brother Zhang Yang wanted to play with Nanqi's model. But Nanqi wouldn't let him." Jiang Pei Rong smirked. "Is it necessary to destroy something just because one cannot have it? How petty." Su Minghua clenched her teeth. "I firmly believe my son would never do such a thing. Where is your evidence?" "No evidence is needed. Whatever my son says is the truth," Jiang Pei Rong asserted, gripping Zhang Nanqi's shoulder, standing beside him. Seeing this, Su Minghua also stood with Zhan Yang. The tension palpable, ready to erupt. I said my son didn't he do it? What you say does not count. The wrongdoer is not you. Jiang Pei Rong fixed her gaze on Zhan Yang. Zhan Yang, tell the truth. Did you break this model? Zhan Yang trembled in fear, unable to deny nor admit it. Son, speak up. Quickly say it wasn't you. Su Minghua pushed Zhan Yang's shoulder repeatedly, which only heightened his guilt. This is a de facto admission. Others observed Zhan Yang's expression, their gazes towards Su Minghua growing complex. Feeling embarrassed, Su Minghua abandoned the New Year's Eve dinner customs and pulled Zhan Yang away. Zhan Yang's father, feeling humiliated, followed suit, taking his wife's forgotten bag as they left. Jiang Pei Rong crouched down to Zhan Nanqi's level, holding his shoulders. Son, I want to commend you. Zhan Nanqi displayed a look of surprise, as if questioning the reason. A vivid expression Jiang Pei Rong had not seen in a long time. Her mood instantly brightened. Because you are now able to express your unhappiness, which you couldn't do before. I didn't know whether you were happy or not, but now I can understand your emotions, and that brings me great comfort. Chapter 80. Do you know Zhan Yang? Zhan Nanqi said nothing and turned to ascend the stairs. However, before leaving, he cast a deep glance at Jiang Pei Rong, which filled her with encouragement. Although her son had remained silent, his eyes conveyed his feelings. After Zhan Yang's family departed, the atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. But Zhan Xiang, as the head of the Zhan family, was not to be dismissed lightly. Soon, they began to toast him again. The meal proceeded relatively harmoniously. Zhan Xiang generously prepared red envelopes for each child, displaying great extravagance. A group of relatives also prepared red envelopes for Zhan Nanqi, all of which Jiang Pei Rong graciously accepted. Thank you all for your kind intentions on behalf of Nanqi. Let's wish for his swift recovery. After some pleasantries, the relatives departed, helping Jiang Pei Rong clean up the dishes before leaving. Zhan Xiang, feeling sympathetic toward his wife, voluntarily took on the task of mopping the floor. That works. You mop, and I will rest. Jiang Pei Rong collapsed on the sofa, shedding her earlier graceful and intellectual hostess demeanor. Zhan Xiang found it quite endearing, only to discover she was putting on her shoes. Where are you going? Jiang Pei Rong waved a red envelope. I'm off to give Jiayu and the others their New Year's money. Zhan Xiang was both amused and exasperated. They will surely come to wish you a happy New Year tomorrow. We can give it all then. Since I have some free time, I might as well join in the festivities elsewhere. With that, Jiang Pei Rong slammed the door shut, leaving Zhan Xiang in a state of amusement. She first visited the Gu family, delivering a red envelope to Gu Yuan. Thank you, Auntie. May you remain youthful and forever 18. Jiang Pei Rong couldn't help but smile broadly. Oh, Xiao Yuan, you are quite eloquent this year. Gu Yuan felt a surge of pride, thinking to himself, of course, I practiced for quite a while to successfully ask for my New Year's money. After chatting with Su Huimei for a while, Jiang Pei Rong proceeded to the Xue family. Xue Wangjun ushered Su Suzhen and Jiang Xiu Yi onto the sofa. You two watch television. Don't worry about the chores. Leave that to me. While Jiang Xiu Yi was quite pleased with the leisure, Su Suzhen was reluctant to see her precious son working. Come on, what can a man do? You two go watch TV. Leave it to me. Mom, what era are we living in? Let him work. We can snack on seeds while watching TV. The ones I bought today are delicious. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. And without needing to look, Jiang Xiu Yi knew it was Jiang Pei Rong. Upon opening the door, she was greeted with 2 large red envelopes thrown her way. These are for you. May you both excel in your studies and have your wishes come true. Yinghuan reached out to take them, only to be stopped by Xue Jiayu. Xue Jiayu, displaying remarkable politeness, bent slightly and formally wished Jiang Pei Rong a happy new year. I also wish Annie Jiang longevity and blessings. Little Jiayu is so well-behaved. Jiang Pei Rong affectionately patted Xue Jiayu's cheek, praising her attire as that of a little princess. Thank you, Aunt Jiang. Yinghuan pouted, and Jiang Pei Rong quickly added, you look like a little princess, too. If the compliment was merely an afterthought, Yinghuan did not want it. She snatched the red envelope and dashed into the living room. Xue Jiayu looked apologetically at Jiang Pei Rong. Annie, she is somewhat upset today because of the skirt incident. Please do not be angry. Of course not, Jiang Qiui replied. Noticing her troubled demeanor, she led Jiang Pei Rong to the backyard for a chat. Jiang Pei Rong recounted the events of the evening, her eyes welling up as she spoke of Su Minghua's belief that Zhang Nanqi would never recover. So what if Nanqi is never cured? The Zhang family is not lacking in resources to care for him. Why should they be anxious? Jiang Qiui quickly handed her a tissue. This is a windy spot. Why are you crying? Be careful not to catch a cold. They would be most pleased if I fell ill. They are already coveting the Zhang family's wealth. Jiang Perong turned her back to the wind and sighed deeply. Qiui, what pains me most is that they are relatives yet do not wish us well. You are better than them. What you say is true. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Jiang Qiui reassured Jiang Perong for quite a while. San Yang? Is he Nanqi's cousin? Jiang Perong was taken aback. How do you know? Xue Jiayu was astonished. How could she not know? Later, when Nanqi's autism worsened to the point of affecting his daily life, Zhang Yang exploited his condition to create public opinion, taking away everything that belonged to Zhang Nanqi. Jiang Qiui was also startled. How does Xiao Bao know this so well? I heard Nanqi mention he has a cousin. Although Jiang Perong found it strange, she thought little of it. Really? Nanqi would tell you this? Zhang Yang has truly hurt me. He calls me aunt but is preparing to be my stepson. I have only one child, Nanqi, and I will never raise another. Jiayu, have you met him? Jiang Perong wiped her tears and felt the chill, tightening her cloak. I haven't met him. Then how do you know he is not a good person? After all, Zhang Yang is still a child. Jiang Perong would not hold him accountable for any wrongdoing, attributing it instead to his parents. Because I can tell from Nanqi's description that he is not a good person. In any case, Aunt Jiang, keep your distance from their family. They're the least likely to wish your family well among all your relatives. Jiang Perong grew increasingly curious. Jiayu, how do you seem to know so much about our family relations? I don't know much, just a few things that Nanqi has mentioned. Xue Jiayu replied with a dry laugh, regretting her loose tongue. To prevent Jiang Perong from pursuing the matter further, Jiang Qiui promptly sent her to find Zhang Nanqi to play. Nanqi is home alone. Dad bought fireworks. Go invite him to play. Great, Xue Jiayu exclaimed, rushing out the door without even putting on her coat, heading straight for the Zhang residence. Zhang Nanqi was busy repairing a model, engrossed in figuring out how to assemble the wings when a gust of wind burst into his room. Nanqi Gij. Zhang Nanqi replied, not lifting his head. Xue Jiayu snatched the item from his hands. Come play with me. My dad bought fireworks. But Zhang Nanqi showed no interest. He was more focused on fixing the airplane. I'm not going. You must come. Xue Jiayu threatened, pretending to eat the wing. If you don't come with me, I'll eat it. Zhang Nanqi looked at her helplessly, realizing she was serious, and finally stood up. All right, that is more like it. It would have been better if you had come with me sooner. Chapter 81. Setting off fireworks. Zhang Nanqi was also dressed in new clothes, a red checkered jacket. Standing next to Xue Jiayu, they resembled a prince and princess from a fairy tale, stunning Zhang Aoxiang as they descended the stairs, whose fairy tale book was left open. How did two little sprites land in my house? Zhang Nanqi ignored his dry humor, while Xue Jiayu forced a smile. Ha ha ha, Uncle Zhang. I'm taking Nanqi Gij to my house to set off fireworks. Good, go ahead, Zhang Aoxiang replied eagerly, hoping Zhang Nanqi would spend more time playing with friends. On their way, they also called upon Gu Yuan, who was happily gnawing on a pig trotter. Su Huimei saw them and handed each a generous red envelope. This is your lucky money from Annie. Keep it well. The envelopes featured an adorable tiger design. Xue Jiayu presented her envelope to Su Huimei, wishing her a happy new year. Seeing Zhang Nanqi not following her lead, she gently patted his back. Nanqi Gij, hurry and wish Aunt Su a happy new year. Say it with me, happy new year. Happy new year. Zhang Nanqi mechanically echoed her words, but Su Huimei was already delighted. So obedient. Gu Yuan, stop eating and go play with them. No, I want to munch on another. Gu Yuan protested, stuffing more pig trotter and drink into his mouth. Typically, Su Huimei limited his consumption of pig trotters to once a week to manage his weight, but the meat-loving Gu Yuan seized the opportunity to indulge. Just moments ago, Su Huimei had been gentle with Xue Jiayu and Zhang Nanqi, but now her expression turned stern. Gu Yuan, have a look at your weight before you eat again. Or do you want to eat only vegetables during the new year? Gu Yuan immediately discarded the pig trotter, hastily swallowing the meat in his mouth, and reluctantly wiped his lips. I got it. I'll go. He donned his scarf and gloves and joined them outside. The community was adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. As they passed the security booth, Xue Jiayu took the initiative to wish the guard a happy new year. The guard, holding an iron box filled with dumplings from home. was momentarily taken aback by the greeting. In New Year's happy, he stammered, surprised that someone would wish him well. And the resentment of working on New Year's Eve dissipated instantly. Before long, they arrived home. Xue Wangjun had already set up the fireworks, waiting for them with Huanyu. Dad, Xue Jiayu called out cheerfully, brightening Xue Wangjun's day. Is it time to set them off now? Yes, Xue Wangjun exclaimed. Opening the box of fireworks with nostalgia, fireworks are becoming more and more beautiful. When I was young, we only had firecrackers to play with. Where are firecrackers? Xue Jiayu inquired. Xue Wangjun gestured to illustrate the size. They ignited easily, smelled bad, and lacked the variety we have now. But I loved playing with them as a child. Oh, Xue Wangjun pulled out a lighter and prepared to ignite the fireworks, urging the children to step back. Don't get burned. Quickly move onto the eaves. Gu Yuan, valuing his safety the most, was the first to dash indoors. Huanyu wanted to take Xue Jiyu's hand, but noticed she was holding on to Zhang Nanqi. Remembering this, she stepped back, creating distance. Xiaoyu, come here, Xue Jiayu called. But Huanyu ignored her. No need. I'll watch from here. All right. Xue Jiayu, trusting, didn't he think twice. Just then, Xue Wangjun lit the fireworks. As they soared into the sky, they burst into a dazzling display, and Xue Jiayu watched in awe. The technology for fireworks had matured significantly. Once they reached the sky, they scattered and formed the words Happy New Year. Gu Yuan exclaimed, they can even change into words? That's amazing. Of course. These are the ones my dad bought. Xue Jiayu replied, which filled Xue Wangjun with pride as he immediately lit the second firework. The second firework soared and transformed into the shape of a dragon, leaving Gu Yuan and Huanyu speechless. Xue Jiayu had seen many fireworks before. It was not as stunning as the previous one. While Zhang Nanqi showed little interest in the spectacle, with his hands in his pockets, he gazed slightly upwards at the sky. Though still young, his features were already quite defined, and Xue Jiayu could only see his prominent nose from the side. Nanqi Gij, don't you like fireworks? I don't dislike them. Then why don't you show any expression? Xue Jiayu pouted. I thought you were upset. I'm not. Then smile. Zhang Nanqi tugged at the corners of his mouth, and Xue Jiayu couldn't help but laugh at his earnest attempt to move his facial muscles. Although Huanyu was focused on the fireworks, her thoughts were with Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu. She perked up her ears, eager to catch a glimpse of their conversation, only to find that their voices were drowned out by the resounding fireworks. Not a single word reached her. What are you laughing at? Zhang Nanqi furrowed his brow slightly. It's nothing, Brother Nanqi. Happy New Year. Xue Jiayu smiled, revealing a small dimple at the corner of her mouth, softening Zhang Nanqi's heart. Happy New Year, Brother Nanqi. I have a New Year wish that I would like you to help me fulfill. Zhang Nanqi nodded and replied, I hope your autism can be cured. I know you can be healed. You just do not wish to. With Aunt Jiang gone, the root of Zhang Nanqi's ailment had diminished significantly. If he remained unwell, it could only be because he did not wish to recover. Though Xue Jiayu did not articulate it directly, Zhang Nanqi understood her meaning. Brother Nanqi, will you make my wish come true? Xue Jiayu gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Yes, Zhang Nanqi answered in his heart. As the last firework faded away, a gentle sense of loss washed over them. Huanyu, don't you think we've seen enough? Dad, are there any more fireworks? No, I spent thousands on these. Xue Wangjun replied, surprised at how quickly they had been consumed. That blasted firework vendor told me they would last for 2 hours. He looked at Xue Jiayu with a tinge of guilt. If you still want to watch, Daddy will buy more tomorrow. That's fine. We've seen plenty today, Xue Jiayu said, bouncing up the steps. It's so cold, let's go inside. Upon entering, the rich aroma of wine filled the air. Jiang Qiui and Jiang Peirong emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls of sweet rice balls, inviting the children to partake. Quick, eat while it's hot. We must have sweet rice balls for a family reunion on New Year's. Jiang Peirong, having vented her frustrations with Jiang Qiui, felt much better now, and as she looked at Zhang Nanqi, she felt a wave of sentimentality. As long as their family remained together, she could disregard what others said. Nanqi would continue to improve, and they would all thrive. Chapter 82. Returning home to remember the deceased Huanyu. Stay at home while Grandma and I go up the mountain. Don't run around. Be careful at home. Xue Wangjun hastily instructed before departing, and Huanyu responded with a series of affirmations, showing her impatience only after they had left. Li Minxue's words often lingered in Huanyu's mind, and even if she wished to forget, it proved difficult to escape. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ying Huanyu dragged her feet to open the door, her spine stiffening upon recognizing the person outside. It was Li Minxue. Xiaoyu, Mommy finally sees you again. Li Minxue lovingly caressed her precious daughter's face, but Ying Huanyu stepped back repeatedly, disdainfully regarding her. Don't come near me. Who are you? Haven't I told you? I am your mother. Li Minxue slipped into the Xue household, closing the door behind her. I specifically waited for Xue Wangjun and the old lady to leave before coming. Isn't Mommy clever? You are not my mother, Ying Huanyu stated firmly. My mother is Jiang Xioi. I've already told you once, and can say it again. Humph. Li Minxue seethed with hatred for Jiang Xioi, thinking her unworthy of being called a mother. And you think you are? Ying Huanyu could not help but retort. Li Minxue was momentarily taken aback by the question, but could not refute it, resorting to repeatedly asking what gift she wanted. I already have a New Year gift. I have a new princess dress. How wonderful. Mommy wants to see you in your princess dress. Li Minxue fell into a fantasy, having not seen what Ying Huanyu wore on New Year's Eve due to the darkness. Ying Huanyu was constantly worried that Xue Wangjun might return unexpectedly, urging Li Minxue to leave. Does it hurt? Li Minxue lauga maniacali. How much can it hurt? You're not even their biological child. But it still hurts. Ying Huanyu pushed Li Minxue towards the door. Suddenly, Li Minxue pressed her hand against Ying Huanyu's head. Mommy has already thought of a New Year gift for you. What gift? Ying Huanyu immediately regretted asking, as it seemed to imply her interest. After Xue Wangjun's success, he had renovated Xue Laodi's grave, initially planning to do so again in the following years. However, Su Suzhen warned him that a well-maintained grave could attract tomb raiders, leading Xue Wangjun to abandon the idea. Dad, it's been 6 months since I last visited you. How have you been? Jiayu is now in elementary school. She was supposed to attend kindergarten, but she worked hard and skipped a grade. Since Jiayu arrived, my relationship with Qiui has improved and my business is flourishing. Don't you think Jiayu is a treasure bestowed upon me by heaven? Dad, Jiayu is still young and delicate. I will bring her to see you when she is a bit older. Before Su Suzhen finished her words, she quickly stopped Xue Wangjun from using the shovel to move the ashes. You cannot say such things now. If a little ghost who understands overhears, they might take her away, and we would have nowhere to cry. Su Suzhen spoke with such conviction that Xue Wangjun could only smile helplessly. Mom, we are the realm of science, he said, helping Su Suzhen descend a mountain. I don't know about science or superstition. All I know is that you cannot say such things here. Xue Jiayu was the apple of Su Suzhen's eye, and she must prevent anything harmful to her granddaughter. Huanyu, did someone come to the house earlier? No, Ying Huanyu replied, nervously sitting on the sofa, displaying an innocent smile. I was at home the entire time. I didn't even notice anyone came. But the door is ajar. Xue Wangjun frowned, questioning whether he had forgotten to close it when he left. Yet he distinctly remembered checking. Su Suzhen observed all of this, realizing they were not family. No matter how they raised her, it would not lead to affection. Li Minxue's home was eerily quiet, and despite Su Suzhen knocking for a long time, no one answered. The commotion had drawn the neighbors out. What's going on? Is it bad luck to visit on the second day of the new year? An elderly man, bundled in a coat, emerged and upon seeing Su Suzhen, immediately adopted a sarcastic tone. No, I don't know. No one is watching her house. The villagers scrutinized Su Suzhen, quickly grasping her intentions. No, I didn't say I wouldn't raise her, Su Suzhen hurriedly clarified. It's just a different way of raising her. You wouldn't understand. The villagers scoffed, and one loudly proclaimed, I don't understand. I only know that you agreed to take care of Minxue's child. Now you are backing out halfway, intending to let the child fend for herself? You have no sense of responsibility. She is not even our child. We already have children. Why would we want to raise another? Besides, you all witnessed the circumstances. They wouldn't let us leave without taking care of her. Su Suzhen's pent-up frustrations erupted as she pointed at the onlookers. Aren't you all gossiping behind our backs? Saying our family is wealthy? No matter how rich we are, it is all earned through our hard work. We haven't stolen anything. Why does our prosperity bother you? The villagers were left speechless, unable to hold their heads high, and those who dared to meet her gaze quickly averted their eyes. Chapter 83. The Villagers' Sarcasm. Mom, Xue Wangjun, hearing the commotion, hurriedly came out to pull Su Suzhen away. With no other option, Xue Wangjun turned around, only to find Huanyu looking at him with tear-filled eyes. Daddy, are you going to send me away? No. Xue Wangjun reluctantly handed the car keys to Ying Huanyu, instructing her to wait in the car. Huanyu sobbed as she got into the vehicle, feeling an intense hatred towards both Li Minxue and Xue Jiayu. Why bring her into the world if they couldn't take care for her? It left her vulnerable to ridicule. Xue Wangjun exerted all his strength to get Xue Jiayu into the car. All right, Mom, just say a little less. I haven't finished scolding them yet. For years they have slandered us behind our backs, and now I can only say a few words, and it's unbearable? They are truly meddling. On the way, Xue Jiayu continued to complain, alternately criticizing the villagers' cold-heartedness and Li Minxue's irresponsibility in bringing a child into the world without raising her. Mom, keep your voice down. The child is still here. Xue Wangjun glanced at Huanyu in the rearview mirror, seeing her small form curled up, and felt a surge of pity for her. Xue Jiayu snorted, expressing that given how little relation they had, it was quite enough that they had cared for her until now. What was there to feel guilty about? Upon arriving home, she advised against such remarks, fearing that Xiaobao would be upset upon hearing them. The thought of Xue Jiayu caused Xue Jiayu's words to pause momentarily. If it weren't for Xiaobao's affection, she would never have taken in Huanyu under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Huanyu too was lost in thoughts of Xue Jiayu. On the other side, Xue Jiayu was enjoying a delightful meal at the Jiang residence, accompanied by Jiang Qiuyi. As the only child of the Jiang family, Jiang Qiuyi was raised by her intellectual parents, Jiang Zirong and He Meiqin, who led an elegant life, spending their later years indulging in writing and painting. The living room was adorned with Jiang Zirong's collection, filled with priceless calligraphy and paintings. Jiang Qiuyi proudly introduced each piece, saying, "Look, these are treasures from your grandparents." Jiang Zirong chuckled. "These are all meant for Xiaobao. What is ours is yours, and what is yours is Xiaobao's. It is only a matter of time." He Meiqin handed over a cup of ginseng tea, observing, "Drink this. You seem to have lost a bit of weight lately. Is caring for Xiaobao exhausting?" "Not at all. Xiaobao is my source of motivation. How could I tire of caring for her?" Xue Jiayu replied, now quite understanding. He Meiqin gently patted her head, reminiscing about how she and Xue Jiayu once had a strained relationship. Jiang Qiuyi refrained from revealing that it was only due to Xue Jiayu's heartfelt voice that she and Xue Jiayu had resolved their long-standing misunderstandings, fearing that voicing it might frighten the elderly couple more than it would touch them. While the adults conversed, Xue Jiayu wandered among the artworks. Standing in front of a Tang Dynasty painting, lost in contemplation, Jiang Zirong crouched down and asked, "Xiaobao, what are you looking at?" "Grandfather, why is this painting only half?" Considering its long history and the ravages of war, having even this much is remarkable, Jiang Zirong explained, adjusting his reading glasses to describe the painting to Xue Jiayu. He Meiqin chuckled. "Xiaobao is still so young. She won't understand what you were saying." "Who says I don't understand? The value of this painting is far beyond what you think." Jiang Zirong and He Meiqin exchanged bewildered glances. Had Xiaobao just spoken? But she hadn't even opened her mouth. Jiang Qiuyi was unfazed by Xue Jiyu's peculiar way of communicating. He Meiqin inquired, "Xiaobao, do you find this painting beautiful?" "Not really," Xue Jiyu replied honestly, as she believed she lacked an artistic sensibility to appreciate such works. How could it not be beautiful? Jiang Zirong was about to elaborate on the painting when he suddenly heard, "This painting may not be beautiful, but it conceals profound secrets, hence its great value." This painting fetched a staggering price at auction, and naturally, the proceeds would be shared between the mother and daughter. Secrets? Jiang Zirong tilted his head, unable to discern any hidden meanings in the painting, only appreciating its stunning brushwork. "Xiaobao," He Meiqin rushed to intervene, but Xue Jiayu's fingers had already made contact with the bottom of the painting, cautiously prying it. Jiang Zirong was not in a hurry to stop her. Instead, he held back his wife, curious to see what Xiaobao was up to. Before long, Xue Jiayu managed to pry out a corner. "This is..." Jiang Zirong's eyes widened in astonishment, urging He Meiqin to fetch his reading glasses. He Meiqin was so stunned she could hardly speak. With remarkable patience, Xue Jiayu continued to pry for over 10 minutes before finally extracting a note. "Grandfather, I can't pry anymore," she pouted. "You do it yourself." Jiang Zirong, being meticulous, retrieved a pair of tweezers, disinfected them, and carefully extracted the object. It turned out to be a letter. The paper and envelope were thin, and upon unfolding it, they discovered a poem. "My goodness!" Jiang Zirong exclaimed, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Who would have thought a letter was hidden within the painting? He gazed at Xue Jiayu incredulously. "Xiaobao, How did you know there was a letter inside? Xue Jiayu quickly calculated in her mind. If she claimed it was a guess, they would surely not believe her. She feigned seriousness, saying, I'm short, so I thought the painting looked bulging from below, so I pried it. Though this explanation was somewhat forced, it was plausible enough. Jiang Zerong gently patted Xue Jiyu's head, saying, Xiaobao, you might have inadvertently discovered a national treasure. Xue Jiayu tilted her head, asking, Grandfather, what is a national treasure? Is it more impressive than Xiaobao? These words brought laughter to both He Mei-chin and Jiang Zerong. Of course, nothing is more impressive than Xiaobao. Our Xiaobao is the best. Jiang Zerong cautiously stored the letter and painting, planning to take them to a museum for appraisal the next day. Xiaoyi, take good care of Xiaobao. I believe she will achieve great things in the future. He Mei-chin advised, grasping Jiang Xiaoyi's hand. Jiang Xiaoyi lifted her chin confidently. Of course, just look at whose daughter she is. Chapter 84. Tension in the air in his excitement, Jiang Zerong decided to showcase all of his collectibles to Xue Jiayu. Xiao Bao, look at this ivory cup collected by your grandfather. What do you think? Xue Jiayu glanced at it and immediately recognized its immense value. If her memory served her right, this ivory cup had previously fetched 7 million at an auction house. Grandfather, this pair of cups is beautiful, but they are too valuable to keep at home. Jiang Zerong was astonished by her perspective. Your grandfather thinks the same. I've already rented a safe, and I will place them there next week. Then it's settled. Grandfather, you should also put a few more paintings in there. Curious, Jiang Zerong asked which ones. Xue Jiayu nonchalantly pointed to a few, and Jiang Zerong inquired. But these authors are not very famous. Is it necessary to put them in the safe? They may not be famous now, but that could change in the future. Xue Jiayu stood in front of a painting by an artist named Cui Sheng. For instance, this Cui Sheng, he will later be discovered to be a master of poetry, calligraphy, and painting, and in 3 years, his works will at least quintuple in value. Jiang Zerong was taken aback. Could it be that Xiaobao possesses the ability to foresee the future? Jiang Xiaoyi, worried that Xiaobao's revelations might frighten Jiang Zerong and He Mei-chin, quickly interjected, All right. Xiaobao, these are your grandfather's treasures. He will manage them. Okay. Jiang Zerong instructed He Mei-chin to securely store the paintings Xue Jiayu had mentioned, arranging to take them to the bank next week. The Jiang family's maid arrived to invite them to dinner. Although the Jiang family was not feudal, they adhered to a hierarchy, with Jiang Zerong traditionally being the first to sit at the table. However, today, with the precious Xiaobao present, Jiang Zerong graciously relinquished this privilege. Come, Xiaobao, you sit first. Grandfather, Xiaobao wants to sit next to you. Xue Jiayu scrambled up to the seat beside Jiang Zerong, while Jiang Xiaoyi encouraged He Mei-chin to take the spot on Jiang Zerong's left. Xiaobao is so well-behaved, even knowing to give the esteemed position to her grandmother. As soon as the precious child prepared to leave, the elderly couple set down their chopsticks. Are you leaving already? The sky isn't even dark yet. The table was filled with fried dishes, which were not to the elderly couple's taste. However, since Xue Jiayu loved them, they were more than willing to share the meal. Jiang Zerong remained silent, but silently piled a mountain of food onto Xue Jiayu's plate. Father, you should eat as well. Don't keep serving her. Jiang Xiaoyi felt uneasy, aware that her parents were reluctant to part with Xiaobao. Perhaps they could consider moving to a larger villa, bringing her parents to live with them. However, this matter required careful planning, especially since Su Suzhen's approval was necessary. Although there was no animosity between the two families, it was respectful to consult Su Suzhen first. As for Xue Wangjun, there was no need to ask. He would surely side with her, which gave Jiang Xiaoyi some confidence. He Mei-chin held Xue Jiayu tightly, reluctant to let her down. Ultimately, after half an hour, Jiang Xiaoyi, with a sigh, said, Mom, if we don't leave now, we will be home past midnight. And will Xiaobao even get asleep? Let us go, let us go. Jiang Zerong waved goodbye to his wife and the girls. Be careful on the way, and call us when you get home. You all hurry inside as well. As Jiang Xiaoyi got into the car, she drove away. Xue Jiayu squeezed through the window, waving to her grandparents. Grandmother, grandfather, Xiaobao will come to see you again next time. All right. As soon as Jiang Xiaoyi arrived home, she keenly sensed that something was amiss. The elderly lady lay on the long sofa, sighing heavily, while Xue Wangjun and Ying Huanyu each occupied a short sofa, enveloped in silence. Mom, sister, Ying Huanyu called softly. Jiang Xiui replied nonchalantly, instructing Xue Jiayu to take her upstairs. Generously, she scattered snacks all over the floor, saying, "Sister, take whatever you like." "Wow, chocolate!" Huanyu exclaimed, grabbing a piece, the packaging adorned solely with English that she could not comprehend. The rich aroma of chocolate wafted from the bag, causing Huanyu to swallow repeatedly. "Sister, why doesn't T-Mom take me to Grandma's house?" Xue Jiayu explained, "Grandma's house is quite far, and you tend to get car sick, right? Mom is worried about you feeling unwell." "But it's only a 2-hour ride," Huanyu said, her head drooping in disappointment. Xue Jiayu picked up the expensive and delectable snacks from the floor and handed them to her. Though Xue Jiyu's words did little to alleviate Huanyu's mood, she silently munched on the treats, choosing not to dwell on the issue further. Downstairs, Jiang Xiui cast a glance at Xue Wangjun, silently inquiring, "What's wrong?" Xue Wangjun forced a smile, wishing to signal Jiang Xiui to come upstairs, but Su Sujin began to create a scene. "Mom, please calm down. You're so loud that Jiayu and the others can hear." Xue Wangjun quickly gestured to his wife, while Xue Jiayu settled beside Su Sujin, attempting to soothe her. Yet, Li Minxue and her mother were nowhere to be found, prompting Su Sujin to urge Xue Wangjun to send someone to search for them. Though he readily agreed, he felt troubled inside. That night, the couple deliberated their strategy. "Xiao Bao wants to stay with her, but my mother refuses. What should we do?" Xue Wangjun, a formidable figure in business, felt utterly helpless, glancing at his wife with a wry smile. Jiang Xiui, possessing a touch more compassion, remarked that Huanyu was quite pitiable, and her mother's irresponsibility was evident. "Let us just keep her for now and discuss it later." "How foolish!" Jiang Xiui scolded Xue Wangjun. "Why don't you just tell Mom that you couldn't find them?" Xue Wangjun suddenly realized, "My wife is so clever. You might as well be foolish," she retorted. Huanyu had been anxious for several days, but fortunately, as the new year concluded and school was about to commence, the Xue family had not sent her away. On the first day of school, Jiang Xiui accompanied them. In the car, Gu Yuan excitedly shared his new Ultraman cards, saying, "I begged my mom for so long before she bought these for me. This small box is for my New Year's money." Gu Yuan cheerfully pulled out 3 cards. "Here, these 3 are for you." Zhang Nanzi showed no interest in such things, barely lifting his eyelids. Xue Jiayu also declined with a smile. "I don't like playing with cards." "Oh no!" Jiang Xiui exclaimed. "Gu Yuan, let go. Can't you see Aunt Jiang is driving?" "Oh, sorry." Gu Yuan released his grip, but persistently asked, "Why are you sending her away?" Jiang Xiui was taken aback by Huanyu's sudden mention of the subject and replied helplessly, "We're not sending her away. She is here with you to school now." In truth, Jiang Xiui was perplexed as to why Huanyu would harbor such thoughts, as Su Sujin had ceased bringing it up due to her coordination with Xue Wangjun. Had Huanyu not brought it up herself today, the matter would have been forgotten. Huanyu gazed at her with a pained expression. "You really want to send me away?" "But Grandma," Jiang Xiui nodded. Only then did Huanyu break into a smile, declaring, "I want to be with my sister forever." "Really?" Jiang Xiui reiterated, which reassured Gu Yuan. Zhang Nanzi cast a cold glance at Huanyu, feeling she had ulterior motives. If she genuinely feared being sent away, such sentiments should be expressed privately rather than in front of so many people, which seemed a bit coercive. However, seeing Xue Jiyu's indifference, he chose to remain silent. Upon arriving at school, all the first-grade students gathered on the playground, where the principal announced the class assignments. As soon as the list was posted, Huanyu tugged at Xue Jiayu, exclaiming, "Sister, you're in class 1. Huanyu pointed at the first name on the list with excitement. Following the list down, she soon spotted Gu Yuan's name. Gu Yuan jumped with glee. "Jiayu, I'm in the same class as you. That's wonderful." He clung to Xue Jiayu, reluctant to let go, leaving her slightly breathless. Zhang Nanzi glanced at him, saying, "Get down." "Okay," Gu Yuan complied, climbing down dejectedly. "Nanzi, which class are you in?" Searching through the class 1 roster yielded no sign of Zhang Nanzi or Huanyu's names. Gu Yuan, perplexed, said, "Could it be that the school forgot to include your names?" Xue Jiayu also tiptoed to inspect the remaining list and quickly found Huanyu and Zhang Nanzi's names. They were listed in class 2. Huanyu immediately pouted, "Sister, why am I not in the same class as you?" Although Xue Jiayu wished to be in the same class as Huanyu, class assignments were beyond her control. Huanyu cried heart-wrenchingly, drawing the attention of students and teachers alike. "What happened? Is she being bullied?" Isn't that Huanyu, Xue Jiayu's sister? Xue Jiayu looked on helplessly as her sister wept. Teacher, my sister wants to be in my class. That's why she's crying. I don't care. I want to be in the same class as my sister. Huanyu threw herself on the ground, kicking her legs, garnering the attention of older students as well. The more eyes on her, the more animated she became. The principal had no choice but to coax her to stand up, saying, Tongxue, please get up. The ground is quite dirty. Xue Jiayu frowned, noting how Huanyu's antics mirrored those of Li Minxue, despite having never interacted with her mother. Before Xue Jiayu could ponder this further, Huanyu wailed, I don't care. I want to be in the same class as my sister. If we're not in the same class, I want to be surprised. The principal was at a loss, as most students here were well-mannered, and he had never encountered anyone so obstinate, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Please get up. Let us talk calmly. Huanyu remained unyielding, prompting Xue Jiayu to feel a bit embarrassed as she adopted a serious demeanor. Huanyu, please get up. Sister, she insisted. Just get up. We'll think of a solution together. Reluctantly, Huanyu complied, but during class, she resolutely refused to enter class 2. Zhang Nanzi walked directly into the classroom, ignoring Huanyu's stubbornness at the door. She followed Xue Jiayu into class 1, pitifully squatting at the entrance. The homeroom teacher approached, asking, Are you a student in our class? Why aren't you coming in for class? I'm not, Huanyu sniffled. I want to come in for class. But my name isn't on the class 1 roster. With other students waiting impatiently, the teacher had no choice but to agree. Huanyu flashed a triumphant smile and rushed to sit beside Xue Jiayu, exclaiming, Sister, we're in the same class again. In the following chapter, a fit of petulance. Xue Jiayu smiled at her, but her eyes revealed little joy. Sensing her sister's discontent, Huanyu attempted to employ her previous tactic of crying for sympathy. However, Xue Jiayu sternly admonished, No crying. This is your fault, and you have no right to cry. Oh, how sweet you are. Usually so kind to your little sister. Someone remarked. Whenever Xue Wangjun scolded Huanyu, Xue Jiayu would always defend her from being reprimanded too harshly. Xue Jiayu shook her head, explaining, This situation is different. If it were at home or in other matters, indulging Huanyu would be fine, but this concerns school, especially with so many classmates watching. Noticing Xue Jiayu's displeasure, Jiang Xiui knew that asking Zhang Nanzi would yield no answers, so she directly inquired of Gu Yuan, What is wrong with Xiaobao today? Why is he unhappy? Gu Yuan animatedly recounted the class division, and had it not been for the fear of being scolded by Xue Jiayu, he would have repeated his imitation of Huanyu's petulance. This behavior was indeed excessive. Jiang Xiui furrowed her brows and remarked, Xiao Yu, do you have no sense of shame? Huanyu, feeling wronged, retorted, I merely wish to be in the same class as my sister. What is wrong with that? I do not mind sacrificing my dignity if it means being with her. Is it acceptable to be ridiculed by them? Xue Jiayu brushed aside Huanyu's hair, stating, If you wish to be in the same class as me, we can find a way. Speak to the teachers and the headmaster, but not like this. This was the first time Xue Jiayu earnestly admonished Huanyu. Initially, Huanyu felt a twinge of guilt, but as the conversation progressed, her anger intensified. Sister doesn't understand me at all. Gu Yuan found himself caught between the two girls, feeling awkward as they bickered. He looked helplessly at Zhang Nanqi, who was disinclined to intervene and simply closed his eyes to rest. Neither spoke a word until they reached home, where they each busied themselves with their homework, Xue Jiayu in the living room and Huanyu in her room. When Jiang Xiui recounted the situation to Su Sujin, she chuckled. Mom, why are you laughing? Jiang Xiui inquired. I'm not laughing. I just think they should argue it out. After all, Huanyu isn't my biological daughter. If Xiaobao insists on keeping her around, she might as well learn a lesson. Jiang Xiui disagreed with this perspective, but did not view their quarrel as entirely negative. After all, which child did not bicker occasionally? Xue Jiayu swiftly completed her homework, finding the questions too simple. She could discern the answers with a glance. Once finished, she turned on the television. Meanwhile, Huanyu, who usually relied on copying Xue Jiayu's work, found herself at a loss without her sister's assistance and struggled to write a single word. The sound of the television from downstairs only fueled her irritation, prompting her to throw her pen in frustration. She stood at the staircase with her hands on her hips, shouting, Stop watching television. It's so noisy. Su Sujin poked her head out of the kitchen and muttered, What is so loud? It's not louder than when I'm cooking. Understanding that Huanyu was upset due to her inability to complete her homework, Xue Jiayu turned down the volume, which made Huanyu feel a sense of triumph. This indicated that her sister still cared for her. However, she could not bring herself to apologize, believing that as long as Xue Jiayu still valued her, she would eventually relent. Huanyu waited upstairs for Xue Jiayu to come speak to her, but as dinner time approached, Xue Jiayu still had not sought her out. During dinner, Jiang Xiui called for her to come downstairs. Xiaoyu, hurry down for dinner. Huanyu trudged to the staircase and immediately spotted Xue Jiayu seated on the sofa. Their eyes met, but Xue Jiayu calmly averted her gaze and headed straight to the dining room. Huanyu deliberately sat across from Xue Jiayu rather than clinging to her, as usual. Xue Wangjun chuckled at the sight. Usually, you two are inseparable. What's going on today? You better not say anything. Be careful not to get burned. Jiang Qiui gently warned him. Huanyu poked at her food, feeling as though the entire family was conspiring against her. That night, as she lay in bed, she hesitated over whether to reconcile with Xue Jiayu. To her surprise, Xue Jiayu leaped from her bed, clutching a pillow, and made her way to the room of Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui. Huanyu stared blankly at Xue Jiayu's departing figure. As Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui prepared for sleep, they were suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. Who is it? Dad, Mom. I want to sleep with you tonight. Hearing their daughter's soft voice, Xue Wangjun hurried to open the door, not even bothering to put on his shoes. Xiaobao, why do you want to sleep with us tonight? Xue Jiayu did not mention her quarrel with Huanyu, simply stating her desire to be with them. Of course, that's wonderful. Jiang Qiui lifted the covers. Come here. Although Huanyu's request was unreasonable, Xue Jiayu still wished to assist her. Mom, could you help Xiaoyu switch classes? Jiang Qiui affectionately patted her head, her eyes filled with love. You still care for her, because she is my sister. Moreover, Xue Jiayu harbored a secret hope that perhaps by aiding Huanyu, she could alter her fundamental nature and, in turn, influence Zhang Naqi's fate. Very well, I shall find a way. Jiang Qiui may not have been particularly concerned about Huanyu, but as a mother, she felt compelled to lend her support since Xiaobao had asked. The next day, when Jiang Qiui accompanied them to school, she did not leave immediately, but instead entered the school with them. The teachers recognized Jiang Qiui and treated her with great courtesy. Hello, Mrs. Xue. Jiang Qiui smiled and nodded gracefully. I'm looking for the headmaster. She headed directly to the headmaster's office, where he was watering plants and appeared slightly surprised upon seeing her. Do you need something? Yes. Jiang Qiui explained the situation regarding Huanyu's class change, and the headmaster's expression grew troubled. The class list has already been finalized and made public to the students. This may not be advisable. Jiang Qiui lightly tapped the table. We were indifferent initially, but the children desire this. Having the two of them in the same class would facilitate our care. However, I fear other parents might object. The headmaster adjusted his glasses, but Jiang Qiui remained undeterred by his words. If the principal is willing to consider it, there must be room for negotiation. In that case, we will cover the cost of this year's first-grade uniforms. The headmaster glanced sideways, noting that this was no small amount. The funds are considerable, yet we have caused the school some trouble, so it is only right to contribute. It is an honor for us as parents to assist the school. Jiang Qiui's eloquence left the headmaster with no grounds for objection. In that case, I will think of a solution. We appreciate the parents' goodwill. That would be splendid. As Jiang Qiui departed, she made a point to visit Class 1, where she immediately spotted her precious Xiaobao sitting in the front row and waved enthusiastically. Mom. Xue Jiayu puffed out her chest proudly. Other classmates, hearing her call out to her mother, crowded around to see Jiang Qiui engaging in animated discussions. Jiayu, your mom is so beautiful. Of course, Xue Jiayu replied, shaking her head with pride. Jiang Qiui could not help but smile as she pulled a large handful of candies from her bag. Xiaobao, share these with your classmates. The candies Jiang Qiui provided quickly became a coveted treat, and Xue Jiayu distributed them to her classmates, saving a few for Huanyu and Zhang Naji. As for Gu Yuan, he had already stealthily taken several amidst the commotion. The news of the candy distribution in Class 1 swiftly spread to Class 2, where the students stood at the door, enviously watching the lively scene. Who brought all that candy to school? Jiayu? Upon hearing Xue Jiayu's name, two students perked up their ears. I think it's Jiayu's mom. How wonderful. She came to visit and brought so many candies. Being Jiayu's classmate is so fortunate. Didn't they say Ing Huanyu is her sister? Why isn't your mom here for her? Who knows? Maybe she isn't biologically related. What are you all looking at? Ing Huanyu attempted to intimidate them, but her bravado failed to impress the classmates, who only grew bolder. You too, as a daughter, why isn't your mom here for you? Several boys formed a line to block Ing Huanyu, surrounding her provocatively. Were you picked up by their family? I'm not. Ing Huanyu, furious, jumped up to confront the boys, but her small stature was no match for them, and she was soon pushed to the ground. What? Ing Huanyu immediately burst into tears, but the boys remained indifferent. Cry all you want. Don't you usually rely on Jiayu to protect you? Now that you're not in the same class, how can she protect you? One boy reached to tug at Ing Huanyu's braid, but just as his hand brushed her hair, it was suddenly seized by someone. He turned his head to find it was Zhang Nanqi. The members of your class were somewhat intimidated by Zhang Nanqi, not only due to his peculiar and aloof demeanor, but also because of the formidable background and substantial wealth of the Zhang family. They had all been cautioned not to engage in conflict with him unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Nanqi, this matter does not concern you, so mind your own business. Zhang Nanqi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Were it not for Xue Jiayu's request for him to look after Ing Huanyu, he would not have bothered with these people at all. I will intervene. Zhang Nanqi stood protectively in front of Ing Huanyu, his expression cold, revealing a hint of ruthlessness uncharacteristic of his age. Are we bringing in a teacher to resolve this, or shall we settle it ourselves? Ing Huanyu gazed at Zhang Nanqi in disbelief. Was he truly helping her? Several boys exchanged glances, deciding to let it go this time, but warned her not to think she could rely on such luck every day. She turned to look at Zhang Nanqi, who had already lowered his head to read, as though the earlier incident had never occurred. For some reason, a shift occurred in Ing Huanyu's heart. It was only at noon during lunch that Xue Jiayu learned of Ing Huanyu's ordeal. She rushed to class 2 to support her. Who bullied my sister? Ing Huanyu promptly pointed out, it was Li Jun, Li Lin, and Yang Mao. The three boys, taken aback by Xue Jiayu's arrival, quickly protested. We didn't bully her. Just look, we're all sitting in our places. Just a moment ago, Xue Jiayu unceremoniously grabbed Li Jun by the ear and twisted it. You dare to bully my sister and deny it? I really didn't. We were just thinking about it. Ah, that hurts. Li Yun baked famasi. Zhang Nanqi spoke up for her, so we didn't continue. Observing Li Jun's earnest expression, Xue Jiayu swiftly glanced at the calm Zhang Nanqi, who was engrossed in his book. Fine, we will not discuss this matter further. You three must promise me you will not bully my sister again. Li Jun, protecting his ear, quickly assured her, absolutely, absolutely. What do you mean by absolutely? We promise we won't bully your sister again. Is that satisfactory? Xue Jiayu released her grip, and Li Jun hurriedly asked his desk mate to check if his ear was bleeding. What is a minor injury? Xue Jiayu scoffed. She had applied a controlled force, ensuring he would feel pain without bleeding. Li Lin, standing at a distance, mumbled, what is the point of protecting her? She's not even your real sister. What did you say? Xue Jiayu snapped. Do you want experience having your ear twisted too? Li Lin immediately fled the classroom, knowing he couldn't contend with her. Sister, if you hadn't come, I would have been bullied to death. Ing Huanyu found an excuse and clung tightly to Xue Jiayu, who, feeling sympathy for her, chose not to dwell on the earlier incident. Sister will protect you. Do not be afraid. Xue Jiayu patted her back reassuringly. I've already asked Mom to speak to the principal about transferring you to another class. There's no need to worry. Really? Ing Huanyu exclaimed joyfully, jumping up. I could be in the same class as you again. Yes, perhaps. The argument was thus left unresolved. After school, when Jiang Qiui saw the two sisters walking out hand in hand, she smiled and opened the door. I knew you two wouldn't stay angry for long. You must have been missing each other these past few days. As soon as Ing Huanyu got into the car, she acted sweetly, Mom. It was my fault. I should have made my sister angry. Xiayu, don't say that. We all made mistakes. Xue Jiayu realized she might need to adopt a gentler approach when reasoning with Ing Huanyu in the future, as perhaps she would be more receptive. Gu Yuan followed behind them, munching on snacks. You two might as well argue for a few more days. I've been getting along splendidly with Jiayu these past days. She accompanied me everywhere. Now that you two have reconciled, Jiayu will be with Ing Huanyu again, and I have no one to accompany me. Nanqi? Where's Nanqi? But there was no sign of Zhang Nanqi. Chapter 88. Standing up for Zhang Nanqi, oh no. Gu Yuan exclaimed, dropping his snack in alarm. Surely, Li Jun and his friends haven't caused trouble for him. Xue Jiayu frowned. Why would Li Jun seek trouble with Zhang Nanqi? You don't know? Before you arrived in class 2 today, it was Nanchi who stood up for Huanyu, Gu Yuan explained. Xue Jiayu immediately looked at Ing Huanyu. Why didn't you tell me this? I forgot. Ing Huanyu lowered her head in guilt. Xue Jiayu urged Gu Yuan to move aside, as she intended to exit the car. Xiaobao, you mustn't go in. Let Mom handle it. Jiang Xiui was about to step out, but was stopped by Xue Jiayu. Please stay in the car. Gu Yuan and Xiaoyu are still here. It's unsafe without an adult. However, Jiang Xiui was primarily concerned about her precious daughter's safety. You can slowly clean up all this paper. The teacher will come to check tomorrow, and the floor must be spotless. Although Li Jun dared not openly confront Zhang Nanchi, he deliberately tossed paper on the ground, particularly in areas Zhang Nanchi had already cleaned. As soon as Zhang Nanchi finished sweeping one half of the classroom and moved to the other side, Li Jun intentionally pulled his backpack from the desk, spilling a large amount of trash. In an instant, the floor that Zhang Nanchi had just cleaned was once again a mess. Oh dear, my apologies. I forgot to throw away all the paper I tore during our class today. It seems the duty student will have to suffer, Li Jun said, shouldering his backpack as he and his friends laughed heartily, preparing to leave, only to find Xue Jiayu standing at the door. Upon seeing Xue Jiayu, Li Jun felt a pang in his ear. Yet, with so many of them present, he was not afraid. What are you doing? Standing guard at the door of our class too? Xue Jiayu crossed her arms, smiling sweetly at Zhang Nanchi. Brother Nanchi, you continue with your duties. Mom and the others are waiting for you at the school gate. Zhang Nanchi nodded, concentrating on his task, seemingly oblivious to Li Jun and his friends. As they attempted to leave, Xue Jiayu blocked the doorway firmly. Why bully Brother Nanchi? Pick up your litter. You still call him Brother Nanchi? How disgusting, Li Jun mocked, making a face and laughing uproariously. Xue Jiayu twisted his other ear. Now, immediately, go pick up the paper you threw. If you touch me again, I will tell my mom. Go ahead, Xue Jiayu retorted with a cold smile. Tell her you bully classmates at school, and not just one, and that you trouble Zhang Nanchi. Go on. Li Jun opened his mouth, but ultimately did not dare to say anything. Fine, I'll go do it, he exclaimed. Just let me go. As soon as Xue Jiayu released him, Li Jun scurried over to pick up all the trash he had just made and disposed of it in the bin, even rearranging a few desks before leaving. Is this satisfactory now? Li Jun asked, looking sheepish. Xue Jiayu nodded in approval. Yes, you may leave. If I see you bullying Zhang Nanchi or Ing Huanyu again, you will regret it. Even without Xue Jiayu's warning, Li Jun knew he could not provoke Zhang Nanchi. However, he resolved to attribute everything to Ing Huanyu, thinking it unfair that a foster daughter of the Xue family had so many people standing up for her. Xue Jiayu waited at the door for a few minutes before Zhang Nanchi emerged. Brother Nanchi, Xue Jiayu bounced in front of him, smiling brightly. You finished quite quickly. They walked side by side towards the school gate, and Xue Jiayu had already placed her backpack in Jiang Xiui's car, feeling particularly relaxed as she admired the leaves and flowers. Brother Nanchi, thank you for today. I know you helped Xiaoyu at a crucial moment. Zhang Nanchi's expression remained unchanged, and he said nothing. But Haven T, you always disliked her, yet you still helped her. Suddenly, Zhang Nanchi halted, slightly furrowing his brow. Didn't T, you ask me to keep an eye on her? Ah, yes. Xue Jiayu had not expected him to take her words to heart, her face lighting up with joy. So you did it for me. Thank you, Brother Nanchi. Zhang Nanchi's expression became somewhat uncomfortable as he resumed walking, and Xue Jiayu hurried to catch up. Brother Nanchi, let us walk together. Later, I want Xiaoyu to thank you as well. No need. Xue Jiayu remained resolute, prompting Zhang Nanchi to finally halt his advance. Ing Huanyu had a knack for stirring trouble, implying that one ought to be wary of her. Yet, Xue Jiayu dismissed the warning, reasoning that since she had already altered so many circumstances, she might as well effectuate a little more change, and, at the very least, improve Ing Huanyu's character. I know, Brother Nanchi, you are quite loquacious, she remarked. Zhang Nanchi cast her a glance, remaining silent. Yet Xue Jiayu inexplicably sensed a hint of grievance. Why might he feel this way? Did he not wish to converse with her? No. I simply do not want you to mention Xiaoyu any longer. Xue Jiayu quickly affirmed her loyalty. Only then did Zhang Nanchi conceal his look of discontent and proceed to the school gate, where he promptly took a seat in the car. Xiao Bao, how is it that a mere visit to school dampens your spirits so? Jiang Qiui inquired, handing each of his sisters a candied hawthorn. Xue Jiayu, who relished the sugary coating but was less fond of the hawthorn within, contemplated where to dispose of the pit after finishing the candy, when Zhang Nanqi offered her a plastic bag. "Brother Nanqi, how astute you are. How did you know I wanted to discard the pits?" Xue Jiayu beamed. The efficiency of the director of education was remarkable before the week was even concluded. During the morning assembly, he announced that Huanyu would be transferred from Class 2 to Class 1. Although they were in the same school, they could not sit together. Xue Jiayu settled in the back of the classroom, while Huanyu occupied the front. "If you wish to sit with your sister, you ought not to remain in Class 1. Sitting at the back, you surely cannot see the blackboard clearly. Shouldn't your sister sit in front to block the view from behind?" The teacher suggested. "All right." Huanyu pouted, visibly displeased. Yet being in the same class as Xue Jiayu was a stroke of fortune amidst her misfortunes. During lunch break, Gu Yuan approached with a lunchbox, seeking to dine with the two sisters while poking dejectedly at the beef in his bowl. "Now that there are 4 of us, only Nanqi is not in Class 1. Without him, I feel so lonely." Xue Jiayu took a bite of her food. "Then you could transfer to Class 2 to accompany him." "That is out of the question," Gu Yuan declared with firm principles. "I want to share both triumphs and trials with you. If I were to go to Class 2, who would protect you?" Chapter 89. The Four Swordsmen. Following the announcement of Huanyu's class transfer, the students in Class 2 exhibited little reaction. Their impression of Huanyu was rather mediocre. She was neither as despised as Li Jun nor as protected as Xue Jiayu, merely casting a glance at Zhang Nanqi. Yet Zhang Nanqi remained unfazed, engrossed in his book. He was perusing the latest international physics series. Upon seeing the book's cover, the teacher recognized it was certainly not a textbook. However, given Zhang Nanqi's exceptional academic performance, consistently scoring full marks and producing exemplary assignments worthy of display in the corridor, the teacher refrained from commenting further, merely wishing for his grades to remain stable. Today, however, Huanyu, unusually bashful, grasped Xue Jiyu's hand and said, "Sister, I would like to join you in Class 2. You want to join us to see Brother Nanqi? But aren't you? All right, then let us go together." Xue Jiayu, trusting her intentions, took Huanyu's hand and headed straight for the adjacent classroom. As soon as the teacher departed, Li Jun and his cohorts began to frolic and soon found their way to Zhang Nanqi, accidentally knocking his book to the ground. I did not do it on purpose. While Li Jun was preoccupied with chasing someone, he inadvertently kicked Zhang Nanqi's book aside. Just as he was about to flee, Zhang Nanqi suddenly stood and seized his arm. "Ouch, that hurts!" Li Jun yelped. "What on earth have you been eating to grow such strength? Where are you?" Li Jun was nearly in tears. "My arm is going to break. Let me go." Soon, Li Lin scoured the corner and found Zhang Nanqi's book, hastily brushing off the dust and returning it to him. Your book here." Just as Li Jun was about to launch a sneak attack on Zhang Nanqi, a voice called from the back door of the classroom, "Brother Nanqi." It was Xue Jiayu again. Upon hearing her voice, Li Jun covered his ears and bolted from the classroom, fearing for his eardrums. Xue Jiayu paid them no mind as she wove through the crowd to Zhang Nanqi's side. Zhang Nanqi regarded her with indifference. "Is there something you need?" "No, we can't play with you," Xue Jiayu replied, sitting beside him. The director of education had taken special care, instructing the homeroom teacher not to assign him a desk mate. So he had been sitting alone for several days since the start of the school year. Gu Yuan occupied the desk directly in front of Zhang Nanqi. "How does it feel to be all alone here?" "No feeling." Zhang Nanqi placed a bookmark in his book. "What you all actually want." Huanyu also took a seat, albeit beside Gu Yuan, and whispered, "Sister wants to come and find you. I was worried you might be bullied, but it seems you're the one bullying others." "Forget it." Xue Jiayu stood, patting his shoulder. "Brother Nanqi, if you do not tell Aunt Jiang, you might as well transfer to our class, so I won't have to worry about you being all alone, without anyone to play with or share meals. I can come find Nanqi for lunch every day." Gu Yuan raised his hand, seeking attention. "Cut it out. You simply want to eat Brother Nanqi's food." "I am well aware of your intentions." Xue Jiayu shot him a glance. "Just look at you, and then at Brother Nanqi. How can you have the audacity?" Gu Yuan was unfazed by her remarks, having grown impervious to such jests after days of training. "Is that so? I feel I have lost a bit of weight." "Pure illusion." Witnessing Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan bicker, Zhang Nanqi seldom displayed a hint of a smile. Transferring classes did not seem such a bad idea after all. "Nanqi, are you discussing this with mother?" Jiang Perong burst from the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife, visibly excited. It had been ages since her son had requested anything from her, and she felt elated. Zhang Nanqi glanced at the knife in her hand. "Perhaps you should set that down first." "Oh, right. I wish to transfer classes and be in the same class as Gu Yuan." Jiang Perong pondered for a moment. her expression indicating understanding. You wish to be in the same class as Jiayu, correct? Gu Yuan is also in that class. Zhang Nanqi suddenly felt a tinge of regret. Perhaps he should reconsider. However, Jiang Peirong thumped her chest, declaring, "Leave this matter to your mother. It may be difficult. If it proves too challenging, then forget it." Not only had Zhang Nanqi expressed a long overdue request, but he had also spoken at length, prompting Jiang Peirong to resolve to ensure her son's wish was fulfilled. Rest assured, mother has her ways. Last time, the director of education even sought my approval for a note. Although Jiang Peirong had no intention of using her privilege at school, making an exception for her son was not an issue. Besides, as Xue Jiayu noted, Zhang Nanqi's condition was steadily improving. The four little friends reuniting in the same class brought Gu Yuan the utmost joy. Once again, we shall be the four swordsmen. Gu Yuan had recently indulged in martial arts dramas, captivated by the characters of swordsmen and heroes, and spoke in an archaic style. Huan Yu shoved him. "Who is a swordsman? I'm a good child. Just because I did not mention swordsman does not mean I am not a good child." Gu Yuan pouted. Sitting beside Zhang Nanqi, "Nanqi, do you think I resemble a swordsman?" Zhang Nanqi remained silent, entirely disinterested in their exchange. Gu Yuan felt disheartened and turned to Xue Jiayu. "Jiayu, do you think I look like a swordsman?" "Indeed." Xue Jiayu nodded earnestly. Gu Yuan indeed went on to portray a swordsman and gained considerable fame for that role. "I knew you were the best to me." Gu Yuan nearly lunged at her, only for Xue Jiayu to raise her hand just in time to block him. Gu Yuan had no choice but to redirect his attention toward Zhang Nanqi. "Nanqi, stop reading. I borrowed another set of comics. Let us read together." "Not interested." Zhang Nanqi flipped to a new page, leaving Gu Yuan disheartened. "Why do you read such books all day? Do you aspire to be a physicist?" Xue Jiayu had a revelation. She had been contemplating how to alter Zhang Nanqi's fate, and perhaps guiding him to discover his life's direction would transform his destiny. "Brother Nanqi, do you aspire to be a physicist?" Zhang Nanqi frowned. "What physicist? I'm merely browsing. The number of books you have read surpasses the comic books I have ever encountered. And you call that merely browsing?" Gu Yuan retorted candidly. Chapter 90. Embracing family affection. Xue Jiayu immediately shot a glare at Gu Yuan. "You should speak to Brother Nanqi properly." Gu Yuan, feeling aggrieved, rubbed his nose and murmured in dissatisfaction, "Clearly, I am the same age as Nanqi, yet you never call me brother and always favor him." Xue Jiayu couldn't help but laugh at his jealousy. "Are you really jealous of Brother Nanqi? Is that a problem?" Gu Yuan's face trembled with indignation. "Even my mother prefers Nanqi. Every time he visits, she cooks him a mountain of chicken legs. I begged her for half a month to make sweet and sour ribs, but she wouldn't. The moment Nanqi wants to come over, she makes it." As he continued, his grievances deepened, leading him to turn away and wipe his tears. Xue Jiayu, bemused, remarked, "You are only upset because of his sweet and sour ribs." "Oof." Gu Yuan remained upset, though he had no intention of escalating the matter, aware that Zhang Nanqi and Xue Jiayu wouldn't indulge him. Suddenly, Zhang Nanqi stood up and walked downstairs. "Brother Nanqi, where are you going?" Xue Jiayu quickly followed to inquire. At the staircase, Zhang Nanqi called down to Jiang Peirong, who was showcasing her culinary skills. "Mom, I would like sweet and sour ribs for dinner." "Sure thing." Jiang Peirong promptly retrieved pork ribs from the refrigerator to thaw. Xue Jiayu stifled a laugh. "You ordered that dish for Gu Yuan, didn't you? Let's see if he remains upset. Are you leaving now?" Xue Jiayu grasped his arm. "If you go, who will eat the sweet and sour ribs?" Gu Yuan's eyes widened. "Sweet and sour ribs? Where are they?" Brother Nanqi asked Aunt Jiang to make them. Xue Jiayu winked at Gu Yuan. "Tell me, for whom did you order this dish? And yet you still sulk at Brother Nanqi." "I won't sulk anymore, I promise." Gu Yuan hugged Zhang Nanqi. "You're my best buddy. I will share my comic books with you." "That's enough." Zhang Nanqi was momentarily breathless from the embrace and gently furrowed his brow. Gu Yuan quickly released him. Xue Jiayu burst into laughter, while Huan Yu, sitting in the corner, watched enviously. She longed to join in their playful antics. Although Gu Yuan referred to them as the four swordsmen, she was acutely aware that her background and personality set her apart from them. Yet, she did not wish to be left out. Thus, even if she couldn't fully integrate, she was determined to stay close to them. "I cannot be isolated. I cannot be abandoned." Huan Yu silently clenched her fists in determination. Now they had begun sleeping separately. Huan Yu had moved to the guest room. To compensate for this, Xue Wangjun had bought her a study desk. "Thank you, Dad. With this desk, I will study diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Huanyue had mastered the art of flattery, delivering her lines effortlessly. Xue Wangjun, satisfied, patted her head. Then go ahead and do your homework. I will check on Jiayu. Huanyue obediently closed the door, but the moment it clicked shut, her expression darkened. She detested the color of this desk. Moreover, it wasn't as expensive as Jiayu's desk. Though she had yet to grasp the concept of money, she understood that the pricier the item, the better it was. Standing by the desk, Huanyue rolled her eyes in irritation. Just as she was about to pull the curtains to sleep, she suddenly spotted someone outside. With a rumble, a flash of lightning illuminated the person's face, causing Huanyue to retreat in fright. It was the woman who claimed to be her mother, Li Mingchua. Seeing her long-desired daughter, waved eagerly, convinced her daughter must have seen her. To her surprise, her daughter took a step back and resolutely drew the curtains. It must be the Xue family that has corrupted Huanyue. Li Mingxue glared at the exquisite door of the Xue residence, her eyes flashing with seething hatred. Knock, knock, knock. Xue Jiayu, having packed her bag, was about to sleep when she heard a knock and opened the door. Jiang Qiui stood at the doorway with a pillow, smiling tenderly. Little Bao, are you afraid of the thunder? Shall I keep you company while you sleep? Mom, I already told you I'm not afraid. Xue Jiayu feigned exasperation, but quickly replaced it with a smile. But I welcome you to sleep with me, you little rascal. Jiang Qiui affectionately pinched Xue Jiayu's nose and lay down beside her. Not long after, Xue Wangjun knocked on the door. After receiving Jiayu's consent, he peeked in and asked, May I sleep with you as well? Dad, you are too heavy. My bed cannot accommodate you. Xue Jiayu replied solemnly. All right, but you mustn't snore, Xue Jiayu remarked, lifting a corner of the blanket, prompting Xue Wangjun to stand at attention. As you command. The three of them snuggled together on Xue Jiyu's small bed, sleeping soundly, while Jiayu internally vowed, the parental love I had missed before, I shall relish it this time. Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun instinctively leaned down to kiss her cheek. Good night, dear. Jiang Perong effortlessly persuaded the head of the teaching department to approve the class transfer, and within half a month, 2 new students would join the class, leaving the homeroom teacher overwhelmed. Not only did the roster need to be redone, but other corresponding textbooks also had to be repurchased. Yet, this was not the most pressing issue. The crucial point was that those who could transfer were not ordinary students. These 2 had considerable backgrounds. Then you 2 shall be desk mates. The homeroom teacher directly assigned Huanyue to sit with Zhang Nanqi. Gu Yuan quickly raised his hand. Teacher, I want to sit with Nanqi. Gu Yuan thought he might have misheard, but after reiterating his desire to sit next to Zhang Nanqi and receiving a glare, he realized Huanyue was indeed glaring at him. Why are you glaring at me? It's not like I am the one preventing you from sitting with Nanqi. Gu Yuan sulked, lowering his head. Xue Jiayu also noted Huanyue's gaze and initially worried that she might sulk about sitting next to Zhang Nanqi, but to her surprise, Huanyue accepted the arrangement. Has Xiaoyu finally changed her view of Brother Nanqi? Xue Jiayu felt delighted by this development. Seeing Gu Yuan so eager, the homeroom teacher agreed. All right then, Nanqi, you sit with Gu Yuan. Zhang Nanqi was indifferent about who his desk mate was and directly walked over to Gu Yuan's side. Good buddy, we are together again. Gu Yuan threw his arm around Zhang Nanqi's shoulder, practically bursting with delight. Before the homeroom teacher could make other arrangements, Huanyue interjected. Teacher, I want to sit in front of them. Chapter 91. Stealing from the Xue family very well. You may sit there. Huanyue settled in front of Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan, feeling content even without a desk mate. Gu Yuan, puzzled, whispered, Why don't you let the teacher arrange a desk mate for you? Why would I need one? Huanyue quietly observed Zhang Nanqi's actions, only to find him engrossed in his book, not glancing at her once. Gu Yuan, eager to explain, chimed in. Having a desk mate means they can help you hand in homework and even assist with cheating. I have no intention of cheating, Huanyue asserted vehemently in front of Zhang Nanqi, leaving Gu Yuan too frightened to speak. He absolutely needed to sneak a glance at Zhang Nanqi, else he would fail the quiz. Their seats were only a few desks apart from Xue Jiayu's, who noticed their interactions before being pulled away by other classmates for a chat. With her amiable personality and generous nature, Xue Jiayu was well-liked among her peers, and during breaks, they would often invite her to the restroom. Jiayu, is Huanyue your biological sister? A classmate asked. She is just like a sister to me, Xue Jiayu replied as she washed her hands and adjusted her hair in front of the mirror. That's not the same. A biological sister is a biological sister. If she is not, then she is not. The classmate was puzzled. If she is not your parent's child, why does she live with you? This matter is quite complicated. In any case, she is my sister now. Xue Jiayu linked arms with her classmate as they exited the restroom, unaware of the whispers behind them. But Huan Yue is quite ugly, and she smells bad. Don't they live in the same house? Why is Jiayu always so fragrant? I don't know. Maybe Huan Yue is the daughter of a housekeeper. Look at how she dresses, haha. In the compartment, Huanyu listened to the humiliating comments directed at her from outside. Trembling with sorrow, after school, Xue Jiayu gathered her belongings and was about to join Huanyu and the others when she suddenly heard a scream from the front desk. "Oh, my picture book. This was just bought for me by my father." The girl at the front desk held her picture book, which was marred with chaotic drawings, and cried disconsolately as those nearby gathered to offer comfort. "Who did this? How wicked! We should report this to the teacher. The culprit must be found." "Exactly." Xue Jiayu quickly glanced at the marks on the picture book, which resembled crayon drawings. However, there was no art class today. Who would bring crayons to school? "Sister, are you ready? Let us go once you're done." Xue Jiayu momentarily set aside her thoughts about the crayons, and the four of them walked together toward the school gate. "Oh, I forgot my exercise book is still in the classroom." "All right. Thank you, sister." Huanyu hurriedly took off her backpack and handed it to Xue Jiayu, rushing back toward the teaching building. Gu Yuan complained about the heat, while Xue Jiayu picked up Huanyu's backpack, saying, I know. Let us hurry." But the more they rushed, the more trouble they encountered. After just a few steps, Xue Jiayu tripped, causing Huanyu's backpack to fall and its contents to scatter. Zhang Nanqi immediately squatted down to ask, "Are you hurt?" "No." Xue Jiayu brushed the dirt off her pants and stood up. "I'm not that easily injured." She picked up Huanyu's backpack and other scattered items, but her eyes caught sight of a box of crayons inside. The sight of the crayons reminded her of the crayon marks on the front desk's picture book. "Jiayu, what is wrong? Why are you lost in thought?" Gu Yuan waved his hand in front of her. "Are you daft? Could the picture book at the front desk have something to do with Xiaoyu?" Xue Jiayu hesitated to think further, hurriedly stuffing Huanyu's belongings back into the bag and forcing a smile at them. "It's nothing. Let us go." Gu Yuan, being oblivious, could not detect the unusual expression on Xue Jiyu's face. Only Zhang Nanqi asked again, "Are you really okay?" "Em fine," Xue Jiayu replied lightly, uncertain about the situation herself, and did not want to raise any misunderstandings. Jiang Perong had been waiting at the gate for a long time and immediately got out of the car upon seeing them. They consoled the crying girl, neglecting Huanyu, and soon departed. Huanyu smiled smugly, retrieved her exercise book from the drawer, and turned to leave. Li Mingxue stood at the back door of the classroom, watching her with a smile. Unable to resist, Huanyu clutched the edge of the desk, contemplating slipping out the front door. "Stop." Perhaps due to a familial attraction, Huanyu could not run away directly and involuntarily halted at Li Mingxue's command. "Do you need something?" Li Mingxue dropped her broom, closed the back door, entered the classroom through the front, and casually locked the door behind her. Now, only the two of them remained in the classroom, mother and daughter. "Xiaoyu, do you know how much your mother misses you?" Li Mingxue cried as she hugged Huanyu. "During the new year, I went to deliver your red envelope. I don't need your money." Huanyu's face turned pale as she tried to push Li Mingxue away, but couldn't. "Let me go quickly. My sister is still waiting for me at the door." "What sister? You're my only daughter. You have no sister." Li Mingxue was greatly provoked by the mention of sister. "Xue Jiayu is Jiang Qiu's daughter. Do you really think they'll take good care of you? They adopted you merely for appearances. Otherwise, the Xue family would have long abandoned you on the street." Huanyu bit her lip. "I want to leave. Let me go." "Xiaoyu, please listen to your mother. I am at my wit's end. I can barely afford the rent. Help your mother by stealing something from the Xue family and bringing it to me, and I will sell it." Huanyu immediately shook her head in refusal. "No, my sister said stealing is what bad children do. And if I steal from home, my sister will be angry." "Why would she be angry? I'm not even angry yet." Li Mingxue erupted in fury. "They have monopolized my daughter for so long. I only want a little something from the Xue family. Is that too much to ask? Let me tell you, whether you steal or not, you will steal." Huanyu pretended to hesitate, and when Li Mingxue thought she was successfully brainwashing her, she stomped hard on Li Mingxue's foot and pushed her away, dashing for the exit. "Don't you dare chase me." She could hardly bear to think that her classmates, who already looked down on her, would hold her in even greater contempt if they discovered that her birth mother was such a person and a cleaner at that. She hastened towards the school gate and, in her anxiety, broke into a run. Chapter 92. The desire to steal the gold lock. Xiaoyu, why are you drenched in sweat? Xue Jiayu immediately handed the ice pop she was holding to Zhang Nanqi and rummaged through her backpack for a tissue to wipe Huanyu's sweat. No one is chasing you. Why are you running? Zhang Nanqi accepted the ice pop naturally, wrapping in a tissue, waiting for Xue Jiayu to continue eating later. Jiang Peirong cast a teasing glance between the two, laughing. Her son's obsession with cleanliness seemed to vanish in the presence of Xue Jiayu. I'm not running. Huanyu gasped. I just wanted to exercise a bit. When did you become so proactive? Xue Jiayu was surprised, while Gu Yuan shouted that the ice pop was melting and insisted they talk in the car. Here, Aunt Jiang bought ice pops. You have one too. Thank you. Aunt Jiang. Huanyu accepted it, but was so distracted that she couldn't even taste the flavor of the ice pop. Gu Yuan noticed her half-hearted eating and grew anxious. If you're not going to eat it, can I have it? Please? I'll eat it. Huanyu quickly devoured the ice pop, even waving the stick in front of Gu Yuan afterward. Oof. Gu Yuan sulked, leaning back against the chair, while Xue Jiayu couldn't help but laugh. Huanyu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, worried that Xue Jiayu would discover her relationship with Li Minxue and unsure of what to do. Just then, a commotion echoed from downstairs. Xiao Bao, you finished your homework so quickly again today? Jiang Qiuyi's voice was usually gentle, but at that moment, it sounded grating to Huanyu's ears. Yes, Mom. You look beautiful today. What did you buy? It's a little gold lock for you. I decided to save a bit of gold for you each year. Can you help me take it to my room? Of course. Xue Jiayu grabbed the bag and rushed upstairs like a whirlwind, placing the bag in the wardrobe as Jiang Qiuyi instructed, then swiftly ran back downstairs. Mom, I'm here to help you. Xiao Bao, you're so obedient. The atmosphere downstairs was warm and cheerful, with no one noticing what Huanyu was doing upstairs. Huanyu felt deeply conflicted. She worried that if she didn't help Li Minxue, she might come to cause a scene at the Xue family, making her situation even more awkward. Yet, she feared that if she actually took something from the Xue family and got caught, she would have no way to explain. In a state of turmoil, Huanyu finally approached the door of Jiang Qiuyi's room. I'll just take this once. They probably won't notice. Even if they do, they might not think of me. At most, they would suspect Xue Jiayu took it since the item never passed through my hands. In fact, Huanyu thought maliciously, if Jiang Qiuyi discovered Xue Jiayu had stolen something, would she still love her as much? She doubted it. Just as Huanyu's hand was about to push open the master bedroom door, Xue Jiayu's voice came from downstairs. Xiaoyu, come down and have some cookies. She was actually contemplating stealing something for Li Minxue. Huanyu felt as if she were being chased by a ghost as she rushed downstairs. I'm coming. Xiaoyu, why you seem so strange today? Are you feeling unwell? Xue Jiayu noticed her odd complexion and felt her forehead with the back of her hand. You don't have a fever, right, Mom? Can you check if Xiaoyu is sick? Is she sick? Jiang Qiuyi quickly set aside her tasks to check on Huanyu, thinking it wouldn't be good if she passed her illness to Xiao Bao. Fortunately, under her examination, Huanyu showed no signs of illness. It's nothing. Perhaps Xiaoyu is just tired from class today. Yes, I'm just too tired. Huanyu forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, sister, but I really am not unwell. All right, then you should go to bed early tonight. Xue Jiayu turned to Su Sujin and said, Grandma, would it be all right to have dinner a bit earlier today? I wish for Xiaoyu to sleep sooner. All right. Su Sujin, feeling quite helpless, subtly reminded Huanyu. Did you hear that? Be a little nicer to your sister. She cares for you so much. She doesn't even show us such concern. Little Grandma Xue Jiayu playfully pounced on Su Sujin's back. Are you jealous of Xiaoyu? I care for you too. Of course, my dear. If you didn't take care for Grandma, I would be heartbroken. Laughter filled the kitchen as Su Sujin and Xue Jiayu played around, while Huanyu sat on the sofa, her mind still in disarray. She had narrowly avoided making a grave mistake that could have led to her expulsion from the Xue household. However, the ever-looming presence of Li Minxue threatened her peace, and she needed a plan. Xiaoyu, Kumeit, coming. After the meal, Huanyu's spirits lifted considerably, her countenance brightening as Xue Jiayu ceased her insistence on taking Jiang Qiuyi to the hospital. All right, you two little ones, hurry and wash up so you can sleep early. Jiang Qiuyi urged them upstairs. Huanyu promptly complied, but just as she was about to enter the bathroom, she was unexpectedly halted by Xue Jiayu. Wait. Huanyu's heart raced with guilt. Sister, what is it? Xue Jiayu glanced over her shoulder, ensuring the adults were not following, before slipping into the bathroom. I have something to ask you. Instantly, Huanyu's mind spiraled into chaos, her anxiety mounting with each breath. I didn't do anything. What if she had discovered her desire for the golden lock? Yet, she hadn't seen anything. 100 thoughts raced through Huanyu's mind, and she even contemplated begging for Xue Jiayu's forgiveness right then and there. Her sister was so fond of her. Surely she wouldn't tell their parents. Huh? What crayon? Huanyu responded instinctively. Are you talking about the box of crayons Dad bought for us? Yes. Xue Jiayu regarded her with seriousness. There wasn't an art class today. Why did you bring crayons to school? Huanyu furrowed her brow. Because I forgot to pack my bag after class yesterday, and I accidentally brought them again today. Is that so? Xue Jiayu pondered. Indeed, they had art class yesterday. Sister, what are you thinking? With the topic shifting from her concerns, Huanyu regained her confidence. After hesitating, Xue Jiayu revealed her worries. I saw crayons in Shishi's picture book, and I thought. Before she could finish, Huanyu interrupted. You think I did it, don't you? No, Xiaoyu, I was just asking you. Huanyu, infuriated, pushed her away. You asked me because you suspect me. Then just go tell them I did it. I ruined her picture book. It was all me, all right. Chapter 93. The revelation of misdeeds. Huanyu, like a wounded creature, not only shoved Xue Jiayu away, but also crouched on the floor, sobbing. Sister, I'm truly heartbroken. I never expected you wouldn't trust me. After venting her feelings, Huanyu attempted to storm out of the bathroom, but Xue Jiayu quickly blocked her path. Xiaoyu, don't run away. I was just asking. I never said it was definitely you. Xue Jiayu regretted her hasty inquiry. She should have observed more before confronting her. Huanyu was inherently sensitive, making it even more challenging to console her. But your question implies suspicion. Even if I deny it, would you believe me? I believe you. Xue Jiayu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. I shouldn't have asked. I didn't mean to upset you. Sister, Huanyu threw a tantrum, successfully diverting attention from the issue. Although Xue Jiayu remained skeptical, she dared not pursue the matter further, choosing to set it aside for the time being. Huanyu was anxious about Li Minxue resurfacing. At school, she avoided all places except her classroom, living in constant fear. She dreaded the thought of Li Minxue appearing out of nowhere, and even in class. She could not find peace, always on guard. Suddenly, a hand patted her shoulder from behind. Startled, Huanyu jumped and turned to see Gu Yuan, who looked equally bewildered. Why are you screaming? I haven't done anything to you. Zhang Nanqi shot her a glance due to her over-the-top reaction. Huanyu took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure and feign nonchalance. And no, it's nothing. If it's nothing, why are you reacting so strongly? Gu Yuan teased. Are you secretly up to no good and afraid we find out? What was meant as a jest elicited an exaggerated response from Huanyu, who retorted angrily, of course not. When have I ever done anything wrong behind your backs? Don't slander me. Gu Yuan was left speechless, feeling a bit intimidated. Muttering under his breath, I was just joking. Xue Jiayu, hearing Huanyu's agitated tone, came over to grasp her hand. Sister, are you okay? Huanyu shook off Xue Jiayu's hand. I need to go to the restroom. She dashed out of the classroom, colliding with several people along the way, earning disdainful looks. What is her problem? It's that Huanyu again. Why is she always so clumsy? Right? So annoying. Ignoring their disparaging remarks, Huanyu bolted into a stall, taking several deep breaths to calm herself. Xue Jiayu and Gu Yuan stared at her retreating figure, both taken aback. After a while, Xue Jiayu furrowed her brow. What is up with Xiaoyu? She has been acting strange these past couple of days. Gu Yuan nodded vigorously in agreement. Lu Shishi pushed open the classroom door, glaring at Huanyu's empty desk. Let me tell you why she is acting weird. A sense of foreboding flickered through Xue Jiayu's mind. I agree. As Huanyu approached the classroom door, ready to merge with the crowd, she was unexpectedly seized. Lu Shishi, the daughter of a certain leader, towered over her, her grip strong as she yanked Huanyu to her feet. What do you think you're trying to hide? I'm not hiding. Huanyu trembled, searching for Xue Jiayu among the throng. After a struggle, she finally spotted her sister, who wore a peculiar expression. Sister. Lu Shishi blocked her line of sight. Don't even think about pleading with Jiayu. I've already told her everything. What are you talking about? Huanyu tried to maintain her bravado, but Lu Shishi directly pierced through her facade. Fong from the next class, saw you. On that day in gym class. You didn't participate and use crayons to draw on my picture book. Lu Shishir gripped Ing Huanyu's arm, pressing her forward. Let us go find the teacher. I want to get you kicked out of our class. Ing Huanyu hadn't anticipated her carefulness would be so easily uncovered. She could only deny it for now. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't me. Lu Shishir shouted toward the door. Fong Fong, come here. Fong Fong, hesitant at the entrance, still pointed at Ing Huanyu. It was her. I saw it clearly that day. She used the prettiest crayons I've never seen before. Whispers erupted among the classmates, gradually growing louder. And Ing Huanyu could hear a few insults interspersed within. She wished she could dig a hole and hide. And to make matters worse, Xue Jiayu wasn't coming to her aid. Little did she know, Xue Jiayu was also in turmoil at that moment. After questioning Ing Huanyu previously and receiving a vehement denial, she now regretted her skepticism. Today, however, she felt utterly betrayed. Could she still trust Ing Huanyu? Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi observed her silence and remained quiet as well. Just as Lu Shishir was about to escalate the situation, the teacher arrived. What is going on? Why is it so noisy during class? Lu Shishir pointed at Ing Huanyu, fuming. Teacher Xiao. Ing Huanyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, suppressing a triumphant smile. However, her relief was short-lived as she soon fretted over what would happen after class. Lu Shishir's tenacity would not let her off the hook. She needed a plan. Ing Huanyu suddenly raised her head and locked eyes with Xue Jiayu, a surge of anger igniting within her. Just moments ago, Lu Shishir had made things difficult for her, and Xue Jiayu hadn't stood up for her. She felt humiliated in front of so many people. She resolved to ignore her sister from now on. Ing Huanyu turned her head away in annoyance, deliberately avoiding Xue Jiayu's gaze. Xue Jiayu shook her head helplessly. However, despite Ing Huanyu's sulking, Xue Jiayu could not disregard her. As expected, once class ended, Lu Shishir came over, pulling Ing Huanyu towards the homeroom teacher's office. Come on, we need to clarify this with the teacher. Lu Shishir tugged at Ing Huanyu's hand. But Ing Huanyu clung tightly to her desk, refusing to budge. Just as the standoff continued, Xue Jiayu suddenly intervened. Sure. How much is this picture book? We can compensate you. Could you refrain from informing the teacher? Lu Shishir lifted her chin, exuding an air of superiority. Absolutely not. Xue Jiayu bit her lip, taken aback by Lu Shishir's obstinacy. Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi also pushed through the crowd, stepping beside Xue Jiayu to lend support. It's just a picture book, right? We can simply buy a new one. There's no need to involve the teacher. Lu Shishir glared incredulously. How is it unnecessary? That was a gift from my father. Do you have any idea how many shopping malls he visited for it? Yet in the next moment, Lu Shishir caught sight of Ing Huanyu's taunting eyes, which ignited her fury further. No way. This is a limited edition, the last one in the entire city. You can't possibly find another. Lu Shishir furrowed her brows, yanking Ing Huanyu's arm as she prepared to leave. Xue Jiayu tried to stop Lu Shishir again, but Zhang Nanqi, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly spoke up. I have it. I can give it to you. Lu Shishir looked at Zhang Nanqi in surprise. How could your family possibly have it? My mother bought it. Zhang Nanqi replied nonchalantly. I will bring it for you tomorrow. Gu Yuan rejoiced, patting Zhang Nanqi on the shoulder. Good buddy, you're a lifesaver in critical moments. He then turned to Lu Shishir, taunting, see? It's not just your family that has it. I'll bring it tomorrow. Are you satisfied now? Lu Shishir had long wanted to speak to Zhang Nanqi, but had never found an opportunity. Now, witnessing him take the initiative, she reluctantly released Ing Huanyu. All right, but you must bring it to me tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't acknowledge it. Sure. Gu Yuan waved his hand. All right, let us disperse quickly. The teacher is coming. The crowd dispersed, and both Ing Huanyu and Xue Jiayu looked at Zhang Nanqi with gratitude. Naichi Gu, thank you. I will ask my mother to give money to your aunt for this book. Xue Jiayu grasped Zhang Nanqi's hand, her eyes sparkling, stirring something within Zhang Nanqi's heart. It's nothing. I don't mind. That is not acceptable. Money must be given. Xiaoyu quickly thanked Naichi Gu. Xue Jiayu initially thought she would need to coerce Ing Huanyu into expressing her gratitude, but to her surprise, Ing Huanyu was quite compliant today. Thank you. Naichi Gu, Ing Huanyu said, her face flushed. Gu Yuan scratched his head. Huanyu, why are you blushing? Just as Xue Jiayu was about to respond, the teacher arrived. Upon returning home, Ing Huanyu eagerly dragged Xue Jiayu to watch television. Finally, it's Friday. We can watch cartoons. Just as Ing Huanyu reached for the remote, Xue Jiayu pressed her hand down. Wait. Sister, what's wrong? Ing Huanyu looked at her, in confusion. Xue Jiayu finally had the opportunity to voice her long-held question. Why did you deface Lu Shi's picture book? You two have no conflict, right? It wasn't intentional. Yu pouted, instinctively trying to shirk responsibility, but Xue Jiayu was not having it. You drew on her picture book. How is that not intentional? Xue Jiayu's firm questioning startled Yu. She felt like crying, attempting to invoke sympathy from Xue Jiayu. But today Xue Jiayu was resolute in seeking answers. Yu had no choice but to rack her brain for excuses. Sister, if you think I did it on purpose, why don't you ask what Lu Shi did? Xue Jiayu furrowed her brows. What she did doesn't justify you damaging her belongings. She mocked me. She said I'm not your real sister. I was so furious that I did that. Yu threw the remote onto the ground in frustration. Xue Jiayu hadn't anticipated this to be the cause. She was aware that many classmates ridiculed Yu, but none had been as blunt as Lu Shi. Well, you could have told me next time. No matter what, you shouldn't damage someone else's property. I was really mad. Sister, I promise I won't do it again. Yu cried, looking like a forsaken kitten, which softened Xue Jiayu's heart, prompting her to agree to let the matter rest. She picked up a tissue and carefully wiped Yu's tears. Look at you, crying like a little flower cat. Ooh, nai. I'm not crying. We were just playing. Su Zhan was about to scold Yu when Xue Jiayu quickly interjected. It's my fault. I did it, nai. Please don't blame my sister. You did it? Then it must have been an accident. It's fine, Su Zhan said, heading to the kitchen to work. Xue Jiayu stuck her tongue out at Yu. Mom's going to send money now. Jiang Pei Rong, unaware of the situation, glanced at her son curiously. Naichi, is there something going on? Just a small matter. The book is at home anyway, and I don't read it, Naichi replied. That is still not acceptable. Right is right. Jiang Xiao insisted on leaving the money, tossing it down before departing, leaving Jiang Pei Rong no choice but to accept it. She found it odd, especially after learning the details from Jiang Xiao. Nike, when did you become so considerate? You even help Yu. Are you two very close? Not really, Zhan Nanqi said coldly. I was helping Xue Jiayu. If Yu were in trouble, Xue Jiayu would surely be affected. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered. So it was for Jiayu. Zhan Nanqi thought to himself, shaking his head as he went upstairs, leaving the book with Lu Shi, finally putting the matter to rest. However, the looks from classmates toward Yu were laden with open disdain. Those who already disliked her displayed their sentiments even more overtly, such as intentionally not distributing her assignments or tossing her exam papers on the ground. Though Yu felt wronged, she understood she had no grounds to argue with them and could only endure in silence, later lamenting to Xue Jiayu. Each time this happened, Xue Jiayu would insist on confronting those students. Let's go ask them why they treat you this way. It's fine, sister, Yu sniffled. They think I'm easy to bully. They only treat me better because of you. If you defend me, they dislike me even more. Upon witnessing Yu's submission, Xue Jiayu felt a pang of sympathy. Then just ignore them. Naichi Gu Yuan, and I are still your friends. From now on, you should just stay with us. And Macham. Yu thought of Zhan Nanqi, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. After that incident, Yu eagerly participated in their quartet activities, even being the first to arrive at Gu Yuan's house to play games. While Xue Jiayu was still putting on her shoes, she had already dashed down the steps. Xiaoyu, when did you become so fond of gaming? You used to refuse to join us. I suddenly find gaming enjoyable. Sister, hurry up. Naichi Gu is almost here. Xue Jiayu had a subtle suspicion that Yu might have feelings for Zhan Nanqi, but she quickly dismissed the thought. No way. That can't be it. Xiaoyu is still so young. Even during the games, Yu insisted on teaming up with Zhan Nanqi. Gu Yuan, sitting beside Xue Jiayu, grumbled, it used to be me and Naichi on a team, but now you want to team up with him. Our golden duo is breaking apart. Xue Jiayu playfully tapped Gu Yuan's head, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is it a disadvantage to be on my team? No, Gu Yuan hurriedly corrected. I just don't want to drag you down. I'm not worried. Let us battle. After 2 rounds of gaming, Zhan Nanqi decided he was done for the day. He and Yu were worlds apart in skill, with no hint of synergy between them. Aside from following him, she contributed nothing to the game, rendering it utterly uninteresting. He decided to quit. Zhan Nanqi tossed aside the controller to fetch a soda, while Yu timidly trailed behind him, asking, Brother Nanqi, do you think I'm foolish? Yes, Zhan Nanqi replied bluntly, causing Gu Yuan to nearly spit out his soda. Such directness. But Zhang Nanqi was indifferent. He had no obligation to coddle Ying Huanyu's feelings. Xue Jiayu, noticing that Ying Huanyu was on the verge of tears, quickly pulled her down to sit, reassuring her, "It's just a game. Don't take it too seriously." Ying Huanyu forced a smile, though her face was still etched with disappointment. The thought that had been suppressed resurfaced. Could Huanyu really be developing feelings for brother Nanqi? Zhang Nanqi nearly choked on his soda upon hearing this. Just then, Gu Yuan stood before him, and he inadvertently sprayed Gu Yuan's face. "Zhang Nanqi," Gu Yuan exclaimed, bouncing around, intent on battling him. However, the rotund Gu Yuan could not outrun the lanky Zhang Nanqi. Ultimately, it was Su Huimei who emerged to scold him. "What are you doing? Are you bullying Nanqi again?" "Mom, he sprayed me all over. He's the one bullying me." Gu Yuan pointed at his disheveled clothes, only to receive a disdainful glance from his mother. "Then hurry and change. Clean yourself up first." A cloth was tossed his way, and after a quick wipe, he grew even angrier. "This is a rag." Xue Jiayu was thoroughly amused by the antics of Su Huimei and Gu Yuan. But when she came to her senses, she found Zhang Nanqi had already settled beside her. "Stop overthinking," she vaguely heard him say. Turning her head, she asked, "Brother Nanqi, are you talking to me?" Ying Huanyu leaned in, eager to hear as well. "It's nothing." Though fewer people spoke to Ying Huanyu, many continued to play with Xue Jiayu, who maintained her popularity in class. Sometimes, when Ying Huanyu wanted to take her to the restroom after class, a crowd surrounded Xue Jiayu, making it impossible for her to squeeze through. Ying Huanyu had no choice but to go alone. Upon entering the restroom, the door suddenly slammed shut, startling her into a scream. Help! Help what?" Li Minxue emerged from behind the door, signaling for her to be quiet. Seeing her, Ying Huanyu grew even more anxious. "What do you want?" "I'm your mother. What do you think I want?" Li Minxue locked the door. "Did you steal anything from a Xue family like I told you?" "No." Ying Huanyu gulped, whispering, "Stealing is something bad kids do. I can't do that." "Oomph. Bad kids or good kids, your mother is on the verge of ruin. You need to help me out." Li Minxue poked her on the head. "I sent you to the Xue family to enjoy the good life. You can't just indulge yourself and forget about your mother." Ying Huanyu dared not resist or retort. With Li Minxue constantly referring to herself as mother, she couldn't correct her. "I have class. Let me go. Whether you go to class or not is irrelevant. Remember this. You have 2 days to steal something valuable from the Xue family to sell for money. Do you understand? Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do." With that, Li Minxue left, leaving Ying Huanyu trembling in fear. How could a mother be like this? Ying Huanyu felt an intense hatred, wishing she could push Li Minxue down the stairs. "Sister, what's wrong? Are you cold? Your face is so icy." "I'm fine." Ying Huanyu forced a smile. But Xue Jiayu sensed something was amiss. "Jiayu, let us go. The teacher asked us to turn in our homework together." A girl approached, linking her arm with Xue Jiayu's, completely disregarding the conversation with Ying Huanyu. "Xiao Mei, wait. My sister. It's fine. What important thing could she have?" Let us go. Let us go to teacher Zhao first." Ying Huanyu envied Xue Jiayu's ability to attract friends and felt angered that Xue Jiayu would pay attention to others. Why did she need other friends? Wasn't she enough? At the school gate, seeing Jiang Pei Rong's car, Xue Jiayu sensed something was off. Once in the car, she first greeted Jiang Pei Rong sweetly before asking, "Annie Jiang, why have you been picking us up all week? Isn't it good that Annie Jiang is picking you up?" Jiang Pei Rong replied, starting the car with a gentle smile. "Of course it is, but you and my mom used to take turns." Jiang Pei Rong had picked them up for 5 days straight this week. What was her mother so busy with? A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Jiang Pei Rong's face, but she believed she was concealing it well and chose to dismiss it. Since Annie Jiang is free this week, it's only natural that she picks you up. Though Xue Jiayu harbored doubts, she realized that Jiang Pei Rong had no intention of revealing more, so she decided to investigate on her own. Zhang Nanqi noticed her downcast eyes. Though he said nothing, thoughts began to form in his mind. "Let us go. Today Mom made sweet and sour fish." Jiang Pei Rong carried the ingredients ahead, while Zhang Nanqi followed. "Mom, what happened to Uncle Xue and Aunt Jiang?" Jiang Pei Rong hadn't intended to share, but seeing her son take an unusual interest in another family's affairs, she decided to divulge a bit. "Uncle Xue's factory is struggling. A foreign merchant ordered a large quantity of goods, but now they've gone bankrupt, and he hasn't received payment, leaving him in a state of desperation." Jiang Pei Rong had considered offering assistance, but Xue Wangjun refused, stating he would seek a bank loan. Although she and Zhang Ao Xiang wished to help, they could not force assistance upon him if he was unwilling. Jiang Pei Rong affectionately ruffled Zhang Nanqi's hair, pleased that he was becoming more considerate. Xue Jiayu, holding a glass of milk, glanced around the room, but did not see Jiang Qiu Yi or Xue Wang Jun, prompting her to ask Grandma, "Where Dad and Mom?" Su Zhan brought the dishes to the table, urging, "Come on, the food is ready and hot." But Mom has picked us up in days. Xue Jiayu sensed something was amiss. This was unprecedented. Jiang Qiu Yi would never be absent for days on end, no matter how busy she was. Could there be a problem with the factory? According to the original storyline, the Xue family's factory indeed faced significant issues later on, with Xue Wang Jun being deceived and ultimately losing everything, but it shouldn't be happening this early. No, she had altered part of the plot, which disrupted the original storyline. Xue Jiayu glanced at Su Zhan, who was humming while cooking and, unwilling to worry her grandmother, forced a smile as she finished her meal and swiftly left the table. Huanyu noticed and put down her utensils to follow. "Sister." Huanyu caught up to Xue Jiayu's pace, asking, "Sister, why are you running? What is going on?" Xue Jiayu rushed to the master bedroom to call Xue Wang Jun. Huanyu, "It'll be fine. Grandma said the factory is busy. I'll call Dad and find out." Normally, when Xue Jiayu called Xue Wang Jun at home, he would answer within 3 seconds. But today it took a full half-minute before he picked up, his tone anxious. "Hello? Mom, what's wrong?" "Dad, it's me." Upon hearing Xue Jiayu's voice, Xue Wang Jun's heart melted, and the weariness of the past days seemed to fade away. "Little treasure, what's the matter? I miss you." Xue Wang Jun cherished his only child dearly. How could he not miss her? Yet, he looked at the disheartened employees in the factory and the mountains of unsold clothes in the warehouse, and all he could do was sigh deeply. "Dad, is something wrong with the factory?" Xue Wang Jun was taken aback. How could his little treasure be so perceptive, guessing it right away? However, no matter how dire the situation at the factory was, it must not affect the children. Xue Jiayu wanted to inquire further, but Xue Wang Jun hung up. Huanyu, oblivious to the tension, tugged at Xue Jiayu's hand, wanting to go downstairs to watch television. "Sister, Dad and Mom will be fine. Look, Dad and Mom both said there's nothing wrong." Yet sharing these concerns with Huanyu was futile. It was better for her not to worry. "All right, I'll go take a shower. You can go watch TV first." "Okay." Huanyu cheerfully descended the stairs to watch television, while Xue Jiayu hurried into the study to rummage through the documents left by Xue Wang Jun. After a few moments of searching, she stumbled upon a brown paper bag filled with English writings, and upon opening it, she immediately sensed something amiss. At the Xue garment factory, several individuals were blocking the entrance to Xue Wang Jun's office. "Boss Xue, it's time for you to transfer the payment. Hasn't it been 3 days already? I'm from the bank, and I've heard that Mr. Xue is experiencing financial difficulties. We are here for an asset evaluation." Xue Wang Jun, overwhelmed by their presence, first calmed 2 suppliers before sending someone to escort the bank staff to the conference room, allowing him a moment to breathe. "Darling, what do you plan to do?" Jiang Qiu Yi looked at Xue Wang Jun with concern. "Actually, I have some money saved. Why don't you take it for emergencies?" "No need. That's your personal savings. Keep it for yourself. In case something happens to the factory, you and Xiao Bao will have funds to rely on." Xue Wang Jun's face appeared haggard, and he felt weak. He contemplated lighting a cigarette, but remembered Jiang Qiu Yi's aversion to the smell and merely held in his mouth. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Qiu Yi said, her eyes reddening with anger. "Do you think that if you encounter difficulties, Xiao Bao and I would leave you?" Su Wang Yun embraced his shoulder, his voice bitter. "It's not that I think so, it's that I hope so. If that day truly comes when the factory can no longer sustain itself, I hope you'll take Xiao Bao and leave me to live well. Stop thinking like that. The urgent matter now is to find that Steve. Haven't we been able to reach him?" 3 months ago, a foreign businessman named Steve approached, willing to purchase a large quantity of garments at a price 5% above market rate, and he even paid a 30% deposit. However, 3 months later, when Xue Wang Jun completed the order and sought to contact him for delivery, he was informed that the company had gone bankrupt and the goods were no longer needed, with the final payment also unfeasible. Anxious, Xue Wang Jun rushed to the company, only to find it deserted, and Steve had vanished. To make matters worse, the garments were tailored to the specific sizes provided by Steve, vastly different from the market standards, rendering them unsellable. Furthermore, The factory had declined several smaller orders to accommodate Steve's request, leaving them in a precarious financial position where they could not even pay their dues. Can you manage alone? Chapter 97. Rarely home, Xue Jiayu pondered for a long time in her room, wondering who exactly this Steve was, as he seemed absent from the original narrative. Just then, Yu shouted from downstairs, urging her to come down. Sister, thinking that there might be an urgent matter. Xue Jiayu hurried downstairs, only to discover that Yu merely wanted her to watch a cartoon. Sister, hurry and sit down. It's about to start. Little you go ahead and watch. I don't feel like watching television today. If the matter with Steve remained unresolved, it was likely that the Xue family would face difficult times ahead. However, Yu frowned at her sister's retreating figure, contemplating whether the Xue family was truly on the brink of bankruptcy. That simply wouldn't do. She did not wish to endure hardship alongside the Xue family. She recalled Li Min Xue's words about hiding some of the Xue family's valuable possessions. If the Xue family truly collapsed, she could rely on those items to survive. Quietly, Yu set down the remote control, glanced at Su Jun, who was washing dishes and would not emerge anytime soon, and stealthily ascended the stairs. Xue Jiyu's door was tightly shut. Fortune favored her. Yu made a beeline for Jiang Xiu's bedroom, rummaging through the bottom of the wardrobe until she found a jewelry box. The golden lock symbolized peace and prosperity, a notion even a child like Yu understood. She was curious to see what would happen to Xue Jiayu if the golden lock were absent. However, just as she reached the staircase, she bumped into Jiang Xiu. Mommy. Yu called out, startled, causing Jiang Xiu to nearly lose her balance. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me. Yu quickly ran up to Jiang Xiu and affectionately hugged her. I just haven't seen you in a while, so I'm really happy. Oh, is that so? Jiang Xiu patted her head. Although she had little emotional connection with her, she couldn't help but feel warmth at Yu's affection. Where's your sister? She in her room. Just then, Xue Jiayu rushed to open the door and leaped into Jiang Xiu's embrace. Mom. Unlike her previous reaction, Jiang Xiu picked her up and kissed her on the face. My darling, Mommy missed you so much. Mom, has Dad resolved the issues at the factory? Jiang Xiu forced a smile, avoiding the topic. Your father and I will handle it. I haven't been able to pick you up these past few days. Let us see your homework. Mom, look at my assignments. The teacher said I've made a lot of progress lately. While Jiang Xiu examined Xue Jiayu's work, Yu took the opportunity to place her assignments on top. All right, Mommy will look at them one by one. Jiang Xiu pushed aside Yu's book, focusing on Xue Jiayu's work. Unaware of the disappointment in Yu's eyes, it was Xue Jiayu who suggested, Mom, why don't you look at my sister too? Her handwriting is better than before. Really? Jiang Xiu, heeding her words, first glanced at Yu's work. A brief scan confirmed it was indeed quite good, prompting her to encourage further effort. Although Yu felt dissatisfied with her mother's cursory examination, she remained silent, lowering her head in disappointment. Mom, why aren't you turning the pages? Jiang Xiu forced a smile. Mommy is just too tired, dear. Can I rest on your bed for a bit? Sure. Please lie down quickly. Xue Jiayu quickly lifted the covers for her. I'm sorry, little darling. I'll have to dirty your blanket today. Generally, Xue Jiayu did not allow anyone in outside clothes to sit on her bed, but Jiang Xiu was simply too exhausted to care. Xue Jiayu signaled to Yu, let us step outside and not disturb Mom. Okay. The two children quietly slipped out, ensuring the door was closed before they dared to breathe freely. Sister, is it true that our family can't go on? Xue Jiayu patted her head. Didn't Mom say they would handle it? No matter what, they won't let you suffer, all right? Really? Yu's greatest fear was that the Xue family's former wealth allowed them to care for her. If the Xue family truly fell into poverty, she would surely be the first to be cast aside. However, Xue Jiayu's firm reassurance gave her a glimmer of hope. In the dead of night, Jiang Xiu woke up groggily, only to realize she had fallen asleep on Xue Jiayu's small bed. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and heard a faint rustling. Mom, you're awake. After Xue Jiayu turned on the light, Jiang Xiu discovered she had been sitting on a chair. Xiao Bao, why are you sitting in chair? You could sleep in my room or with Xiaoyu. Yet, Xue Jiayu saw nothing wrong. Because I want to keep watch over you. That way you can see me the moment you wake up. Xiao Bao. Jiang Xiu embraced her tightly. Her little treasure was the best child in the world. If only Mommy would share the factory troubles with me. We could think of a solution together. Xue Jiayu quietly mused while nestled in Jiang Xiu's arms. Hearing this, Jiang Xiu bit her lip and made a decision to share the factory situation with Xue Jiayu. After all, she was a member of the Xue family, and knowing was only right. Xiao Bao, Mommy wants to talk to you about what Daddy and Mommy have been busy with lately. Are you willing to listen? Em willing. Jiang Xiu explained the situation, and Xue Jiayu's guesses were nearly spot on, though she still displayed great interest. After hearing everything, Jiang Xiu suddenly felt foolish. What use was it to share these matters with the child? But little treasure, you don't need to worry. Mommy will find a way to resolve these issues. Just focus on eating, studying, and sleeping well. Xue Jiayu pondered for a long time before asking Mom, have you ever suspected that this Steve isn't actually a foreigner? Jiang Xiu paused, recalling her own encounter with Steve, who had blonde hair and blue eyes. The epitome of a foreigner. How could he not be? My intention is to suggest that it may not be foreign merchants, but rather others sent to deceive you. Chapter 98. The golden lock was stolen. This notion had not crossed Jiang Xiu's mind. Xue Jiayu nodded earnestly, urging her father to reflect on whether they had offended anyone in recent business dealings. It seemed premeditated, with a 3-month timeline and the prompt payment of a deposit, as if they had calculated the impending bankruptcy. However, if they were targeting our factory, why would they pay a deposit? Jiang Xiu instinctively lowered herself to her daughter's level and regarded her as an equal. Mother, how much is that deposit? Compared to our factory, which holds greater value. In other words, the deposit serves as bait, while the factory is the prize catch. Jiang Xiu was rendered speechless by this revelation. Upon seeing her mother's expression, Xue Jiayu realized she had said too much and quickly added, Mother, these are just things I picked up from the television. I don't know if they can help you and Father. They are indeed reasonable. I will discuss these matters with your father. Jiang Xiu tucked her daughter into bed. Wait here for a moment. I will take a shower and be right back to keep you company. Today, I want to hear a story. No problem. I will tell you 3. The next day, Jiang Xiu escorted them to school, and Jiang Peirong was somewhat surprised to see her. Not yet, but soon. Jiang Xiu had applied light makeup to conceal her fatigue and restore her former elegance. What are you saying? These children are also my own. Jiang Peirong, still worried, inquired once more, do you really not need Lao Zhan's assistance? No need. All right, but do let me know if you require help. Xue Jiayu was deeply moved by their conversation. The neighborly relations in this era were genuinely supportive in times of hardship. Gu Yuan was delighted to see Jiang Xiu and greeted her with enthusiasm. Aunt Jiang, long time no see. Indeed, long time no see. How have you been these past few days? Jiang Xiu responded with a warm smile, bending down to greet him. Not well. Jiayu misses you so much that she doesn't even joke with me anymore when we get in the car. Gu Yuan pouted. Will you still take us often? Of course. I will do my best. Jiang Xiu felt a pang of emotion. All right, children, let's head to school. Upon arrival, she dropped them off and proceeded to the factory. Xue Jiayu's mood had improved significantly. She could joke and play with Gu Yuan and noticed that Zhang Nanqi was wearing a new pair of shoes. Brother Nanqi, you have new shoes. Zhang Nanqi glanced down. He had actually worn these shoes for several days, but since Jiayu said they were new, they must be new. They look nice. I like them. Zhang Nanqi, seemingly contemplative, offered, I can give you a pair. No need. I have my own New Year's money. I can buy them myself. Suddenly remembering that she was on duty today, Xue Jiayu shouted and dashed into the classroom. Gu Yuan playfully draped his arm around Zhang Nanqi's neck. It's not time yet. How about we go to the restroom first? I want to go too. Huanyu, fearing being left behind, quickly chimed in. Gu Yuan grinned. Xiaoyu, we're going to the boys' restroom. I know. I didn't say I wanted to go to the boys' restroom. I want to go to the girls' restroom. Huanyu quietly walked alongside Zhang Nanqi, usually standing on his right side when Jiayu was around. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, they parted ways. As she stepped inside, she saw Li Minxue cleaning. Startled, Huanyu immediately turned to leave, but it was too late. Stop! Li Minxue tossed aside her mop and grabbed her cap, shutting the door in the process. Why are you hiding from your mother? Huanyu struggled to push her hand away. I have a mother. You are not my mother. Do you want me to take you to the hospital for a blood test before you admit I'm your mother? Li Minxue sneered. Fine, let's go. And we'll see if the Xue family continues to support you. Frustrated, Huanyu bit her wrist hard. Ouch, you little brat. Li Minxue cursed angrily. I raise you. And you bite me? Don't you have any conscience? I never asked you to give birth to me. Huanyu seized the opportunity to flee, but was blocked by Li Minxue at the door. Tell me, did you steal anything? I need to pay rent this month. No, I would never steal. I don't believe you. The Xue family must have bought you some safety locks or something. Li Minxue rummaged through her pockets and unexpectedly found a golden lock, her eyes lighting up instantly. Did you not say you had nothing? This is it. Huanyu tried to snatch it back, but lacked the strength, helplessly watching Li Minxue wave the golden lock. Good daughter, you prepared this great gift for me. This will cover my rent for 2 months. I suppose I can consider it worth raising you. Get it back. Huanyu jumped, but could not reach her arm, ultimately being pushed to the ground. This golden lock is only worth 2 months. Keep stealing, and if you don't, I will make a scene of the Xue family. Li Minxue picked up her mop and left gleefully. Huanyu rose from the ground, glaring at her retreating figure with gritted teeth. Why is Xue Jiayu's mother gentle and generous, while mine behaves like this? The teacher frowned. Huanyu, this is school, not your home. How can you be so sluggish coming to class? Huanyu pursed her lips and refused to speak, further inciting the teacher's anger. Still unwilling to admit your mistake? Your expression shows you are not the least bit contrite. Huanyu remained silent, prompting Xue Jiayu to stand up. Teacher, Xiaoyu might not be feeling well today. We arrived at school early. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other students. Although the classmates were not fond of Huanyu, they had a good relationship with Xue Jiayu and were willing to testify on their behalf. Teacher, I saw them arrive at 7:30. Jiayu is on duty today. Yes, I saw that too. They were not late. Seeing so many students speak for them and noticing Huanyu's distressed expression, the teacher could not continue to chastise her. Huanyu lowered her head and walked in step by step. As she passed by her classmates, she distinctly heard someone say, "Why does she smell so bad? Like a restroom." Who knows? Xue Jiayu always smells nice, completely different from her. Chapter 99. Li Minxue's daughter. Those sarcastic remarks incessantly reached Huanyu's ears. She wished to cover them, but could not prevent the sounds from penetrating. The pointed fingers and whispers from her classmates made it difficult for her to lift her head. Yet that was not her primary concern. Now, she was more anxious that Li Minxue had taken the golden lock. If discovered, how would she explain it? It mattered little what others thought. What mattered was how Xue Jiayu would perceive her. Coincidentally, when she looked up, she met Xue Jiayu's gaze. Concerned that she might be upset by her classmates' words, Xue Jiayu mouthed, "Don't listen to them." This simple gesture instilled in Huanyu with boundless courage. As long as her sister was there, she feared nothing. After class, Huanyu intended to find Xue Jiayu to chat, but as soon as she stood up, she saw Lu Shishir linking arms with Xue Jiayu and heading outside. "Jiayu, come on, let's go to the restroom." "Hurry, Jiayu, why are you dawdling?" Lu Shishir feigned closeness to Xue Jiayu, relishing Huanyu's awkward expression. If she breaks her picture book, she'll regret it." Huanyu watched as Xue Jiayu was pulled away, feeling dejected as she sat back down. Gu Yuan patted her shoulder gently, reassuring her, "Lu Shishir is like that. Don't let her get to you." Huanyu nodded bitterly, her gaze drifting towards Zhang Nanqi, hoping to hear a word of comfort from him. However, Zhang Nanqi remained absorbed in his book, seemingly indifferent. Lu Shishir dragged Xue Jiayu to the restroom and lowered her voice to whisper in her ear, "Jiayu, do you know why Huanyu was late this morning?" Xue Jiayu shook her head in confusion. Lu Shishir feigned intrigue. "I saw her talking to the janitor." "Isn't that quite normal? The problem is that janitor approached her." "I saw it twice." Lu Shishir wore a serious expression, her eyes wide open in a display of shock. Xue Jiayu, however, remained unconcerned, suggesting that perhaps it was simply a matter of her expressing her thoughts, possibly out of a desire to assist the cleaning lady, Huanyu. Sure, you shouldn't always target Xiaoyu. She is actually quite well behaved." Lu Shishir pouted in annoyance, retorting, "Do you truly believe that someone who paints flowers for my illustrated book is well behaved?" Xue Jiayu asserted resolutely. She believed that Huanyu's act of painting flowers for Lu Shishir's book was merely a fleeting lapse in judgment, and she had faith that she could influence Huanyu positively. With this conviction, Lu Shishir found herself at a loss for words. As they returned to class, Lu Shishir suddenly seized Xue Jiayu's arm. "Jiayu, look over there. That's the cleaning lady speaking with Huanyu." Following Lu Shishir's gaze, Xue Jiayu was taken aback to see Li Minxue. It turned out that Lu Shishir was referring to Li Minxue as the cleaning lady. But what could she possibly want with Huanyu? Xue Jiayu inhaled deeply, realizing that bringing Huanyu from the village to the city, separating her from her biological mother, had not resulted in the change she had hoped for. The headmaster was confronting Li Minxue with a golden lock in hand, demanding, "Is this yours?" He raised his hand deliberately, causing her to miss her chance at a response. "Don't be ridiculous. If you could afford a golden lock, would you be cleaning our school? You better confess where you stole this from." Li Minxue glared defiantly at the headmaster, insisting, "I did not steal it. Then we will involve the police." As the headmaster prepared to make a call, Li Minxue suddenly swung a mop at him from behind. Startled, Lu Shishir hastily covered her eyes, but Xue Jiayu reacted quickly, shouting, "Headmaster, watch out behind you." When Li Minxue turned to see who had warned the headmaster, she smiled knowingly upon recognizing Xue Jiayu. "So it's you." Feeling frightened, Lu Shishir tugged at Xue Jiyu's sleeve, urging, "Jiyu, let us go. She is so strange." Xue Jiayu squeezed her hand, offering a semblance of reassurance. Upon seeing Xue Jiayu, Li Minxue's mind began to concoct a terrifying idea of kidnapping her. After all, if she could no longer work as a cleaning lady, why not seize a significant opportunity? The Xue family cherished Xue Jiayu dearly and would likely pay a hefty ransom for her return. Li Minxue approached her step by step. Xue Jiayu felt a tinge of panic but maintained her composure, meeting Li Minxue's gaze as she stood her ground. "Li Minxue, do not harm me, or you will regret it." Li Minxue responded with a cruel smile, madness glimmering in her eyes. "What about Xiaoyu?" Xue Jiayu blurted out, and she noticed Li Minxue pause, her expression shifting uncomfortably. "What does it have to do with her? If you commit a crime, it will inevitably implicate her. Do you not care about that?" Li Minxue had intended to dismiss the concern, but realized that Huanyu was her only child, the one she depended upon for her future, and thus could not afford to be indifferent. "You will not touch my daughter. If I find out you bully Xiaoyu, I will do something far more horrific than kidnapping." Xue Jiayu breathed a sigh of relief, taking a step back, and spoke again, "Rest assured, I will only protect Xiaoyu. The only harm she might suffer is what you inflict upon her." Li Minxue found herself at a loss for words, unable to refute the claim. At that moment, the headmaster, accompanied by two male teachers who had rushed in, apprehended Li Minxue. She erupted into a hysterical scream, drawing a crowd of students. The chilling cry echoed through the 2 floors, prompting curious elementary students to rush out of their classrooms to investigate. Among them was a member of Class 1. Huanyu squeezed into the throng, incredulously observing the standoff between Li Minxue and Xue Jiayu. How could this be happening? Hadn't she complied with her mother's instructions to steal items from the Xue family? Why was she now seeking out her sister? Did her sister know about her theft? In that moment, Huanyu felt an overwhelming sense of shame wash over her. Meanwhile, Li Minxue caught sight of her daughter in the crowd and shouted excitedly, "Huanyu, Xiaoyu, quickly save your mother." With an explosive sound, Huanyu felt the wall of her self-esteem crumble. In an instant, the people standing beside her silently distanced themselves. Amidst the bustling crowd, she felt as if she were an isolated island. Huanyu longed to burrow into the ground, questioning why Li Minxue had to make her feel so humiliated. Suddenly, her vision darkened as someone stood before her. She looked up sharply to find Xue Jiayu facing her, arms outstretched to shield her from the prying, judgmental gazes. One onlooker quipped, "Jiayu, you're still defending her? Didn't you hear that lady say she is her mother? Xiaoyu, don't listen to their absurdities. You are still my sister. You were then, and you always will be." Upon hearing this, Huanyu felt a rush of emotion and leaped into Xue Jiayu's embrace. "Sister, I don't want anything else, just you. Don't worry. I will always be here for you," Xue Jiayu comforted, caressing Huanyu's back with tenderness. While she was uninterested in the surrounding chaos, the incessant chatter of Gu Yuan, who felt compelled to keep her updated on the unfolding events, proved unavoidable. The headmaster had indeed contacted the authorities. Li Minxue was in for a rough time, facing charges of theft and assault. Gu Yuan had intended to call out names, but upon witnessing Huanyu's pitiful figure, felt that, as Huanyu's mother, Li Minxue deserved a modicum of respect. Has the headmaster really called the police? Huanyu turned slightly, frowning with concern. "Yes. Are you worried about her?" Gu Yuan scratched his head, adding, "If you want to know how she is, I could inquire further." "No need." It wasn't that she was concerned about Li Minxue. Rather, she wished for Li Minxue's troubles not to impact her. However, it was evident that the ramifications of this incident were far greater than Huanyu had anticipated. Although most understood that she was merely a foster child of the Xue family, no one was aware that her biological mother was of such low moral standing. In an instant, everyone began to label her as the daughter of the cleaning lady, coupled with the fact that many in class already disliked her. This provided an opportunity for them to ridicule her further, tearing her books apart and placing trash in her backpack. Huanyu clutched a pile of tattered books as she approached the teacher, tearfully lodging her complaint. "Teacher, they ruined my books." The teacher, weary, looked at her and replied, "Huanyu, why can't you unite with your classmates? You should first reflect on whether you have any issues." "I don't." Huanyu was bewildered. Was it simply because her mother was Li Minxue? How did that make her the one at fault? The teacher shook her head with a sigh. "Huanyu, you need to identify the reasons for their targeting. Otherwise, I can help you this time, but I may not be able next time." Upon hearing this, Huanyu was left with a single thought. The teacher would not assist her. Thus, she resolved to disregard the teacher's advice. She sought out Xue Jiayu, convinced that her sister would undoubtedly protect her. Despite the animosity directed towards her, those individuals still adored Xue Jiayu. Their strategy to undermine Huanyu involved various tactics to pull Xue Jiayu away from her. "Sister, I scored 95 on my exam today," Huanyu exclaimed, eager to show her paper to Xue Jiayu. But Lu Shishir preemptively intervened. "Jiayu, where's your test paper? Let me borrow the full score sheet for corrections. Wasn't it early enough? I came to find you as soon as class ended." Huanyu, feeling despondent and powerless, sought to interject, but Lu Shishir deliberately obstructed Xue Jiayu's view. "There is still a question I want to ask you." Huanyu felt a sense of defeat, realizing that despite Lu Shishir's efforts, she could not compete. Little did she know that Xue Jiayu had already noticed her. Xue Jiayu parted the crowd, beaming at Huanyu. "Xiaoyu, show your sister what you scored." 95. Huanyu shouted. "Only 95? Jiayu has always scored full marks," Lu Shishir scoffed, lifting her chin as she walked away. But this did nothing to dampen the good spirits of Huanyu and Xue Jiayu. "Sister, I can solve all the problems you taught me last time." "Excellent. Tonight, I will tell my mother to give you an extra meal." Xue Jiayu was just about to explain the mistake she made on a question when the principal suddenly knocked on the door. "Xue Jiayu, come here. We need to verify a statement with you." "Yes. All right." Xue Jiayu followed the principal outside. As soon as they exited the classroom, the principal leaned down and said to her, "Today the police are here to take statements. Remember to say whatever you recall, and do not lie." "Understood." Xue Jiayu remained composed. She had watched enough crime dramas to know that giving a statement was a trivial matter. However, when she saw the evidence the principal produced, she froze for several seconds. "Officer, I only gave Li Minxue a job out of pity. I never expected to attract a thief. Look, this is her stolen item. I have asked every teacher in the school, and no one recognizes this lock." The police officer frowned. "Could it be her own?" "Unlikely. If she could afford a gold lock, why would she come to our school to work as a cleaner? But why was it found on Li Minxue? Unless someone brought it from the Xue household for her." Xue Jiayu was reluctant to speculate further and could not help but exclaim, "That is my gold lock." "You?" Both the principal and the officer turned to her. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Why did you bring a gold lock to school?" "I did not bring it. I do not know why it is with Li Minxue." Xue Jiayu spoke the truth. She had only seen the gold lock once before, and this was the second time. The principal suggested calling Jiang Xiui for questioning. But Xue Jiayu thought about how they had both been preoccupied with factory matters lately and decided not to burden her further. "No need, principal, just return it to me. I will not pursue this matter. That is unacceptable. This is theft. It is a serious issue." Regardless of how the principal insisted, Xue Jiayu refused to pursue it. The principal attempted to discreetly message Jiang Xiui, but was caught by Xue Jiayu. Chapter 101. The Familiar Gold Lock Principle. "Did I not say that I will not pursue this matter?" "Xue Jiayu, you are still young. You do not understand the significance of a gold lock. Isn't it just a bit of money? Moreover, she did not steal it. It is still here. Can it not be returned to me now?" The principal was still unwilling, stating that such a valuable item should not be handled by children. It would be better for him to keep it safe until her mother could come to retrieve it. Given the circumstances, there was no other option. After all, they're just elementary students. Xue Jiayu shook her head with a light laugh, noticing Zhang Nanqi sitting alone in the corner reading. "Why isn't brother Nanqi concerned about me at all?" Xue Jiayu pouted, just as she was about to sit down. Zhang Nanqi suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting. Zhang Nanqi raised an eyebrow, seemingly asking what he should be concerned about. When she was about to speak, Zhang Nanqi lowered his head back to his book. Look, just spend your life with books." Xue Jiayu pushed aside the classmate in front of her. Don't crush my desk. What feelings could there be in giving a statement? It's just like dictation. Just write down what you know. Did they ask you about Huanyu's mother? Xue Jiayu slammed her hand on the table in frustration. Huanyu's mother is my mother. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If you keep talking nonsense, I will not play with you anymore. All right, we won to mention it. Don't be angry. Everyone did not want to provoke Xue Jiyu's ire and quickly dispersed. Once most had left, Huanyu timidly approached Xue Jiayu. Sister, I'm sorry. Xue Jiayu was very patient with her, her voice softening. It's all right, don't overthink it. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't. Huanyu struggled to find words, continuously apologizing. No, I have never heard of any gold lock. Is that so? Then it's fine. But how did Li Minxue get the gold lock? This was something Xue Jiayu could not comprehend. Su Sujin noticed that there were problems at the factory and was secretly wiping her tears in the kitchen. Hearing Xue Jiayu's voice, she quickly wiped her tears and turned to them. All right. Xue Jiayu clapped her hands in delight, soon noticing the tears Su Sujin had not wiped away. Grandma, are you crying? Huanyu, who had just taken off her shoes, also came over to ask, Grandma, why are you crying? It's nothing. Grandma was just moved by a television show earlier. The shows nowadays are so good. Su Sujin sniffled. You two go do your homework. Grandma will go prepare dinner. Huanyu did not suspect anything, but Xue Jiayu stood in place, gazing at Su Sujin's retreating figure in a daze. How could Su Sujin, who had always toiled in the fields and only enjoyed listening to and performing operas and playing cards, suddenly be watching television? It was related to the issues at the family factory. Xue Jiayu wanted to visit the factory to see what was wrong. However, no one could take her there, and if she went alone, Su Sujin would never agree. After much thought, Xue Jiayu decided to seek help from Jiang Peirong. Grandma, I'm going to Brother Nanqi's house. Xue Jiayu quickly put on her shoes and left, leaving Su Sujin bewildered. This child always seemed to rush to the Zhan household. She could not fathom what was so captivating. Su Sujin shook her head and chuckled, returning to her cooking. Huanyu came down from upstairs after changing her clothes, and seeing the living room empty, she asked Su Sujin, Grandma, where's my sister? She went to the Zhan family. Then I'll go too. Huanyu had not even reached the door when Su Sujin called her back. Wait, don't go yet. Help me peel some garlic. She did not want to peel it, but since Su Sujin usually disliked her, she did not help now. It would only make her more disliked. Oh, Xue Jiayu rushed to the Zhan household, where Jiang Peirong had just parked the car and looked a bit surprised to see her. Xue Jiayu, little treasure, what brings you here? Are you looking for Nanqi to play? Hearing this, Zhan Nanqi walked to the door and silently stared at her. However, Xue Jiayu shook her head. Annie Jiang, I would like to ask for your help. Jiang Peirong smiled. Of course. What can I assist you with? I want to go to the factory to find my parents. She had a premonition that something significant was about to happen today. Jiang Peirong's expression changed. She and her husband had tacitly hidden the factory's issues from the children, and she could not just take the child to shatter the calm facade. Wouldn't that make them the bad guys? But Xue Jiayu was sweating with anxiety. If we don't go soon, it will be too late. I need to save my parents. Zhan Nanqi frowned. Mom, let us go, I will go too. Huh, all right. Jiang Peirong shook her head in resignation. Even if she would be scolded by Chioi, there was no choice since her son had spoken up. You two get in the car, sit in the back, and be careful. The car, which had just parked, left the Zhan family compound, heading straight for the Xue clothing factory. On the way, Xue Jiayu was very nervous, constantly rubbing her hands. Jiang Peirong noticed this and started chatting with her to distract her. Little treasure, why the sudden desire to go to the factory? Yes, Xue Jiayu answered without hesitation, leaving the rest to fate. Zhan Nanqi watched her fidgeting between looking out the window and picking at her fingers, suddenly reaching out to hold her small hand. Brother Nanqi? Xue Jiayu looked at him in confusion. Aren't you the one who dislikes being touched? Why was he suddenly holding her hand? Stop fidgeting. If you keep it up, your nails will be ruined. If Zhan Nanqi had not reminded her, Xue Jiayu would not have noticed the state of her nails, which were already a disaster. She smiled shyly, her anxiety easing. The Xue clothing factory was located in the outskirts, and Jiang Peirong turned into an alley. We have arrived. The sign of the Xue clothing factory was still illuminated, but under the sign stood several intimidating-looking men waiting to collect debts. Chapter 102. The debt collectors. The words Xue clothing factory were specially made by Xue Wangjun the year Xue Jiayu was born. After years of exposure to the elements, the sign had weathered, yet Xue Wangjun still took pride in it. Several fierce-looking men stood at the front with invoices in hand, shouting into the factory. Xue Wangjun, come out. Why is the invoice signed in black and white not being paid? If we are not compensated, we will go to the police station. Indeed, if we are not paid, we will retrieve the machine ourselves. We must secure our payment today. As they spoke, several individuals attempted to break through the employees' blockade. One person emerged from among the staff, declaring, I am the deputy factory director. Listen to me. Do not act impulsively. Jiang Perong, concerned that the group might lash out at the two children, quickly led them back a few steps to hide behind a tree. Upon seeing the deputy factory director, Xue Jiayu felt a jolt of recognition. This deputy director was not to be trusted. Just as the deputy was about to acquiesce, Jiang Qiui, standing at the back of the crowd, admonished, interest? This is neither a bank nor a loan shark. A delay of 2 or 3 days in payment does not warrant interest. Lao Qi, Lao Dai, this is not your first business deal with the Xue family. Do you lack this modicum of trust? Upon her arrival, the deputy's expression shifted, quickly adopting a sycophantic smile. Madam Factory Director, please call me Accountant Jiang. Jiang Qiui's demeanor was stern, and the other employees instinctively cleared a path for her. The two men, referred to as Lao Dai and Lao Qi, were indeed there to collect debts. Seeing only Jiang Qiui, their arrogance grew. I only address you as sister out of respect. Do not conflate our personal relationship with business. Money is money, and feelings are feelings. Jiang Qiui's resolve was unwavering as she coldly retorted, very well, let's discuss feelings. Lao Qi, last year, when your mother fell ill and the hospital could not accommodate her, was it not we who facilitated her admission? Lao Qi was momentarily speechless, yes. But what of it? Must we dredge up past grievances? Fine, let us speak of more recent matters. Jiang Qiui's piercing gaze shifted to Lao Dai. Last month, when you failed to deliver the goods, did we not pressure you? Lao Dai awkwardly scratched his head. Well, yes, but what? Who does not encounter difficulties? We do not need your assistance. We merely request a 2-day extension. Wang Jun is already devising a solution. As soon as the funds are received, I will transfer them to you without delay. Though Jiang Qiui was slender, her confidence and assertiveness commanded respect from the men. Both Lao Qi and Lao Dai pursed their lips, realizing Jiang Qiui's points were irrefutable. Just as she was about to proceed into the factory, the deputy director detained her. Accountant Jiang, they are the creditors. Please speak more courteously. Upon hearing the term creditors, Lao Dai and Lao Qi felt emboldened. Jiang Qiui was unwilling to sign. Yet with so many employees and neighboring factory owners watching, she did not wish to provide them with a spectacle. While she hesitated, a small figure suddenly darted forward. Mama, Xue Jiayu clung to Jiang Qiui's leg, seeking affection. Jiang Perong, seeing Xue Jiayu rush over, was taken aback. When did she slip away? Jiang Qiui was equally surprised. Little treasure, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home? She glanced around, unable to fathom how Xue Jiayu had arrived. The next moment, she spotted Jiang Perong and Zhan Nanqi hiding behind the tree. Without needing to ask, she knew Xue Jiayu had insisted on coming with Jiang Perong. Jiang Perong offered an apologetic smile, but Jiang Qiui gently shook her head, signaling her to stay hidden and avoid drawing attention. The deputy director, upon seeing Xue Jiayu, was quite taken with her. Long time no see, little friend. He attempted to reach out and touch Xue Jiyu's delicate face, but she slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. Your hands are filthy. The deputy director's smile froze, but he refrained from retorting, recognizing she was merely a child. Lao Dai and Lao Qi shouted in displeasure. Can't you see us grown men standing here? Why are you engaging in mother-daughter affection? Hurry up. Either agree to our interest or settle the payment. Jiang Qiui heard her daughter's unspoken thoughts and, though tempted to relent, replied, No, we will not pay interest. We are working on the payment. So you only intend to resort to violence to compel us to pay? Lao Dai blustered, raising his hand, causing Xue Jiayu to wail loudly. Help! Don't kill me. Stop hitting the child. The sound of a child crying often evokes sympathy, and upon hearing Xue Jiayu's cries, several factory owners nearby rushed to protect the mother and daughter. Come on, there's no need for this. You came here to collect money, so why take it out on a child? Don't you have children of your own? What if your child were bullied? The men defending Jiang Qiui chastised Lao Dai, who found himself unable to reply, his frustration boiling over as he waved his hand dismissively. Fine, just get Xue Wangjun out here. hiding in the factory like a turtle while his wife and child faced this outside. The other factory owners turned their attention to Xue Jiayu. Yes, Madam Xue. Where's Xue boss? He hasn't fled, has he? There was some cash in the factory yesterday, but today it's all gone. Xue Jiayu, unable to contain her irritation, shot a glare at the deputy director. Nonsense. Wang Jun is not a coward. He has matters to attend to and has stepped out. Lao Chi quickly interjected. What matters could possibly be so pressing? Could he be out borrowing money? Hurry, pay up. Otherwise, you can forget about doing business today. As they spoke, several men sat down defiantly at the factory entrance. Xue Jiayu, struggling to maintain her composure, felt tears welling up, prompting Xue Jiayu to cling to her neck. Mama, don't cry. Xue Jiyu's eyes, however, were fixed on the deputy director. It's all this deputy director's fault. That Steve has something to do with him. Xue Jiayu regarded the deputy director with a scrutinizing gaze, causing him to feel uneasy. Accountant Jiang, why are you looking at me? I recall that when Steve first visited the factory, it was you who received him. The deputy director's heart sank, and he hastily distanced himself from the situation. That's not the case. I merely showed him around. The subsequent agreements were all negotiated with the boss. Xue Jiayu simply observed him in silence. Why are you so anxious? He stammered. I'm just curious why you would suddenly inquire about this. Xue Jiayu's voice was calm. I'm not anxious. I just find your sudden interest peculiar. The moment Xue Jiayu turned away, the deputy director mentally cursed her for being so intrusive. Yet, he soon found himself ensnared by Xue Jiyu's penetrating gaze. Mister, why are you looking so guilty? Have you done something wrong? Xue Jiayu feigned innocence, drawing the attention of all present to the deputy director. Of course not. He vehemently denied. I have done nothing wrong. You are slandering me. Xue Jiayu shielded her daughter. You are overreacting. Children often speak in jest. As the troublemakers realized Xue Jiayu was not inclined to make payments, they contemplated retreating for future strategy when, unexpectedly, 2 police cars arrived. Xue Jiayu was startled by the sight of so many officers and instinctively retreated with Xue Jiayu. To their surprise, the police stepped out and inquired, What are you all doing here? Lao Dai quickly stood and awkwardly chuckled. Officers, we haven't done anything. We are merely here to collect a debt. Blocking the factory entrance to collect debts. The police scolded, You are disturbing the peace. Who taught you to use such underhanded methods to collect debts? Leave immediately and do not obstruct the area. However, Lao Dai and the others were unwilling to get entangled with the police and hastily departed. Once the crowd dispersed, the police asked who reported this. Xue Jiayu shook her head in confusion. Not I. Clearly, it was not the deputy director either. Jiang Peirong emerged from behind the tree with Zhang Nanqi, exclaiming, It was me. The police gathered the details before leaving, and Jiang Peirong, feeling embarrassed, smiled. I thought the situation was urgent, so I had to call the police. You did the right thing. Calling the police was necessary. Xue Jiayu firmly grasped her hand in gratitude. Shall we go to the factory for a moment? Of course. Jiang Peirong led Zhang Nanqi deeper inside, while Xue Jiayu guided Xue Jiayu to introduce her. The deputy factory director trailed behind them. It had been quite some time since they last visited the factory. Jiang Peirong felt intrigued and wished to tour the workshop. However, she refrained from entering, as the dust inside was considerable, and she feared soiling her attire. Jiang Peirong feigned annoyance, questioning if they were afraid she might steal their techniques. Of course not. Xue Jiayu hastily denied, only to find Jiang Peirong laughing heartily. You take me seriously as soon as I say it. Xue Jiayu chuckled helplessly, remarking on her friend's immaturity for her age. As long as one maintains a youthful mindset, one will always be a child at heart. They strolled to the factory director's office, but Xue Wangjun was absent, with the keys in Xue Jiayu's possession. Xue Jiayu recalled her last visit to the factory when she was kidnapped, a fateful encounter that had since kept her away. She thought her father's aesthetic was rather imposing. Observing the mahogany sofa and genuine leather office chair, she decisively chose to sit in the latter. Jiang Jiayu personally prepared tea for Jiang Peirong when the deputy factory director knocked on the door. Jiang, would you like me to keep you company? No need, you may leave. Heeding the unspoken sentiments of Xiao Bao, Jiang Jiayu's attitude towards the deputy was rather frosty. The deputy, taken aback, dared not say anything further and exited. Once the door closed, Jiang Peirong lowered her voice and inquired, Is there an issue with him? Yes. However, Jiang Jiayu could not articulate the specifics. as her judgment was solely based on Xiaobao's sentiments. Jiang Perong, not one to pry, refrained from asking further. Xue, let me ask you once more. Do you truly not require our assistance? Jiang Perong retrieved a savings book from her bag, stating, "This is my personal funds. Consider it my private aid to you. Accept it now, and return it once you overcome this hardship." Jiang Xiui gazed at her dear friend with mixed emotions, feeling a warmth in her eyes. Oldait, no refuses. You must accept it. Jiang Xiui promptly stood and threw herself in her husband's embrace, choking back tears. You have no idea how worried I have been for you. Xiui, I found him. I found Xiaobao. What are you doing here? Xue Wangjun looked at his daughter in surprise. Dad, what did you find? Xue Jiayu asked eagerly. Indeed. My husband, what have you discovered? I have uncovered the truth about Steve. He is not a foreigner at all, but rather a mixed-blood individual who frequently masquerades as a foreigner to deceive others. Xue Jiayu suggested that Xue Wangjun investigate Steve's background, and Jiang Qiui relayed the information in detail. What she thought was merely a relay of information, Xue Wangjun perceived as a clear path and proceeded to investigate Steve. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Steve was nothing but a fraud who had established a shell company months prior, having been manipulated by the deputy into signing a contract with him. Where is he now? Can he be located? Jiang Qiui was agitated, believing that as long as they found him, their factory would remain safe. Xue Wangjun shook his head, stating that they had not yet located him. But a neighbor mentioned that someone had been in close contact with him. Who? Xue Jiayu had a suspicion, and it seemed Xue Wangjun had also guessed correctly. He pressed an intercom, requesting a worker to summon the deputy factory director. Upon hearing the worker's message, the deputy disdainfully extinguished his cigarette. It's merely something stirred up by that old hag, Jiang Qiui. He deliberately strolled slowly to the factory director's office, the door ajar, and upon entering, was taken aback. Xue Wangjun sat in the boss's chair, his expression serious as he regarded him. Xue Wangjun did not respond to his comment, but countered. How many years have you been at the factory? 2 years. In these 2 years, you have risen from a worker to deputy director. Do you have any idea how many times I have exceptionally promoted you? The deputy sensed Xue Wangjun's intent and, with a hunchback posture, grew increasingly arrogant. That was all due to my merit. Merit? Without my guidance in securing clients, how would you have garnered so many customers? If it weren't for the orders from clients, how could you occupy the position of deputy director? Xue Wangjun slammed his hand on the table in anger. Yet you conspired with Fongli Textile Factory, deliberately bringing in Steve to deceive me. The deputy realized that Xue Wangjun had already contacted Steve and was aware of his collusion with Fongli. It was clear he could not remain there any longer and had to confront him directly. Why must I only be the deputy director? I wanted to borrow capital to start my own factory, yet you refuse to lend to me. I will tarnish your factory's reputation. Once it is on the verge of collapse, I will accept it for half the price. I want you to know I can also be a factory director. A glimmer of surprise flashed in the deputy's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. Such lofty words mean nothing if you refuse to part with a single dime. I see clearly that you wealthy individuals do not care for the lives of others. Even if I do not establish my own factory, I will drag you down with me. You may as well go to prison. I have obtained documents from Steve's residence that he signed with Fong Li, along with those transfer records. A simple bank inquiry will confirm it. I will report you. Pray for your own luck. Upon hearing that he was in possession of such evidence, the deputy immediately faltered, pressing the phone down to prevent him from calling. No, director, grant me another chance. I will amend my ways. It is too late. You should prepare for your imprisonment. Xue Wangjun insisted on making the call, and the deputy directly knelt before him. Please, I beg you, I have my reasons for doing this. Xue Wangjun softened, pausing his dialing. What reasons? Xue Jiayu rolled her eyes. What reasons could there be? It's merely a fabricated tale to elicit sympathy. It's all about my siblings' education and my mother's illness. Please, if that were the case, how could you afford to start a factory? You would have already used that money for your family. The deputy was about to claim his mother was ill when he was interrupted by Xue Wangjun. Are you intending to say your mother is sick? How do you know? The deputy's mouth gaped in disbelief. Are you a fortune teller? Not me, but my daughter is. Xue Wangjun shook his head in disappointment. You still do not recognize your errors. How can one curse their own mother in such a manner after wrongdoing? This is also a form of harm to her. Do you realize? In any case, director, I plead with you not to report me. I would do anything in the factory for the rest of my life. As long as you do not report me. Xue Wangjun glanced at Jiang Qiui, seeking her opinion. Jiang Qiui quickly turned her gaze away, indicating, "Do not look at me. Decide for yourself." She was inherently soft-hearted, fearing that a moment of weakness might lead to a regrettable decision. Xue Wangjun turned to Xue Jiayu, seeking her guidance. Though she appeared innocent, internally she was thinking, of course, he cannot be forgiven. Forgiveness is akin to nurturing a tiger. You are correct. Determined, Xue Wangjun decisively pressed the emergency services number. As the police escorted the deputy away, he lamented and cursed Xue Wangjun, yet he must face the consequences of his actions. Xue Wangjun lifted Xue Jiayu, pointing at the deputy as he advised her, "Xiaobao, in the future, always strive to do the right thing and never stray from the righteous path." "Understood, Dad," Xue Jiayu obediently replied. While Jiang Qiui could not suppress a chuckle at the scene, he was now seeking his daughter's approval on whether to report the deputy. It was now lecturing her on morality. Indeed, Xue Wangjun lifted his precious daughter, playfully rubbing his unshaven stubble against her. Jiang Peirong linked arms with Jiang Qiui as they exited, suddenly recalling her son had not followed. She turned back and burst into laughter, finding Xue Jiayu clinging to Zhang Nanqi's collar. "Brother Nanqi, save me." Zhang Nanqi, with an impassive expression, pried her fingers away and advanced towards Jiang Peirong. Unable to resist teasing her son, she remarked, so unfeeling, "Wasn't it you who insisted I bring her here? How will you make it up to her now?" Zhang Nanqi seemed to disregard her, continuing forward without a glance back at Xue Jiayu, who called out to him, "Brother Nanqi, Brother Nanqi." Jiang Qiui felt a twinge of frustration, thinking, "I am here too. Why does she only seek help from Nanqi and not from me? You simply do not understand." Jiang Peirong feigned mystery, while the girl, Jiang Qiui, was quite extroverted. Upon understanding, Jiang Qiui gave her a light slap, expressing her displeasure. "In the future, I shall not easily consent to their matters." "Oh no, future family." Su Suzhen and Ying Huanyu had been anxiously waiting for a long time. Xue Jiayu had been gone for several hours, leaving Ying Huanyu starving, contemplating whether to eat first while being cautious of Su Suzhen's displeasure. With no other option, Ying Huanyu ventured to the Zhan family, but found the door firmly shut. Fearful of being scolded by Su Suzhen, she decided to inquire at the Gu family. Gu Yuan was still indulging in ice cream, his mouth smeared with it, causing Ying Huanyu to frown in distaste. "I don't know where Nanqi went. Perhaps she went out to dine with Aunt Jiang." Ying Huanyu shook her head. "That's impossible. My sister isn't even here. She said she was going to find brother Nanqi. Then it must be Aunt Jiang who took the two of them out to eat." Gu Yuan licked his ice cream. Aunt Jiang favors Jiayu the most. It's not surprising she'd take her out for a special treat. He was utterly unconcerned, for his greatest delight was ice cream. Little did he know, his words displeased Ying Huanyu immensely. So, her sister had gone to the Zhan family because Aunt Jiang intended to secretly treat them to a meal. Why hadn't she informed her? Did she think she would shamefully tag along? Having faced too much scolding from classmates recently, Ying Huanyu's heart had grown sensitive. How utterly useless. "I can't even find anyone." Suppressing her frustration, she yelled, "Then you go find them." "You can't find them either." Chapter 105. Discovering the missing gold lock, you little girl. "How can you speak to your grandmother like that?" Su Suzhen scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at Ying Huanyu. Though she held no affection for Ying Huanyu, she could not deny that she had treated her well over the years, never scolding or punishing her, not even requiring her to do household chores. Regretting her outburst, Ying Huanyu was about to apologize when she suddenly heard footsteps and Xue Jiayu's laughter. An idea struck her, and she promptly knelt before Su Suzhen. "Grandma, I am sorry. I was wrong. Please don't send me away." Su Suzhen was taken aback. "What are you doing, child? What did I say I would send you away?" Just as she reached to helping Huanyu up, Xue Jiayu chimed in, "Grandma, sister, what are you doing?" Su Suzhen met the astonished gazes of the three and quickly explained, "I didn't bully her. She suddenly knelt down on her own. I said nothing." This explanation sounded feeble, and Xue Jiayu immediately rushed over to assist Ying Huanyu. "Sister, it's my fault for being naughty and making Grandma angry. Please don't blame her." Ying Huanyu sobbed softly, her voice sounding pitiful. Su Suzhen feared that her precious granddaughter would believe Ying Huanyu's words, leaving her so infuriated that she struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Little Bao, listen to Grandma's explanation." "Grandma, I believe you." As Xue Jiayu helped Ying Huanyu up, she turned to grasp Su Suzhen's hand, her gaze resolute. This response took Ying Huanyu by surprise. Should not her sister have been scolding Xue Jiayu for believing her? Why did her sister trust Xue Jiayu? Xue Jiayu felt a tumult of emotions, gratitude, confusion, and anxiety all intertwined, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Let's go inside and eat. Xue Wangjun and Jiang Qiui were at a loss regarding Xue Jiayu. So they sent Xue Jiayu to inquire about what had transpired with Huanyu. She spoke vaguely, and, after a moment of contemplation, Xue Jiayu patted her shoulder. All right, let us go serve the rice. Sister, why is your reaction so indifferent? Xue Jiayu glanced at her. What's wrong? Do you have something to say? Don't be angry with Grandma. Xue Jiayu patted her head, of course. Xue Jiayu was straightforward and candid, harboring no secrets, her nature inherently honest and kind. Furthermore, Huanyu's account was somewhat ambiguous, prompting her to decide to downplay the situation. The two of them took their seats at the dining table, while Jiang Qiui served 2 bowls of rice, silently inquiring through her gaze about Xue Jiayu's understanding of the situation. Since little Bao had said it was fine, then must be fine. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged reassuring glances and continued with their meal. At the table, Xue Jiayu remained troubled by the earlier incident. But considering Huanyu was just a child, it seemed petty for her to hold a grudge against her. While she was immersed in her meal, suddenly a chicken leg was placed into her bowl. Xue Jiayu looked up in surprise to find it was Xue Jiayu. Grandma, you are the hardest worker in our family. You should enjoy a big chicken leg. The grievances from earlier dissipated instantly, and Xue Jiayu sniffled. Good girl, little Bao is truly considerate. You eat. Grandma appreciates your kindness. No, Grandma must eat, otherwise little Bao will be unhappy. Xue Jiayu pouted, eliciting a chuckle from Xue Jiayu. All right, Grandma will eat, and little Bao will eat too. Seeing Xue Jiayu not defending her, Huanyu chose to remain silent, focusing on her meal. After finishing their meal, Jiang Qiui couldn't wait to rush upstairs for a shower. Having been out early and returning late with Xue Wangjun these past few days, she felt as if she were becoming quite unkempt. Go ahead, my dear, wash up quickly. I'll stay downstairs to play with the children for a while. Xue Wangjun willingly took on the task of entertaining the children, allowing the beauty-conscious Jiang Qiui to wash in peace. She had realized that the small gold lock she bought for Xue Jiayu had gone missing. She initially intended to call Xue Jiayu up to ask, but then remembered only Xue Jiayu, Xue Jiayu, and Huanyu had been home these days. The gold lock belonged to Xue Jiayu, so there was no reason for her to steal it. Xue Jiayu would never steal from her granddaughter, leaving only one possibility. Dear, could you come upstairs for a moment? Xue Wangjun, engrossed in playing puzzles with Xue Jiayu, hesitated at Jiang Qiui's call. Aren't you in the shower? Xue Wangjun, I need you to come up immediately. Jiang Qiui rarely spoke to him in such a tone, and Xue Wangjun sensed something was amiss, quickly setting down the puzzle and smiling apologetically at his precious daughter. Little Bao, you all keep playing, Daddy will go check and be right back. Okay. Xue Jiayu continued searching for the next puzzle piece without suspicion. Only Huanyu felt something was off, glancing at Xue Wangjun's retreating figure several times, until Xue Jiayu asked, Sister, what's wrong? Why do you keep looking upstairs? I'm just wondering why Mom is so eager to call Dad up. Is something going on? Xue Jiayu shrugged it off. Adults have their own matters. It's none of our concern. Help me find piece 377. Huanyu's heart raced with anxiety, fearing that the matter of the gold lock might be exposed. Sister, should we go check upstairs? Seeing her insistence, Xue Jiayu reluctantly set down the puzzle. Fine, let us go. Stop right there. Jiang Qiui shot him a glare. Pointing to the jewelry box, the gold lock I bought for little Bao is missing. Has our home been robbed? Xue Wangjun's first reaction was to call the police, but Jiang Qiui stopped him. It's not just a robbery, it's an inside job. How will the police catch them? Xue Wangjun felt his mind was racing. What do you mean, dear? I mean, Huanyu took the gold lock. Mom wouldn't steal from little Bao, and little Bao wouldn't take it. So it must be Huanyu. Jiang Qiui crossed her arms, her expression serious. This is a serious matter. We can't raise a thief in our home. Well, Xue Wangjun scratched his head. It might not necessarily be Huanyu. Maybe a real thief broke in. Jiang Qiui nearly slapped him, forcing herself to remain patient as she opened the next layer of the jewelry box to show him. Look, this layer is filled with gold bracelets and necklaces. Yet the thief only took a gold lock. Don't you find that strange? Only then did Xue Wangjun realize the gravity of the situation. What should we do? Who are we going to send Huanyu to? Chapter 106. who will acknowledge it as Xue Jiayu and Ying Huanyu reached the doorway of their room. They happened to overhear this sentence, causing Ying Huanyu to nearly faint on the spot. Thankfully, Xue Jiayu caught her just in time, allowing her to steady herself. Sister, are Dad and Mom really going to send me away? Tears streamed down Ying Huanyu's face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Xue Jiayu immediately knocked on the door. Dad, Mom, please don't send my sister away. Jiang Qiui shot an annoyed glance at Xue Wangjun. Why did you bring the two children here? Now let Jiayu hear it. How shall we deal with the ensuing matters? I never anticipated they would be right behind me. Xue Wangjun forced a wry smile, conceding to open the door and let them in. Xiao Bao, weren't you playing puzzles downstairs? Why'd you come up? Xue Jiayu, hands on her hips, declared fiercely. No one can take my sister away. Jiang Qiui bestowed boundless tolerance and patience upon Xue Jiayu, her voice softening. Xiao Bao, listen to Mama. Your sister may have committed a mistake. Therefore, we must administer a slight punishment. Upon seeing the jewelry box, Xue Jiayu grasped the nature of Jiang Qiui's reference to the mistake. Isn't it just a golden lock? I know it was my sister who took it. Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged astonished glances. You know, yes, Xue Jiayu affirmed, nodding unabashedly, but my sister was coerced. Please, do not blame her any further. Jiang Qiui glanced at the downcast Ying Huanyu. Xiaoyu, do you have anything to say? Mama, I was wrong. Ying Huanyu cried, tears streaming down her face, desperately pleading with Jiang Qiui not to send her away. At that moment, Jiang Qiui received a call from the headmaster. Is this the guardian of Xue Tongxue? Yes. The police have decided to file a case regarding Li Minxue's situation, and we require a guardian to bring Xue Tongxue to the police station for confirmation. Li Minxue? Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun exchanged glances. All right, I understand. I will take her to the police station tomorrow to ascertain the situation. After hanging up, Jiang Qiui adopted a serious demeanor. Now, please explain this to me. Xue Jiayu held down Ying Huanyu's hand and succinctly relayed the situation to Jiang Qiui. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui immediately took Xue Jiayu's hands to check her body. You weren't hurt, were you? No. The teacher subdued her immediately. That's good. Jiang Qiui sighed in relief. The golden lock is a trivial loss. I can overlook that amount of money. However, Li Minxue poses a significant threat. Tomorrow, Mama will take you to the police station, and this time, we shall ensure she is entirely removed from our lives. Mama, what about my sister? Xue Jiayu looked at Jiang Qiui with pleading eyes, softening her heart. We will discuss it after we visit the police station tomorrow. Yay! Xue Jiayu exclaimed, dragging Ying Huanyu outside, concluding for herself, Mama will let you stay. Ying Huanyu remained concerned. But Mama hasn't said that herself. It will be fine. I will talk to Mama, and she will agree to let you stay. After they exited, Xue Wangjun inquired of Jiang Qiui how she intended to handle the situation. Let us see, Jiang Qiui replied, feeling a headache coming on, perplexed as to why Xiao Bao insisted on keeping this troublesome Ying Huanyu. The following morning, Jiang Qiui requested a leave of absence for Xue Jiayu and allowed Ying Huanyu to accompany Jiang Peirong's car to school. Upon entering the car, Ying Huanyu's swollen eyes caught Gu Yuan's attention. Wow, Huanyu, your eyes look terrible. Did you cry all night? Not all night, but close enough, she replied. After enduring until dawn, Jiang Qiui had sent her off with Jiang Peirong. No way. If even Gu Yuan noticed her eyes, would Zhang Nanqi fail to notice? However, it turned out Zhang Nanqi was oblivious. He kept his head down, engrossed in his reading, not sparing a glance. Even when Jiang Peirong inquired about her well-being, Zhang Nanqi remained indifferent. Only when her sister was present did Zhang Nanqi lift his gaze, showing concern for them. At all other times, he remained detached. Did he not care if he could no longer see her one day? Ying Huanyu felt a sudden surge of anger. Jiang Qiui brought Xue Jiayu to the designated police station. After confirming Jiang Qiui's status as guardian, the officers present a record. Once you have reviewed it and find no issues, you may sign. Due to the nature of this case involving a prosecution, the steps are rather extensive. Prosecution? Jiang Qiui was taken aback. Is theft subject to prosecution? Yes, as the item stolen was a golden lock, the amount involved is considerable, thus necessitating prosecution. Just as Jiang Qiui was about to sign, she suddenly heard a voice from the end of the corridor. If you dare prosecute me, I will take Ying Huanyu down with me. Xue Jiayu instantly recognized the voice of Li Minxue, frowning and asking, why is she here? Because this is the police station, little one, she must come sign as well. An officer beckoned, and someone brought Li Minxue over. At that moment, Li Minxue, clad in prison garb, with disheveled hair and a vacant gaze, looked gaunt in stark contrast to the well-dressed Jiang Qiui and her daughter. Seeing me, you must feel quite pleased, don't you? Li Minxue approached Jiang Qiui with disdain, spitting as she spoke. What are you doing? Jiang Qiui quickly pulled Xue Jiayu back, wishing to shield her daughter from such a vile character. I have no intention of interfering with your affairs. I've also helped raise your daughter, and it is you who stirs trouble. Of course, you must help me raise her. Without you, I'll be better off than I am now. Li Minxue tossed her head back, regarding Jiang Qiui with contempt. Witnessing her brazen demeanor, Jiang Qiui resolved to be merciless. I will sign. I must prosecute you. I want you imprisoned. Very well. Li Minxue glared at her defiantly. When I get out of prison, I will haunt your family for a lifetime. I will make Huanyu acknowledge me as her mother. As you wish. Do you think I desire to be her mother? It is solely for Xiaobao. Xue Jiayu, however, was deeply displeased, feeling as if they were treating Huanyu like a mere football, kicking her about. Li Minxue, if you truly care for Xiaoyu, you should keep your distance. Xue Jiayu was labias admonishing tuna, irka Li Minxue. You little brat, who do you think you are to lecture me? She is my daughter, and I can treat her however I please. It is her misfortune to be tied to me. After all, she emerged from my womb. Otherwise, she would surely go astray. Mama, can we not sign? Jiang Qiui looked at her daughter in astonishment. Xiao Bao. Mama's golden lock was stolen by her. Don't you wish to prosecute her? What if she does something even worse next time? Chapter 107. To spare her is to spare Xiaoyu. Xue Jiayu hastily interjected. The lock is with the police, uncle, and it will be returned to us once the matter is resolved. The officer nodded, confirming, yes, if you choose not to prosecute. We will only detain her for 15 days, and then it will be concluded. 15 days is far too brief. Jiang Qiui thought. It would not be excessive to keep Li Minxue locked up for a lifetime. She intended to sign, but Xue Jiayu realized that if they prosecuted, Li Minxue would be imprisoned. With Li Minxue having a criminal record, Huanyu's future would be adversely affected. She quietly tugged at Jiang Qiui's sleeve. Manga. Many people at school are already isolating Xiaoyu. Let us not add fuel to the fire, all right? Xiaobao, what are you saying? Jiang Qiui felt a headache coming on. She understood her daughter's compassion, but feared that such softness would lead to endless troubles. If Li Minxue were imprisoned, how cruelly would the other students speak of Xiaoyu? She could already imagine it. How about this? We will not prosecute, but we will establish an agreement that from now on, Li Minxue must not come near Huanyu, nor approach our Xue family, even a step. Xue Jiayu turned to Li Minxue. You choose, sign the agreement or face prosecution. Why should I sign? What leverage do you have over me? Li Minxue maintained her arrogant demeanor, convinced that Xue Jiayu could do nothing to her. This is unacceptable. Li Minxue calculated in her mind. It was an astronomical figure. Upon reconsideration, signing the agreement seemed the more advantageous option. Thus, Li Minxue gritted her teeth and nodded. Fine, I will sign. Xue Jiayu turned to the officer politely. Could you please bring 2 sheets of paper? Everyone present, except Li Minxue, gazed at Xue Jiayu in astonishment. How could this child be so adept at negotiation? Oh, all right. Jiang Qiui, while making a phone call, found it unbelievable that Xue Jiayu was knowledgeable about this. Their Xiaobao was indeed a genius. What will you do if I refuse to comply? Li Minxue mused to herself. However, the astute lawyer discerned her thoughts, reminding her that the agreement held legal validity. Thus it would be recognized by the court in the future. Anyone who breached this contract would face compensation or imprisonment. There would be no opportunity to evade the law. Surprised that her intentions were so easily uncovered, Li Minxue turned her head away, clenching her fists in silent determination. Fine. She would keep her distance from the Xue family for the next few years. Huanyu was a piece of flesh from her own body. How could she assist outsiders? After signing the agreement, the subsequent matters were entrusted to the police and the lawyer. Jiang Qiui, noting the time was still early, took Xue Jiayu out for a meal. On the way, she could not help but inquire, Little Bao, why do you insist on keeping your sister by your side? Surely you can see that her character does not align with our family. Xue Jiayu lowered her gaze, playing with her fingers. Mother, I know there are aspects of my sister's behavior that you disapprove of. Yet, she is pitiable, growing up in a decayed environment. How could she flourish? Huanyu is merely an ordinary person swept along by fate. Since she has already changed her own destiny, Why not extend a hand to alter Ing Huanyu's as well? Saving one person is still worthwhile. Moreover, transforming Ing Huanyu for the better could change the fates of many others. Mother, trust me, releasing Li Minxue means releasing Ing Huanyu. Freeing Ing Huanyu will bring happiness to us all. Jiang Qiui observed her daughter's earnest expression in the rearview mirror. The innocence in her demeanor made it difficult to refuse or rebut. She smiled indulgently. Very well, little Bao, whatever you say goes. After all, I am your mother. In her heart, she resolved that regardless of any future troubles stemming from Li Minxue and her daughter, she would find a way to support little Bao. Kindness is not a fault. And as for the cost of that kindness, both she and Xue Wangjun would bear the burden for little Bao. Is not the purpose of having a child to cherish them? Xue Jiayu did not accompany Ing Huanyu to school, and the bullying from their classmates became even more pronounced. Not only did they withhold assignment from her, but the only one she received was waterlogged. Ing Huanyu cried out in despair. Why is my homework wet? Gu Yuan, hearing this, slammed the table in anger. Who ruined Xiao Yu's homework? Are you taking advantage of Jiayu's absence to bully her sister? Jiayu is not here, but I am. When Jiayu returns, I will tell her everything. Lu Shishir also stood up. Recently appointed as class monitor, more fierce than Gu Yuan. Go ahead and tell. If she can't take care of her own homework, whose fault is that? It's already generous of us to give her any at all. Even if Jiayu comes to find me, it will be the same. Gu Yuan was about to argue further when Zhang Nanqi pulled him back. Stop arguing. Why? Are we just going to watch them bully Xiaoyu? Gu Yuan was puzzled. Zhang Nanqi, however, offered no explanation, returning his focus to his book. Arguing was futile, since they were clearly intent on bullying Ing Huanyu. She must either resist or grow stronger. Relying on others for support would not solve the problem. Yet, he was too indifferent to share this reasoning with Gu Yuan. The teacher is coming soon. Nanqi, I didn't expect you to be afraid of the teacher. Gu Yuan exclaimed. Are you really going to abandon Xiaoyu just because the teacher is here? You better be careful when Jiayu arrives. She will scold you. Ing Huanyu continued to cry. Gu Yuan, never mind, it's my own fault. When others bully me, I can only cry. Hey, Gu Yuan borrowed a tissue and handed it to her. I'm not good at comforting people, but just wait. Jiayu will definitely help you. When she comes, they will be in trouble. Ing Huanyu sniffled. Thank you. However, she felt disheartened, wondering why she needed her sister to stand up for her. Did that mean she was worthless on her own? Fortunately, after the lunch break, Xue Jiayu arrived with a bounty of food. These are treats my mother bought for everyone. Each of you may take one. Xue Jiayu placed the basket on the podium, and the classmates immediately surged forward, all eager for the freshly baked egg tarts and sponge cakes. Wow, egg tarts! Did you drive a long way to buy these? Chapter 108, Request for Travel Expenses. As the students enjoyed the egg tarts, they expressed their gratitude to Xue Jiayu and Jiang Qiui. Xue Jiayu, noticing Ing Huanyu with her head down outside the crowd, promptly pulled her close. Mother said it's a treat for my classmates and my sister, so you should also thank Huanyu. Lu Shishir was the first to put down her egg tart, declaring, I'm full. I won't eat anymore. With her leading the charge, others followed suit. Me too. My mother said not to eat too many sweet things. I have cavities. I'm feeling hot. The group began to disperse. Ing Huanyu pouted, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Sister, I'm sorry. They're not eating your treats because of me. I've caused you to be ostracized too. Not at all. Xue Jiayu gently patted her back. They simply lack the taste. Don't cry. Xiaoyu, we will eat together. But you bought so much. How can we finish it all? Xue Jiayu looked at Gu Yuan. Have you forgotten we have a big eater? Thus, the entire box of egg tarts bought by Jiang Qiui ended up in Gu Yuan's stomach. After returning home, Gu Yuan skipped dinner, leaving Su Huimei puzzled. Under pressure, he finally revealed that he had overindulged in egg tarts. Ing Huanyu seized the opportunity while Su Suzhen was cooking to quietly ask Xue Jiayu's sister, why did you and mother go to the police station? Xue Jiayu, sensing the question was about their biological mother, hesitated but ultimately decided to share. We decided not to sue Li Minxue, but she must promise to keep her distance from you and cease her harassment. Why not sue her? Ing Huanyu frowned. If she were imprisoned, I wouldn't have to worry anymore. Xiaoyu, you're still young. You don't understand the complexities involved, Xue Jiayu began. But Ing Huanyu looked at her with innocent eyes. Sister, aren't you the same age as me? Why do you understand? This left Xue Jiayu momentarily speechless, forcing her to rephrase. Let us consider it a mercy. Letting her go is also letting ourselves go. One must practice forgiveness. Ing Huanyu shook her head. gritting her teeth, insisting that Li Minxue should be imprisoned, never to see the light of day again. Xue Jiayu, was astonished. Have you met her many times in secret? Why do you hate her so much? I don't hate her. I just believe that evil must be met with retribution. All right, Xue Jiayu accepted this reasoning, refraining from pressing further, stating that the matter ended there and that she would no longer be involved. Huanyu felt it was not that simple. Indeed, after a tense fortnight passed, just when Huanyu believed Li Minxue had departed for good, allowing her to live in peace during a break, Li Minxue once again dragged her into a restroom stall. Huanyu instinctively struggled, but Li Minxue covered her mouth. Don't scream. Do you want everyone to see what kind of mother you have? Only when she ceased moving did Li Minxue release her grip. I have a train tonight. I'm preparing to work. Be cautious while you're at the Xue family. Huanyu wished for her to leave quickly, but could not betray her feelings, merely responding, I understand. Do you have anything valuable to take with you? Nothing. Huanyu instinctively guarded her clothes. Li Minxue knew full well how little a child could carry. But she was desperate, having run out of options. Otherwise, she would not resort to her daughter. What about Xue Jiayu? Surely she must have something of value? That's impossible. The Xue family dotes on her. She is nothing of worth? Li Minxue was furious. She had spent her last money on a train ticket, and if she could not gather enough for travel expenses, she would struggle to survive even if she went to work. We truly have no money. Can you let me go now? I need to attend class. Huanyu cautiously negotiated, but Li Minxue cruelly smiled. My dear, you are sitting in class happily, while your mother is destined for hardship. Just help your mother one last time. How can I help you? Huanyu cried, stamping her feet. I really need to go to class. Let me go. Li Minxue locked her in the restroom and stealthily slipped out of the school. Later, it was a newly hired janitor who released Huanyu from a cubicle. Little classmate, why were you alone in the restroom? Don't you know it's dangerous? If something happened to you in there, no one would know. Huanyu silently washed her hands and exited, not even uttering a word of thanks to the janitor. The janitor scoffed, remarking on the rudeness of today as children. By the time she returned to the classroom, the bell had already rung, and the teacher was visibly displeased. Huanyu, it's you again. Always late. You're almost the king of tardiness. It was Xue Jiayu who interjected, Teacher, can we start class? You haven't finished the lesson yet. All right, go in. The teacher turned back to continue her lecture. Xue Jiayu smiled at Huanyu as she passed by, attempting to cheer her up, but Huanyu kept her eyes downcast, ignoring everyone and lost in thought at her desk. Xiaoyu, are you unhappy today? I see you're not smiling or making eye contact with me. Xue Jiayu leaned in closer. Come on, give me a smile. However, Huanyu was not in a playful mood and pushed her face away. She had a premonition that something was about to go awry. Oh, all right. Today Mom is here to pick us up. But just as they reached the school gate, they suddenly heard someone shouting, Xue Jiayu. Li Minxue's grip was strong enough to crush her shoulder, causing Xue Jiayu to scream in pain. Help! The surrounding students quickly scattered in fear, while Huanyu immediately hid behind Zhang Nanqi and Gu Yuan, leaving Gu Yuan stunned. Huanyu usually shared a close bond with Xue Jiayu. So why was she hiding so quickly when trouble arose? Across the street, Jiang Xiui, who had been humming a tune while waiting for the children, felt her spirits lift. But upon seeing her precious daughter being taken hostage, she hurriedly dashed out of the car, shouting at Li Minxue, Let Jiayu go. If you have something to say, come at me. I'm here for you. Li Minxue replied smugly, What good is your wealth and beauty if my daughter is still in my hands? I want you to give me money. A lot of money. Chapter 109. Extortion in person fine, no problem. Jiang Xiui readily agreed. As long as you let my daughter go, I'll give you whatever you ask for. I want 100,000. Xue Jiayu immediately protested. You're asking for too much, Mom. Don't give it to her. Considering the current living standards, a person could hardly earn 10,000 in a year. Yet, Li Minxue had the audacity to demand 100,000. How insatiably greedy. However, Li Minxue believed she was entitled to even more. The Xue family had monopolized her daughter for so long. Compensation was due. Jiang Xiui could see that Li Minxue was indeed asking for an exorbitant amount. But for the sake of her daughter, she had no choice but to comply. All right, 100,000 it is, but you have to give me some time to prepare. Let Jiayu go first. Do you take me for a fool? If I let her go, will you still give me the money? Li Minxue pulled a fruit knife from another pocket and pressed it against Xue Jiyu's delicate neck, instilling terror in Jiang Xiui. Don't hurt my daughter. I can give you whatever you want. I only want money. Have it ready by tonight. Wait for my call. With a knife in hand, Li Minxue was unapproachable, and the children instinctively moved aside. Whenever a security guard attempted to pursue, Li Minxue would raise the fruit knife, prompting Jiang Qiui to scream, Don't chase her. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Li Minxue took Xue Jiayu away. Jiang Qiui, trembling, sat on the ground, overwhelmed with emotion, and immediately called Xue Wangjun. Upon hearing the news, Xue Wangjun dropped everything at the factory and rushed to the police station to meet her. The children, unable to be left alone, were taken along to the police station. By the time Xue Wangjun arrived, Jiang Qiui was nearly fainting from crying, and it took several attempts by the police to calm her down. So, Ms. Jiang, she took a child right in front of you? What else could I do? Jiang Qiui retorted angrily. She threatened me with a fruit knife. Am I supposed to let her stab my daughter? The police were at a loss for words and could only begin documenting the situation. What notifications? Jiang Qiui slammed her hand on the table. Shouldn't you be mobilizing all your forces to find my daughter at a time like this? But we need to know where to look. The city is neither too big nor too small. If we run around aimlessly, it would waste police resources. Jiang Qiui cried in frustration. You better pray my daughter is unharmed, or I will hold you responsible. The police officer's expression hardened. What? Are you threatening the police? Just as Jiang Qiui was about to argue with the officer, Xue Wangjun quickly stepped between them. Officer, I apologize. My wife is just too anxious. Who isn't anxious? We're just as worried, but this isn't the time for reckless actions. Xue Wangjun kept agreeing, and though Jiang Qiui wanted to retort, he held her hand to soothe her. If only you had cooperated sooner. We're wasting time. The police officer couldn't help but comment, and Jiang Qiui wanted to debate further, but Xue Wangjun pulled her away. Let us not argue. We need to prepare the money. How much can we gather now? The bank is closed. We can only withdraw cash tomorrow. Jiang Qiui quickly calculated. There were 20,000 in the factory's working capital, another 20,000 at home, leaving a shortfall of 60,000. As she counted, she could not help but squat down, hugging herself weakly. Her daughter had been kidnapped, yet she couldn't raise the ransom to save her. What was the point of earning so much money? Stop saying foolish things. Xue Wangjun scolded. Is this really the time for that? Hurry up and gather the money. I'll call my friends. When Jiang Perong arrived to pick someone up, Jiang Qiui had already set off to the Jiang family to fetch money, while Xue Wangjun was busy calling around to borrow funds. Hello. I'd like to ask if you have any cash to lend me? 50,000. Upon hearing the amount, many began to suspect he was gambling. Xue Wangjun explained tirelessly until they finally believed him. But in this day and age, who would dare keep so much cash at home? At most, he could gather a few thousand. A few thousand will do. I'll come by your place later. Just as Xue Wangjun hung up, he turned to find Jiang Perong standing behind him. Old Xue, do you really need money that badly? Yes. Xue Wangjun forced a smile. Though I've invested hundreds of thousands, I can't even scrape together 50,000. Do you need 50,000? Jiang Perong pondered. I bought a batch of jewelry today, and I was just going to use it to pay off the supplier. I haven't had a chance to deposit it into the bank yet. Here, take it for now. That's too generous. Xue Wangjun hesitated, but his expression was one of unrestrained joy. This would relieve his immediate crisis. Without further ado, Jiang Perong retrieved a black plastic bag filled with cash on the back seat and handed it to him. Count it. No need to count. I trust you. Nanchi, let's hurry. Uncle Xue has matters to attend to, so don't be willful. Jiang Perong rarely scolded John Nanchi, but he ignored her completely. Nanchi, what is wrong with you today? Even when you're sick, you usually listen better than this. Jean Nanchi remained silent, walking towards the school. Nanchi, Jiang Perong was on the verge of tears, wondering why her son had to act up at such a critical moment. Gu Yuan quickly got out of the car, calling out, Nanchi, wait for me. Xiao Yuan, you're a great help. Jiang Perong sniffed, and Gu Yuan felt a heavy responsibility as he immediately chased after Jean Nanchi. Ying Huanyu sat in the car silent, feeling out of place, as everyone had their own tasks while she felt utterly lost. She couldn't seek help or money. She didn't know what to do, so all she could do was stay in the car and wait for news. Chapter 110. Gathering 100,000. Jean Nanchi walked briskly, and Gu Yuan struggled to keep up. Only when he called out Jean Nanchi's name did he pause. Finally catching his breath, Gu Yuan found Jean Nanchi squatting down, looking at something. Nanchi, why are you walking so fast to look at nothing? No, There's nothing here. Zhang Nanqi was examining the spot where Xue Jiayu had been taken hostage by Li Minxue, circling around the area until he finally discovered something on the ground. Having rested adequately, came over to see what was so captivating. He nearly pressed his face to the ground before realizing it was merely a piece of rubber. This was what he hurried over to witness? Furious, he was about to explode, but Zhang Nanqi suddenly moved in a particular direction. He quelled his anger and quickly followed suit. Where are you going? Wait for me. Concerned for Zhang Nanqi's safety, Gu Yuan kept close behind. Initially thinking Zhang Nanqi was wandering aimlessly, he was surprised when Zhang Nanqi turned down 2 streets and headed toward an archway. Nanqi, what are you doing there? Didn't the teacher tell us to avoid archways? Zhang Nanqi paid no heed and continued his advance. Gu Yuan could only pout and follow, exhausted like a dog. Xue Wangjun shook his head, disheartened as he sat on the sofa. Xiao Bao had been abducted. Abducted? Su Sujin nearly suffered a hypertensive episode upon hearing this. How could this happen? Who did it? Li Minxue. Xue Wangjun, already irritated, was further vexed by his mother's lamentations. Mom, please stop. Right now. Qiui is out gathering money. Li Minxue is demanding 100,000. If we refuse, she will kill Xiao Bao. Su Sujin wiped her tears, stormed into the kitchen, and grabbed a kitchen knife. Let her come to our home. If she has the guts, she can take my life too. Mom. Just as Xue Wangjun was about to speak, an urgent ringing interrupted him. Fearing it was Li Minxue, he dashed to the phone. Hello. Darling, it's me. Jiang Qiui had arrived at the Jiang family home. To prevent her parents from worrying, she simply mentioned that the factory needed the money for operations. He Mei-Qin, trusting her, immediately wrapped the cash and handed it over. Is this enough? Do you need more? Yes, just give me as much cash as you have. He Mei-Qin furrowed her brow in confusion, but said nothing. Her mind racing with thoughts. Are you at your parents' house? Yes. Jiang Qiui lowered her voice and asked, Can your parents gather 15,000? How much can you manage? I've gathered it all. Payron gave me 50,000. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiui burst into tears. The truth of the saying, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, resonated deeply with her at that moment. As He Mei-Qin finished preparing the money, Jiang Qiui wasted no time in driving home. The elderly couple stood in the wind, watching their daughter's car disappear, their hearts filled with anxiety. Not yet. Xue Wangjun had smoked 4 cigarettes, waiting from dawn until dusk, yet Li Minxue's call never came. The police had also come, sitting on the sofa in the Xue home, staring at the phone. I hope Xiao Bao is safe. Money could be earned again, but there was only one Xiao Bao. He could not afford to lose her. He regretted not pursuing her at the time. Now, with Xue Jiayu gone, Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi were also nowhere to be found. Jiang Peirong thought she had misheard. Aren't you worried about Jiayu at all? I thought you two had a good relationship. Ying Huanyu, realizing her slip of the tongue, quickly amended her statement. I'm worried about my sister. But Mom and Dad are still at home, so I worry about them too. Oh, Ying Huanyu learned to be more cautious, refraining from urging her even when impatience grew. As they approached the archway, the crowd thinned. There were no guardrails around the bridge, and it was known for being a spot where people often sought to end their lives. Gu Yuan had heard Su Huimei mention this several times, which kept him awake at night. Zhang Nanqi, however, seemed oblivious, continuing onward. Gu Yuan could not abandon his friend, so he steeled himself to follow. Once they reached the archway, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, with only a faint light near the riverbank. What is this? Zhang Nanqi glanced at him, signaling for silence. They found a concealed spot to hide and wait. Gu Yuan was uncertain about what they were waiting for. The weather had not yet fully warmed, but mosquitoes were already abundant. Just as he killed one, Zhang Nanqi pressed his head down behind column. Footsteps approached, and Gu Yuan, unable to lift his head, waited until the sound faded before looking. It was none other than Li Minxue. She stood 20 meters away, and while Gu Yuan had good eyesight, he could only make out her silhouette, unable to discern anything else. Nanqi, how did you know she was hiding here? A hint from Jiayu. Gu Yuan wondered if he had missed something. When did Jiayu provide a hint? When that woman appeared. In the chaotic moment. He had fixated on the knife in Li Minxue's hand, but had caught a glimpse of Xue Jiayu signaling him. He then noticed the new piece of rubber in Jiayu's pocket, which had been recently purchased by Jiang Qiui. Xue Jiayu had subtly extracted a small portion and dropped it on the ground. Later, when taken to the archway by Li Minxue, she continued to seek opportunities to discard the rubber. Fortunately, Li Minxue was too tense to notice her movements. Once they reached the crowd, Li Minxue concealed the fruit knife in her sleeve, pressing it against Xue Jiayu's shoulder. If Jiayu dared to scream, she would stab her. Upon arriving at the archway, she bound Jiayu tightly with a rope before finally putting away the knife. You've been obedient. There was no uproar on the way. Otherwise, you wouldn't see your parents again. Chapter 111. Living under the archway looking at Xue Jiyu's delicate face, Li Minxue felt a surge of anger. The Xue family had devoted great care to raising their biological daughter, yet had allowed her to become so pale and emaciated. Therefore, she pinched Xue Jiyu's cheek harshly until a mark appeared on her fair skin before releasing her grip. Jiayu gasped in pain, but given Li Minxue's mental state, she chose to endure. You should just let me go. If the police catch you, your actions are criminal. It won't end just because we choose not to prosecute. Li Minxue, annoyed by the child's mature tone, retorted, Your mother constantly speaks to me in a lecturing manner, and now you do too. You're just as irritating as her. Xue Jiayu initially intended to hold her tongue, but as Li Minxue continued to escalate her insults, she had no choice but to respond. You can criticize me, but do not speak of my mother. I will speak of her, Li Minxue sneered. If your mother had not been reborn into a wealthy family, she would never have achieved today's status. It should have all been mine. The endless money and carefree life should belong to me, Li Minxue, not Jiang Qiui. Her past is unchangeable, but her future can still be seized through her daughter. Li Minxue suddenly conceived a bold plan. Take the Xue family's money, toss Xue Jiayu into the sea, or bring her along to the next stop and abandon her there. Xue Jiayu saw through her scheming and quickly thwarted the notion. Don't even think about it. If you dare to harm me, you will never escape this city. My parents and the police will not let you off. What do I need a little brat like you to direct me? Li Minxue pulled over a chair, took out a warm meal, and began to eat heartily against the cold wind. I've owed rent for several months. I'm not a saint. Will you pay the rent? If not, get out. You're not allowed to stay with me. You just got out of jail. You're bad luck. The landlord, with disdain, pinched her nose and swept Li Minxue out the door with a broom. Left with no choice, Li Minxue gathered her belongings and took refuge under the overpass. She constructed a bed from bricks she found nearby, using her own quilt, and scavenged a large piece of plastic to shield herself from the wind. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped several degrees. Despite wearing a long-sleeved school uniform, Xue Jiayu could not withstand the biting cold and shivered uncontrollably. Can you find me a piece of clothing? If I freeze to death here, it will be murder, and you will end up in prison too. Puffed. Li Minxue chewed her food with a sinister smile. Rest assured, I'm not that foolish. I won't let you freeze or starve, but if you catch pneumonia or something, that's on you. With that, Li Minxue stood up and tossed a piece of plastic directly over her. I can only do so much, so don't tell your parents that I mistreated you. After wolfing down the last bite of her meal, Li Minxue was ready to rest, but Xue Jiayu insisted, I want to call my parents. Although Li Minxue felt impatient, Jiayu's words reminded her that she still needed to find a way to have Xue Wangjun and his wife send money. After a moment's thought, Li Minxue said, Just give me your home phone number, and I'll go to the convenience store to make the call. Concerned that Jiayu might play tricks, Li Minxue added, Even if you don't tell me, I have ways to find out. But then you won't be able to call your parents. Think carefully. Jiayu deliberated for a long time, ultimately deciding she wanted to reassure her parents, and reluctantly provided the number. As soon as Li Minxue left, Gu Yuan and Zhang Nanqi, who had been lurking nearby, were eager to rush in and save Jiayu. Hurry up, Nanqi! What are you waiting for? Gu Yuan exclaimed in frustration as he saw Nanqi frozen in place. If you don't go, I will, he declared, almost freezing from the cold. Had it not been for Nanqi's quick reflexes in grabbing Gu Yuan, both of them would have been exposed. Li Minxue found a passerby to lend her a mobile phone and portrayed herself in a pitiful light. Upon seeing such a lovely child with her, the person immediately softened. All right. Upon receiving the mobile phone, Li Minxue promptly called the Xue family, who had been anxiously awaiting news. Xue Wangjun picked up the phone with glee, and the police signaled him to switch to speaker mode. Who is this? He inquired. It's me, Li Minxue whispered, lowering her voice to prevent passers-by from overhearing their conversation. Is everything prepared? As you requested, every last bit. Jiang Qiui could not contain her urge to interject. I want to hear my daughter's voice. I need to ensure she is safe. Otherwise, I will not give you the money. Li Minxue cursed under her breath, but handed the mobile phone to Xue Jiayu. using a fruit knife to press against Jiayu's arm as a warning not to speak out of turn. Jiayu could only suppress her fear and softly called out, "Mom." The person who lent them the phone stood a few steps away, smoking, and could not see clearly, thinking Jiayu was merely calling for Li Minxue. "Oh, my dear," Jiang Qiui exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. "Have you eaten? Are you cold? All right, enough with the pleasantries." Li Minxue intended to conclude the call swiftly to avoid attracting attention. "Tomorrow morning, place the money next to the trash, cannon-fodder road. Don't even think about playing tricks or calling the police. If you harbor any ill intentions, you'll never see your daughter again." After saying this, she abruptly ended the call and returned the mobile phone to the passerby. Once the passerby left, Li Minxue revealed her true intentions. She pulled out a length of hemp rope, tying one end to her own wrist and the other to Jiayu's. Still feeling insufficiently secure, Li Minxue glanced around and picked up a piece of black cloth to stuff into Jiayu's mouth. "Don't use that," Jiayu protested, holding back her nausea as she recalled seeing Li Minxue use the cloth to wipe dishes and chairs. "A 1T scream. You can rest assured." Li Minxue skufa. "I can't rest easy. Do you still think you're a pampered young lady who can't handle a little dirt? Do you even know what kind of life I lead? What kind of life you lead is your choice. It has nothing to do with me," Jiayu retorted. "It's fate. It's the destiny that heaven has dealt me." Li Minxue's eyes blazed with anger as she glared at Jiayu. Chapter 112. Narrow escape. Jiayu wanted to argue further, but Li Minxue appeared disinterested, rummaging through her haphazard bag to retrieve a roll of transparent tape, which she used to seal Jiayu's mouth. Though the tape would sting when removed, it was far better than that filthy cloth. Jiayu closed her eyes, contemplating their next move. Li Minxue crawled into bed and soon began to snore loudly. Gu Yuan had just begun to speak when Zhang Nanqi covered his mouth, causing him to swallow his words and look questioningly at Nanqi. Zhang Nanqi scanned the surroundings until he finally spotted a discarded toy gun. If worst came to worst, he could always gift Zhang Nanqi a new toy. Without saying a word, Zhang Nanqi crouched down and dismantled the toy gun. Before long, he extracted 2 springs from it. Gu Yuan watched in confusion until he saw Nanqi straighten the springs into 2 sharp points. It dawned on him that Nanqi intended to use these to cut through Jiayu's ropes. Although crude, it was the best tool they had at that moment. However, a more pressing issue loomed. Li Minxue. She could awaken at any moment, and if she caught them, both of them would be apprehended. Zhang Nanqi looked at him, instructing, "You need to keep watch. If she notices me, find someone. Who should I look for?" Gu Yuan listened blankly as Zhang Nanqi detailed the rescue plan. "Just find a nearby police station or somehow contact our families." After explaining everything, Zhang Nanqi left Gu Yuan behind, who was left anxiously fidgeting. This was perhaps the most Zhang Nanqi had ever spoken to him, yet he could hardly recall any of it. Gu Yuan held his breath, praying that Zhang Nanqi would not be discovered by Li Minxue. The wind by the river was fierce, and Jiayu was too cold to sleep. Exhausted and hungry, she was not overly concerned that Li Minxue might kill her. Li Minxue was only after money and had no reason to kill her. In this era, the penalties for crime were quite severe, and most people would be cautious. As the wind blurred her vision, she thought she saw a hazy figure approaching her. "Nanqi Gich." Jiayu suddenly awoke. Indeed, Nanqi had understood her hint and was here to rescue her. Zhang Nanqi circled around, bypassing Li Minxue's bedside, crouching next to Jiayu to use his makeshift tool to grind through her ropes. Will this work? Hearing her internal doubts, Zhang Nanqi remained silent, merely hastening his movements. And soon, they began to show results. The hemp rope was easier to wear down than nylon, requiring little effort but a good deal of time. Just as he was about to sever the rope, Li Minxue's snoring abruptly ceased. Jiayu's heart raced as she silently offered prayers to all the deities she knew, hoping they would protect Nanqi from being discovered by Li Minxue. Zhang Nanqi paused momentarily, but continued his work, thanking his stars that Li Minxue turned over, her back to them, and soon resumed snoring, allowing Jiayu to exhale in relief. That was terrifying. After finally cutting through the rope, the two of them quietly slipped away, only breaking into a run once they were 10 meters away. Gu Yuan hurried after them, and they only dared to stop when they reached the main road. It was quite late, with only the streetlights illuminating their path, and not a taxi in sight. Jiayu laughed while panting, "You saved us. But remember how far you can run while escaping." "Jiayu, are you even loyal? I stay behind just for you." Looking at Gu Yuan's puffed-up face, Jiayu couldn't help but chuckle. "I'm sorry, I didn't appreciate your good intentions. Don't be mad, Gu Yuan Gij. Jiayu stuck out her tongue in jest, while Gu Yuan huffed in annoyance. Hail a cab, Zhang Nanqi suddenly said. Jiayu turned her head, and, as fate would have it, a taxi was approaching. The taxi driver, surprised to see 3 children waving him down, promptly stopped. Noticing they were in school uniforms, but wearing nice shoes, he assumed they must be from wealthy families and agreed to take them. All right, hop in. After Li Minxue hung up, Jiang Qiui immediately questioned the police. Have you devised a plan of action? We will arrange for personnel to lie in ambush nearby. The moment she appears, we will apprehend her. Is that all? Jiang Qiui clearly expressed her dissatisfaction. What if you fail to catch her? Furthermore, how can you guarantee that the children won't be harmed during the operation? The police officer's face hardened. Do not question our police procedures. Every action we undertake is motivated by reason. However, my concern lies with the safety of my child. What if Li Minxue, in her madness, seizes my daughter amidst the crowd? The police merely thump the table and say, as a parent, be prepared with the ransom, and leave the rest to them. Jiang Qiui wished to argue further, but was pulled away by Xue Wangjun. Very well, let us ascend and prepare the money. Upon reaching the upper floor, Jiang Qiui pouted, feeling deeply wronged. Did you hear their tone? It seems they only wish to fulfill their duty, indifferent to our daughter's fate. How could that be? Xue Wangjun gently patted her back, offering reassurance. You must place your trust in the police, and at the very least believe in me. After a cathartic cry, Jiang Qiui suddenly had a revelation and grasped Xue Wangjun's hand, her expression resolute. Husband, let us rescue our daughter ourselves. Xue Wangjun was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? We will save Xiaobao ourselves. Tomorrow, you divert the police while I deliver the ransom. Xue Wangjun's first instinct was to refuse. Do not be foolish, dear wife. We must heed the police. I will follow whoever can save my child. Xue Wangjun had to concede that her reasoning was sound. After careful consideration, he nodded. What do you propose? I have a plan. They are taking too long to descend. The police are growing impatient. Let Su Sujin go upstairs to urge them. Su Sujin, not daring to offend the police, immediately complied. Chapter 113. The 3 return home. What are you discussing? The police are still waiting downstairs. Jiang Qiui calmly replied, Mother, please go down and reassure them. Just say there has been a hiccup with the money. We are still figuring it out. What kind of hiccup? Su Sujin asked nervously. Is it a shortage of funds? Please inform me. I have money. No, Jiang Qiui said, massaging her temples. Xue Wangjun, and I will handle this. You just deal with the anxious officers. Very well. In this critical moment, Su Sujin did not dare to argue and quickly went downstairs. Once the police departed, Jiang Qiui and Xue Wangjun finally descended, carrying a bag filled with neatly arranged money. After I leave, you will occupy the police at the station while I head to Haiban Road. Xue Wangjun still deemed the ransom delivery too perilous and grasped Jiang Qiui, insisting, No, I shall go. You will stay at the police station. Su Suzhen, confused by their conversation, asked, What are you planning to do? Mother, please do not concern yourself with this matter. While they were speaking, the sound of a car stopping at the front door caught their attention. Su Sujin rushed out to see 3 children exiting a taxi. Upon spotting Xue Jiayu, Su Suzhen momentia. Mother, Xue Jiayu cried, burying herself in Jiang Qiui's embrace, tears streaming down silently, tugging at Jiang Qiui's heartstrings. Xue Wangjun was equally moved, and only when the driver honked did he dash outside to pay. The driver was ecstatic, feeling that this fare was worth every moment. As soon as they entered the house, Su Sujin hurried to boil water, while Jiang Qiui fetched several coats for Xue Jiayu to wear. Xue Wangjun tenderly rubbed the back of their daughter's hand repeatedly. Little Bao, your hands are freezing. Are you cold? Shall I light a fire? No need, Daddy. Xue Jiayu quickly interjected. I'll be fine shortly. Su Sujin prepared 3 cups of warm milk, 1 for each child. Little Bao, wear this one, it is the warmest. Jiang Qiui wished to keep her close, and once seated, her eyes unwittingly glistened. How did you escape? Did Li Minxue not notice? It was brother Zhang Nanqi who saved me. Xue Jiayu pointed at Zhang Nanqi, leaving Jiang Qiui in awe. Who would have thought that the usually taciturn Zhang Nanqi would prove so resourceful in a crisis? She stood and solemnly bowed to him. Zhang Nanqi, unaccustomed to such displays, merely nodded, holding his milk. Gu Yuan recounted the escape, and Jiang Qiui grew increasingly alarmed. Xiaobao, You were far too daring. Headley Mean Xue had discovered your flight midway. A person like her could become murderous. Thus, we were exceedingly cautious, Xue Jiayu replied, proudly lifting her chin. Who told her to be so greedy? Extorting 100,000 yuan? I refuse to let you spend so much to rescue me. Jiang Qiuyi placed her hands on Xue Jiyu's shoulders, earnestly stating, Little Bao, no amount of money can compare to you. The money your father and I earn is all for you. If you do not live safely, all our earnings would be meaningless. Mother. The two embraced, and Xue Wangjun joined them. The bond between mother and daughter is strong. Yet our father-daughter connection is not to be dismissed. Count me in. Gu Yuan laughed heartily, suddenly noticing the clock on the wall, and shouted, Oh no! What happened? Jiang Qiuyi inquired with concern. Holding Xue Jiyu close, Jiang Qiuyi waved her hand dismissively. It is nothing. I will speak with Hui Mei. I will help you take a leave of absence from school, and tomorrow we shall rest at home. Really? Gu Yuan's eyes lit up, and Jiang. You are truly wonderful. Mother. Xue Jiyu stood up in a huff, but upon seeing the bloodshot eyes of Jiang Qiuyi, who had endured so much to save her, her heart softened. All right. Jiang Qiuyi turned to Xue Wangjun. After I visit my parents, you will be with Huan Yu, correct? Where is she? She is with Peirong. Xue Wangjun smacked his forehead and hurriedly called Jiang Peirong. Is something wrong? Ying Huan Yu rubbed her eyes. Is my sister in trouble? Jiang Peirong stepped on the gas and sped towards the Xue residence, while Ying Huan Yu, blinking, remained silent. Su Sujin prepared steaming bowls of noodle soup for the three children and set aside 2 bowls of dumplings for Xue Wangjun and his wife. You haven't eaten either. Join the children for a bite. Jiang Qiuyi, however, merely propped her head on her hand, watching Xue Jiayu. I only need to see my little Bao eat. Merely watching will not satisfy. You have gone all night without eating. Quickly have something. Xue Wangjun insisted she eat dumplings, and only then did Jiang Qiuyi take a bite. Though her gaze remained fixed on Xue Jiayu, Jiang Qiuyi warmly beckoned her. Come inside and sit. The timing is just right. Mother, please prepare a bowl of dumplings for Peirong as well. Jiang Peirong, weary, shook her head and slowly approached the dining table, her eyes glistening as they met Jean Nanchies. Before she could utter a word, she was already in tears. Jiang Qiuyi, having calmed down, quickly pulled her to the living room to listen to her fragmented recounting of the events, feeling a swell of guilt. Jiang Peirong sniffled and shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. It was caused by Nanchies' illness.